Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1124 to Chapter 1176. Although the people of the Bone Symbol Camp were curious about Zhao Hai, nobody had any opinion about Zhao Hai's treatment. This was because this was the camp lord's decision. The people of the Bone Symbol Camp were very united. This was especially true for Despares. Everyone respected him. Because of this, nobody had any opinion about Zhao Hai's residence. Everyone just hoped that Zhao Hai could learn as soon as possible so that he could contribute to the Bone Symbol Camp. The people of the Bone Symbol Camp weren't unfamiliar with Zhao Hai's situation. They also knew that Zhao Hai was brought to the Bone Symbol Camp a month after he ascended. And in these 2 months, Zhao Hai had been in his room adapting to the spiritual qi of the machine field. When they heard about Zhao Hai's situation, the people of the Bone Symbol Camp boiled up. For Zhao Hai to be brought to the camp a month after he ascended was enough to show how talented he was. Therefore, they began to attach more importance to Zhao Hai. Everyone knew about the current situation of the Bone Symbol Camp. However, their cultivation talent wasn't very good. The strongest person in the camp was only a 5th-rank expert. They simply didn't have any advantage against the other camps. Because of this, they wanted Zhao Hai to become an expert as soon as possible. This way, the Bone Symbol Camp would be able to raise their eyebrows. In the beginning, the people of the Bone Symbol Camp were worried about Zhao Hai's ability to adapt to the spiritual qi of the machine field. They were even more worried that Zhao Hai would become arrogant and complacent because of the preferential treatment. In the end, he would vanish into the crowd. But after Zhao Hai's feat of not leaving his room for 2 months, the people of the Bone Symbol Camp shut their mouths. They no longer doubted Zhao Hai. Instead, their hearts were filled with expectation. For mages, it was common for them to go into seclusion for cultivation, but that would only last for a few days at most. Moreover, they would often come out and walk around to prevent themselves from feeling depressed. Not only was it not good for cultivation, it might even affect their state of mind, causing their state of mind to become unstable and affect their cultivation. Generally, long periods of seclusion were done by cultivators from the cultivation realm. Cultivators from the cultivation realm had very high requirements for their state of mind. Seclusion for a long time was a kind of cultivation for one's state of mind. Through long periods of solitary cultivation, one's state of mind would become crystal clear, which would be beneficial to one's cultivation. However, cultivators had their own unique cultivation methods, which were different from mages. Although mages didn't want to admit it, they still had to admit that the cultivators' cultivation methods were much better than mages. But as a mage, Zhao Hai actually went into seclusion for 2 months without taking a single step out of his room. Such a state of mind made the people of the Bone Symbol Camp feel ashamed. Although Damar and Tao Wang often went to see Zhao Hai during this process, it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to achieve this. Naturally, they didn't know that Zhao Hai spent most of his time inside the space. He didn't stay outside for too long. After 2 months, Zhao Hai still didn't show any signs of coming out. However, the people of the Bone Symbol Camp didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Hai. Their attention was now focused on another matter, the 6 Realms Newcomer competition that was held every 5 years. The so-called 6 Realms Newcomer competition sounded like a competition, but in fact, it was a life and death struggle. This kind of life and death struggle was held every 5 years. The participants were those who ascended from the lower realms. Only they could participate. The natives of the world of cultivation weren't allowed to participate. This kind of competition had been held for more than 100 times. The purpose of holding this competition in the first place was not just for the competition, but also for a bet. Although the world of cultivation was incomparably vast, it even included several planes. There were also countless resources. However, the top-notch information was very limited. Take the ghostly silver ore for example. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of ghostly silver ore in the space, one shouldn't forget how many cultivators there were in the world of cultivation. If the ghostly silver ore was distributed to the cultivators, only a small portion of them would be able to obtain it. Things like ghostly silver were very important to cultivators. With this kind of thing, one's cultivation speed would be much faster, especially for those who cultivated the demonic path. Because of this, the competition for resources in the world of cultivation had never stopped. The 6 realms of cultivation didn't have a clear boundary. At the intersection of the two realms, there would always be some gray areas. These areas could be managed by both realms, but at the same time, they couldn't do anything about it. In these areas, there were also some high-quality materials that were needed by the people of the world of cultivation. In order to compete for these things, the 6 realms of cultivation went to war many times, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, the higher-ups of the 6 realms of cultivation decided that there was no other way. In the end, the 6 realms of cultivation reached an agreement to hold a newcomer competition every 5 years. The newcomers who participated in the competition were those who ascended from the lower realms. These newcomers had only ascended for less than 5 years, so their strength was limited. Since they ascended from the lower realms, the higher-ups of the 6 realms of cultivation wouldn't feel too much pain if they were to die. Instead, the higher-ups of the 6 realms of cultivation would have the right to mine the high-quality materials for 5 years. After 5 years, a competition would be held to decide the ownership of those areas. As for the newcomers who participated in the competition, the 6 realms of cultivation wouldn't treat them unfairly. Not only would they receive a lot of rewards, even their forces would receive a lot of benefits. Some forces would even give them a high-quality material mine to mine. It can be said that the 6 realms newcomer competition was a competition that affected all the forces of the 6 realms of cultivation. At the same time, it was also a shortcut for newcomers to become famous. Every time the 6 realms newcomer competition was held, geniuses would appear. Although these people ascended from the lower realms and have only been in the world of cultivation for less than 5 years, their cultivation wasn't bad. Some of them even became famous experts. Every time the 6 realms newcomer competition was held, it was a grand event for the major forces to compete for benefits. Although there were countless casualties, whether it was the major forces or those who ascended from the lower realms, they were willing to endure the hardship. Now, there was still a year before the 6 realms newcomer competition. However, the qualifiers for the 6 realms of cultivation were about to begin. All the forces in the 6 realms of cultivation could participate in the qualifiers. The top 100 of each qualifier would participate in the 6 realms newcomer competition. With the development of time, the 6 realms newcomer competition was no longer just a competition for resources. At the same time, it was also a place to show one's strength. Because of this, the 6 realms newcomer competition was held with great importance. Because of the rules of the 6 realms newcomer competition, only those who ascended from the lower realms could participate. Because of this, the core forces of the major forces couldn't participate. Take the Ashley family for example. The Ashley family's core forces were their core members. Most of the core members of the Ashley family were either natives of the machine field or members of the Ashley family. There were almost no ascendants. Even if there were ascendants, they would have ascended for more than 5 years. They simply didn't have enough information to participate in the newcomer competition. Because of this, in the machine field, those who participate in the 6 realms newcomer competition were all outer court disciples of major forces. This was because there were very few core disciples in the 6 realms newcomer competition. Most of them were ascended people. There were a lot of people in the bone symbol camp who ascended less than 5 years ago. However, they weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 2nd rank mage. If they wanted to participate in the 6 realms newcomer competition, then they would need to be strong. However, this didn't stop the bone symbol camp from paying attention to the 6 realms newcomer competition. This was especially true for those who ascended less than 5 years ago. Although they weren't strong enough, they still wanted to try their luck. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. He had just arrived in the machine field. And since he was cultivating, he didn't go online much recently. Therefore, he didn't know about this matter. On the other hand, Desbares and Tao Wang didn't think about telling Zhao Hai about this matter. This was because the 6 realms newcomer competition was too dangerous. People could die at any time. Zhao Hai ascended less than 3 months ago. It was already good enough for him to adapt to the spiritual chi density in the machine field. Asking him to participate in the competition was the same as sending him to his death. Although Desbares already knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of powerful undead that could compete with 4th rank mages, he still didn't want Zhao Hai to participate in the competition. This was because Zhao Hai was the hope of the bone symbol camp. And since the bone symbol camp didn't lack money, Desbarres didn't want Zhao Hai to take the risk. However, although Zhao Hai didn't know about this, someone else did. This person was Laura. Laura and the others went online every day to find out about the big events that happened in the machine field. So how could there be no news about the Six Realms newcomer competition? Not only was there news about it, it was also an overwhelming amount of publicity. There were even websites that reported the origin of the Six Realms newcomer competition as well as the process and ending of the competition. Because of this, Laura and the others knew about this matter. Needless to say, the machine field was always at the bottom of the rankings in the Six Realms newcomer competition. After all, the other Six Realms focused on cultivation while the machine field focused on mechas and battleships. Because of this, the machine field didn't have much hope for the Six Realms newcomer competition. However, this didn't mean that the machine field wouldn't send people to participate. On the contrary, every realm would send people to participate. Although they couldn't compete with the other 5 realms, the machine field still needed to compete with each other. The machine field treated the Six Realms newcomer competition as a competition to distribute benefits. The last 100 ascenders who participate in the competition would receive generous rewards. The ascenders would also receive corresponding benefits. If they achieve good results in the competition, then their family would receive even more benefits. Because of this, the machine field attached great importance to the competition and vigorously promoted it. In this period of time, as long as one was online, there was no one who didn't know about this matter. Naturally, Laura and the others also learned about the competition from the internet. Sorry, everyone is late today. But rest assured, I guarantee that everyone will support me. Thank you. Zhao Hai was quietly sitting inside the Space's villa, looking at the computer in front of him. On the computer was a report about the Six Realms beginner competition. After reading the report, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "What's wrong? You want me to participate in the competition?" Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, we've been in the machine field for 3 months now. In these 3 months, we've adapted to the environment. You've also learned a lot. Debar is also doing well compared to you. Isn't the Six Realms beginner competition a good opportunity for you? Let the bone symbol camp become famous again." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You sound like you're from the bone symbol camp." Laura smiled and said, "Although I'm not a member of the bone symbol camp, I've seen the camp in the past few days. To be honest, I really like this camp. The people here are very united. Desbarres has done a lot for this camp." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not from the bone symbol camp." Zhao Hai nodded, he agreed with Laura. He also liked the atmosphere of the bone symbol camp. And to be honest, there weren't many things that he could learn in the machine field. It was time for him to go out and see the different sceneries of the world of cultivation. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll participate in the competition. I want to see how strong the people from the other realms are." Laura and the others happily shouted. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. To be honest, the reason why Zhao Hai stayed in the space for so long was to accompany Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very bored in the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to spend more time with them. After looking at the time and having his meal, Zhao Hai came out of the space. Then he used his robot to contact Tao Wang and Desbarres. Almost all machines were equipped with communication functions. When people went out, they would not bring home robots with them. A home robot was like a person's home phone. Only when they went out would they use their own computers to communicate. Although Tao Wang and Desbarres didn't know why Zhao Hai was looking for them, the two still went to Zhao Hai's house as fast as they could. When they arrived, they saw that Zhao Hai was already waiting for them. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what's the matter? Do you want to have a drink with us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, have a seat. I have something to tell you today." "I have something to tell you." When Desbarres and Tao Wang saw that Zhao Hai seemed to have something to say, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. They had been in contact with Zhao Hai for 2 months, so they knew his temperament. Zhao Hai didn't have many requests. Now that he was so formal, the two couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The two sat down uneasily. Zhao Hai sat across from them and then said, "Camp Lords, I called you here today to tell you that after 2 months of adapting, I've completely adapted to the machine field's spiritual chi density. Moreover, I've decided to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." As soon as Desbares and Tao Wang heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Desbares stood up and said, "Zhao Hai, you can't. The 6 Realms beginner competition is too dangerous. You can't participate." Tao Wang nodded and said, "Right. Little Hai, you can't participate. It's too dangerous. The 6 Realms newcomer competition can lead to death. Moreover, you'll be fighting against the experts of the other realms. Our chances of winning are very small." Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, you can rest assured. I understand how dangerous the 6 Realms beginner competition is. However, I still want to participate. This will be an opportunity for the Bone Symbol Camp to rise again." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tao Wang and Desbares stared. Then they didn't speak. The two worked hard to make the Bone Symbol Camp rise again. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to participate in the competition. Naturally, not letting Zhao Hai participate in the competition didn't mean that they wouldn't let Zhao Hai participate in battles in the future. They were also clear that training alone wouldn't yield any results. The two of them had already made a comprehensive plan for Zhao Hai's development. This plan was very comprehensive. From the moment Zhao Hai adapted to the spiritual chi density in the machine field, they would arrange small tasks for him. These tasks wouldn't be done by Zhao Hai alone, and there wouldn't be any danger. They would also train Zhao Hai. Then, they would let Zhao Hai develop bit by bit. After a few years, Zhao Hai would be able to represent the Bone Symbol Camp in the Great Family Competition. At that time, he would be able to make a name for himself in the machine field. This plan wasn't risky at all. It could train Zhao Hai without being too dangerous. This was because Desbares and Tao Wang had high hopes for Zhao Hai. They didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. Because of this, when they heard that Zhao Hai was going to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition, the two had a big reaction. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was courting death by participating in the 6 Realms beginner competition. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, let's sit down and talk." To be honest, this decision wasn't made on a whim, it was made after careful consideration. "I won't hide it from you too, with my current strength, I'm confident that I can defeat a 4th rank mage. Therefore, I decided to participate in this competition." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tao, Camp Lord, Brother Tao." Desbares frowned and said, "I already knew that you have undead as well as a dual cultivator. It's not strange for you to defeat a 4th rank mage. However, you don't know about the 6 Realm newcomer competition. No matter which realm it is, the 6 Realm newcomer competition attaches great importance to it. Therefore, the people who participate in the competition are the elites of their respective realms. On the other hand, the losers are either dead or injured. The mortality rate is very high. To be honest, the mages and warriors of the machine field are still lacking compared to the people of the other realms. The biggest difference is weapons." Desbares paused for a moment, then Tao Wang continued, "Right, the biggest difference is weapons. The strongest weapons of the other realms are almost all magic artifacts. And magic artifacts can be used by a single person. In other words, in the 6 Realms beginner competition, people from the other realms would use magic artifacts. These artifacts are very powerful. Even our mages are stronger than them. As long as the other party uses magic artifacts, we wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. Because of this, the Camp Lord and I hope that you won't participate in the competition." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm aware of this. In the past few days, I've learned about the situation of the other realms through the computer. But to be honest, Camp Lord, this makes me want to participate in the competition even more. Don't forget that the spoils of the competition belong to the participants. I want to grab 2 spoils of war. Moreover, I'm confident that I can deal with them." Desbares frowned and said, "Little Hai, I still think that they're too strong. In the 6 Realms newcomer competition, the machine field has never done well. Of the 600 people who participate in the 6 Realms newcomer competition, being able to enter the top 300 is already a breakthrough. Moreover, the people who participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition are the true elites of the machine field. Moreover, they have ascended for at least 3 years. From this point, you can see how strong the other party is. I really don't want you to participate in the competition. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and waved his hand as 100 stacked formations appeared in front of Zhao Hai. When Desbarres and Tao Wang saw the formation that Zhao Hai released, they couldn't help but stare. It must be known that stacking formations wasn't easy to use. Every additional formation required a lot of spiritual force. Moreover, to add a new mage to a formation, one needed to experiment and see if the formation was suitable for the formation. Because of this, it was very difficult for mages to stack formations in the beginning. Only when one's strength reaches a certain level would they be able to slowly figure out what kind of formation was most suitable for them. This was also the reason why first-rank mages only needed to learn 5 stacks, second-rank mages only needed to learn 10 stacks, third-rank mages needed to learn 50 stacks, and fourth-rank mages needed to learn 100 stacks. Ordinary mages would need at least 5 to 10 years to learn 50 stacks. Even in the machine field, people who studied magic since childhood would need 3 to 5 years to learn 50 stacks, let alone 100 stacks. There were a lot of mages who could only learn 50 stacks in their lifetime, stopping at 3rd rank. Now that Zhao Hai revealed the 100 stacks formation, Desbarres and Tao Wang couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to stack 100 stacks in such a short time. The two couldn't help but stare, they didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a spiritual force, causing the formation to slowly dissipate. When the formation disappeared, Desbarres and Tao Wang recovered. The two looked at each other and saw shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly as he said, "I've now reached the strength of a 4th-rank mage. Moreover, my battle chi has almost reached the strength of a 4th-rank warrior. Participating in the Six Realms newcomer competition, I have the ability to protect myself. Camp Lord, Brother Tao, it's time for our bone symbol camp to be proud." The mountain training ground was one of the 8 training grounds of the bone symbol camp. This training ground had the most complex terrain. At this time, a test was being held here. Both sides of the test were members of the bone symbol camp. One side was Zhao Hai while the other side was selected by Desbarres. They were representatives of the new generation of the bone symbol camp, a total of 10 people. The test was very simple. These 10 people would deal with Zhao Hai in the mountain training ground. As long as Zhao Hai wins, he would be able to participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. After Zhao Hai revealed his strength, Desbarres finally relented. He agreed to let Zhao Hai participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. However, there was a condition, and that was that Zhao Hai must pass his test. The mountain training ground was only the first test. This was because Desbarres knew that the Six Realms newcomer competition didn't only take place in the arena. There were also battles in all kinds of environments. The mountain training ground was built by the bone symbol camp with a large sum of money. The entire training ground was more than 2,000 mu in size. There were also nearly 100,000 cameras installed inside. There were also 100 small camera planes in the air. They were monitoring the entire training ground and recording the entire process of the battle. At this time, Desbarres and Tao Wang were sitting in the monitoring hall of the mountain training ground. They were looking at the big screen in front of them. On the screen, Zhao Hai and the other 10 people were ready to enter the training ground from different directions. At this time, it wasn't only Desbarres and Tao Wang who were present in the monitoring room. A lot of elders of the bone symbol camp were present as well. These people heard from Tao Wang that Zhao Hai, who had been in the camp for 2 months, was going to take on 10 people today. This made them very curious. Therefore, they came to join in the fun. The 10 people selected by Desbarres had ascended for more than 5 years. Moreover, their strength wasn't bad. Among them, 6 were warriors and 4 were mages. Among the warriors, 3 were 4th rank and 3 were 3rd rank. Among the mages, 1 or 2 were 4th rank and 2 were 3rd rank. With Desbarres' command, Zhao Hai and the other 10 people entered the mountain training ground. The mountain training ground was filled with dense trees and varied terrain. There were mountains, rocks, trees, water, pits, and caves. The terrain was very complex. If one wanted to find the enemy here without being ambushed, one would need a lot of combat experience. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the training ground, all eyes were on him. They wanted to see what he was going to do. Zhao Hai looked around before he waved his hand and released 100 undead. The undead flew towards the training ground. After circling around for a while, Zhao Hai found a small cave and sat down. Then he closed his eyes. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Desbares and the others couldn't help but stare. But then they nodded. They could understand Zhao Hai's approach. Zhao Hai hadn't trained in the mountain training ground before, so he wasn't familiar with the terrain. In this case, it was better to stay still. Desbares sent the undead to scout while Zhao Hai looked for a safe place to rest. After discovering the enemy, he would attack. Desbares had put a lot of thought into the construction of the mountain training camp. Inside the training camp, a large number of spirit stones were installed that could suppress spiritual force. This made it so that people wouldn't be able to use their spiritual force to see the terrain of the camp. Otherwise, the mages would be able to see everything clearly with their spiritual force. This would be no different than fighting in a ring. The Forbidden Spirit Stone was a common stone in the world of cultivation. This stone didn't have many uses. Its only use was to suppress a person's spiritual force. Moreover, the more forbidden spirit stones there were, the stronger the suppression on one's spiritual force would be. In the past, one's spiritual force could reach 10,000 meters. However, if one were to enter an area with 100 cubic meters of forbidden spirit stones, then one's spiritual force would only be able to reach 100 meters. Although forbidden spirit stones weren't rare in the world of cultivation, they weren't cheap either. For Desbares to place 2,000 pieces of forbidden spirit stones in the Bone Symbol Camp's mountain training ground, this was definitely a big deal. Although there were a lot of people in the mountain training ground's monitoring hall and everyone thought that Zhao Hai's plan was good, there weren't many who could actually do it. In order to do what Zhao Hai did with the undead, there were a few things that needed to be done. First, one needed to be a dark mage who majored in summoning magic. Second, one needed to have enough high-level undead. Low-level undead wouldn't be able to transmit any complex information. The third point was that one's mental strength must be strong. As everyone knew, a summoner couldn't be too far away from their summoned creatures. Once a summoner exceeded a certain distance, their control over their summoned creatures would decrease. In that case, the summoned creatures would lose control and become useless. Among the people present, there weren't many who could do this. Although they couldn't, their eyesight was very good. From this point, they could see Zhao Hai's strength. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered an enemy through the undead. It was a mage. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he walked out of the cave and floated towards the mage. When Zhao Hai's undead discovered the mage, Zhao Hai immediately recalled it. Because of this, the mage didn't discover Zhao Hai. This mage did the same as the others. He used his spiritual force to explore his surroundings and carefully moved forward. At the same time, he had already erected a magic shield around his body. Although this might cause him to be discovered, but at the same time, if someone were to suddenly attack him, this layer of magic shield would also play a very good defensive role. Zhao Hai's figure slowly floated through the forest. He already knew the terrain that he was walking through, so Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Before long, Zhao Hai sensed the mage. Not only did he sense the mage's spiritual force, he also sensed the energy fluctuations of the mage's magic shield. Zhao Hai became even more careful as he moved forward. Not only did he have to hide his spiritual force, he also had to hide himself in the shadows of the surrounding trees to avoid being discovered. The people in the monitoring hall held their breaths as they looked at Zhao Hai. They discovered that Zhao Hai was like an assassin as he carefully moved forward. On the other hand, the mage didn't discover Zhao Hai at all. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two sides was about 100 meters, Zhao Hai suddenly sped up and appeared behind the mage. Then with a wave of his hand, a 50-layered magic formation appeared in his hand. At the same time, Zhao Hai loudly said, "Sharp metal spear." Just as his voice fell, a huge metal spear flew out from the magic formation and stabbed the mage's magic shield. The mage's magic shield was like a bubble as it burst open. Just as the mage was about to counterattack, Zhao Hai prepared another 50-layered magic formation. Then the mage heard Zhao Hai's deep voice, "Cool wind, lock." Along with Zhao Hai's words, a blue wind element chain appeared beside the mage and wrapped around him. At this point, the mage had already withdrawn from the competition. Since Zhao Hai could bind him with a chain, then naturally, he could also kill him. The mage also understood this point. Although his expression was somewhat depressed, he still nodded towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the chain around the mage disappeared. The mage bowed to Zhao Hai before leaving the battlefield. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he hid himself in the woods. If the people in the monitoring hall weren't looking at Zhao Hai through the screen, then they wouldn't be able to find him. The battle between Zhao Hai and the mage was very short. Zhao Hai only used 2 magic formations to defeat the opponent. However, as soon as the magic formation was released, it would produce magic fluctuations. The other people had already noticed these fluctuations and were rushing over. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also flying towards a warrior. This warrior was a 4th-rank warrior. Although his strength was at the peak, he was still very careful. His weapon was already in his hand, so his speed wasn't very fast. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of mana fluctuation in front of him. This mana fluctuation clearly didn't belong to the people he was familiar with. He became even more careful, the sword in his hand was ready to shoot out sword chi at any time. After carefully moving forward for 2 minutes, the warrior felt that the strange magic fluctuations weren't far from him. He hid behind a tree and carefully looked forward. What he saw made him stare. This was because not far from him, there was an undead holding a magic staff. Upon seeing this situation, the warrior couldn't help but be startled. He knew that this was a trap, although he knew, it was already too late. He heard a voice, "Green vines, bind." Along with this voice, the warrior discovered that on the tree he was hiding in, some green vines suddenly appeared. They wrapped around him tightly, making him look like a rice dumpling. However, the vines only wrapped around him for a moment before releasing him. The warrior also saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded to the warrior before turning around and flying away. That person sighed, sheathed his sword, and withdrew from the competition. At this time, the other people had already arrived at the place where Zhao Hai first fought. Naturally, there was no one there. Although there were still some magic fluctuations, they couldn't see anything. The 8 people looked at each other. Then they almost simultaneously felt the magic fluctuations from the battle between Zhao Hai and the warrior. Just as they were about to go over, they suddenly discovered that they were surrounded. When the 10,000 undead wearing bone armor and holding weapons neatly formed a formation and surrounded the 8 people knew that the test was over. This was because they discovered that the levels of the undead were too high. Each of them had the strength of a 9th-rank apprentice. With such strength and numbers, the 8 of them didn't even have the chance to escape. When Desbares and the others saw this, they also knew that the test was over. Desbares and Tao Wang looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The strength that Zhao Hai displayed, as well as the use of magic formations, had completely exceeded their imaginations. Although Zhao Hai didn't use 100 stacked magic formation, for Desbares, this wasn't a big deal. A 4th-rank mage wouldn't necessarily use 100 stacked magic formation in a fight. It was just like a chef, he might have a few specialties, but it was impossible for him to cook them all the time. Most of the time, he would only cook ordinary dishes, this principle was the same. A 4th-rank mage was someone who could use 100 stacked magic formations. In battle, they would only use 10 stacked magic formations or 20 stacked magic formations. It was impossible for them to use 100 stacked magic formations all the time. Although 100 stacked magic formations were very powerful, the casting speed couldn't be too fast. In a fight, the faster one could cast a spell, the higher the chance of victory. The spells that Zhao Hai used were all 50 stacked magic formations. Moreover, they could be said to be instant cast. A 3rd-rank magic formation could actually be cast instantly. This was something that 5th-rank and even 6th-rank mages couldn't do. Because of this, Desbares and Tao Wang were very happy. The other people in the hall were also very happy. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond their imagination. They didn't think that someone who ascended 3 months ago would have this kind of strength. In their opinion, with Zhao Hai here, the bone symbol camp would be revitalized. Zhao Hai's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. After the test was over, Desbarres and Tao Wang led a large number of people from the bone symbol camp to the mountain training ground in order to welcome Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come out, Desbarres laughed and went forward to give him a hug. Then he said, "Good job, little Zhao Hai. Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the dining hall and have a good drink." Everyone loudly responded. However, most of them were curiously sizing up Zhao Hai. In the past 2 months, although Zhao Hai didn't appear in the camp and only stayed in his room, the people in the camp were still able to figure out Zhao Hai's background. He ascended from the lower realms. A month after he ascended, he went to the outside world and successfully passed. After that, he entered the bone symbol camp. To be honest, when the people of the bone symbol camp saw this information, they couldn't believe it. At the same time, they were happy and expectant. They wanted to see what kind of miracle this rare genius, someone who was favored by Desbarres, would do after his seclusion. Sure enough, Zhao Hai didn't disappoint them. After 2 months of seclusion, he created another miracle. In a 1 versus 10 test, he was able to end the battle in a short time. Although he relied on his undead in the end, those undead were part of Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, no one felt that it was unfair. Desbarres led everyone to the dining hall of the bone symbol camp. This dining hall was located on the 1st to 3rd floors of the bone symbol camp. It was designed like a patio with an empty space in the middle. It can accommodate 10,000 people at a time. At the end of every year, the people of the bone symbol camp would come here to have a meal. Everyone would participate and summarize what they did during the year. At the same time, they would also be given a bonus. When Desbarres brought a large group of people to the dining hall, it immediately alarmed the entire bone symbol camp. Because of this, all the people who were at home came over. In just a short time, the dining hall was filled with about 5,000 people. Desbarres didn't stop them. After seeing that almost everyone was present, Desbarres stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the patio. He looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "I think everyone already knows the purpose of today's meeting. Today, I will formally introduce everyone. This is Zhao Hai. He joined our bone symbol camp 2 months ago. However, he has been in seclusion for the past 2 months. Today, he will formally meet everyone." Zhao Hai also stood up. Tao Wang pushed Desbarres to the side and gave a salute to the people of the bone symbol camp. The people of the bone symbol camp also gave their applause. Desbarres waved his hand, causing everyone to stop. Then Desbarres looked around and said, "This time, besides introducing Zhao Hai to you, there's also another matter. I've decided to have Zhao Hai represent the bone symbol camp in the 6 Realms beginner competitions qualifiers." As soon as they heard Desbarres, the entire dining hall went into an uproar. In theory, the qualifiers for the 6 Realms beginner competition were open to anyone who has ascended for less than 5 years. However, most forces would conduct an internal test before sending people to participate in the machine field great competition. For example, the Ashley family's 8 battalions would undergo an internal test first. Then they would select the strongest people to participate in the machine field's great competition. There was no limit to the number of people who could participate. It was mainly based on the results of the tests. The decision was made by the battalion commander. The family wouldn't interfere too much. Although there were a lot of newcomers in the bone symbol camp who wanted to participate in the competition, they still needed to go through Desbarres. According to past practice, Desbarres wouldn't allow the stronger people to participate in the competition. He was afraid that there would be casualties. Desbarres was very protective of the young people in the camp. Although these people might blame him, Desbarres still wouldn't allow them to take risks. This was because Desbarres knew that these people were too weak. Not to mention the machine field great competition, they might not even be able to pass the family's internal test. The Ashley family also adopted a strict competition system. The relationship between the 8 camps wasn't good. The competition between them was fierce. If they were allowed to participate in the family's internal test, then there might be casualties. Because of this, Desbarres wouldn't allow these people to participate in the competition. If Zhao Hai can't pass the test, then Desbarres wouldn't allow Zhao Hai to participate. Even if Zhao Hai's words were good, it would still be useless. This test wasn't just to test Zhao Hai's combat strength, it was also to test his combat experience. From Zhao Hai's combat experience, Desbares could see that Zhao Hai was a veteran. Desbares looked at the crowd. Most of these people didn't know about Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, it was normal for them to have such a reaction. Desbares didn't say anything. He just stood there and waited for some time. When these people discovered that Desbares didn't speak for a long time, everyone became quiet. After everyone calmed down, Desbares looked at them and said, "There's no need to doubt Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, he just ascended to the machine field 3 months ago. If he participates in the competition, then he can certainly do it. We've already tested him, and he definitely has the strength. I'm prepared to let Zhao Hai participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition. As for the others, they don't need to think about it. If they don't agree, then have them look for Group 3. The Group 3 that Desbares mentioned were the people who tested Zhao Hai. Not only were they not embarrassed, they even stood up and gave everyone a salute. Then Desbares said, "There's still about a month before the qualifiers. During this time, nobody is allowed to disturb Zhao Hai. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded. Then Desbares waved his hand and led Zhao Hai back to his table. There were 4 people at Desbares' table. They were Desbares, Tao Wang, Zhao Hai, and a man dressed as a warrior. This man was tall and had muscles that looked like they were cast from copper and iron. He had a big bald head and 2 shining eyes. His palms were particularly thick. One could see that he had good martial arts. This man was called Taixing. He was a 5th-rank warrior. His weapon was a pair of sledgehammers, but they were currently stored in his spatial equipment. He was also an expert in the camp. He was also Desbares' most capable assistant. Taixing went on a mission before and just came back today. He saw Zhao Hai's test and had a good understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, he was very polite to Zhao Hai. After Desbares sat down, he looked at the 3 and said, "Zhao Hai's test has been decided. Tomorrow, Wang, you take Zhao Hai to the armory and choose some weapons and armor. We've been saving up for so many years, it's time for us to use them." Tao Wang nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, although our bone symbol camp's prestige isn't as good as before, when it comes to wealth, the 7 camps can't compare to our bone symbol camp. In the past few years, the bone symbol camp has collected a lot of good things. Tomorrow, I'll take you to have a look." Although he knew that those things were useless to him, Zhao Hai still readily agreed. He didn't want people to know about the secret of his cane. Although the cane was his personal item and others couldn't use it, if people knew about its magical properties, they would certainly try to snatch it. They wouldn't believe that Zhao Hai couldn't use it. Moreover, in their opinion, even if they couldn't use it, they still wanted to keep it in their hands. It was much better than letting it fall into Zhao Hai's hands. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go with Tao Wang to get some weapons. He didn't need to worry about using it when facing an enemy. At the very least, he could use it as a shield. Everyone ate happily. Naturally, the focus of everyone's discussion was Zhao Hai. Desbares, Tao Wang, and the others were very excited. They drank a lot of wine and ended up drinking too much. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room and entered the space. Laura and the others were waiting for him. When they saw that he was back, Laura and the others immediately prepared some spatial water for Zhao Hai. After drinking it, Zhao Hai felt better. He also drank a lot today. After Zhao Hai felt better, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how did you feel about the test today?" Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat heavy as he said, "Very good. The instant 50 stacked formations are very powerful. Even the forbidden spells of the lower realms can't compare to it. Although it looks ordinary, I'm sure that even Addison would be killed in an instant if he was hit by it." As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were very happy. Laura said, "That's great. Brother Hai, aren't you happy?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Although this strength seems good in the machine field, it's still lacking compared to the cultivation realm. Don't forget, among the 6 realms of the world of cultivation, the machine field is the weakest. So what if you're called a king here? In the machine field, if a mage faces a battleship, then the mage would be the one to lose. On the other hand, a cultivator from the cultivation realm can contend with a battleship. The difference in strength is too big. If we're recognized by Lu Wei, then we'll be out of luck. Zhao Hai sighed and said, but if we're recognized by Lu Wei, then we'll be in trouble. As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they turned silent. After some time, Laura asked, Brother Hai, what do you mean? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need to think about it. We're already in the world of cultivation, so we'll have to face it. And with our current strength, we don't need to fear Lu Wei. You should know that we're now people of the machine field. Even if Lu Wei is strong, he's just a representative of the cultivation realm. There's nothing special about him. If we're afraid of Lu Wei, then how can we be free and unfettered? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. In the past, Zhao Hai was afraid of Lu Wei. This was the reason why he chose to ascend to the Atlanta Plain. But now, it seems like he wasn't afraid of Lu Wei. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, in the lower realms, I was afraid of Lu Wei. But now that we're here, what's the use of being afraid? Is it because we're afraid of Lu Wei that we don't want to show ourselves? Since we've decided to show ourselves, then we need to be prepared to fight him. This time, we need to be high profile and let the machine field know that mages of the machine field also have the strength to fight against the cultivators of the cultivation realm. As long as we can obtain more benefits for the machine field, then the machine field will certainly protect us. Laura and the others were intelligent people, so they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Laura nodded and said, right, Brother Hai can now use the 1,000 stacking technique. You can certainly get a good ranking in the competition. As long as you get a good ranking, the machine field will certainly protect you. Even if Lu Wei comes to kill you, the machine field will still protect you. If they don't protect you, then nobody would work for them in the future. Because of this, whether it's Lu Wei, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, or the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, we don't need to worry about them anymore. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, Brother Hai can use 1,000 stacking technique. Zhao Hai nodded and said, not only that, I also want to pass this test and see if I can get in touch with the great sects of the cultivation realm. As long as I can get in touch with them and enter their sect, then I wouldn't need to worry about anything. Laura and the others nodded, then Laura said, you can do it, Brother Hai, you can do it. Zhao Hai calmly stood inside the elevator with Tao Wang by his side. The elevator that the two of them were in wasn't something that anyone could use. Without Desbar's permission, only Tao Wang and Taixing could enter. Anyone else who wanted to enter would be attacked by the elevator's defensive system. There were no numbers in the elevator, only 2 buttons, up and down. Moreover, this elevator was located in a secret room in the basement. Very few people in the camp knew about it. Tao Wang stood in the elevator as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, this elevator leads directly to the Bone Symbol Camp's armory. The Bone Symbol Camp has been accumulating resources for many years. The camp lord has always been reluctant to use them. He always says that steel should be used on the edge of a blade. Unless there's a major situation, he wouldn't use the armory. Moreover, you're the only person besides me, the camp lord, and Taixing to use the armory. Zhao Hai nodded. His heart felt warm. Desbarres had taken care of him too much. It was hard for him not to repay them. Zhao Hai's heart was China. The Chinese believed that if you receive a drop of water, you should repay it with a gushing spring. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to repay Desbarres for being so good to him. Tao Wang said. Tao Wang continued, the armory is 1,000 meters underground. Above the armory, there are multiple layers of defenses. One of them is made of forbidden spirit stones. There is also an electronic warning system, a magic array defense system, and even a self-destruct system. Anyone who dares to enter the armory without permission will be mercilessly killed. Even if the person is strong enough to break into the armory will eventually self-destruct. The power of the explosion is equivalent to 100 nuclear bombs. I'm afraid that if the armory really blows up, the entire Dark Demon planet will be destroyed. Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't think that the defenses of the arsenal would be this strong. Moreover, it has a self-destruct system that can destroy an entire planet. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The reason why the Bone Symbol Camp has so many things is because of the camp lord and his brothers. The camp lord said that these things are shared by the entire camp. Even if the last person of the Bone Symbol Camp survives, they would still protect these things. If the Bone Symbol Camp can't protect these things, then they would rather be buried with their brothers than fall into the hands of others." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Bone Symbol Camp has so many things." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't think that the fat Desbarres would actually be so hot-blooded. Although he had a fierce face, Desbarres had always been very polite to the people in the camp. The elevator continued to move for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Tao Wang opened the door and walked out. Outside the elevator was a small room. This room had 3 doors with numbers written on them, 1, 2, and 3. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to the first door. Then he took out a 30-centimeter long key from his chest. Zhao Hai looked at the key and saw that it looked very ordinary. However, the material used to make it was neither metal nor wood. It looked very magical. Tao Wang went to the first door and gently knocked on it. He knocked more than 20 times before he stopped. As soon as he stopped, a very mysterious magic formation appeared on the door. When this magic formation appeared, there was a keyhole in the middle of the formation. Tao Wang inserted the key into the keyhole and began to open the lock. He didn't just turn the key in one direction. Instead, he turned it left several times before turning it right. The entire process was very troublesome. It took Tao Wang about 10 minutes to open the door. After the door was opened, Tao Wang relaxed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Go in." The first warehouse is divided into 4 smaller warehouses. These are all of the Bone Symbol Camp storage. The second and third warehouses are fake warehouses. If someone tries to open them, then the alarm will immediately go off. If someone tries to force their way in, then the self-destruct mechanism will be activated. After saying that, Tao Wang led Zhao Hai into the first warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. The height of the warehouse was more than 30 meters, the length was close to 10,000 square meters, and the width was the same. There were many shelves inside. These shelves were covered with glass. On the shelves were weapons used by warriors, magic staves, and other mage weapons. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is just the outer warehouse of the first warehouse. There's nothing good here. Let's go and take a look at the other 3 warehouses. The good stuff is there." Tao Wang led Zhao Hai into the warehouse. There were 3 doors inside the warehouse. These doors weren't very big, only 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. This time, Tao Wang didn't use a key. Instead, he went to one of the doors and knocked on it a few times before the door automatically opened. The door opened, and Tao Wang led Zhao inside. This is one of the 3 storehouses of the armory. The 3 storehouses are the armor storehouse, the martial storehouse, and the magic storehouse. We are now in the armor storehouse, which stores things like shields. Not only can these shields be used by warriors, but also mages. You can take a look at them yourself. Each one has an introduction, and if you want to know more, you can ask me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he released his divine sense and looked around the warehouse. To be honest, he didn't think that he would be able to get anything useful here. He had his staff, so everything was solved. If he wasn't afraid of other people's suspicions, he wouldn't have chosen a weapon at all. After using his divine sense, Zhao Hai discovered that the warehouse didn't prohibit divine sense. On the contrary, the warehouse had the ability to magnify one's divine sense. This allowed one's divine sense to see the armors inside the warehouse more clearly. Zhao Hai discovered that there were 2 kinds of armors. These armors were divided into 2 types. The first type was the armors made in the machine field. Most of these armors were made of metal with mages engraved on them. Each one of them looked like iron cans. Only a small portion of them were made of metal. However, most of them were made of metal and looked like chain armor. The other kind of armor was plundered or bought from the world of cultivation. There were many styles of armor. Some looked like the armor of ancient China's generals. Some looked like cotton clothes, they didn't look like armor at all. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in these armors. Even if they could be stored away, they wouldn't need to be worn all the time. The armors obtained from the cultivation world were divided into two types, the armor type and the cotton type. The armor type could be used to recognize its owner with the power of spiritual sense. After that, it would be absorbed into the body and slowly nourished. The longer it was nourished, the more effective the protection would be. On the other hand, cloth-type armor could be worn outside all the time. In addition to the defensive ability, it also had functions such as anti-dust, body cleansing, and so on. However, it was precisely because of these functions that the defensive ability of cloth-type armor was much worse than that of full-body armor. The machine field's armors were also divided into two types. One was the outer armor and the other was the inner armor. The outer armor was the iron can that Zhao Hai saw. This kind of armor was a product of a combination of magic formations and technology. When it's not in use, it can turn into a breastplate and protect the person's chest. When it's in use, it can turn into a full-body armor with just a thought. Even the eyes would be protected. The inner armor has a computer operating system as well as a magic formation that provides energy to the armor. Not only can it play a defensive role, it can also help in battle. However, this kind of armor needed to be activated. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was still enough to take a life for an expert. On the other hand, inner armor was different. Generally, inner armor was chainmail. Chainmail couldn't be put away, it could only be worn like underwear. Moreover, the production of this kind of chainmail was very complicated. All the links on the chainmail were small metal magic formations. When worn, it could be used for defense. However, this kind of chainmail could only be used for defense, it couldn't be used for attack. Moreover, it also needed the support of spiritual force. The stronger one's spiritual force was, the stronger the chainmail's defensive ability would be. But to be honest, the armor made in the machine field was a lot worse than the ones made in the cultivation realm. Although the inner armor looked good, when faced with an attack, one could only rely on the armor's own defensive capabilities. This was very dangerous. On the other hand, the armor made in the cultivation realm had formations that provide energy for it to automatically activate. In other words, as long as one wears an armor made in the cultivation realm, regardless of whether the user noticed it or not, the armor would automatically defend itself. This was an ability that could save one's life. Zhao Hai looked at the armors while analyzing them. What he liked the most were the cultivation realm's cloth armors. Although their defensive capabilities were lacking, they were the ones that he liked the most. Moreover, they were also the most comfortable to wear. As for the other armors, he didn't like them very much. Just as Zhao Hai was about to give up on the other armors and choose a cloth armor, he suddenly found something in the corner of the machine field armors. It looked like mercury. It didn't look like an armor at all, it looked more like a ball of liquid metal. Zhao Hai looked at the machine field armors. Zhao Hai froze for a moment. This was because he didn't feel anything from the liquid metal. This was really surprising. Tao Wang has been paying attention to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's surprised expression, he couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what Zhao Hai discovered. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Brother Tao, I found a ball of liquid metal." "What is it?" When Tao Wang heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai had discovered something. He smiled bitterly and said, "The liquid metal you're talking about is very famous in the machine field. Nobody knows that it's in our hands. But even if they do, they shouldn't have any reaction. After all, it's a failed product." Tao Wang smiled bitterly and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai stared and said, "A failed product? How could a failed product be placed in the armory?" Tao Wang smiled bitterly and said, "Although it's a failed product, the person who made it is very famous. He's the machine field's most famous refiner in the last 10,000 years, Leng Wuyang." Upon hearing Leng Wuyang's name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Leng Wuyang was born 35,000 years ago. He didn't descend from the lower realms, he was actually a native of the machine field. He died 32,000 years ago and had a lifespan of 3,000 years. Naturally, Leng Wuyang wasn't famous for his lifespan, but for his refining skills as well as his dedication to magic formations. Leng Wuyang was very intelligent, and he was also very talented in learning magic. But at that time, the machine field wasn't an independent existence. Instead, it was governed by the cultivation realm. It was a barren land. People here simply couldn't learn any cultivation methods. They could only learn some common magic and battle chi. Because of this, the machine field's days weren't very good at that time. Leng Wuyang was born in an ordinary mage family. His parents were both mages. But at that time, the status of mages was too low. Therefore, his family had a hard time. Leng Wuyang made an oath when he was young to change the status of mages in the world of cultivation. He studied magic while also studying magic formations. At that time, there were no magic formations. Magic formations didn't have their own system. Later on, because of his talent, Leng Wuyang was selected by a sect called the Formation Talisman sect. He became a disciple of the Formation Talisman sect and began to come in contact with the cultivation realm's magic formations. He discovered that the Dharma arrays of the cultivation world had formed a complete system. All the Dharma arrays were composed of Dharma characters. This made it easier to set up Dharma arrays and made them more powerful. After this discovery, Leng Wuyang began to decompose magic formations. Then he systematized the magic runes in order to research magic formations. After 2,000 years, Leng Wuyang finally finalized the first version of magic formation runes. He also created the magic formation technique and announced it to the entire machine field. In an instant, the entire machine field boiled over. Although the magic array couldn't compete with the cultivation methods of the cultivation world, it could greatly improve the fighting strength of the magician. If the magic array was really practiced to the level of 1,000,000 arrays or even 10 million arrays, then the magician would have enough strength to compete with the top masters of the cultivation world. When this method appeared, not only was the machine field in an uproar, the cultivation realm was also in an uproar. The cultivation realm was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the machine field. Therefore, they began to suppress the machine field. At that time, the mages of the machine field had just begun to learn the magic array. Naturally, they weren't a match for the cultivators of the cultivation realm. In a short period of time, the machine field was on the verge of extinction. Leng Wuyang didn't expect that his plan to increase the fighting strength of the mages would bring such a disaster to the machine field. In the end, he didn't hesitate to go into seclusion for 800 years in order to create the magic arrays used in mechas and battleships. Then he led the machine field to produce a large number of mechas and battleships. After 100 years, the machine field finally conquered the machine field's territory and successfully resisted the cultivation realm's counterattack. Finally, the machine field became one of the 6 realms of the world of cultivation. However, Leng Wuyang was also aware that the machine field had an innate flaw compared to the cultivation realm. This was the fact that the machine field didn't have top-notch artifacts like the cultivation realm. Only a top-notch artifact of a great sect could fight against 10 million people. That was the true ultimate weapon. Moreover, after repelling the cultivation realm, Leng Wuyang felt that his lifespan was reaching its end. Therefore, he decided to use his remaining time to leave behind a treasure for the machine field. A treasure that could fight against the cultivation realm. In the following 100 years, Leng Wuyang cultivated in seclusion. He used the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had collected over the years to condense them together. In the end, he formed the liquid metal ball. In fact, it was only a prototype. It hadn't taken shape yet because he was still missing the most important step, which was to condense the formation inside. The refining technique created by Leng Wuyang was different from the refining technique in the cultivation world. The last step of the refining technique in the cultivation world was the talisman spirit, which meant that the talisman spirit was given to a magic weapon. Only then could the magic weapon unleash its most powerful power. On the other hand, Leng Wuyang's refining technique didn't have a talisman spirit. His refining technique was divided into 3 steps: smelting, tempering, and condensing. Moreover, Leng Wuyang didn't inscribe the magic arrays of the cultivation realm, but magic arrays. In the cultivation realm, the first magic array was very powerful. Moreover, because of the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements, some artifacts couldn't even inscribe more than a few magic arrays. Even the best materials could only inscribe 1296 magic arrays. Moreover, this was the limit of a cultivator. When Leng Wuyang made this weapon, he wanted to inscribe 129,600 magic arrays on it. Moreover, the weapon could be refined by adding materials. Every time materials were added, 1296 magic arrays could be inscribed on it. It was very powerful. But it was a pity that Leng Wuyang's lifespan was already exhausted after refining all the materials. It was no longer possible for him to inscribe more magic arrays on it. Moreover, when the weapon was made, there was a special requirement. The first time a magic array was inscribed on the weapon, 129,600 magic arrays must be inscribed at once. If one couldn't inscribe all of them at once, then they wouldn't be able to inscribe a single magic array. Once 129,600 magic arrays were inscribed on the weapon, then 1296 magic arrays could be inscribed later on. At that time, the reason why Leng Wuyang made such a design for the weapon was because he wanted to inscribe magic formations on the weapon himself. Since his lifespan was approaching, he planned to burn his own lifespan to inscribe 129,600 magic formations on the weapon. Once the magic formations are activated, powerful mages would be able to inscribe more and more magic formations on the weapon. This way, the weapon would become stronger and stronger. In the end, it would surpass the weapons of the cultivation realm. When the time comes, the machine field wouldn't need to fear the cultivation realm anymore. Unfortunately, Leng Wuyang underestimated the time needed to smelt the high-grade materials. By the time his lifespan reached its end, he had just finished smelting the materials. He couldn't inscribe more magic arrays on the weapon. After Leng Wuyang, although the cultivation realm received some disciples in the machine field, none of them were able to reach Leng Wuyang's level. Because of this, Leng Wuyang's weapon wasn't inscribed on it. It could only be left there, nobody could use it. Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with Leng Wuyang's name. Although Leng Wuyang had been dead for countless years, he still held an irreplaceable position in the machine field. It can be said that without him, the machine field wouldn't exist. Leng Wuyang wasn't only good at refining, he was also good at magic arrays. It was said that Leng Wuyang could stack up to 50,000 magic arrays, or even more. In the eyes of the machine field's mages, this was simply impossible. There weren't many mages who could stack up to 10,000 magic arrays, let alone 50,000. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about Leng Wuyang's final weapon. Now that he heard Tao Wang, he was pleasantly surprised. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Leng Wuyang was an unparalleled genius. He was able to snatch the machine field from the cultivation realm, making the machine field independent of the cultivation realm. He was happy because Leng Wuyang's final weapon might be useless to others, but for Zhao Hai, it was something he could use. Tao Wang stood in front of the weapon and sighed. He didn't notice Zhao Hai's burning gaze as he looked at the weapon. After some time, Tao Wang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that Zhao Hai hadn't said anything for a long time. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Tao Wang was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai staring at Leng Wuyang's weapon. His gaze made Tao Wang afraid. It was like a hungry wolf staring at a fat lamb. Tao Wang stared, then he quickly said, "Zhao Hai, you don't want this thing, right? This thing really can't be used. Although it's made of top-quality materials, it can't be used with magic arrays. It's just a waste in your hands. You should choose something else." Zhao Hai turned his head to Tao Wang and said, "Brother Tao, can you give this thing to me? I want it." Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Zhao Hai, you should know that although this thing can't be used, it's still very meaningful. So even if I give it to you, you can't take it out. You can't let other people know about it. Otherwise, people would come to snatch it. Listen to Big Brother and choose something else." Zhao Hai turned his head to Tao Wang, then he firmly shook his head and said, "Brother Tao, I don't want anything else, I just want it. This is because I have a strong desire to obtain it. Brother Tao, tell me, how can I get it?" Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but change. To be honest, since the establishment of the armory, there have been a lot of people who have seen this thing. However, there was no one like Zhao Hai who had a strong desire to obtain it. This made Tao Wang reevaluate Zhao Hai's words. The path of cultivation was a mysterious thing. Sometimes, you would have a strong feeling and desire to obtain something. That thing might not be of much use to others, but once you obtain it, you would find that it was incomparably useful. This was a magical feeling, and Zhao seemed to have this feeling right now. After thinking about this, Tao Wang said, "Wait a moment. Then Tao Wang went to the wall. There was a communication device on the wall that could be used to talk to Desbarres. Tao Wang connected the communication device and told Desbarres about Zhao Hai's request. Desbarres didn't say anything, he just told the two to wait and that he would come down immediately. Desbarres, Zhao Hai, and Tao Wang stood in front of the liquid metal. After some time, Desbarres said, "Little Hai, have you decided on the person? Do you really want this thing? Even if you can only get this thing, you won't be able to get anything else?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Desbarres and said, "Camp Lord, I must get this thing. As long as I have it, I can give up everything else." Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you tell me why you want it? Is it just because of your feelings?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, Camp Lord, it's not just because of my feelings. There's also another reason. I want to try and see if I can successfully condense it and turn it into a real weapon." When Desbarres heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? How do you want to do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to give it a try. This is because the weapon requires 129,600 formations at the very beginning. And if I add the materials, I can carve 129,600 formations onto a new material. Then I can add the materials into the weapon and see if I can activate it. If I succeed, then even if I can't display 100% of the weapon's strength, it would still be enough to contend with the average cultivators of the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to give it a try. This weapon requires 129,600 formations to be engraved onto a new material. Then I can add this material into the weapon and see if I can activate it. If I succeed, then even if I can't display 100% of the weapon's strength, it would still be enough to contend with ordinary cultivators." Desbarres and Tao Wang couldn't help but stare when they heard this. Then they shook their heads and said, "Little Hai, if this is your idea, then I advise you to forget about it. This method has been thought about before, but in the end, none of them succeeded. This is because the new materials that are added to the weapon have a very high requirement. Moreover, the amount of materials added to the weapon cannot be too big. Small materials can be added to the weapon, and they can't be engraved into the weapon. Because of this, no one has ever succeeded. If you really want to do this, then you should just give up. So if you give up, then you can give it to me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, you can rest assured that I won't mess around. I really want it. Just give it to me." Zhao Hai also discovered that the reason why Desbarres and Tao Wang didn't want to give it to him wasn't because they were reluctant to part with it. Instead, it was because this thing was useless to him. If other people knew about it, then it would bring him danger. Because of this, Desbarres didn't want to give it to him. Seeing that Zhao Hai wanted it, Desbarres and Tao Wang didn't say anything else. They just nodded and said, "All right, you can have it. You can also choose 2 more weapons. Even if you can use it in the future, it's impossible for you to use it right now. You can only use it for self-defense." Zhao Hai looked at Desbarres and Tao Wang and smiled faintly. Then he shook his head and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, there's no need for that. I'll use the next month to prepare for the qualifiers." When Desbarres and Tao Wang heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then Desbarres' expression changed as he said, "Little Hai, listen to me. You must choose 2 weapons. If you can't, then choose 1. 1 weapon and 1 defensive equipment, you can't have less." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord, you can rest assured. Naturally, I'm confident in doing this. In fact, when I was in the lower realms, I went on an adventure and obtained a treasure called immeasurable golden sand. It's produced from earthly fire and can be used to refine artifacts. I plan to use this golden sand to refine this weapon. I believe that I can do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." When Desbarres and Tao Wang heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They had heard about immeasurable golden sand before. It was a very powerful heavenly treasure. Not only did it have the attributes of metal and fire, it also had a spatial attribute. It was a rare material for refining artifacts. If Zhao Hai really had immeasurable golden sand, then he could give it a try and see if he could refine this weapon. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Wang and Desbaras before he smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took out a crystal bottle. This crystal bottle wasn't filled with wine, instead, it was filled with golden sand. Zhao Hai handed the bottle over to Desbaras and said, "Camp Lord, I'll be giving this bottle of immeasurable golden sand to the camp. If anyone wants to use it for refining artifacts, then you can deal with it. I don't have a lot of immeasurable golden sand, so I want to keep some for refining this weapon." Desbaras's eyes lit up as he received the infinite golden sand. Then he laughed and said, "Kid, you actually have such a good thing. Alright, I'll accept it. But if you can't condense this weapon in a month, then you'll have to come here and choose 2 more weapons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll agree with the Camp Lord. Camp Lord can rest assured." Desbaras nodded, then he walked towards the cabinet where the liquid metal was placed. Then he opened a holographic screen and entered a secret code. Then the glass cover opened, revealing the true appearance of the liquid metal. It was a liquid metal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. It looked like a huge liquid metal bubble. The metal was still flowing. Most importantly, it was floating in the glass cabinet. When Zhao Hai saw this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he waved his hand and received the ball into the space. Then he turned to Desbaras and said, "Camp Lord, let's go." Desbaras nodded, then he placed the bottle of immeasurable golden sand into the cabinet. Then he turned around and led Zhao Hai and Tao Wang out of the armory. When Zhao Hai came out of the armory, he immediately returned to his room and told Desbaras that he would be going into seclusion. Then he entered the space. When Zhao Hai placed the metal ball into the space, a prompt was heard, "Various metals and other materials have been discovered. Special liquid metal can be used in conjunction with magic formations. Liquid metal can be analyzed by the Universal Analyzer. Liquid metal can be restored to its original form through the Universal Manufacturing Machine. Liquid metal can be combined with a staff. Ghost staff will turn silver in color. Staff can be reforged. Host can use magic formations and superposition magic formations on the staff. Staff's original abilities remain unchanged." As soon as Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he understood what it meant. This metal ball can be added to the staff. Moreover, this metal ball was worthy of being a magic formation weapon. It allowed the staff to use magic formations at will. Zhao Hai's staff could also use magic formations in the past. However, it couldn't be said that it could use magic formations at will. The reason why the staff had so many transformations was because of the 12 golden battle suits, the Hell King's ship, and other precious materials. However, these materials weren't specifically designed for magic formations. They were more inclined towards the cultivation realm's magic formations. Zhao Hai could use magic formations with the staff because of its ability to transform. He could create magic formations inside the staff and then use them. It can be said that this wasn't an ability of the staff itself. Now that the liquid metal was added to the staff could use magic formations freely. It can be said that the staff had reached the point where magic and magic were fused. It was precisely because of this prompt that Zhao Hai was anxious to return to the space. He wanted to see what kind of surprises the liquid metal would bring him. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "How was it? Where's the metal ball?" Laura smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Hai. You won't be able to see that thing right now. That thing has been sent to the Universal Analyzer to be analyzed. Once that thing is released, you can go and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Zhao looked at Laura and smiled helplessly. "You guys are really in a hurry. If I came back a little later, wouldn't you have turned him back into a material?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "We can't do that. We know that it would be very useful to you. We just want to know its formula." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he turned to Kai and said, "Kai, after you take out the liquid metal, integrate it into the magic staff. Use the universal scanner to analyze it and see what the best combination of 13,896 magic formations looks like. When the time comes, add it to the magic staff." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and turned to Kai. Kai smiled and said, "Young master, there's no need to calculate it. Even if we calculate it, you wouldn't be able to use it. After the liquid metal is integrated with the staff, it would be equivalent to integrating with the space. As long as the universal analyzer can analyze it, the staff would be able to use it at will. The young master's current strength isn't enough to use more than 100,000 formations. When Zhao Hai's level increases, you might even be able to use more than 1,000,000 formations. Therefore, there's no need to analyze the staff's formations. When Zhao Hai heard Kyer, his face lit up and he said, "Really? After the liquid metal was added to the staff would have such a change? The liquid metal still hasn't fused with the staff, how do you know the result?" Kyer smiled and said, "Young master, don't forget, after the liquid metal entered the space, it was already marked with the space's mark. Now that the space has reached level 150, as long as something is marked with the space's mark, the space would be able to analyze it. Therefore, even if the liquid metal hasn't fused with the space would still be able to calculate the staff's abilities." Zhao Hai nodded, his face was full of excitement. He was very happy, the stronger the staff's abilities, the happier he would be. Originally, with his current strength, he could only use 1,000 stacked formations. But after the addition of the molten metal to the staff, his stacking ability had increased by 100 times. He could now use 100,000 stacked formations. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. According to Leng Wuyang's inference, as long as he could use more than 100,000 formations, then he would be able to fight against cultivators. In other words, as long as the liquid metal was fused with the staff, then even if Zhao Hai went to the world of cultivation, he would have the ability to protect himself. This was what made Zhao Hai the happiest. The reason why he ascended to the machine field was because he met someone in the cultivation realm. If he can fight against cultivation realm experts without falling into a disadvantageous position, then he can go to the cultivation realm and explore it. Zhao Hai was very happy about this. The reason why he ascended to the machine field was because he met someone in the cultivation realm. After knowing this, Zhao Hai was no longer anxious. He no longer needed to condense more formations. This was because he had already condensed all the formations in the machine field. Zhao Hai calculated that after tens of thousands of years of development, there were now 13 million formations in the world of cultivation. If all of these formations were stacked together, then the power produced would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai was sure that even a great cultivator wouldn't be able to block 10 million formations. However, with Zhao Hai's current strength, not to mention 10 million formations, even 100,000 formations would need to be fused with the staff and the liquid metal. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to practice the stellar body forging technique. The stellar body forging technique had endless uses. And with the addition of the fist technique, Zhao Hai believed that as long as he practiced it, there would be unexpected benefits. Originally, he could only practice the stellar body forging technique for 2 hours a day. But after so many days of practice, he could now practice for 3 hours. One shouldn't look at the increase of 1 hour. For Zhao Hai, this 1 hour increase allowed him to double the effects of the stellar body forging technique. Besides practicing the stellar body forging technique and adapting to the stacking of formations, Zhao Hai was also doing something else, which was studying the magic formation runes. Actually, Zhao Hai still hasn't been able to memorize and understand all the magic formation runes. The reason why he could use the runes was because of the space. It wasn't Zhao Hai's own memory. The space was like an automatic memory book. Every magic formation rune was recorded in the space. And whenever Zhao Hai saw a magic formation rune, the space would remind Zhao Hai what it was and what it meant. But in the end, these things didn't belong to Zhao Hai. Because of this, the space could only use existing magic formations. It couldn't create new ones. This was the biggest disadvantage of the space. The space was like the best auxiliary tool. It could help you do a lot of things, but it couldn't create anything. It could only combine existing things in the best way. It couldn't create anything new. Because of this, Zhao was ready to study magic formation runes so that he could create his own magic formation. He had the space, so he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to create a magic formation suitable for himself. But the prerequisite was that he had to memorize and understand the runes of the magic formation runes. The number of subscriptions exceeded Ming Ming's imagination. Friends with ability, please support Ming Ming. Ming Ming thanks you here. Zhao Hai spent a month cultivating inside the space. Ever since the fusion of the liquid metal with the staff, Zhao Hai named the new staff liquid silver. At the same time, Zhao Hai also used this month to familiarize himself with the support of liquid silver. He also knew how to stack 100,000 formations. Fortunately, Zhao Hai told Desbares that he would be in seclusion. Because of this, Desbares forbade anyone from disturbing Zhao Hai. Besides having Zhao Hai prepare for the Six Realms beginner competition, Desbares also hoped that Zhao Hai could refine the liquid metal. This wouldn't only benefit Zhao Hai, it would also benefit the entire machine field. During this month, Zhao Hai focused on the stellar body forging technique as well as liquid silver. At this point, liquid silver could no longer be called a staff. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a magic artifact. A magic artifact was a magic tool, not just a weapon. Now, not only did liquid silver have the abilities of the blood ghost staff, it also had the ability to refine liquid metal. These two things could be used as both a weapon and a defensive tool. If Zhao Hai wanted to fully display liquid silver's strength, then he would need to fully understand its abilities. With liquid silver, Zhao Hai could now stack 50,000 formations in an instant. Even if he were to stack 100,000 formations, it wouldn't take him too much time. Just as Zhao had thought before, if he only used a spiritual force to use the magic formation, then he would only be able to use 1,000 stacked magic formations. But with liquid silver, he could use 100,000 stacked magic formations. His strength had increased by nearly 100 times. During this month, the bone symbol camp was very calm. Everyone did what they were supposed to do. Some of the newcomers who weren't convinced went to the fifth group to participate in the competition. After the competition, they no longer talked about participating in the Six Realms newcomer competition. For Desbares and Tao Wang, this month was a month of torture. This was because Zhao Hai was in seclusion. They were afraid that they would affect Zhao Hai. Therefore, they didn't dare to look at him. The two of them didn't know what Zhao Hai did with the liquid metal. They wanted to know, but the answer was right in front of them. However, they couldn't find out. This torment made them unable to eat or sleep. This month, the machine field wasn't as calm as the bone symbol camp. The bone symbol camp didn't need to compete to know who would be participating in the qualifiers. However, this wasn't the case for the other camps. In order to participate in the qualifiers, one had to fight and defeat one's opponent or even kill one's opponent. All the camps in the machine field were in a state of carnage. Because of this, the bone symbol camp's calmness was unique in the machine field. On the other hand, the newcomers of the bone symbol camp were also paying attention to the qualifiers. After seeing the number of casualties, they completely gave up on participating in the qualifiers. The rewards were very tempting, but they needed to be alive to take them. Once they participate in the qualifiers, they would either die or be injured. At that time, they would have nothing left. At this point, there were only 3 days left until the Ashley family's internal competition. 3 days later, the Ashley family would have a competition among the 8 camps. 10 newcomers who ascended less than 5 years ago would be selected to represent the Ashley family in the qualifiers of the Six Realms beginner competition. One shouldn't think that the Ashley family sending 10 people to participate in the qualifiers was a small number. However, there were several thousand forces in the machine field. If you include the forces that weren't qualified to participate in the qualifiers, then there would be even more. Because of this, the Ashley family sending 10 people wasn't a small number. From this point, one could see the Ashley family's status in the machine field. In the world of Cultivation's 6 realms, strength was everything. The stronger you are, the more resources you can get. The more benefits you can get, the more convenience you can get. This was the world of Cultivation. In the machine field, 100 contestants were allowed to participate in the competition. Compared to the several thousand contestants that the machine field could send to the qualifiers, 100 contestants were too few. Because of this, after years of effort by the 3 great realms, the machine field was divided into 5 classes. The first class can send 20 contestants to participate in the qualifiers. The second class can send 15 contestants, the third class can send 10, the fourth class can send 5, and the fifth class can send 1. The first class can send 20 contestants to participate in the qualifiers. The second class can send 15 contestants to participate in the qualifiers. The third class can send 10 contestants, the fourth class can send 5, and the fifth class can send 1. Naturally, this rule wasn't absolute. However, one thing was certain. The number of people a force can send can only be reduced, not increased. Because of this, in the qualifiers of the Six Realms newcomer competition, there would be more than 10,000 people participating. Out of these 10,000 people, only 100 would be sent to participate in the main competition. The Bone Symbol Camp also sent people to participate in the qualifiers of the Ashley family's Six Realms newcomer competition. However, they didn't get any good results. In the end, they didn't even get a place in the qualifiers. Because of this, the people of the machine field thought that the Bone Symbol Camp had declined. However, in the past, the Bone Symbol Camp would send at least 5 people to participate in the internal competition. But this time, there was only one person on the list, and that was Zhao Hai. If the 8 outer sect camps wanted to participate in the internal clan preliminaries, they had to send the name list to the clan half a month in advance. This name list was not allowed to be changed. Even if the people on the name list couldn't participate in the competition, they couldn't be replaced. In other words, the people on the name list could only be reduced, but could not be changed. The reason why the Ashley family did this was to give the 8 camps time to investigate their opponents and familiarize themselves with their fighting style. Among the 8 camps of the Ashley family, except for the Bone Symbol Camp, almost all of them sent 10 people to participate in the qualifiers. Only the Bone Symbol Camp didn't send enough people to participate in the qualifiers. In the past, the Bone Symbol Camp sent 5 people to participate in the qualifiers. But this time, they only sent 1 person. This caused an uproar in the Ashley family. In fact, it wasn't just the Ashley family, everyone in the machine field was in an uproar. They didn't expect the Bone Symbol Camp to only send 1 person to participate in the qualifiers. In their opinion, the Bone Symbol Camp had declined. Seeing the qualifiers approaching day by day, Zhao Hai still didn't come out. Desbarres and Tao Wang couldn't help but worry. The two of them went to Zhao Hai's room every day to see if there was any movement inside. However, they were disappointed. There was no movement inside Zhao Hai's room. On this day, Desbarres was sitting in his office with a worried expression. When the door opened, Tao Wang came in. Desbarres looked at Tao Wang's expression and knew the result. He looked at Tao Wang and said, "He hasn't come out yet?" Tao Wang bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then he said, "The day after tomorrow is the day of the family competition. Little Hai still hasn't come out. It seems like he'll miss the Six Realms beginner competition." Desbarres let out a long breath, then he smiled bitterly and muttered, "It's fine if he misses it. You should know how cruel the Six Realms beginner competition is. If he misses it, then he'll be safe. Moreover, he's been in seclusion for a month. This means that that thing is useful to him. If he can really refine it, then it's fine if he misses it." Tao Wang nodded, then his eyes shone as he said, "If Zhao Hai can really use that thing, then it wouldn't just be a blessing for the Bone Symbol Camp. It would be a blessing for the entire Ashley family and the machine field." At this time, Desbarres' computer suddenly rang. Desbarres looked at the computer on his wrist and was surprised to see the name displayed on it. This was because the name displayed on the computer was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's name was Zhao Hai. Desbarres stared, then his expression turned happy as he said, "Zhao Hai." Then he immediately turned on his computer. Zhao Hai's image appeared in front of Desbarres. When Desbarres saw Zhao Hai, he immediately became happy and said, "Zhao Hai, you're done with your seclusion? How was it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, I finished refining it. I named it Liquid Silver." "Camp Lord, when will the qualifiers be held?" Desbarres immediately replied, "The day after tomorrow." "Are you officially out of seclusion?" "I'll go take a look with Tao Wang." Zhao Hai knew what Desbarres meant. In fact, Desbarres wanted to see Liquid Silver's might. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll prepare the dishes. I'll wait for you." Desbarres nodded, then he turned off his computer and turned to Tao Wang, "Let's go to Zhao Hai." Then he turned around and left. Tao Wang quickly followed. Recently, Taixing had been busy with missions outside. Therefore, he was rarely in the camp. However, he would be back soon. No matter what, the Ashley family's qualifiers for the Six Realms newcomer competition was a very important event for the 8 camps. Although they only sent one person this time, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the most important event that the Bone Symbol camp had seen in the past 20 years. It was impossible for Taixing to miss this opportunity. Desbarres and Tao Wang arrived at Zhao Hai's villa. Zhao Hai was waiting for them in the living room. Zhao Hai had already handed over the cooking to Ding Dang, so he didn't need to worry about it. As soon as Desbarres and Tao Wang entered the room, they looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile faintly. He didn't say anything as a staff suddenly appeared in his hand. This staff was 2 meters long and had a bright silver body. At the top of the staff was a beautiful 9-layered silver lotus. On the petals of the lotus hung a small silver bell. There was no difference between liquid silver and the blood ghost staff. The only difference was that it had a different color. However, this color made the staff look more beautiful, holy, and less ferocious. Dark Demon Planet. Sublime Demon Island. Life and Death Arena. Normally, very few people would come to the Life and Death Arena. Only some of the family's enemies would come here for a duel. Duels in the Life and Death Arena would result in either death or injury. Therefore, unless it was a great feud, most people wouldn't come to the Life and Death Arena for a duel. The Life and Death Ring was a huge metal platform that was 100 meters long and wide. There was a pillar at each of the 4 corners, and the pillars could be equipped with crystals. The pillars covered the entire Life and Death Ring so that the energy inside wouldn't fly outside and hurt the spectators. There were nearly 30,000 seats around the Life and Death Arena. The north side was for VIPs. Generally, those who sat at the back were people with status. The other 3 sides were for commoners. Anyone could sit there and watch the duel. Normally, unless there was a duel, very few people would come to the Life and Death Arena. This was because the murderous aura here was too heavy. No one liked it. Sublime Demon Island was very large. The Life and Death Arena was only a corner of the island. To be exact, the Life and Death Arena couldn't be considered on the island. It was on a huge reef outside the island. It was just that it was very close to Sublime Demon Island and was connected by a bridge. Therefore, it was considered a part of the island. Today, the stage of Life and Death, which was usually very quiet, was very lively. Countless flying cars were parked in the parking lot outside the stage of Life and Death, and the stage of Life and Death was full of people. However, there was no one in the north stands. Obviously, the main character had not appeared yet. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a melodious bell rang. The originally noisy Life and Death Arena suddenly became silent. For the people of the Ashley family, they were very familiar with this bell. It was the Ashley family's world quiescent bell. The Ashley family had a lot of very special traditions. For example, the world quiescent bell and the world warning drum. The world quiescent bell was rung when a big figure of the family appeared in a public place and needed everyone to be quiet. The world warning drum was rung when the family was in danger. There was a very strong rule in the Ashley family. When the world quiescent bell rang, the entire arena would be silent. If anyone dared to speak, they would be killed on the spot. When the world warning drum rang, all the combatants of the family had to be ready within 30 breaths. If they weren't ready within 30 breaths, they would be executed on the spot. Because of this rule, when the world quiet bell rang, the Life and Death Ring immediately quieted down. There wasn't a single sound. The quiet world bell rang 3 times and then fell straight down from the sky. Among these people, the leader was wearing a black magic robe and holding a black magic staff. His hair was a little white, but his face was ruddy and his expression was stern. He didn't look angry, but he looked dignified. At his side were several people wearing magic robes and warrior robes. Desbarres was also among them. It was clear that they were the higher-ups of the Ashley family. The one leading them was a man wearing a black magic robe. He was the current patriarch of the Ashley family, Duke Ashley. Following him were 8 people altogether. 2 of them were core managers of the inner mansion, 2 were external managers of the inner mansion, and the other 4 were external managers. Each of these 8 managers was in charge of a camp in the outer mansion. They were the 8 most trusted people of Xianxia. The group stood on the life and death ring and looked around. Then Xianxia said, "The 6 Realms Newcomer Competition, the Ashley family's internal qualifier, now officially begins." Then his figure moved and entered the VIP seats. Desbarres and the others quickly followed behind him. As soon as they entered the VIP seats, a transparent glass immediately rose from the VIP seats, separating them from the others. At this time, some core members of the Ashley family entered the VIP seats one after another and sat down. At this time, a middle-aged man walked onto the life and death stage. This man was also a fatty. However, compared to Desbarres, this fatty was much cuter. His round face had a simple and honest smile, giving people a silly feeling. But if you treat him as a simple and honest person, then you would be dead. This person was a very famous person. His name was Kajo. He was someone who grew up with thunder. He was now the Ashley family's chief steward and was in charge of Desbarres and the other 8 stewards. Desbarres was called the Fat Butcher because of his fierce face and the fact that he had killed countless people. But in the Ashley family, there was another fatty who was more famous than him. This was Kajo. Kajo killed more people than Desbarres. Moreover, he wasn't like Desbarres who had a disgusting face. He was a typical smiling tiger. Because of this, Kajo had a nickname in the machine field, Smiling Yama Kajo. As soon as one heard this name, one would know what it meant. Desbarres was called the Fat Butcher while Kajo was called Yama. From this point, one could see who was superior. Kajo wasn't just the Ashley family's manager. He was also Wuka's most trusted person. His relationship with Wuka's children was also very good. Wuka's children also respected him. It can be said that besides Wuka, Kajo was the second most important person in the Ashley family. Kajo stood on the stage with the same unchanging smile on his face. However, everyone on the life and death stage was quietly looking at his fat body, and no one dared to look down on him. They didn't dare. Kajo stood on the stage and looked around. Then he chuckled and said, "Today is the Ashley family's grand event. The Ashley family's experts will compete for the honor of the family. Now, let's welcome the 71 warriors from the 8 camps onto the stage." Just as his voice fell, 2 groups of people walked out of the doors on both sides of the life and death ring. Some of them were wearing magic formation robes while others were wearing warrior robes. However, all of them had a badge on their bodies. This badge was the Ashley family's badge, the Dark Mist Skull badge. However, there were some small differences in their badges. For example, Zhao Hai's badge had 2 crossed bones under the skull. It looked like a pirate flag. This meant that Zhao Hai was a member of the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. After everyone entered the life and death ring, they immediately stood in their respective camps. The other camps had 10 people each. Only Zhao Hai stood alone on the side. He looked pitiful. Kajo also saw Zhao Hai's appearance, but he didn't say anything. He just said, "I'll ask the computer to automatically arrange everyone's numbers." As soon as he finished speaking, a small aircraft appeared on the life and death ring. A beam of light shot out from the aircraft and formed a projection in midair. Then everyone's names appeared on the projection. Their numbers were from 1 to 71. Zhao Hai's number was 36, right in the middle. After arranging the numbers, Kajo looked at the projection and said, "For the first battle, I'll ask the computer to pick the 2 sides." Just as his voice fell, the names on the projection rolled. Then 2 numbers appeared on the projection. One was number 2 while the other was number 58. Not only did the 2 names appear on the projection, but there were also images and detailed introductions of the 2. Zhao Hai looked at them. The 2 of them had ascended to the machine field 3 years ago. Their strength was now at 2nd rank. One was a mage while the other was a warrior. Seeing that the 2 sides had come out, Kajo said, "All right, I'll have to ask the warriors to leave. The other side can stay." Zhao Hai and the others left the life and death ring and sat on the seats reserved for them. At this time, the people in the VIP lounge were discussing the match. Desbarres was sitting beside Thunder. From this point, it can be seen that Desbarres was Thunder's confidant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting so close to Thunder. Thunder looked at Zhao Hai through the glass, then he turned to Desbares and said, "Fatty Des, you're always protecting your own people. This isn't good. This time, you actually sent only one person to participate in the competition. Do you want to lose early so that you don't have to worry about it anymore? Moreover, I've seen this fellow's information. He's a mage who ascended 4 months ago. Aren't you taking this too lightly?" Desbara smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch can rest assured. This time I won't disappoint you. Don't look at the fact that I only sent one person. I can guarantee that he will give you a big surprise." When Thunder heard Desbares, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, someone next to him said, "Fatty Desbares, don't brag. You've never sent more than 8 people to participate in a competition. Moreover, you've always admitted defeat early. This time, you sent a rookie. I don't believe that someone who just ascended 4 months ago can do anything." Desbares didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Dillard, one of the 4 outer court managers. Dillard had entered the Ashley family's management 20 years ago. However, the Ashley family and Desbares didn't get along well. The two of them were constantly fighting. But in general, Desbares didn't like to fight with him. After all, Dillard was still a member of the Ashley family. If the two of them fought too fiercely, it would affect the unity of the Ashley family. For Desbares, who grew up in the Ashley family, this wasn't in line with the Ashley family's interests. Desbares didn't want to be like Dillard. However, Dillard thought that Desbares was afraid of him. He would often make things difficult for Desbares in public. Desbares wanted to fight back, but in the end, he endured it. Thunder also knew what Desbares was thinking. To be honest, he didn't like Dillard's personality. Desbares grew up with him, so Thunder knew Desbares better than Dillard. Although the Bone Symbol camp didn't have a super expert, in terms of overall strength, the other 7 camps weren't a match for the Bone Symbol camp. It was precisely because of this that Thunder turned a blind eye to Desbares' unwillingness to send people out. Upon hearing Dillard, Thunder couldn't help but frown. Desbares looked at Dillard and sneered, "Dillard, do you dare to make a bet with me? We'll each take out 10 million machine coins and bet that Zhao Hai will take first place in the qualifiers. If Zhao Hai takes first place, then you will lose 10 million machine coins to me. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai doesn't take first place, then even if he takes second place, I will lose 10 million machine coins to you. Do you dare to bet? If you have the ability, then please help me book 2 chapters. This month's subscriptions are going to hit the wall. Please. If you have the ability, please help Ming Ming. Give me 2 subscriptions. Ming Ming thanks you." When Dillard heard Desbares, he couldn't help but stare. This was the first time Desbares proposed such a bet. Moreover, Dillard understood Desbares very well. He knew that Desbares was a cunning fellow. Don't look at this fellow's ugly face. He was fat and looked like he couldn't walk. This fellow wasn't stupid at all. On the contrary, this fellow was very frightening and calculative. A calculative person wouldn't let himself suffer a loss. Dillard was very clear that this fatty Desbares was someone who would only take advantage of others. Now that he proposed such a bet, it was clear that there was a problem. Dillard couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sitting on the side of the stage, watching the battle between the two. He only glanced at Zhao Hai before losing interest. Although the mage was a second-rank mage, it was clear that he was most suited to use magic formations. Such magic formations might be good in the lower realms, but in the higher realms, it was completely useless. On the other hand, the warrior was in a similar situation. Although he could release sword chi, it was clear that every time he did so, it would be a huge burden for him. Therefore, he didn't release any sword chi. Instead, he held his sword as he rushed towards the mage. The mage was constantly dodging while firing spells at the warrior. This was clearly the way warriors and mages fought in the lower realms. Zhao Hai looked at the battle before he shook his head and closed his eyes. His performance was also seen by the other people. Everyone who came to participate in the competition today had information about each other. Zhao Hai also had information about these people. However, this was the first time he saw them fight. On the other hand, these people also had information about Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai had only ascended for 4 months. He was a complete rookie. In their opinion, Zhao Hai must have offended Desbaras. Therefore, Desbaras sent him on stage to kill with a borrowed knife. In fact, when they first saw the information, it wasn't only these people who had this idea. Even Thunder had the same idea. However, when he heard Desbaras bet, Thunder couldn't help but hesitate. He looked at Desbaras with a puzzled expression. Desbaras stared at Dillard, waiting for his answer. Dillard looked at Desbaras and said, "Desbaras, are you that confident?" Desbaras coldly snorted and said, "What? You don't dare?" While speaking, Desbaras' eyes flashed with joy. Seeing this, Dillard suddenly understood that Desbaras was bluffing. This Zhao Hai was certainly not an expert. Desbaras was using this method to make Dillard not dare to bet with him. When Dillard thought of this, he immediately felt that this was a good opportunity to deal with Desbaras. He coldly snorted and said, "What's there to be afraid of? All right, I'll bet." Desbaras pretended to have a change in expression, but he still said, "All right, then it's settled." Then he ignored Dillard and turned his head to the life and death stage. Thunder was worried about Desbaras. But when he saw Desbaras' expression, he knew that this fatty had dug a hole. Moreover, Dillard had already jumped in. Crow and Desbaras grew up together. Therefore, he had a good understanding of Desbaras. He knew that Desbaras wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. The reason why Desbaras dared to bet with Diao was because he believed that his people would win. After thinking about this, Thunder couldn't help but be curious about Zhao Hai. He knew that Desbaras wouldn't tamper with Zhao Hai's ascension time. This was simply impossible. All ascenders were received by robots, they weren't arranged by the ascension reception. But these 2 places were controlled by the 3 major forces. Even if the Ashley family wanted to intervene, they wouldn't be able to do so. Because of this, Zhao Hai's ascension time shouldn't be a problem. If Zhao Hai's ascension time wasn't a problem, then it was Zhao Hai who had ascended for 4 months. Not only did Desbaras receive him in the Bone Symbol camp for 3 months, but he was also allowed to participate in the competition. Moreover, Desbaras was willing to bet 10 million gold coins for him. From this point, one could see Zhao Hai's strength. After thinking about this, Thunder couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes were closed as he sat there motionless. It seems like he was asleep. Seeing Zhao like this, Thunder couldn't help but frown. He wasn't satisfied with Zhao's current performance. As a contestant who was about to participate in the competition, he shouldn't give up this opportunity to observe his opponent. Generally, there were only 2 kinds of people who would give up this opportunity. One was an arrogant person who thought that he was invincible, and disdained to do such a thing. The other was someone who had absolute strength. They only needed to take a glance at their opponent's level, and they didn't care about their opponent's level. They were confident that they could defeat their opponent in 1 blow. Thunder felt that Zhao Hai belonged to the second kind of person. However, he still hoped that Zhao Hai would pay attention to his opponent. This was because a lot of experts were defeated by people who were weaker than them. Those who participated in the competition all had 1 or 2 tricks up their sleeves. If they didn't pay attention to their opponent, then they might suffer a loss. Before long, the first match ended. The warrior won. However, Thunder wasn't happy. This was because the strength of these 2 people wasn't high. It could even be said that they were weak. If they participated in the machine field's qualifiers with such strength, then they could only return with their tails between their legs or die in the arena. The machine field's qualifiers were very important for every force in the machine field. As long as they passed the qualifiers, their family would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The higher their reputation, the more benefits the family would get. But in recent years, the Ashley family's reputation wasn't very good. They couldn't even enter the top 100. This made Thunder very disappointed. It was also because of this reason that Wuka turned a blind eye to the elimination system adopted by the 8 camps of the outer court. As the matches continued, Thunder's expression became heavier and heavier. Although the strength of the participants was good, there was still a big gap between them and the other forces. As the patriarch of the Ashley family, Thunder attached great importance to the strength of the other forces, especially the preliminaries, which were related to the benefits of the family. he attached great importance to it. He had also done some research on the participants of the other families, and he knew that the participants of those families had very high levels. Wuka also knew that it didn't mean that the 8 camps didn't train newcomers seriously. In fact, the outer camps of other forces weren't much better than the outer camp of Ashley clan. Some of them were even worse than the outer camp of Ashley clan. However, those clans had adopted another method to train their contestants. To put it bluntly, this method didn't have any value. It was nothing more than a focused training program. They would select some talented ascenders and train them from the day they entered the camp. They would use all the materials in the camp to train a few people and let them participate in the competition. Under these circumstances, the people trained would naturally be more competitive than the Ashley family's outer sect camp. However, this also brought about a consequence. All the materials in the camp would be given to those geniuses while the training of the others would fall behind. This would lead to the weakening of the outer sect camp's fighting strength. Wuka knew what these families were thinking. In their opinion, those who ascended weren't part of their families. These ascended people were only there to fight for benefits for their families. Because of this, they adopted such a method, which was different from the Ashley family's way of doing things. The Ashley family attached great importance to the training of the outer sect camp. Because of this, the Ashley family's camp was very famous in the machine field. Actually, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that racial discrimination also existed in the world of cultivation. However, the ones who were discriminated against weren't people of color, but people who ascended from the lower realms. A large number of natives of the world of cultivation had a sense of superiority towards people who ascended from the lower realms. In their opinion, being born in the world of cultivation meant that they were superior to people who ascended from the lower realms. Because of this, people who ascended from the lower realms weren't valued. Thunder looked at the people selected by the family's outer sect camp. Their strength might be good in the camp, but they were far from enough to participate in the competition. At this point, Thunder began to consider whether or not he should reorganize the family's outer sect camp and focus on the training. The matches went on one by one, but Zhao Hai didn't get a chance to go on stage. 71 people were participating in the competition, a total of 35 matches. It wasn't strange for one person to get a bye. Just as people often say, luck is also a part of one's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just sat there and recalled the magic formation runes that he learned. At this point, Zhao Hai had already recognized the importance of magic formation runes. Magic formation runes can be said to be the foundation of all magic formations. Only by understanding magic formation runes could one use magic formations better. At this time, the competition had already gone on for 24 rounds. Although the first round didn't last very long, more than 20 rounds weren't considered short. However, the people watching the matches weren't impatient. This was because the matches were getting more and more exciting. The so-called excitement was that both sides were getting more and more ruthless. At this point, there were already casualties. In the 24 matches, there were 3 deaths and 5 injuries. In the 24th match that had just ended, a warrior from the Xingji barracks had slashed a warrior from the Li barracks into 2 halves, killing him on the spot. Although Zhao Hai's eyes were closed, he was still aware of what was happening. He didn't feel any discomfort. Ever since he ascended, Zhao Hai had already thought about it. If he wanted to live in the machine field, he would need to be ruthless. What's wrong with killing people? How many people did he kill? At this time, the 25th match was announced by the flying appliance. Then a huge broadcast was heard, 25th round, Zhao Hai from the Bone Camp against Luo Ji from the Ghost Camp. After this, the broadcast paused for a moment before it continued. Bone Camp Zhao Hai is a newcomer who ascended 4 months ago. But as soon as he ascended, he was recognized by Camp Master Debar. A month after he ascended, he was sent to the Bone Camp from the Ascension Academy. At that time, Zhao Hai hadn't adapted to the density of spiritual qi in the machine field. Then Zhao Hai went into seclusion for 2 months. Not only did he adapt to the density of spiritual qi in the machine field, he also increased his strength to the level of a 2nd-rank mage. It can be said that he is an absolute genius. Luo Ji of the Ghost Symbol Barracks. He is an old man who has ascended 4 years ago. He is also a rare genius in the Ghost Symbol Barracks. He has carried out many family missions and freelance missions. His strength is at the level of a third-level warrior. Because he has killed too many people during his missions, the outside world calls him Blood Ghost Luoji. This will be a battle between geniuses. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Zhao Hai's name, he opened his eyes and slowly walked towards the life and death stage. At the same time, the people watching the match were discussing Zhao Hai's identity as well as when he ascended. Although Zhao Hai could hear these discussions, he wasn't affected in the slightest. For the current Zhao Hai, participating in this kind of competition was simply bullying others. Zhao Hai stood on the stage. His opponent was also on the stage, Blood Ghost Luoji. His stature wasn't very tall, nor did he look very strong. However, he had a cold expression on his face. He was wearing a blood-red warrior outfit with a rapier hanging on his waist. However, this rapier was a bit long, about 1.5 meters long. This length was almost comparable to a small spear, so it wasn't suitable to be used as a rapier. Zhao Hai looked at Luoji and slightly frowned. Although Luoji didn't seem to have anything on the surface, the killing intent on his body was very strong. One could see that he was a person who liked to kill. At this time, the metal stage's shield was raised. Luoji also held his rapier in his hand as he waited for Zhao Hai's order. With Kazhou's order, Zhao Hai's first match officially began. Luoji heard the sound of the battle starting, but he wasn't like the other warriors. He didn't rush towards Zhao Hai's side, trying to close the distance between him and the mage. In Luoji's view, he was a third-rank warrior. He didn't need to do that to a rookie who had just ascended. As long as he sent out a few sword chi, the other party would have already been cut in half. What surprised Luoji was that the other party didn't cast a magical shield on himself like ordinary mages. Instead, he simply stood there and looked at Luoji calmly without saying anything. Luoji stared for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Kid, it's your bad luck to meet me in your first match. Maybe you were a genius before, but you will soon become a dead genius." Zhao Hai was still calmly looking at his opponent. He didn't even take out his magic staff, nor did he use a magic barrier. This made Luoji feel depressed. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Luoji saw that Zhao Hai didn't make a sound, and didn't even put up any defense. This made his face even more ugly. Luoji's eyes became sharp as a cold murderous aura directly pressed down on Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a rookie who could kill a few people. Being hit by his murderous aura would certainly make him panic. As long as he panicked, his opportunity would come. Zhao Hai looked at Luoji. He felt Luoji's murderous aura, but he didn't care. The murderous aura that Luoji released was just child's play for him. Seeing that Zhao Hai still didn't react, Luoji's heart couldn't help but tighten. Not reacting to the murderous aura meant that the other party was also a person who killed people like scything flax. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with. When he thought about Zhao Hai's ascension, Luoji's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of murderous aura. Luoji was a very realistic person. When he was in the lower realms, he wasn't a proper warrior, but a death warrior. It was precisely because of this that he liked to use a sword. The world of death warriors was much more cruel than the world of other warriors. In the world of death warriors, failure meant death. Your enemy wasn't just the person you had to deal with, it could also be your comrade. This was because if you couldn't surpass your comrade and become the best, then that person could be abandoned at any time. Abandonment meant death. It was precisely because of this that Luoji always wanted to be the best. If someone did better than him, or even surpass him, then his choice was very simple. Before the other party had the ability to surpass him, then he would kill the other party. It was precisely because of this that Luoji became the most famous genius in the ghost symbol camp. The other geniuses who were more famous than him were already dead. But now, Zhao Hai appeared out of nowhere. This made Luoji feel a bit threatened. He felt that Zhao Hai might surpass him and become a new genius. Although Zhao Hai wasn't in the same camp as him, he was in the same family as him. Competition was inevitable within the family. Luoji would kill anyone who might become his opponent. Luoji looked at Zhao Hai and felt threatened. He took a deep breath. Although he felt threatened by Zhao Hai didn't put up any defenses. In Luoji's opinion, this was definitely the best opportunity. Luoji expressed his emotions. He slowly raised his rapier and pointed it at Zhao Hai. Then, with a loud shout, he grabbed the hilt with one hand and the blade with the other. Luo Ji's rapier was almost the same as the rapiers of the lower realms. Only the tip of the rapier was 30 centimeters long. The rest of the rapier was no different from a flattened spear. It didn't have any lethality when held. Luo Ji held the rapier with both hands as if he was holding a short spear. The rapier was pointed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still calmly standing there. He looked at Luo Ji and suddenly said, "You want to kill me?" Luo Ji stared. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't talk to him. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly spoke, his attack rhythm was disrupted. Although he hadn't attacked yet, he was already preparing to attack. But now, Zhao Hai's words disrupted his rhythm. Luo Ji's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know if Zhao Hai did it intentionally or not, but he didn't answer. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ji and smiled. "I can see the killing intent in your eyes. You want to kill me? Can you tell me why? We're working for the same family, we shouldn't fight to the death, right?" Luo Ji coldly snorted and said, "We work for the same family, but you should know that only by stepping on your corpses will I be able to get more attention and resources. My cultivation speed will be faster and I'll be able to become stronger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's because of this. So this isn't the first time you've done this, right? I mean, killing people who are a threat to you?" Luo Ji coldly snorted and said, "Don't waste your breath, prepare to die." Then he thrust his rapier towards Zhao Hai. His body didn't move, but his sword chi was already heading towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Shield." Suddenly, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then, a huge metal shield flew out of the array and blocked in front of him. Luo Ji's sword chi pierced the shield. Luo Ji's face showed a trace of a sneer. He was very clear that this sword chi was his full-strength attack. He was a 3rd-rank warrior, how could a 5-layered magic formation block his sword chi? Dream on, however, something shocking happened. When that person's sword chi stabbed the shield only trembled slightly. Then, his sword chi slid off the shield and directly slashed the shield of the life and death ring. Luo Ji stared blankly. He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack was blocked by Zhao Hai. How could a 5-layered magic formation block his sword chi? It wasn't just Luo Ji, everyone who knew Luo Ji was stunned. These people knew Luo Ji very well. Luo Ji was a person who would never show mercy. His creed was that if he showed mercy, he wouldn't attack. If he attacked, he wouldn't show mercy. He didn't want to exchange pointers with people. Those who did were already dead. Zhao Hai blocked Luo Ji's attack. While Luo Ji was still in a daze, he waved his hand and a 10-layered magic formation appeared in his hand. At the same time, he softly said, "Wind rotation, ice blade, cut." Just as his voice fell, a whirlwind suddenly appeared in the magic formation. This whirlwind grew bigger and bigger until it was more than 20 meters in diameter. Inside this whirlwind were countless ice blades that attacked Luo Ji. When Luo Ji saw Zhao Hai's attack, his expression changed. His battle chi fiercely revolved as he waved his sword. Sword chi went straight towards Zhao Hai's whirlwind. Luo Ji's attention was focused on Zhao Hai's magic attack. He didn't notice that a 10-layered magic formation had appeared beside Zhao Hai. When this magic formation appeared, it slowly turned golden, and within the golden light, there was a faint red light. Zhao Hai said, "Fire feather arrows, 10,000 arrows formation, shoot." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the magic formation suddenly exploded. It turned into countless golden arrows that were suffused with red light and shot straight towards Luo Ji. Luo Ji had just broken Zhao Hai's ice blade whirlwind when the rain of arrows came down. Luo Ji's expression changed. He frantically waved his sword, wanting to block Zhao Hai's rain of arrows. But when his sword blocked the arrows that he blocked suddenly exploded. This explosion wasn't just a fireball. One must know that this arrow was composed of metal and fire magic. In other words, when the arrow exploded, metal fragments would scatter everywhere. Luo Ji's eyes were hit. He let out a blood-curdling scream. He even forgot to brandish his sword. What happened next was much simpler. The arrows directly hit Luo Ji's body and then exploded. After the rain of arrows, Luo Ji's figure could no longer be found on the stage. His entire body was blown to pieces, only his sword was left on the stage. The entire life and death stage was silent. The time that Zhao Hai and Luo Ji fought was too short. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Ji attacked first and released a sword energy. Zhao Hai defended and then released 2 magic spells to end the battle. When the two started fighting, the audience in the life and death stage was still cheering loudly. But after the battle ended, nobody made a sound. It wasn't just because the battle ended too quickly, it was also because Zhao Hai's magic was dazzling and ferocious. It was undeniable that Zhao Hai's magic was very dazzling. A 5-layered metal shield magic, a wind and water element ice blade whirlwind, and a metal and fire element fire arrow formation. These 3 magic spells were very beautiful no matter which one was used. But no matter how beautiful these 3 magic spells were, it couldn't change his ferocious nature. The shield magic was a bit better, but the 5-layered magic spell was able to block the full force attack of a 3rd-level warrior. This showed that this magic was extraordinary. The next 2 magic spells were even more ferocious. Although the whirlwind ice blade was broken by Luo Ji, when the spell was launched, the whirlwind was still mixed with ice blades. It looked like a huge rotating column with flashing blue lights. It looked very dazzling. Laymen could only see the dazzling side of this magic. However, people like Desbaras understood the ferociousness of this magic. If one was trapped by this magic, then it was the same as being put into a meat grinder. If one's defensive ability wasn't strong enough, then the final result would be a pile of minced meat. Just thinking about this result made people feel cold. As for the other magic, the fire feather 10,000 arrows array, when used, the arrows were like dark clouds blotting out the sun. It was a spectacular sight, especially when the arrows exploded. The flames were mixed with flashing metal fragments, which looked 100 times more gorgeous than fireworks. But looking at Luo Ji, a 3rd-level warrior, he was instantly killed. Moreover, not even his bones were left. This magic wasn't just ferocious, it was simply ferocious and gorgeous. Almost everyone in the know thought of this sentence. Zhao Hai's magic was both ferocious and gorgeous. It was too terrifying. Kajo's eternal smile had already disappeared. He heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Luo Ji. To be honest, he didn't oppose Luo Ji's method. If a person wanted to stand out, then they would have to step on countless corpses. Kajo just didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. If Kajo didn't know Desbaras well, then he would have thought that Desbaras had found a 5th-rank mage to pretend to be a 1st-rank mage. Only a 5th-tier magician would be able to instantly cast 10 stacked magic arrays in one go. At the same time, the people in the VIP seats were also stunned. They didn't think that Luo Ji would be defeated this quickly. After Zhao Hai left the stage, Thunder turned to Desbaras and said, "Desbaras, are you sure that he only ascended 4 months ago?" Desbaras smiled and said, "Of course I'm sure. When he just ascended, he lived in room 2046. On the first day of school, he learned magic. Runes. In a month, he became a 1st-rank mage. In the 1st month, he was sent out by the academy to train. Patriarch, you should know about this. Brothers, if you have the ability, please help me order 2 chapters. Otherwise, Ming Ming will really have to drink the northwest wind. The northwest wind has a sandstorm. You don't want Ming Ming to eat a stomach full of sand, right? Help me, please. Brothers, please give us some subscriptions. I beg you, please." Thunder nodded. Naturally, he knew that this matter was related to his daughter. How could he not know? He had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. But after Zhao Hai went into seclusion, no one mentioned Zhao Hai anymore. At this time, an inner court course supervisor curiously said to Desbaras, "Desbaras, I didn't think that your bone symbol camp's level would be so good. I haven't seen that kid's magic before." Desbaras smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. Are you mocking me or praising me? I can only say that Zhao Hai is a genius. Most of the formations that he uses were arranged by himself. The formations that he uses are all existing formations. However, the formations that he uses are all made by himself. I have seen some of the formations that he created. To be honest, they are very strong, very strong." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Zhao Hai is a genius. I can only say that he is a genius. As soon as the group heard Desbarus, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they looked at Desbarus. Desbarus looked at them and smiled bitterly. I know what you're thinking. Do you want other mages to learn Zhao Hai's magic formations? Don't think about it. Zhao Hai is willing to give us his magic formations. However, there are only a few people who can learn them. Don't forget, Zhao Hai is an all-element mage. Many of his magic formations are made up of 2 or even 3 elements. Although they are powerful, if you aren't an all-element mage, you wouldn't be able to use them. Upon hearing Desbarus, everyone reacted. The magic formations that Zhao Hai used were made up of different elements. Although they were powerful, ordinary mages wouldn't be able to use them. The group couldn't help but sigh. Thunder turned his head to Desbarus and whispered, Desbarus, tell me the truth. How strong is that kid right now? Desbarus smiled faintly and said, 4th rank. But I dare say that even if I were to face him, I would be the one to lose. Desbarus was a 6th rank mage. Hearing Desbarus, Thunder couldn't help but squint his eyes. Then he chuckled and said, It seems like you're going to make a comeback this time. You've picked up a treasure. Desbarus smiled and said, That's right. This time, I didn't just pick up a treasure. In fact, he has done more than you can imagine. Patriarch, I'll report to you later. When Thunder heard Desbarus, he couldn't help but stare. However, he still nodded and turned his head to look at the match. Thunder wanted to know what was so special about Zhao Hai that Desbarus would favor him so much. Soon, all 35 matches were over. The first day of the competition also came to an end. All the victors would rest for 2 days before continuing with the competition. After the end of the competition, Zhao Hai returned to the Bone Symbol camp to rest. Desbarus had already given strict orders to not disturb Zhao Hai. Desbarus didn't return to the Bone Symbol camp. Instead, he followed Thunder back to the family. Desbarus and Kajo followed Thunder to his study. Thunder waved his hand and had the two sit down. Then he turned to Desbarus and said, Fatty Des, tell me. What's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Desbarus smiled faintly and said, Young master, it's a good thing this time. It's about Zhao Hai. In front of outsiders, Desbarus would call Thunder Patriarch or Patriarch. But when he was alone with Thunder, he would call him Young Master. Thunder nodded and said, That Zhao Hai is very good. Kajo nodded and said, He's calm and merciless. He's an expert. Desbarus looked at the two and smiled, Young Master, Smiling Tiger, did you forget that I have something in my hand? That thing was left behind by a legend of the machine field. Hearing Desbarus, Thunder couldn't help but raise his brows as he said, You mean the failed product? You still have it? I thought you sold it because you were short on money. Desbarus smiled faintly and said, Young Master, that thing has been activated by Zhao Hai. He can use it now. Boom. Without a doubt, Desbarus' words were like a huge bomb. Thunder and Kajo were stunned. Naturally, the two of them knew what that thing was. Naturally, they also heard about its activation conditions. They thought that nobody in the machine field would be able to use it. Now that Desbarus said that Zhao Hai was able to activate it, how could they not be surprised? Desbarus looked at the two and laughed, How about it? You didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to activate that thing. Now it's his staff. Thunder stood up, he looked at Desbarus and said, Fatty Des, are you joking? Zhao Hai really activated that thing? How did he do it? You know, that thing can only be activated by one person. It's impossible for more than one person to activate it. Desbarus nodded and said, Zhao Hai did it. But he used a trick. He added a new material to the thing and engraved 130,896 formations on it. Then he refined the thing and succeeded. Now it's called liquid silver. Thunder stared, then he said, He really succeeded? People have thought of this method before, but they couldn't find the right material. What did he use? Desbarus smiled faintly and said, Infinite golden sand. Infinite golden sand? So it's infinite golden sand. No wonder. Kajo exclaimed. One must know that the immeasurable golden sand was very precious, and Zhao Hai actually had it in his hands. Desbarus nodded and said, Little Hai also gave me a bottle. I stored it in the armory. However, liquid silver is very strange. After Little Hai activated it, nobody could use it except him. We tried a lot of methods but to no avail. But in Zhao Hai's hands, it can transform into any kind of weapon. It's really amazing. Desbarus nodded and said, what do you mean by that? Liquid silver is really strange. Once Little Hai activated it, nobody could use it except for him. Thunder nodded and said, it's normal for a divine artifact to recognize a master. That thing is also useless in our hands. Now that Zhao Hai can use it, it's good to give it to him. With that thing, he can gain more benefits for the Ashley family. But Fatty Des, is Zhao Hai loyal to the Ashley family? He wouldn't be pulled away by another family, right? Desbarus shook his head and said, young master, you can rest assured. After these days of observation, I discovered that Zhao Hai is a very sentimental person. Our family has been very good to him, so he wouldn't betray the family. You don't need to worry. Thunder nodded and said, I have already tried the method of refining the undead that you brought back. Did you give Zhao the reward you promised him? How come I heard that he's still living in the Bone Symbol camp? Desbarus smiled bitterly and said, don't mention it. That kid is a training maniac. I've already given him the reward. However, he didn't go to his villa and just stayed in the camp to practice. I can't do anything to him. When Thunder heard Desbarus, he nodded and said, so it's like that. I thought that he wasn't satisfied with the reward. Fatty Des, you have to do everything you can to keep him in the Ashley family. You can't let him leave. When Desbarus heard Thunder, he suddenly smiled faintly and said, young master, I have a way. I'm just afraid that you won't agree. When Thunder heard Desbarus, he couldn't help but stare. Then he waved his hand and said, tell me how to activate that thing. His future is limitless. As long as we can keep him, I'm willing to pay any price. Desbarus replied, I don't want to use that thing to keep Zhao Hai. I want Zhao Hai to become a member of the Ashley family. Only by becoming a member of the Ashley family will he never leave. When Thunder heard Desbarus, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, you mean Margaret? The relationship between Crow and Margaret wasn't very good. Naturally, the main problem was with Margaret. Margaret wasn't close to Crow, but Crow was still very concerned about Margaret. In his life, Thunder had 5 sons and 3 daughters. Margaret was the youngest. His other 2 daughters were already married, only Margaret was still single. Moreover, Margaret was Zhao Hai's mentor, and the 2 of them had gone through hardships together. Therefore, when Desbarus mentioned it, Thunder immediately responded. Kajo knit his brows and said, Fatty Des, your idea is good. However, you should know about Miss Margaret's temper. I'm afraid she wouldn't agree. Desbarus smiled faintly and said, of course I know that. I don't really want to match the 2 of them. I just want to let them develop freely. After the last time, I discovered that Miss Margaret seems to be interested in Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Miss Margaret had come to see him more than once. Therefore, it's best to let them develop freely. Desbarus smiled faintly and said, all right. As soon as Thunder heard Desbarus, he felt relieved. He always felt that he owed Margaret. Therefore, he didn't want Margaret to do things that she didn't like. Hearing Desbarus say this, he felt relieved. Thunder nodded and said, all right, then let them develop freely. Right, Fatty Des, don't tell anyone about Zhao Hai activating that thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the entire Ashley family would be in trouble. Thunder nodded and said, good. Desbarus nodded. To be honest, Thunder was an overbearing person. In the Ashley family, his words were absolute. Only Desbarus, Kajo, and a few others would listen to him. As for the others, Thunder didn't care about them at all. Thunder stood up and said, in the past few years, our Ashley family hasn't been able to obtain any decent results in the 6 Realms tournament. This time, we'll have to rely on Zhao Hai. I hope that he will be able to obtain more benefits for our Ashley family. Great families prioritized benefits above all else. Only those who were useful to them would be valued. If they weren't useful to them, then they wouldn't even look at you. Thunder was such a person. Don't look at how he valued Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wasn't able to obtain satisfactory results, then Thunder wouldn't hesitate to deal with Zhao Hai and take back liquid silver. Desbarus understood Thunder's character very well. The reason why he told Thunder about Zhao Hai activating liquid silver was because he knew that as long as Zhao Hai was willing to work for the Ashley family, then Thunder wouldn't take back liquid silver. On the contrary, if Desbarus didn't tell Thunder about this, then Thunder wouldn't only deal with Zhao Hai, he wouldn't even let Desbarus off. It's possible that the entire Bone Symbol camp would be in trouble. It was precisely because of this that Desbarus told Thunder about this matter. At the same time, he also told Thunder about Margaret. He didn't want to use Margaret's matter to make Thunder hesitate and not make a move against Zhao Hai. It was strange to say that although Thunder was a selfish and overbearing person, he had a special preference for Margaret. Generally, Thunder would attach great importance to anything related to Margaret. Therefore, Desbarus said that Margaret seemed to have feelings for Zhao Hai. He wanted Thunder to not deal with Zhao Hai. When Desbarus returned to the Bone Symbol camp, his mood wasn't very good. To be honest, he was very tired. Although Thunder's temper wasn't good and he was somewhat overbearing, he still trusted Desbarus and Kajo. Desbarus and Kajo were very relaxed in front of Thunder. Sometimes, they would even joke with Thunder. But now it was different. Thunder was becoming more and more temperamental. Desbarus would think carefully when he talked to Thunder. Even if he was joking, he would still do it on purpose. This made Desbarus feel very tired. Because of this, he became less and less involved in the family's matters. Instead, he focused on the Bone Symbol camp. Although the outer sect camp was very important to a family, its importance didn't mean that it was important. In the eyes of a great family like the Ashley family, the outer sect camp was mainly used to fight for the family's benefits. The true fighting strength of a family was their battleships and mechas. The mages and warriors of the outer sect camp weren't included in this list. Desbarus saw this point clearly. Therefore, he focused his attention on the outer sect camp. This way, he wouldn't attract anyone's attention and wouldn't arouse Thunder's suspicion. After returning to the camp, Desbarus directly went to Zhao Hai's place. He already knew that Zhao Hai's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to improve his strength in a short period of time. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to close up every day like before. When Desbarus arrived outside Zhao Hai's villa, he could hear voices coming from inside. Besides Zhao Hai's voice, Tao Wang and Taixing's voices. When Desbarus heard the voices of the three, he couldn't help but smile. Taixing and Tao Wang were very loyal to him. Moreover, their abilities weren't bad. Needless to say, Zhao Hai's strength was also good. Desbarus was very optimistic about Zhao Hai. It can be said that the three of them were the most important to Desbarus. Desbarus pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others sitting in the dining room drinking wine, Desbarus immediately said, "Good, you guys actually didn't wait for me before drinking." The three looked at Desbarus. Then Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, if you came back a bit later, we would have finished drinking. Come quickly." Desbarus didn't care that the three didn't greet him. He sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of wine. After drinking it, he said, "Little Hai, your performance today was very good. I've given you a lot of face. You don't know, but the Ghost Symbol Camp Lord Dillard actually made a bet with me. I said that you would be able to take first place, but he didn't believe me. So we bet 10 million machine coins. You can't lose, kid." So I lost. Tao Wang stared, then he shouted, 10 million machine coins? Camp Lord, where did you get that much money? Did you embezzle all the funds transferred from the family over the years? Desbarus slapped Tao Wang to the side and said, "Fart. How much money does our camp have? Kid, you should know better than me. Embezzling? I think you're the one who embezzled. Taixing, don't come to Little Hai's place tomorrow. Let's go to Tao Wang's house and eat his food for a month." Taixing looked at Tao Wang, then he smiled and said, "Good. Camp Lord, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. But you should know that if there isn't an opportunity, then this fellow wouldn't treat us. This is a good opportunity." Tao Wang let out a pitiful cry and said, "Camp Lord, don't do this to me. I'm really poor, I can't even afford to eat. I can only come to Little Hai's place to eat." How can you have the heart to exploit me? Once Little Hai wins the competition, then we'll have money. We should come here to eat more. Desbarres and Taisheng both looked at Tao Wang with disdain. Tao Wang was a good person, but he was too stingy. However, nobody cared. The people present didn't lack money, they just wanted to make fun of Tao Wang. After a few more jokes, Desbarres' expression turned serious as he said, "Alright, let's get down to business. Little Hai, I've already told the Patriarch about your liquid silver." The Patriarch didn't say anything, but he still hopes that you can get good results in the competition. The Patriarch has become more and more obstinate and self-opinionated. If you don't get good results, then I'm afraid the Patriarch won't let you off. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Camp Lord, you can rest assured. I know what to do." Desbarres nodded, then he sighed and said, "Little Hai, you won't blame me for telling this to the Patriarch, right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I won't. I know that the Camp Lord is in a difficult position. It's impossible to hide this matter from the Patriarch. Instead of waiting for the Patriarch to find out, it's better for us to tell him ourselves." Desbarres nodded, then he sighed and said, "I don't know what happened to the Patriarch. His temper is getting more and more unpredictable. Even someone like me, who grew up with him, has to be careful in front of him." Sigh. Desbarres trusted Zhao Hai a lot. This was because Zhao Hai's origin was very clean. Moreover, Zhao Hai had almost no contact with other people. And although Zhao Hai killed a lot of people in the lower realm, he was very good to the people around him. This was very similar to Desbarres. Because of this, Desbarres had a very good impression of Zhao Hai. There was no need to mention Taisheng and Tao Wang. Their situation was similar to Zhao Hai's. They were chosen by Desbarres to ascend. Then they were brought into the bone symbol camp and trained as his confidants. Because of this, Desbarres would only say these words in front of the three of them. Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything. However, Taisheng and Tao Wang's expressions were somewhat ugly. The two of them knew that the reason why the bone symbol camp was able to make so much money was because of Desbarres. If one day Desbarres is gone, then it wouldn't be easy for the bone symbol camp to continue making money. Although outsiders didn't know the income of the bone symbol camp over the years, the people in the camp weren't fools. They could see that the bone symbol camp was living a more comfortable life than them. Because of this, the people in the camp coveted the bone symbol camp. But because of Desbarres, nobody dared to make a move against the camp. However, it was impossible for Desbarres to protect the bone symbol camp for a lifetime. If Desbarres were to leave one day, then what would happen to the bone symbol camp? It was because of this that Desbarres favored Zhao Hai. He hoped that Zhao Hai would become an expert as soon as possible. With an expert in the bone symbol camp, even if the other camps wanted to deal with the bone symbol camp, they would have some scruples. Desbarres didn't say anything as he poured himself another glass of wine. After drinking it, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I really want to know. Do you really love your wife in the lower realm? Can't you see that Margaret is interested in you?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He wasn't a virgin who didn't understand anything. How could he not see that Margaret was interested in him? However, he already had Laura and the others, so he didn't want to have another debt. Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "It's just a pity for Miss Margaret. Because of her mother's death, Miss Margaret's relationship with the family isn't good. Although the family takes care of Miss Margaret doesn't want to be taken care of by the Patriarch. And with her marriage with the Fire God Temple, Miss Margaret is very unhappy right now. I told the Patriarch that Miss Margaret is interested in you, and the Patriarch didn't oppose it. It seems like he also agreed to Miss Margaret's relationship with you. Little Hai, this is an opportunity for you to join the Ashley family. Only if you become a true member of the Ashley family will the Patriarch not take back liquid silver. Otherwise, one day, the family will take back liquid silver. When that time comes, I'm afraid only death would await you." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Desbarres sighed and said, "When I gave you liquid silver, I didn't think that you would succeed. Now that you've successfully activated liquid silver, it has recognized you as its master. The only way to use liquid silver is to kill you. Since liquid silver has been activated, then as long as we kill you, we can use liquid silver. Although nobody has seen liquid silver's might, it has been rumored to be magical. There are a lot of people in the machine field who are eyeing liquid silver. Once they know that you've activated liquid silver and you don't have enough status to make them worry, then you would be in a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he didn't think about this point. In his opinion, although liquid silver was a good weapon, it was still on par with the weapons of the cultivation realm. There was nothing special about it. However, he neglected the machine field. Liquid silver might not be attractive to the cultivation realm, but to the mages of the machine field, it was very attractive. Liquid silver was the ultimate weapon of the mages. It was like the #1 weapon in the world. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it. In the past, nobody could activate liquid silver. Therefore, nobody cared about who had it. But now that liquid silver was activated, people would go all out to fight for it. A powerful weapon depended on who was holding it. If it was in the hands of a high-ranking member of a large force, then not many people would dare to snatch it. This was because they would offend that force. But if it was in the hands of a person without any status, then this weapon would be a death sentence. Although Zhao Hai was valued by Desbarres, his current status was only an outer court mage of the Ashley family. With such status, holding liquid silver would cause him to be hunted down endlessly. But if Zhao Hai really marries Margaret and becomes a member of the Ashley family, then those who want to snatch liquid silver would have to think twice about their own strength. With Zhao Hai's strength, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of being hunted down. However, this would bring him endless trouble. He hated trouble, but he hated relying on women even more. Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Little Hai, I had you date Margaret. First, it's for you. Second, it's for Margaret. Third, it's for the Bone Symbol Camp. In recent years, I've rarely been in charge of the family. Although I can still speak to the patriarch, my authority in the family is getting smaller and smaller. I can protect the Bone Symbol Camp now. But if one day I'm gone, what would happen to the Bone Symbol Camp? We need someone with status to support the Bone Symbol Camp. This way, the Bone Symbol Camp won't turn into the same as the other camps. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's because the Bone Symbol Camp isn't the same as the other camps." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand, Camp Lord. I'll consider your words carefully. To be honest, Camp Lord, I only have a sense of belonging to the Bone Symbol Camp. I still lack a sense of belonging to the Ashley family. Moreover, I don't want to have a relationship with Miss Margaret. That would be blasphemy to her. Let things develop freely. In any case, no one will know that I have liquid silver in a short time." Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, Little Hai, I really didn't misjudge you. Just based on your words, I can see your character. It seems like Miss Margaret's vision is very good. Alright, I don't care anymore. Let things develop freely. I just hope that you don't resist Miss Margaret too much. Try to accept her." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Desbarres. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't speak. Desbarres poured himself a glass of wine, then he had Tai Xing and the others do the same. After that, he raised his glass and said, "Today, Little Hai has won a big victory. Let's have a toast to celebrate. Little Hai, remember, don't hold back in the 6 Realms newcomer competition. You have to be ruthless and make a name for yourself. You have to let people know that you're not to be trifled with. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Camp Lord can rest assured. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. As long as they're my enemies, I won't let them off." Desbarres laughed and said, "Good. Ha ha ha. Come, cheers." The day after Zhao Hai's first match, Margaret came to Zhao Hai's villa. To be honest, Zhao Hai was now having a headache about this matter. Yesterday, after Desbarres and the others left, Zhao Hai returned to the space and had a deep talk with Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the result. Laura and the others actually encouraged him to pursue Margaret and win her hand. If other men encountered such a situation, they would be very happy. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai loved Laura and the others very much. Wanting him to pursue another girl in front of them was something that he couldn't do. But at this time, Margaret came looking for him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he invited Margaret into the villa. After asking her to sit down, he had a robot serve Margaret tea. Then Zhao Hai said, "Teacher, why did you come this time?" Margaret nodded and said, "I'm not sure why you came." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai call her this, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, she still let out a long breath and said, "The camp lord wants you to participate in the qualifiers. It seems like he's very confident in your strength. However, you need to pay attention to the ghost symbol camp. The ghost symbol camp's camp lord, Dillard, isn't on good terms with the camp lord. Moreover, I heard that the two made a bet of 10 million. This isn't a small number. Although Dillard has made a lot of money in recent years, 10 million is still a huge loss for him. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I guessed it. The camp lord already told me about this matter. But don't worry, I will definitely win." Margaret smiled faintly and said, "I don't doubt your strength. But I think it's best if you make some preparations. It's best if you don't use your undead in the arena. That would only expose your cards. When the time comes for the machine fields qualifiers, people would know what you're up to." Zhao Hai nodded. He could hear that Margaret was very concerned about him. This made Zhao Hai sigh, then he said, "Teacher, rest assured, I'll be careful." Margaret nodded, then she stood up and said, "That's good. Be careful. Odin's and the others are safe in the academy. I'll take care of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher." Margaret nodded before she turned around and left. After sending Margaret outside, Zhao Hai returned to his room. As soon as he returned, he heard Laura and the others complaining in his mind that he didn't know how to coax girls. How could he still call Margaret teacher at this time? This made Zhao Hai's head explode. Zhao smiled wryly. Other people's wives were afraid that their husbands would find other women outside. But they were good. They even helped their husbands to chase after other women. How could there be such a thing? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately surrounded him. Laura stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you care about her? Why did you call Margaret teacher? I don't believe that you can't see that she's interested in you." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Laura, aren't you jealous? You want me to pursue Margaret? Actually, with my strength, there's no need for me to do that. As long as I show my true strength, I don't believe that the Ashley family would dare to do anything to me." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, it's easy for you to say. If you show your full strength, then you wouldn't be afraid of the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family is only a medium-sized force in the machine field. There are a lot of forces that are stronger than them. Also, there's the cultivation realm. If you show your full strength, then aren't you afraid of the space being exposed? When that time comes, there would be no place for us in the world of cultivation." Lizzie nodded and said, "Brother Hai, you also know about Margaret's situation. She was engaged to the Zhang family, but the Zhang family sent people to kill her. If she really marries into the Zhang family, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for her to be killed. Can you really bear to see her like this? If it's because of us, then you don't have to be like this. Brother Hai, we all know that you love us, and we also love you. We are now a whole. Everyone is doing well, so we don't oppose you to pursue Margaret." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, Brother Hai. We all know that you love us, and we also love you." Meg smiled and said, "That's right, young master. Don't forget, you still have another task. That is to spread the Buddha clan's branches and leaves, making the Buddha clan stronger." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, you guys, why do I feel like I'm letting you down if I don't pursue Margaret? You should be honest with me." Lizzie and the others stuck out their tongues and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai sighed inwardly. This was because he didn't know if Laura and the others really thought this way or if it was because of the space. This was one of the things that made Zhao Hai distressed the most. Using the space to deal with his enemies, Zhao Hai didn't have any psychological burden. But now, the space seemed to have an effect on Laura and the others. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't like to see. But since he didn't have the ability to stop it, he could only sigh inwardly. Zhao Hai was very clear that everything in the space revolved around him. Everything was for his own good. Moreover, this process couldn't be changed, so he didn't want to change it. Whether or not it was because of the space's influence, Zhao Hai was certain that Laura and the others loved him. But because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to betray them. After sighing, Zhao Hai finally decided to let nature take its course. Actually, he didn't have that kind of thought towards Margaret. But now that Laura and the others mentioned it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about it. It seems like Laura and the others' matchmaking had a certain effect on them. Zhao Hai returned to his room and began to study magic formation runes. There were a lot of magic formation runes, so it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to study them from the beginning. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spiritual force had increased greatly after his upgrade. Things like retentive memory and hearing were naturally easy for him. Unknowingly, another day passed. Zhao Hai came out of the space and sat in his room, preparing to participate in the competition. Desbares and Tao Wang came to look for Zhao Hai early in the morning. Even Taixing was present. Taixing had just finished his mission, so he had a lot of free time. Naturally, he wanted to see Zhao Hai's match. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the life and death stage, the place was already full of people. Zhao Hai calmly sat in the contestant area and closed his eyes. The other contestants had also arrived. The other 35 people looked at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. The strength that Zhao Hai displayed yesterday was too formidable. Among these people, the strongest could only cast 5 stacked formations. Moreover, after a few times, their spiritual force would be exhausted. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was able to cast 5 stacked formations, and then 2 people did 10 stacked formations. Such strength was definitely the strongest among them. Zhao Hai also knew that these people were looking at him. However, he didn't care. Instead, he focused his attention on the contestants from the ghost symbol camp. It must be said that the people from the ghost symbol camp were very good. Including himself, there were a total of 36 contestants. The ghost symbol camp had 8 contestants. Besides Luo Ji, who was eliminated by Zhao Hai yesterday, there was only one other person who was eliminated. The remaining 8 people were quite amazing. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the equipment of these people seemed to have been changed. They were wearing armor, and their staffs were also changed. The way these people looked at Zhao Hai was very bad. It was clear that the ghost symbol camp's commander, Dillard, had said something to them yesterday. Moreover, he had also spent a lot of money to change their equipment. It seems like all of this was aimed at him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't care about it. Even if Dillard changed their equipment, their strength was still there. After all, equipment also needed people to use it. Giving a peerless weapon to a baby would be useless. Only in the hands of a strong person would a weapon be able to display its usefulness. At this time, Kajo announced the start of the competition. The computer showed the names of the first group of contestants. Zhao Hai wasn't there. It was a mage from the ghost symbol camp and a mage from the Li symbol camp. This time, the mage from the ghost symbol camp had an overwhelming advantage. It wasn't because of anything else, his equipment was much better than the Li symbol camp's mage. The magic staff in his hand was also an advanced item. There was a 10-layered magic formation inside it. Although he didn't activate it, Zhao Hai knew that the mage had something like that. Moreover, it was an advanced item that wasn't inferior to the magic staff in his hand. After 2 rounds, the Li symbol camp's mage decisively admitted defeat. The mage from the ghost symbol camp smiled proudly. He didn't turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. His provocation was obvious. However, Zhao Hai was still sitting there with his eyes closed, it seems like he was sleeping. Desbares had an ugly expression on his face as he sat in the VIP box. After the match was over, Desbares turned his head to Dillard and said, "Dillard, it seems like you really put in a lot of effort. You even made such a good preparation. What's wrong? You can't take out 10 million?" Dillard snorted and said, "Of course I can take out 10 million. However, I don't want to lose. I don't believe that you didn't give Zhao Hai any equipment. If he didn't have any equipment, then how could a person who ascended 4 months ago have such strong fighting strength? Nobody would believe me if I said it." Desbares coldly snorted and said, "Don't think that you can win just because you took out 2 pieces of equipment. Let me tell you, this first place belongs to Zhao Hai." At this time, the Lee Symbol Camp's camp lord snorted and said, although the bet between the two of you has nothing to do with us, it has already affected us. Then let's use our own methods. It was clear that he wasn't willing to accept the fact that the Ghost Symbol Camp won with their equipment. In fact, it wasn't just the Lee Symbol Camp's camp lord. The expressions of the other camp lords weren't good. Dillard had given his subordinates equipment, causing them to suffer a big loss. Naturally, their expressions weren't good. I ask everyone to help me subscribe 2 chapters. I really can't go on anymore. Everyone, please give me some subscriptions. Thank you very much. A soft cough was heard, causing the VIP room to turn silent. Everyone heard it. This cough was from the Patriarch. Naturally, the words they said made the Patriarch unhappy. Thunder looked at the group and said, "What is the outer court camp for?" "This is a place where the family fights for honor. Of course, you have to use whatever means you have. Alright, today's competition will be temporarily suspended. I'll give you 1 day to go back and prepare. Since the competition was held yesterday, today's competition will not be counted. Go back and prepare." After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. Desbares and the others also stood up and gave a salute. They knew that Thunder was dissatisfied with their method of hiding their strength. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied with Dillard's method. Because of this, he cancelled today's competition and changed it to tomorrow. After Thunder left, everyone relaxed. Desbares turned to Dillard and said, "You idiot. If you want to die next time, then don't drag us down with you." The others also looked at Dillard angrily. Dillard also knew that he was in the wrong, but he still snorted and said, "It's all because of you, fatty. If you didn't want to make a bet with me, then why would I use this move? Do you think this father is rich?" Desbares smiled bitterly, then he looked at Dillard and said, "Alright, I'll let you go this time. But this time, we have no choice but to go all out. Let's forget about the bet. If it weren't for your sarcastic remarks, do you think I would have liked to make a bet with you? It's normal for Xiao Hai to be able to defeat you. Old man, listen to me. If you don't want your people to die, then don't kill Xiao Hai. Otherwise, he won't be merciful." Then Desbares turned around and left. Dillard looked at Desbares departing back and said, "Damn, he's really lucky. He actually managed to find such an expert." The other battalion lords also sighed. Don't look at their positions in the family. In fact, the only place they could control was the outer sect camp. They didn't have any say in the ultimate fighting force of the family, the fleet. Moreover, because Desbares grew up with the Patriarch, he naturally gained the trust of the Patriarch. Desbares could take a fleet of 10 warships without asking for permission, but they didn't have this authority. Because of this, they attached great importance to the outer court camps that they were in charge of. They weren't like Desbares, who grew up with Thunder. Although Desbares valued the Bone Symbol camp, this was only because he had feelings for it. Because of this, he didn't want the Bone Symbol camp to suffer any losses. He didn't care about the results of the Bone Symbol camp. This was because even if the results of the Bone Symbol camp were bad, the family wouldn't do anything to him. However, this wasn't the case for these people. The Patriarch gave them control of the Bone Symbol camp because he wanted to see how well they managed the camp. If they couldn't produce results that satisfied the Patriarch, then the Patriarch wouldn't let them off. Because of this, they had no choice but to use an elimination system in their camps. If they didn't do this, then they wouldn't be able to produce results. Although the camp lords sighed, they quickly adjusted their mood and went outside. They were preparing to go back and change the equipment of their people so that they could compete tomorrow. When the people outside heard that the great competition was cancelled and would be held tomorrow, they couldn't help but complain. However, they still obediently left. Xiao Hai returned to the Bone Symbol camp with Desbares and the others. When they arrived at the camp, they went to Xiao Hai's room. After they sat down, Xiao Hai said, "Camp Lord, why was the competition suddenly cancelled?" Desbares smiled bitterly and explained the situation. Xiao Hai understood what was going on. But after listening, he just smiled and said, "Alright, let them prepare. Hee hee. In any case, the result will be the same." Desbares looked at Xiao Hai and couldn't help but remind him, "Xiao Hai, you can't be careless. When those fellows go back, they would certainly change their equipment. With their new equipment, their fighting strength would be doubled. The next match wouldn't be easy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can't be careless." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, Camp Lord. I can guarantee that I won't use liquid silver or undead. I can guarantee that I won't let them know that I'm a cultivator." "How about it?" Desbarras' eyes shone as he said, "Are you really sure?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, don't underestimate my fighting strength. If I use liquid silver, then you wouldn't be my opponent." Desbarras nodded and said, "All right, you can do your best this time. However, the situation has changed. You should kill less people in the family's qualifiers. Today, we camp lords have reached an agreement. As long as they don't kill you, you should hold back. After all, everyone is having a hard time right now. Moreover, the 10 million bet has been cancelled." "What? How can that be?" "That's 10 million. That's enough for me to eat until I die." Before Zhao Hai could speak, Tao Wang was the first to shout. Desbarras slapped him to the side, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The 8 camps are in a competitive relationship, but at the same time, they also depend on each other. The 8 camps aren't very well received in the family. If they fight each other every day, then the family would be finished. The patriarch is also aware of this, so he wanted the 8 camps to fight each other. This way, the 8 camps wouldn't unite and pose a threat to the patriarch. The 8 camp lords also understand this, so although we usually fight each other, we don't fight to the death. We also didn't join forces to pressure the patriarch. Because of this, the patriarch is very assured of us. Since everyone has reached an agreement, then don't be too ruthless. Naturally, if they dare to kill you, then you don't need to be polite." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't think that the competition would involve so many things. However, he didn't care too much about it. He had the robot prepare 2 dishes and then invited Desbarras and the others to have a good meal. While the group was eating, Margaret unexpectedly arrived. Everyone who was drinking and enjoying themselves couldn't help but stare. Then Desbarras and the others had strange smiles on their faces as they ran away, leaving Margaret standing there with a red face. When Zhao Hai saw Margaret's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. At this point, even a blind person could see that Margaret was interested in him. Zhao Hai invited Margaret to sit down and then poured her a cup of tea. Then he said, "Teacher, why did you come this time?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that today's competition has been cancelled. The people from the camps have returned to their camps to change their equipment. I thought that Uncle Desbarras would also help you change your equipment. I didn't think that you would be drinking here." "Zhao Hai, don't be careless. If you lose this competition, then you might die." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, you can rest assured. I'll take the first place. Moreover, the camp lord has reached an agreement with them. As long as they don't kill me, then I can't kill them. There shouldn't be any danger." Margaret frowned and said, "No, it's too dangerous. Zhao Hai, take this. I'll tell Uncle Desbarras to prepare a set of armor for you." As she said that, she took out a staff from her spatial equipment. Zhao Hai looked at the magic staff and couldn't help but stare. This magic staff was a very advanced magic staff. It had 100 stacked formations on top of it, making it suitable for 4th-rank mages to use. He didn't expect Margaret to give him such a good magic staff. Zhao Hai didn't take the staff. Instead, he shook his head and said, "There's no need. The camp lord has already given me equipment. Moreover, it's the best equipment in the machine field." Margaret couldn't help but stare and said, "The best equipment in the machine field?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't know yet, right? I've already activated the failed product left behind by Leng Wuyang. It's now my equipment. I've named it liquid silver." After saying that, he waved his hand and the liquid silver staff appeared in his hand. After thinking about it, Zhao decided to tell Margaret about liquid silver. Margaret was very good to him, so he couldn't remain indifferent. He also wanted to see Margaret's reaction when he told her about it. Zhao Hai had too many secrets. Therefore, the women he chose had to put their hearts on him. Laura and the others were also tested by Zhao Hai before they were accepted. Now it was Margaret's turn. To be honest, if Margaret didn't do what she did today, then Xiao Hai wouldn't have accepted her this quickly. But Margaret's performance had moved Xiao Hai. Therefore, he decided to give Margaret a chance. Naturally, Margaret also knew about Leng Wuyang's item. Now that she heard Xiao Hai say that the staff in his hand was Leng Wuyang's item, she couldn't help but stare. She stared blankly at the gorgeous staff in Xiao Hai's hand. For a while, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. Then he waved his hand as the staff turned into liquid metal. Then the liquid metal wrapped around his body. Then a suit of armor was formed around Xiao Hai's body. Margaret was now completely convinced by Xiao Hai's words. She excitedly stood up and said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect you to activate Master Leng Wuyang's treasure. Very good. No, you mustn't let anyone know about this. Otherwise, you would be out of luck. Xiao Hai, you didn't tell anyone about this, right?" Xiao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. Then his armor turned back into his staff. Then he said, "Rest assured, I didn't tell anyone. Right now, the only people who know about this are you, the camp lord, Tai Xing, Tao Wang, and the patriarch. Nobody else knows about this." Margaret's expression changed as she said, "You mean, he knows?" Xiao Hai knew that Margaret was referring to the patriarch. He nodded and said, "Yes, the camp lord told the patriarch." After the first day of the competition, the patriarch already knew about it. Margaret's expression became unsightly as she said, "How can we let him know about this? Uncle Fatty, if you let him know, he would definitely take liquid silver away from you. No, Xiao Hai, you're in danger right now. You should quickly find a way to leave the Ashley family." Looking at Margaret's anxious expression, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. Margaret's current performance made Xiao Hai very happy. However, he didn't say anything, he just smiled and said, "All right, it's all right. The camp lord has already spoken to the patriarch. He agreed to let me use liquid silver, you don't need to worry." Margaret looked at Xiao Hai and calmed down. Then her face turned red. She knew that her thoughts were too naive. Since that person knew that Xiao Hai used liquid silver, then even if Xiao Hai wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to. Moreover, from her performance, it seems like she cared too much about Xiao Hai. This made her blush and her heart beat faster. Xiao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, thank you. From today onwards, can I call you Margaret?" Margaret found that she didn't dare to look at Xiao Hai's eyes. She lowered her head and gently nodded twice before she turned around and ran outside. She didn't even say goodbye. Xiao Hai looked at Margaret's appearance and smiled faintly. Then his body flashed and entered the space. Just as he entered, Laura and the others came over with smiles on their faces. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai is really fierce." With just a few words, Margaret couldn't help but run away. Xiao Hai stared at them, then he smiled and said, "It seems like I haven't dealt with you for a long time. Let's see how I'll deal with you." After he said that, Xiao Hai waved his hand as liquid silver turned into several strands and tied Laura and the others up. Then he pulled them into the house. Laura and the others screamed, but there was a smile on their faces. The next day, a large number of people had already gathered in the life and death stage. Xiao Hai was also sitting in the contestants area. Under Kajo's command, the computer automatically displayed the names of the two contestants. Xiao Hai only glanced at it before he lost interest. However, the two contestants were very lively this time. Their weapons and protective gear were changed, so the fight was very lively. The people in the stands were in high spirits, but Xiao Hai didn't have any thoughts about it. He had already noticed that although the two people on the stage were fighting very fiercely, it might have been because of the camp lord's instructions. Therefore, the two didn't go all out. Although they were fighting very fiercely, their moves were very measured. When Xiao Hai saw this, he felt relieved. Actually, he didn't want to kill anyone. If Luoji didn't want to kill him, then Xiao Hai wouldn't have killed him. Group by group, quickly passed by. Today, Xiao Hai was in the 9th group. His opponent was someone from the ghost symbol camp. However, this person was clearly informed. He didn't have any killing intent when he looked at Xiao Hai, it was just a bit of provocation. Naturally, Dillard had told him that Xiao Hai would take first place. Because of this, he wasn't convinced. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He looked at the person and then gave a slight bow, please. The person stared at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this polite. He quickly returned the bow before he took out his magic staff and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with a wave of his hand, a magic formation appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai said, "Fog." After saying that, the magic array exploded with a boom. Following which, the entire life and death ring was engulfed in black fog. When the black fog covered the life and death stage, the sound of an explosion could be heard. However, the people outside couldn't see anything. The spectators couldn't help but curse. However, their curses had no effect on Zhao Hai and that person. After some time, the fog covering the life and death stage slowly dispersed, revealing the figures of the two people. The two people were still standing on both sides of the stage. However, the ghost symbol camp mage was now wearing his imitation armor. Seeing the black fog dissipate, he opened his armor and bowed to Zhao Hai, "I lost." Then he turned to Kazhou and said, "I admit defeat." Kazhou nodded and opened his shield. Then the two people walked down the stage. Although the spectators were dissatisfied, they knew that it was useless to say anything now. They could only complain for a bit before they continued to watch the rest of the matches. Fortunately, no one released the black fog like Zhao Hai did. After today's matches, there were only 18 people left. However, their matches would be held tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the competition for the top 9 spots. And the day after tomorrow would be the competition for the top 10 spots. Once the top 10 spots were determined, there would be a challenge match. A challenge match was different from a normal match. In a normal match, the opponent would be selected by the computer. However, this wasn't the case for a challenge match. In a challenge match, the computer would randomly select a person. Then that person would go up on the stage and accept the challenges of the other 9 people. If no one challenged that person, then that person would be the winner. And if someone challenged that person and defeated that person, then that person would go up on the stage and accept the challenges of the other 9 people. The first person would only have one chance. If you lose, then you would lose the right to challenge again. Moreover, in this kind of match, there would only be one winner. There would be no second, third, or fourth place. In other words, there would only be one winner in the challenge match. Everyone else would have equal status. This was what Desbares and the others told Zhao Hai after he participated in the match. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He was determined to take first place in the family's qualifiers. He wanted to make the bone symbol camp rise again. The next day, Zhao Hai smoothly passed the 9th stage. Although those people had changed their equipment, they were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't use any powerful formations. At most, he could cast 10 formations. However, Zhao Hai's formations were very powerful and varied. At this point, Zhao Hai had already used dozens of different formations. This made those people very surprised. One must know that the people who came to participate in the competition were all old people who ascended 3 years ago. At most, they would only have a dozen or so formations. But now, Zhao Hai had already displayed several dozen formations. This was too terrifying. One must know that Zhao Hai ascended 4 months ago. How could he master dozens of formations in just 4 months? What would happen in a few years' time? Although it wasn't time for the final match, everyone knew that the number 1 expert in the competition was Zhao Hai. It couldn't be anyone else. In the past few days, Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons, magic staffs, or armor. He relied on his own strength to defeat his opponents. If such strength wasn't enough, then the Ashley family's outer court camp would be the strongest in the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons, nor did he use any armor. He just relied on his own strength to defeat his opponents. If this wasn't enough, then the Ashley family's outer court camp would be the strongest in the machine field. After several days of battles, the last day of the qualifiers came to an end. This was the last day of the family's qualifiers. It was also the most exciting time for people. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the life and death stage. This time, in addition to Zhao Hai, there were 2 people from the Ghost Symbol Battalion, 2 from the Evil Symbol Battalion, and 1 from the other battalions. From this point, it can be seen that the strength of the Ashley family's 8 battalions was about the same. On the day of the challenge, the most people came to the life and death stage. It wasn't only Desbarres and the others who came, even Margaret came. However, Margaret didn't sit in the VIP seats. Instead, she sat behind Xiao Hai's seat. She could even talk to Xiao Hai from there. Xiao Hai didn't expect Margaret to come. Upon seeing Margaret, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Margaret looked at Xiao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to see you get first place." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured." Seeing Xiao Hai and Margaret chatting happily, everyone who knew Margaret and her identity couldn't help but stare. The matter between Margaret and Thunder wasn't a big secret in the Ashley family. There were a lot of people who knew about it. Because of this, everyone was very clear about Margaret. Because of Thunder's actions, Margaret had a natural aversion to men. She almost never spoke to a man in a pleasant manner. But now, she was talking to Xiao Hai. This caused many people's glasses to shatter. Naturally, Xiao Hai also felt the gazes of the people around him. However, he didn't care. This matter was already within his expectations, so he didn't care about it. Naturally, Thunder also saw this scene. Upon seeing this, his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Then he turned his head to Desbarres and said, "It seems like what you said is true. Margaret seems to have a good impression of this Xiao Hai. Have you investigated his background in the lower realm?" Desbarres nodded and said, "You're right, Margaret seems to have a good impression of this Xiao Hai." Naturally, Thunder was very concerned about Margaret. Therefore, he even investigated Xiao Hai's background in the lower realm. Desbarres quickly nodded and said, "I've investigated. But Patriarch should know that sometimes the things I've investigated might not be accurate. All I know is that Xiao Hai is the patriarch of a clan in the lower realm. His clan is also a dark mage clan. When he was in the lower realm, Xiao Hai was a genius. Not only did he major in dark magic, he was also an all-round mage as well as a magic warrior. However, he is also very vicious and merciless. In order to refine undead, I'm afraid that more than 10,000 people have died in his hands. Moreover, it seems like he also had several good wives in the lower realm. His relationship with his wives is very good. In the beginning, he only called Miss Margaret as his mentor, there was no relationship between them. However, I don't know what happened recently." Desbarres didn't praise Xiao Hai, he just told the truth. This was because Desbarres knew that Thunder hated it when people lied to him. If Desbarres lied to him, then the matter between Xiao Hai and Margaret would be impossible. As for Xiao Hai's ruthlessness and the fact that he had several wives, this might be a flaw in the eyes of others, but it wasn't a flaw in Thunder's eyes. This was especially true for Thunder's ruthlessness. In Thunder's eyes, this wasn't just a flaw, it was also a strength. As for having wives, it wasn't a big deal. In any case, in Desbarres and Thunder's opinion, since Xiao Hai has ascended, his wives should be in the lower realm. Moreover, in the machine field, having several wives wasn't a big deal. Thunder nodded and said, "I didn't expect this fellow to be a character. More than 10,000 people. Good, good. Our Ashley family needs people like him." Desbarres smiled faintly and didn't speak. Then Thunder turned his head to Desbarres and said, "After today's battle, bring him to see me." Desbarres nodded and complied. At this time, Kajo arrived at the life and death stage. He looked at the people around him and then smiled as he said, "After several rounds of battles, our Ashley family's 10 warriors have been selected. Today will be their final battle. Now, let's have the computer choose the first champion." The computer flew over and then projected a projection. Upon seeing the projection, Kajo couldn't help but stare. Then his smile deepened as he said, "Today's first champion is Xiao Hai of the Bone Symbol Camp. Let's welcome Xiao Hai to the stage." Xiao Hai didn't expect to be the first champion. However, he didn't care. He just nodded to Margaret before he turned around and walked onto the stage. Seeing Xiao Hai walk onto the stage, Kajo immediately said, "All right, let the battle begin." Then he walked down the stage, leaving the stage to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai calmly stood there. On the other hand, the people below the stage looked at each other in dismay. However, nobody made a move. They had already seen Zhao Hai's strength in the past few days. To be honest, they didn't have the confidence to win. Because of this, they wanted to let someone else go up first in order to consume Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Because of this, no one went up to challenge Zhao Hai. Kaja wasn't in a hurry. He sat there and looked at the people before he said, according to the family's rules, the champion will be on the stage for 1,000 breaths of time. If no one challenges Zhao Hai within 1,000 breaths of time, then Zhao Hai will win. The countdown will start now. Then the computer began to show a countdown of 1100. The other 9 people naturally knew that Kaja wasn't trying to make things difficult for them. It was just that the Ashley family had this rule. 1,000 breaths of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It was enough for these people to make a decision. As the number got smaller and smaller, the faces of the 9 people turned ugly. They still wanted to challenge Zhao Hai. After all, they had good equipment and were geniuses of their respective camps. Although Zhao Hai had shown great strength, they weren't scared. When the number jumped to more than 300, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "I challenge." After saying that, he walked up to the ring. Zhao Hai looked at this person. He knew this person. He was one of the 2 people from the wicked camp. He was a 3rd-grade warrior and his fighting strength wasn't bad. The weapon in his hand wasn't a sword, but a spear. This spear was 3 meters long. If it was in the hands of someone else, then they would be at a disadvantage. However, this person relied on this spear to reach the top 10. It can be seen that he had put a lot of effort into this spear. After the warrior stepped on the stage, he looked at Zhao Hai for a moment before he said, "Zhao Hai, you're very strong, very strong. But I'm not weak either. You're too arrogant. Refusing to use weapons will be your biggest failure. You should know that we're no longer in the lower realms. A mage who doesn't use weapons won't have any achievements, even if you're a genius." Zhao Hai looked at the warrior from the evil battalion. After listening to him, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not against using weapons. It's just that your strength isn't enough for me to use weapons." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the warrior couldn't help but stare. Then his face sank as he said, "Nonsense. Take this." Then he raised his spear. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "Shield." Along with his words, a shield appeared in front of him. This shield wasn't as thick as a 5-layered shield, but it didn't look weak either. The warrior from the evil battalion sneered as he thrust his spear forward. A stream of chi shot towards Zhao Hai's shield. This was also sword chi. Sword chi was just a general term. Because of this, the machine field's weapons were all called sword chi. Zhao Hai stood behind the shield and smiled faintly. He didn't make any moves. The warrior from the evil battalion stared for a moment. He felt that something bad was going to happen. At this time, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him, "Spear." Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a sharp chill at the back of his neck. He was very clear that the other party had already placed a weapon on his neck. If he dared to move now, the other party wouldn't mind stabbing him in the neck. The warrior from the evil battalion immediately raised his hand and said, "All right, I admit defeat." Just as he said that, Zhao Hai withdrew his magic. Then he flashed back to the warrior and said, "You let me win." The man from the evil battalion dodged Zhao Hai and said, "Worthy of being Zhao Hai, I admire you." Then he turned around and left the stage. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and smiled. He didn't say anything. At this time, the 8 people below the stage looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. They all clearly saw the moves Zhao Hai just used. For the first time, Zhao Hai actually used 2 spells. One was the metal element's shield spell, and the other was the dark element's stealth spell. The reason why Zhao Hai used the shield magic was to make the enemy focus on the shield magic. At the same time, he moved to the back of the warrior of the evil battalion and released a spear magic to suppress the enemy. The whole process of the battle was very simple, but in the real battle, being able to use these spells perfectly was the most difficult thing. It was impossible for a battle to last for a long time. Just like a battleship needed a reactor, and a reactor needed fuel. Even a battleship's fuel was limited. It was impossible for it to last for a long time. An expert was also the same. Whether it was a mage or a warrior, their battle chi and spiritual force were not inexhaustible. Therefore, it was impossible for a battle to last for a long time. Zhao Hai's battle with Addison was an example of this. The warrior of the evil battalion stepped down, but the other people were at a loss. Although the battle couldn't last for a long time, the fact that it ended in such a short time was beyond their expectations. They were already aware of Zhao Hai's strength. They thought that the first person to go up would be able to consume some of Zhao Hai's spiritual force. But now, it seems like there was no effect at all. This made the people who were going to challenge the next person not know what to do. Just because they didn't move didn't mean that time wouldn't move. The numbers on the computer started to change. This time, it started from 1,000. In other words, after the first battle, the champion would have 1,000 breaths of time to accept other challenges. If no one challenged him, then he would be the winner. If someone challenged him, then he would have to defeat the enemy. While the numbers were changing, the 8 people who were still qualified to challenge the champion looked at each other in dismay. It was as if they had returned to the beginning of the battle. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai with some appreciation. Zhao Hai's first victory was too beautiful. Not only did it take a short time, but it was also very clean. This put a lot of pressure on the other people. They couldn't help but think about challenging Zhao Hai. It can be said that Zhao Hai used this tactic to gain more time for himself. At the same time, he also used this tactic to put pressure on the next challengers. Calm to a frightening degree. This was Kazhou's evaluation of Zhao Hai. Although it looked like a simple battle, Kazhou could see a lot of different things from what he had seen before. The challenge match could be said to be the most unfair match. The champion had to be challenged. Moreover, it was a tag team battle. There was no time for the champion to rest. Therefore, the first champion to go on stage wouldn't be the one who had the last laugh. But Zhao Hai's first victory was too easy. It put a lot of pressure on the following challengers. This made them hesitate. This way, Zhao Hai won more time for himself. This was the best way to deal with tag team battles. Finally, when the number on the computer jumped to more than 200, the second challenger came to the stage. This time, the challenger was from the Evil Battalion. The Evil Battalion and the Ghost Battalion were the only 2 battalions that had 2 people in the top 10. The first challenger was from the Evil Battalion, and this time, the challenger was from the Evil Battalion. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have any disgust towards the Evil Battalion. In fact, he didn't have any reaction towards the other battalions. Even if it was the Ghost Battalion, Zhao Hai didn't have any disgust towards them. He only wanted to kill those who wanted to kill him. This Evil Battalion member was also a warrior. His weapon was very normal, a 2-handed greatsword. As soon as he went on stage, he pulled out his sword and calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw that he wasn't interested in talking, so he didn't say anything. He just slightly bowed to the person and made a gesture of invitation. The person still calmly looked at Zhao Hai without any reaction. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Since the opponent wasn't going to attack, then he would attack. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a magic formation appeared in front of him. A long spear flew out from the magic formation and shot towards the opponent. The other party stood there coldly, without the slightest intention of dodging. Only when the spear was about to hit his body did he move the sword in his hand forward and deflect the spear away. Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that the metal element magic invented by the machine field was very strong. Although the spear couldn't compare to a warrior sword chi, it was still equivalent to a spear shot by a first-rank warrior. However, the other party was able to easily block the spear. It can be seen that the other party was also an expert. Zhao Hai looked at the spear. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. He already knew what the opponent was planning to do. It seems like the opponent wanted to fight to the death. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He waved his hand as a red magic formation appeared in his hand. Then a series of fireballs were shot towards the opponent. Yellow battle chi was emitted from the warrior's body. The sword in his hand also turned yellow as he slashed towards the fireballs. But at this time, Zhao Hai prepared another 5-layered magic formation. This 5-layered magic formation was also yellow in color. Moreover, the attack of this formation was different from ordinary magic formations. When an ordinary magic formation attacks, it would shoot something out of the formation and attack the enemy. But this formation flew directly towards the warrior of the wicked battalion. Then it sank to the warrior's feet. When the warrior saw the formation, he couldn't help but stare. He recognized that it was an earth element attack formation. But they were currently in the life and death stage. And the stage was made of metal. What's the use of earth element magic on this stage? Just as he was puzzled, the power of this magic showed itself. The warrior felt the hard iron plate under his feet suddenly turn into quicksand, and his body was sinking rapidly. The warrior was startled. He couldn't understand how Zhao Hai could use quicksand on a metal stage like the life and death stage. But now wasn't the time to think about this problem. The warrior shouted as his battle chi burst out from his feet. His whole body flew up from the stage. But at this time, on the stage that had turned into quicksand, a cold glint of metal suddenly appeared. It was a combination of quicksand and earth spike. The samurai wasn't flying high, and the sudden appearance of the earth almost caught him off guard. However, he still managed to fly up. But just as he flew up, the metal spikes also flew up. They were like spears as they shot towards the samurai. The warrior was taken aback. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that it was too late. This was because Zhao Hai had already prepared another spell, the 10-layered Fire Feather 10,000 Arrows formation. Fire Feather Arrow formation was a spell that Zhao Hai had used once. At that time, Zhao Hai used this spell to kill Luo Ji. So the warrior was very clear about the might of this spell. Now that he saw that Zhao Hai had already prepared this spell, he immediately raised his hand and said, "I admit defeat." Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai also withdrew his magic. The life and death stage was once again calm. The warrior slightly bowed to Zhao Hai, then he turned around and left the stage. Zhao Hai was still standing there, waiting for his next opponent. But this time, he didn't have to wait for too long. The people below the stage might have already thought it through. Waiting like this would only be more advantageous for Zhao Hai. So his next challenger immediately jumped onto the stage. This was a mage from the ghost symbol camp. This time, there was no suspense in the challenge. Although the mage was equipped with a 10-stacked magic staff, it still didn't cause too much of a threat to Zhao Hai. After all, a mage's magic staff only had one spell. In actual combat, the mage's strength was the most important factor. This time, nothing unexpected happened. Zhao Hai had the last laugh with his strength. He was the first champion, and also the last one. This time, the Ashley family's 8 battalions were able to see Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons, but he was still able to easily defeat the other 9 challengers, becoming the Ashley family's first place in the qualifiers. After the match, an award ceremony was held in the life and death arena. Thunder personally handed out the award to Zhao Hai. Actually, this award ceremony was just for show. Zhao Hai already had liquid silver, so he didn't need anything else. However, it was clear that Margaret's matter had stimulated Thunder. Therefore, Thunder personally handed out the award. This award was very special. First, it was a large sum of money. Second, it wasn't a piece of equipment. Instead, it was a computer chip with all of the Ashley family's secret formations engraved on it. This award was proposed by Despares. Thunder didn't object. In Thunder's opinion, Zhao Hai was already a member of the Ashley family. First, it was because of Zhao Hai's status in the Bone Symbol camp. Second, it was because of his relationship with Margaret. Besides these 2 points, Thunder also had another reason for giving these secret formations to Zhao Hai. From the moment he decided to give these secret formations to Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to leave the Ashley family alive. If Zhao Hai wanted to leave the Ashley family one day, then whether it was for these secret formations or for liquid silver, Thunder would use the entire power of the Ashley family to eliminate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also understood Thunder's intention. He didn't refuse as he directly received the computer chip. With this, the award ceremony ended. After the ceremony ended, Zhao Hai didn't return to the Bone Symbol camp with Tao Wang and Tai Sheng. Instead, he went with Despares to see Thunder. Wuka received Zhao Hai in his study. After Zhao Hai and Despares entered the room, they gave Wuku a salute. Wuka nodded and waved his hand, sit. Desparas led Zhao Hai to sit down. Then Thunder stood there and observed Zhao Hai. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, I heard that you've been very close to Margaret recently? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Crow would be this direct. However, Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Miss Margaret was my mentor in the beginning, and now our relationship is very good. Wuka's eyes widened, just a mentor. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not just teacher, Margaret is also very concerned about me. We can be considered friends now. Wuka's eyes glinted as he said, just friends? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, right now, we're just friends. I don't know about the future. Looking at Zhao Hai, Wuka suddenly laughed and said, good kid, I didn't think that you would say that. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Desparas looked at Wuka and said, young master, what do you think? Wuka turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, I can ignore the matter between you and Margaret. I'll let you develop freely. However, I have a request. After he said that, Wuka's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, you've obtained Master Leng Wuyang's ultimate weapon. At the same time, you've also obtained the Ashley family's secret magic formation. You should know that you're an Ashley family member for the rest of your life. If you dare betray the Ashley family, then I will take your life. Zhao Hai nodded, but he still didn't speak. Thunder looked at Zhao Hai and said, our Ashley family's performance in the machine field's beginner competition hasn't been very good in the past few years. What I want you to do now is to get a good ranking in the qualifiers. You need to be at least in the top 10 of the 100 people in the machine field's beginner competition. Do you understand? Zhao Hai knit his brows. Seeing Zhao Hai's frown, Desparas' heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He knew that Wuka hated it when people went against his wishes. If Zhao Hai said that he couldn't do it, then Wuka would immediately turn hostile. Seeing Zhao Hai frown, Wuka couldn't help but get angry. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, top 10 in the qualifiers? Isn't that too easy? I'll get into the top 10 in the competition. Thunder and Desparas stared, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have this much determination. Desparas immediately said, little Hai, don't talk nonsense. You don't know how strong the cultivation realm is. Right, can you use liquid silver now? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. With liquid silver, Zhao Hai can use up to 100,000 stacked formations. However, he also told Desparas that with liquid silver, he can use up to 10,000 stacked formations. This made Desparas excited. 10,000 stacked formations, this was the peak of the machine field. However, Desparas also understood that even if Zhao Hai could use 10,000 stacked formations, he still wouldn't be able to win against the cultivators. The cultivators also attached great importance to the Six Realms newcomer competition. Just like the machine field, they would deliberately train newcomers to participate in the competition. These newcomers would be selected the moment they ascend. They would be given countless pills, spells, and resources in order for them to achieve good results in the competition. In this case, although Zhao Hai could use 10,000 stacked formations, Desparas believed that Zhao Hai would only lose if he fought against the cultivators or the other realms. When Zhao Hai heard Desparas, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, no, I can't use too many magic formations. However, I'm confident that I'll do my best to win. I want to see if magic formations are really inferior to cultivation methods. Desparas nodded, then he said, I'm not. My request for you remains unchanged. As long as you can get into the top 10 of the machine field's qualifiers, then I won't care about the matter between you and Margaret. If you can get into the top 10, then not only will the Ashley family give you a big gift, the machine field will also prepare a big gift for you. Hearing Zhao Hai's response, Wuka laughed and said, good, good. I like hearing those words. My request for you remains unchanged. As long as you can get into the top 10 of the machine field's qualifiers, then I won't care about you anymore. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Thunder continued, also, the qualifiers aren't a joke. Don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Thunder waved his hand and said, all right, let's go back. Zhao Hai and Desparas stood up, gave Thunder a salute, and then left. After Zhao Hai and Desparas got on the carriage, Desparas complained to Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, you were too reckless this time. If the family really allowed you to get into the top 10 of the Six Realms newcomer competition, then what would you do? Don't be so rude in the future. Zhao Hai knew that Desbarres had good intentions, so he didn't refute it. He just nodded. When the two arrived at the Bone Symbol camp, they discovered that the entire camp was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Desbarres and Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when they saw the elated expressions of the Bone Symbol camp members. However, Desbarres' smile was bitter and gratified at the same time. Desbarres had done a lot for the Bone Symbol camp. However, the Bone Symbol camp didn't have a single outstanding person in the past few years. They were suppressed by the others. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Now that Zhao Hai had appeared, the Bone Symbol camp was able to surpass the other camps. Everyone in the Bone Symbol camp couldn't help but feel elated. Upon seeing Desbarres and Zhao Hai return, the people of the Bone Symbol camp cheered and greeted them. They surrounded Desbarres and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. This was because everyone was so excited that they were speaking incoherently. Desbarres looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Then he loudly said, "All right, let's go to the dining hall. Today, we'll drink to our heart's content." Everyone cheered. Then several warriors ran over and carried Desbarres and Zhao Hai towards the dining hall. When they arrived at the dining hall, they discovered that Tao Wang and Tai Xing were already there. Moreover, the dining hall was already prepared. They were ready to eat at any time. Besides Tao Wang and Tai Xing, there was also another person in the dining hall. This person was Margaret. Margaret was also here. Naturally, she was waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing that Margaret was here, Desbarres smiled faintly to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you go and chat with Margaret. Wang Tao, Tai Xing, come with me. Let's go and have a good drink." The two nodded before they tactfully left. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Although Margaret was somewhat embarrassed, she still found a table with Zhao Hai and sat down. When the people around saw Margaret and Zhao Hai sitting there, they didn't move forward. After the two sat down, Margaret turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that someone was looking for you?" Zhao Hai was very clear about who Margaret was talking about. Naturally, it was the Patriarch, Thunder. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the Patriarch summoned me today." Margaret nodded and said, "Today, the Patriarch summoned me." Margaret nervously asked, "What did he say?" Seeing Margaret's nervous expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "He didn't say anything. It's just that the Patriarch gave me a task. He wants me to get into the top 10 in the Machine Field 6 Realm beginner competition." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but relax. But then she asked with uncertainty, "That's it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, that's it. But he also said that if I can get into the top 10, then he wouldn't care about you and me." Zhao Hai's sudden words caused Margaret to stare. Then her face turned red as she lowered her head and whispered, "He really said that?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Yes, the camp lord was also listening." Margaret softly nodded, then she didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled bitterly, "Margaret, I have to tell you the truth. I have wives in the lower realms, and I love them very much. If you really like me, then you have to be prepared to share me with them. Do you understand?" Margaret smiled and said, "All right." Margaret nodded and said, "I understand." Her voice was still small, but it was firm. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that Margaret thought that Laura and the others were still in the lower realms. She didn't think that Laura and the others were by Zhao Hai's side. It was very likely that they were watching them right now. "I've been recommended, and I'll keep it updated. Please support me, Ming Ming. Thanks." 3 days have passed since the Ashley family's internal competition. Zhao Hai was now a celebrity in the Ashley family. He was known as the #1 youth in the 8 battalions. The reason why people thought that Zhao Hai was just a youth was because there were a lot of people in the 8 battalions who ascended a long time ago. These people were also very strong. People were deceived into thinking that Zhao Hai wasn't a match for these people. Because of this, he could only be considered the #1 youth. Only Desbarres and the others understood that Zhao Hai wasn't just the #1 youth, he was also the #1 youth in the 8 battalions. After using liquid silver, he could be considered one of the few experts in the machine field. However, this was a secret that nobody talked about. In the past few days, the Bone Symbol Camp had been immersed in laughter. Naturally, what made the Bone Symbol Camp envious was that because of her conversation with Xiao Hai, Margaret had now become Xiao Hai's girlfriend. She went to the Bone Symbol Camp almost every day to look for Xiao Hai. At this time, there were still 2 months before the qualifiers for the Machine Field's Six Realms battle. These 2 months were reserved by the Ashley family. The Ashley family would use this time to collect information on the young experts of the other forces. In these 2 months, the family didn't restrict Xiao Hai's activities too much. Xiao Hai could do whatever he wanted. It can be said that after the internal competition, Xiao Hai's life returned to normal. Xiao Hai went to the academy to see Odin's and the others. Odin's and the others were also aware of Xiao Hai's matters. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to achieve such results in just a few months after ascending. This made them very happy. Odin's and the others weren't young anymore. They had long passed the age of competitiveness. Moreover, Xiao Hai was very good to them. Their relationship with Xiao Hai was a fusion of friends and family. Because of this, they were happy for Xiao Hai. After a brief reunion with Odin's and the others, Xiao Hai returned to the Bone Symbol Camp and continued his training. However, he now knew that training was useless to him. He was now a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. Naturally, he needed to do something for the camp. If the Bone Symbol Camp wanted to develop, then it wasn't enough to rely on money. They also needed to do missions of all kinds. Through these missions, they would slowly build up the Bone Symbol Camp's reputation. Only then would people come to the Bone Symbol Camp for special missions in the future. During the qualifiers, the Bone Symbol Camp didn't receive many missions. Even Tai Xing, the person in charge of the Bone Symbol Camp, was resting. There was no need to mention the others. There were still 2 months before the Machine Field Six Realms beginner competition. Xiao Hai didn't want to spend this time in seclusion. Seclusion wasn't of much use to him right now. Therefore, he wanted to take some missions and make some contributions to the Bone Symbol Camp. Because of this, Xiao Hai went to look for Despares after returning from the academy. Because Despares was the Ashley family's external supervisor, the matters that he needed to deal with would be handled by the Bone Symbol Camp. Therefore, Xiao Hai could directly look for him. When Despares saw Xiao Hai looking for him, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, "Xiao Hai, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Xiao Hai looked at Despares and smiled faintly as he said, "Camp Lord, I came this time because I have something important to discuss with you." Despares knit his brows and said, "What's the matter?" "As long as I can do it, I'll help you." Xiao Hai looked at Despares and smiled faintly as he said, "Camp Lord, it's not a big matter. It's just that I've been in the Bone Symbol Camp for several months and haven't done any missions yet. This is a bit unreasonable. Therefore, I want to take some missions before the qualifiers begin." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Despares knew that he misunderstood. However, he still frowned and said, "Take missions? Don't you need to prepare? The qualifiers will begin in 2 months. Don't forget about the top 10. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. If I want to improve, I won't be able to rely on seclusion. It's better to take a few missions so that I can get more experience with liquid silver." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Despares nodded and said, "Good idea. Alright, then go ahead and do it. But Tai Xing is in charge of accepting missions. Since he's here, you can go look for him." Xiao Hai nodded, then he turned around and went to look for Tai Xing. Tai Xing's office was also in the Bone Symbol Camp's building. He was responsible for accepting and completing missions in the camp. There were some important missions that Tai Xing personally led. Tai Xing didn't participate in every mission. Most of the missions that he participated in were group missions under the name of the Bone Symbol Camp. As for individual missions, he generally wouldn't participate. While Tai Xing was processing documents in his office, the door suddenly opened as a person came in. Tai Xing looked up and couldn't help but stare. The person who came in was actually Xiao Hai. However, Tai Xing immediately recovered. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Xiao Hai, why did you come here? Do you want to drink with me?" "Not now, let's talk after I'm done." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Taixing, do I only want to drink with you? This time, I didn't come here to drink with you. I'm here to take a mission. Taixing stared, then with a puzzled expression, he said, What mission? You're about to participate in the qualifiers of the machine field. Why aren't you staying in the camp to prepare for the competition? Why are you taking missions? Zhao Hai looked at Taixing, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Taixing, I'm really here to take a mission. My cultivation isn't that good right now. It's impossible for me to improve in a short period of time. Therefore, I want to take a few missions in order to familiarize myself with liquid silver. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taixing couldn't help but nod and said, Right, as long as you can use liquid silver well, then you should be able to protect yourself in the 6 Realms beginner competition. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. What kind of mission do you want to take? Naturally, Taixing and the others had more confidence in liquid silver than in Zhao Hai. However, they didn't have any confidence in the machine field's performance in the competition. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just smiled and said, I haven't taken any missions yet. You can arrange it as you see fit. Single or group missions are good, but they have to be difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to familiarize myself with liquid silver. Taixing thought for a moment and said, Then I'll take a group mission. That way, we can look after each other. Let me see what missions there are. Taixing turned on his computer and looked at it for a while. Then his eyes shone as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, there's a mission that suits you. You can also take revenge. Do you want it? Zhao Hai stared and said, Revenge? You mean, the Zhang family? Taixing nodded and said, Right, the Zhang family. This time, it's an internal mission for the family. The Zhang family has a fleet of 10 medium-sized cargo ships. Recently, they've been sent from their headquarters, Planet Atom, to Planet Luke. This mission requires the Outer Court camp to send people to disguise themselves as pirates and attack the fleet. They don't need to do much, they just need to beat the Zhang family. How about it? Are you interested? This is a direct confrontation with a battleship. Moreover, it's a group mission. Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he said, Alright, I'm interested. Who's going to take this mission? Taixing smiled faintly and said, I'll definitely take this mission. Besides the Bone Symbol camp, there will also be other camps that will be under the command of the core members of the family. However, the Bone Symbol camp will still act together. Do you want to take part? Zhao Hai laughed and said, Of course I'll take part. How can I not take part in such an opportunity? But if we can really take down a battleship, how will the credit be calculated? Taixing looked at Zhao Hai strangely and said, Good kid, you're really ruthless. It seems like you're ready to kill. Rest assured, as long as you can take down a battleship, the things on the battleship will belong to the Bone Symbol camp. Even the battleship will belong to the Bone Symbol camp. As long as the battleship is modified, it can be sold for a good price. Even if you don't sell it, you can keep it for yourself. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Then it's settled. I'll take part in the mission. When will it be? Taixing smiled faintly and said, 5 days from now. We'll set off secretly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, call me when you show up. Then he stood up and left. Just as he returned to his room, he found Margaret waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Margaret stood up and said, Where did you go? How come I didn't find you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I went to the camp lord and told him that there are still 2 months before the qualifiers. I want to take some missions. I just received a mission from Brother Taixing. I'll be leaving in 5 days. Zhao Hai smiled and said, That's right. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Why do you want to take a mission at this time? Did the camp lord agree? Zhao Hai also told Margaret that he wanted to get familiar with liquid silver. Margaret didn't respond, but after thinking for a moment, she said, Then I'll also take part in this mission. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, Why would you take part in it? What if something happens? Also, the camp lord wouldn't agree. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, Don't think of me as incompetent. Don't forget, I'm a 4th rank mage. Don't forget, I'll go look for Uncle Fatty. Then she turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai wanted to call her back, but in the end, he gave up. However, he still felt warmth in his heart. The reason why Margaret wanted to take part in this mission was all because of him. He couldn't help but feel touched. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then his body flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the time is almost right. When do you want to take her to the space?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled bitterly, "Let's wait. Now isn't the right time to take her to the space. Why do you seem to be more anxious than me?" Laura smiled and said, "We want to see what she looks like after seeing the space." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, Zhao Hai went outside. He knew that Margaret would come back to look for him. Sure enough, when he went outside, Margaret came back with a happy expression. When she saw Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, "5 days later, I'll go with you. This time I want to take my revenge." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. From the last time Margaret fought with the Zhang family, it can be seen that her strength and experience were pitiful. She still wants to take revenge? Dream on. However, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't say these words to attack Margaret. He just smiled and said, "All right, this time, Brother Taixing will be the leader. He's very strong and has a lot of experience as a leader. There shouldn't be any problems with him leading the team." On the other hand, Margaret's face was full of excitement, but also a bit nervous. She looked like a child who was about to do a prank for the first time. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's expression and said, "What do you think would happen if we really managed to rob a ship? Would we sell it or keep it for our own use?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It wouldn't be that easy. We still need to hand the ship over to the camp." Margaret's interest didn't decrease, she continued to discuss with Zhao Hai. 5 days passed by quickly. This mission was actually very secretive. Very few people in the Ashley family knew about it. A lot of people who were selected to participate in this mission didn't know what they were going to do. This time, there were 200 members of the Bone Symbol camp participating in this mission. The weakest among them were third ranks. There was no other way. If one's strength wasn't at third rank, they wouldn't be able to fly in space. This would have a huge impact on combat. Although there were a lot of people from the Bone Symbol camp participating in this mission, only 2 of them received the most attention. One was Zhao Hai, and the other was naturally Margaret. Margaret's identity wasn't a secret in the Bone Symbol camp. Moreover, she had been very close to Zhao Hai recently. Therefore, almost everyone in the Bone Symbol camp knew about Margaret. The people in the Bone Symbol camp didn't expect that Zhao Hai and Margaret would participate in this mission. All the members of the Bone Symbol camp who participated in the mission gathered in the camp. Then they were sent to the space base by a small ship. Afterwards, they were transferred to a larger ship and flew to their destination. Because the mission required them to keep it a secret, the people from the camps gathered in the space base and took a medium-sized ship. For this operation, the Ashley family's outer sect camp had dispatched more than 1,700 people. So many people could only fit on one airship. Because of this, the airship's rooms were very tight. Originally, they had prepared a room for 1 person, but in the end, they had to squeeze in 6 people. Zhao Hai's room was also like this. However, because of Margaret's special status, she lived alone. Zhao Hai's room was filled with people from the Bone Symbol camp. After gathering in the space base, Zhao Hai's ship immediately took off. This time, their destination was a group of meteorites called Rainbow. During this period of recommendation, I will keep updating. I hope that everyone can support me. Rainbow Meteorite Belt, a beautiful name. But just like how most beautiful things in the jungle were poisonous, the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, which had a beautiful name, was also poisonous to all fleets. The Rainbow Meteorite Belt was a meteorite belt of unknown size. It was made up of countless meteorites, magnetic energy rays, and violent energy. No one could go to the center of this meteorite belt. Even a lone expert wouldn't dare to go deep into this meteorite belt. This meteorite belt reflected the light of the surrounding stars. It looked colorful and beautiful, but all fleets would choose to stay far away from it. Don't think that you're safe just because you don't rely on the meteorite belt. In this meteorite belt, some meteorites would collide and split from time to time. Almost every collision would cause a chain reaction, causing more meteorites to deviate from their original trajectories. Some irregular changes would occur, making the edge of the meteorite belt unsafe. But this meteorite belt was the only way to go from Adam to Luke. Even if one wanted to go around it, it was impossible. One could only open up a route from the edge of the meteorite belt. Xianxia and the others wanted to set up an ambush in this meteorite belt. The battleship arrived at the meteorite belt early. Then Xianxia and the others left the battleship and set up camp in the meteorite belt. As for the battleship, it was necessary to find a place to hide. Because there were a lot of magnetic energy rays and magnetic energy storms in the meteorite belt, electronic instruments wouldn't work well here. Ordinary spaceships would rely on their rich piloting experience to safely pass through this place. Therefore, this place could be said to be the best place to set up an ambush. Xianxia and the Bone Symbol camp were hiding on a huge meteorite. This meteorite wasn't far from the route. However, its volume was very large, almost equivalent to an asteroid. After Xianxia and the others arrived on the meteorite, they opened up a huge cave on the meteorite. Inside this cave, they opened up countless smaller caves, turning this place into a temporary base. In addition to the people who stayed in the temporary base every day, after discussing with Taixing, Xianxia also built a small cave on a smaller meteorite behind the meteorite. There were also a few people who were hiding there. These people were also very useful. After the temporary base was built, Taixing sent people to pay attention to the route every day. Once the Zhang family's fleet was discovered, they would immediately take action. Although this operation was under the command of a core member of the family, because it was an ambush, the core member still gave the people of each battalion a lot of autonomy, allowing the person in charge of each battalion to make a decision based on the situation. The commander of the Bone Symbol camp was still Taixing. Taixing had carried out a lot of missions, so he was very experienced in commanding. Therefore, he was the best person to command. However, very few people knew that Xianxia also gave a lot of ideas to deal with the Zhang family. Although Xianxia gave a lot of ideas, he didn't express it at all. It seems like everything was decided by Taixing himself. Xianxia knew that although he had a great reputation in the Bone Symbol camp, this was only because of the glory he brought to the camp. In terms of prestige, he couldn't compare to Taixing. If the people in the Bone Symbol camp were to know that Xianxia was the one who came up with the idea to deal with the Zhang family, then there might be people who wouldn't be convinced. This wouldn't be good for them in dealing with the Zhang family. Because of this idea, Xianxia was willing to be a supporting character. He gave all the command to Taixing. What he needed to do was to come up with ideas. In the end, Taixing would be the one to make the final decision. Time passed day by day. According to their plan, the Zhang family's fleet would appear about 10 days after they arrived at the asteroid belt. The reason for this was because they were afraid that the Zhang family would be prepared. To be honest, living in a huge cave wasn't a good feeling. However, for the sake of this mission, they endured it. This was because the people of the Bone Symbol camp already knew what their mission was. Xianxia nodded and said, "All right." Most people in the Bone Symbol camp didn't know about the dirty matters between the Zhang family and the Ashley family. They only knew that the Zhang family was an ally of the Ashley family. They didn't understand why they were doing this. However, when they heard about the rewards after this operation, they forgot about it. For these people in the outer sect camp, there was nothing more substantial than rewards. Families, allies, and whatnot were just fleeting clouds. The only thing that could move them was the actual machine coins. Most of the people in the outer court camp were people who ascended from the lower realms. They were heaven's favored children in the lower realms. But after arriving in the machine field, they found that their status had changed from heaven's favored children to inferior people. They were looked down upon by the mainstream forces of the machine field. This change in status made it difficult for them to adapt to it. Some special geniuses slowly adjusted their mentality. With the heart of a powerhouse and their own unremitting efforts, they finally became famous experts. However, most of them could only fade into the crowd and become an outer disciple of the major powers. Their pursuit changed from being the strongest to the current machine coins. Some people say that when a person loses their ideals and only thinks about money, they would be the most pitiful. Xianxia also agreed with this statement. With ideals and aspirations, people would live with vigor. If you only live for money, then you would be too pitiful. On the other hand, most of the people in the machine field's outer sect camp lived for money. There was a good saying in China, poor people have short ambitions, thin horses have long hair. This saying was very appropriate for the machine field's outer sect camp. Some of the ordinary mages and warriors in the outer sect camp didn't have a high annual income. Without enough money, they could only pursue money in their lives. Time passed day by day. The people of the bone symbol camp weren't just holed up in their temporary base. They were also communicating with the other camps. Under the command of the core members of the family, the bone symbol camp was able to calculate the timing of the attack. The bone symbol camp's mission this time was very important. They will be the first to launch an attack in the Ashley family. Moreover, their position was the innermost part of the route. Once they launch an attack, the other camps of the family would also launch an attack. This was because the bone symbol camp was going to attack the first warship of the Zhang family fleet, forcing the fleet to stop. It can be said that the bone symbol camp's mission this time was very important. Their attack on the Zhang family's first battleship would directly affect the Ashley family's other camps. 10 days passed in a flash. Everyone in the bone symbol camp was nervous. They knew that the battle was about to begin. The Zhang family didn't disappoint them. They appeared on time. It was a fleet of 10 spaceships. These 10 spaceships were not professional battleships but armed merchant ships. These armed merchant ships were not mainly used for combat. They were mainly used for transportation. However, they were equipped with weapons systems and a certain number of space mechas. There were also mages and warriors on board as guards. This time, the commander of the Zhang family's fleet was Adams. He was an experienced caravan captain. Moreover, he had been to the Rainbow Meteorite Belt many times. It had always been very safe, so the Zhang family's people were very assured. However, every time Adams went through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, he would be very careful. This was because Adams knew that the Rainbow Meteorite Belt wasn't a flat road. On the contrary, it was a canyon full of dangers. If one wasn't careful, one's ship would be destroyed. Now that the fleet was about to enter the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, Adams didn't have his usual relaxed appearance. Instead, he stood in the command hall with a serious expression. His eyes stared at the passage on the edge of the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. This passage wasn't very long. If a spaceship flew at full speed, then it would take about an hour to pass through this passage. However, when a spaceship passes through the meteorite belt, it wouldn't dare to fly at full speed. This was because they didn't know when a meteorite would fly out of the belt. If they flew at full speed and hit a meteorite that flew out of the belt, then they would be doomed to become a coffee table. Therefore, in order to safely pass through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, speed was very important. Going too fast wasn't safe, and going too slow wasn't good either. Adams had experience in passing through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt many times. He was now on the second ship. If the first ship was attacked, he would be able to deal with it calmly. Seeing that they were about to enter the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, Adams immediately gave an order: reduce the speed of all ships to 20 cosmic knots. Prepare the weapon system. Maintain communication. The order was quickly passed down, and the speed of the entire fleet slowed down. The vanguard ship slowly entered the passage of the meteorite belt. Slowly, the entire fleet entered the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. Adams was nervously staring at the computer. The computer's performance wasn't very good. Ripples would often appear. However, Adams didn't care. These ripples were caused by the magnetic energy storm in the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. As long as they passed through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, everything would be fine. The fleet slowly moved forward. From time to time, spacecraft would launch weapons to break some small meteorites that were approaching the ship. But generally speaking, it was still safe. The fleet was already halfway through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, but Adams still didn't dare to relax. As long as the fleet didn't completely pass through the Rainbow Meteorite Belt, he wouldn't relax. At this moment, Adams's eyes suddenly shrank. He shouted, "Attention ship number 1, attention ship number 1, immediately begin rapid descent. Immediately begin rapid descent." When he said this, Adams's eyes didn't leave the screen. This was because he clearly saw the results displayed on the computer. Not far in front of ship number 1, a small meteorite in the Rainbow Meteorite Belt suddenly moved and fiercely collided with a large meteorite on the side of the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. The large meteorite was unexpectedly knocked off its original trajectory and flew into the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. Adams always felt that the situation of this large meteorite was a bit strange. With such a large size, it shouldn't have changed its direction after being hit by a small meteorite. Why did this happen? While Adams was puzzled, he suddenly discovered that the huge meteorite seemed to have a rocket propeller installed on it. Its speed increased and it went straight towards the lead ship. Seeing this situation, the ominous premonition in Adams' mind became even stronger. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Without hesitation, he ran to the computer on the desk and slapped a red button on the side of the computer. At the same time, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Everyone, prepare for battle!" Just as he shouted, he discovered that the lead ship had already fired an energy beam at the meteorite. However, the meteorite was too big. Although the energy beam hit the meteorite, it didn't break it. It only made 2 deep holes in the meteorite, but it didn't do anything to the meteorite. However, the meteorite didn't stop and directly hit the lead ship. Moreover, it hit the head of the lead ship. Upon seeing the position of the lead ship, Adams knew that the lead ship was finished. Whether it was a battleship or an ordinary commercial spaceship, people would habitually place the command hall of a battleship at the head. This wasn't just for the sake of looking good, it was also for the purpose of installing tempered glass at the head of the ship. From there, one could see things further away, which was very advantageous for piloting a battleship. But now that it was hit by the meteorite, this design became the most fatal. Although the strength of the tempered glass was good, how could it withstand the impact of such a large meteorite? If it was an ordinary battle, the commander of the spaceship would place a defensive metal plate on the outside of the tempered glass. This layer of metal plate was tightly attached to the outside of the tempered glass. When not in use, it would be put away. Only in a real battle would this defensive metal plate be put down. But this time, the commander of the lead ship didn't expect to be attacked. Therefore, he didn't put down the metal plate at all. As long as the meteorite broke the tempered glass, the battleship's command hall would be finished. Sure enough, just as Adams thought, when the meteorite hit the head of the battleship, the tempered glass shattered in an instant. Then the meteorite changed its direction and flew towards the other side of the passage. From the meteorite, a large number of people flew out and flew towards the lead ship. Adams didn't have the mood to care so much at this time. He immediately shouted, "Put down the defensive plate. Mechs, mages, warriors, attack. Launch the ship's weapon system. Reduce the speed to 10 degrees. Slowly move forward and slowly come in contact with the lead ship. Push it away and open the passage." The people on the battleship were busy. They saw the people rushing out of the meteorite. Therefore, they were very clear that this was an enemy attack. At this time, a large number of warriors and mages rushed out from both sides of the fleet. Many of them were also pushing the meteorites forward. However, the meteorites that they pushed weren't as big as the ones that Xianxia and the others were pushing. As soon as the meteorites moved, they were immediately destroyed by the ship's weapons. Even the people who pushed the meteorites were killed. At this time, Xianxia and the others had already rushed through the broken glass of the lead ship and entered the command hall. The command hall was completely destroyed. The instruments were also emitting sparks. It was clear that they couldn't be used anymore. All of the crew in the command hall were dead. Their corpses were floating in the command hall. Taixing looked around and said, "Xianxia, lead the way. Break through the cabin door. There should be people in the other cabins. We must eliminate them as soon as possible." Xianxia nodded. Then he floated towards the cabin door of the command hall. A 5-layered magic formation was instantly formed in his hand before he struck the door. The door was instantly destroyed. Then Xianxia led the people in a single file as they rushed through the cabin door. The cabin doors of the battleship were automatically activated in an emergency. They weren't very thick and didn't have any defensive shields. Therefore, they were easily destroyed by Xianxia. Xianxia led the people towards the battleship. At the same time, Xianxia used his spiritual force to explore the surroundings. He was carefully paying attention to the situation around him. Suddenly, Zhao Hai discovered that there were two people in the cabin in front of him. They were warriors. They had already taken out their weapons and were nervously staring at the cabin door. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the people behind him to stop. These people had already seen Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, they unconsciously followed Zhao Hai's lead. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at everyone, then he pointed at the door and said, "There are two people in this cabin, two warriors. I'll open the door in a while. You don't have to be polite." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai floated towards the cabin door and then waved his hand as a 10-layered magic formation appeared. Then the cabin door was destroyed. The two warriors inside screamed as they waved their weapons to block the metal fragments. Then they shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" However, the people from the bone symbol camp weren't polite. Whether they surrendered or not, they still went forward to eliminate them. The people from the bone symbol camp knew that they couldn't leave any survivors in this operation. Otherwise, the Zhang family would know that they were dealing with them. This wouldn't do. The two warriors were quickly killed. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he flew towards the battleship. He began to sweep through the cabins one by one. Because of the sudden attack, many of the warriors and mages didn't manage to leave their cabins before they were killed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai received the bodies of those who were killed into the space and turned them into undead. This commercial battleship wasn't small and had a lot of cabins. However, under Zhao Hai's sweeping, it didn't take long for them to gain control of the entire ship. Other than encountering some trouble in the mech room, there was almost no resistance. Before long, the entire ship was under control. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the command hall. Inside the command hall, Taixing and the others had forcibly blocked the steel plates on the battleship's glass. Some of the steel plates were already deformed and couldn't be used. However, there were still mages and warriors repairing them. Seeing that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, Taixing turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's been dealt with. Brother Taixing, should we go out and help the others?" Taixing shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Aside from the ship that we left behind, the others have already escaped. The commander of this fleet is an old hand. He used a ship to push our ship away and opened a path for himself to escape." When Zhao Hai heard Taixing, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Then what do we do now? Do we just wait here?" Taixing shook his head and said, "Let's go out. The ship's engines have already stopped working. We'll go to the stern and use magic to push the ship forward. We need to leave this place as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we'll go immediately." Then he led the group of mages to leave. Seeing that Margaret wanted to follow, Taixing quickly said, "Margaret, you stay here. The battle is already over, there's no danger outside. Leave the matters outside to Zhao Hai." Margaret thought for a moment before she decided to stay. She also discovered the difference between her and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't show any mercy when he made a move. Margaret also discovered that if she were to fight against Zhao Hai, then she would be destroyed in less than 10 minutes by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai led the mages of the bone symbol camp out of the battleship. All of them were wearing special masks, making it impossible for people to see their faces. When everyone came out of the ship, they saw that their ship had been pushed to the edge of the flight path. There were a lot of mecha fragments and corpses of mages and warriors floating on the flight path. At the same time, the enemy's fleet had already disappeared. But now, there were a lot of mages and warriors gathered next to their ship. Naturally, they were from the other camps. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Everyone, please make way. We have to move this ship away in order to avoid the enemy's counterattack." The mages and warriors surrounding the ship didn't have any insignia on their bodies. They were also wearing masks. When they heard Zhao Hai, these mages and warriors couldn't help but hesitate. But in the end, they still made way. If this was just a joint operation of several camps, then they might be able to make the bone symbol camp spit out some benefits. But now, they couldn't do that. The core members of their families weren't just commanders, they were also inspectors. If they were caught red-handed, then the entire camp would be in trouble. Zhao Hai looked at the mages, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, come up and help. It's safer to leave as soon as possible." As soon as the mages heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. In a situation like Zhao Hai's, most people would take all the benefits for themselves. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it was clear that he wanted to give them some of the credit. This situation was very rare. It wasn't only the other camps that were stunned, even the people from the bone symbol camp were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a proposal. Wasn't this clearly saying that he wanted to share the spoils with others? Just as they were about to say something, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then his figure flashed as he returned to the command hall of the ship. Taixing was still busy instructing the people to repair the steel plates. When he saw Zhao Hai's pale face, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "What's wrong? Are the people from the other camps causing trouble?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Taixing, let's go. Both sides of the passage have been blocked by battleships." It seems like the Zhang family already knew about this operation. The reason why they sent their fleet here is to lure us into attacking. As long as they capture our people, they would have a reason to declare war on the family. Now that they have sent people to the passage, it would be too late if we don't leave. As soon as Taixing heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed as he said, "Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. In about 20 minutes, they will complete the encirclement." As soon as Taixing heard Zhao Hai, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, gather up and leave this place. Don't take anything." When Zhao Hai heard Taixing, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Taixing, there are a lot of good things here. There are some metals as well as some specialties. How about this? I'll open the hatch and we'll use our spatial equipment to take the things inside. After that, we'll immediately enter the asteroid belt and leave." Taixing nodded and said, "Brother Taixing, there are a lot of good things here." Taixing stared, then he shook his head and said, "That's not good. We don't have the time right now." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Taixing, don't forget that we're now disguised as pirates. Naturally, we need to act like it. Once we're inside the asteroid belt, even if we can't contact the family's ship, there's no need to be afraid. After all, they can't enter the asteroid belt." Taixing thought for a moment and said, "This time, the risk is too big. We can't come here in vain." "Alright, we'll do as you say. I'll go organize the people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and flew towards the cabin. Margaret quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and didn't say anything. The two quickly flew inside and opened the cabins containing the goods. Upon opening the cabins, Zhao Hai discovered that the things inside the ship were more than he imagined. Aside from some metals, there were also a lot of specialties from Adam. Most importantly, there were also some of the latest models of flying vehicles and mechas. But the first thing that Zhao Hai did wasn't these. He opened the cabins and then pulled Margaret inside. When they arrived at one of the cabins, Zhao Hai didn't waste any effort to open it. Then he began to crazily load the cabins into the space. Margaret thought that Zhao Hai would put some good things inside. However, when Zhao Hai opened the cabin, she discovered that she was wrong. What Zhao Hai put inside wasn't anything good at all. Instead, it was the ship's food, water, wine, and other daily necessities. After Zhao Hai put the things inside the cabin, he took Margaret and left. As for the precious metals and mechas, Zhao Hai didn't put them inside. He didn't want others to know how big the space was. He only put these things inside for the future. This time, the Zhang family was clearly prepared. They had already surrounded the area. It would be impossible for Zhao Hai and the others to leave the asteroid field in a short time. It was unknown how long it would take for them to return to the Ashley family. Although they could fly in space, they weren't at the point where they didn't need to eat. It was possible to take food out of the space, but that would arouse suspicion. Now that Zhao Hai had put the ship's food inside the space, people wouldn't be suspicious if he took it out. When Zhao Hai and Margaret came out, Taixing had already organized people to put the things inside the cabin. Zhao Hai scanned the cabin with his spiritual force before he turned to Taixing and said, "Brother Taixing, let's go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now." Taixing nodded, then he waved his hand and led everyone out of the ship. After that, he called the other battalions and then headed towards the asteroid field. When Taixing came out, he already told the other battalions about the situation. Because of this, they didn't waste too much time. The other battalions also knew that if they didn't run towards the asteroid field, then they wouldn't have any other way out. Therefore, they followed Taixing and the others into the asteroid field. Not long after they entered the damaged rock belt, two large groups of nearly 10,000 people, consisting of magicians, warriors, and mecha warriors, surrounded them. However, they were only left with the empty shell of a spaceship. The two groups of people from the Zhang family carefully looked at the airship. Finally, the two leaders gathered together. One of them was a warrior, while the other was a mage. When the two gathered together, the mage said, "It seems like they found out and ran away." The warrior nodded and said, "These guys are really cunning. Let's send the mecha warriors back first. We'll go to the asteroid field and take a look. I believe they shouldn't have gone too far." The archmage nodded and said, "All right, there's a fleet outside. If they ran out, then they would be courting death. They must have run into the meteorite belt. I think we should enter the meteorite belt from where the spaceship is. Then we can slowly search for them." The warrior nodded, then the two went to a mecha warrior and had him take the mechas away. It must be said that the mechas of the machine field were much stronger than warriors and mages. However, the mechas' ability to fight for a long time wasn't very good. Although they could fight for 2 days, once they run out of energy, the mecha warrior would turn into a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, in a high-intensity battle, this number would decrease. This kind of search wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. Therefore, sending the mecha warriors back was the best choice. Because of the magnetic field of the asteroid field, communication devices couldn't be used. Because of this, communication was a big problem. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have run away without knowing where the Ashley family's ship was. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the meteorite field, they immediately went inside. However, they didn't dare to go too deep into the meteorite field. Even the most powerful people in the cultivation realm wouldn't dare to go too deep into the meteorite field. After Zhao Hai went deep into the asteroid field, he turned around and flew towards the family's battleship. The battleship didn't leave the asteroid field. Instead, it found a place to hide. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to see how the battleship was doing. Taixing and Zhao Hai flew in front of everyone. As Taixing flew forward, he said to Zhao Hai, "This time, there must be a mole in the family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about our operation so quickly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's not just a mole, it's a mole with a very high status. It seems like the Zhang family is ready to have a falling out with the family. The family is in danger this time." Taixing frowned. There weren't many people in the family who knew about this operation. For example, most of the people in the bone symbol camp didn't know who they were going to deal with until they arrived. They simply didn't know before they set off. Only the higher-ups who participated in this operation knew the specific time and situation of the operation. In this case, the Zhang family was still able to set up a trap. This showed that there was a problem. Moreover, the Ashley family didn't really want to go to war with the Zhang family. They just wanted to teach the Zhang family a lesson. But looking at the current situation, it seems like the Zhang family was ready to go to war with the Ashley family. One was deliberately scheming while the other was completely unprepared. In this case, if the Zhang family really went to war with the Ashley family, then the Ashley family would certainly suffer a big loss. Taixing said, "Forget it. Even if something happened to the family, we can't help them right now. Let's save our lives first. I hope that nothing happened to the spaceship. Otherwise, I'm afraid our days would be even more difficult." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to the others and said, "Brother Taixing, it's best if you organize everyone to stay here. Make sure to clean up the traces that we left behind. Otherwise, the other party would quickly catch up to us. I'll go scout ahead first." Taixing nodded and said, "I'll choose 2 people to go with them, at least we can take care of each other." Zhao Hai didn't object. Taixing picked 2 people to follow Zhao Hai while Taixing stayed behind. Taixing had some status in the 8 camps. Everyone knew what he was responsible for in the bone symbol camp. Moreover, the bone symbol camp had done a great job this time. Because of this, the people of the 8 camps began to listen to Taixing's orders unconsciously. Taixing looked at everyone and said, "This time, we've fallen into their trap. The passage outside has been surrounded. Everyone knows about this, so we might not be able to return to the family for a long time. There might be people chasing after us, so I'd like to ask the people in charge of each camp to keep an eye on the people in your camp. Don't act alone. Wherever you go, make sure to clean up all traces. We can't be discovered by others. We must act as one, otherwise, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to return to the family. If we split up, then we'll be separated. Nobody objected. They knew that Taixing was right. If they don't act together, then they wouldn't have a chance to fight back if they encounter the Zhang family. Seeing that everyone agreed, Taixing nodded and said, I'll ask the people in charge of the camps to come over. Let's discuss our next step. The people in charge of the camps walked over. Taixing looked at the group and said, I'm afraid that the core member sent by the family is currently on the airship. We're the only ones in charge here. This time, we brought the elites of the various battalions. If they all die here, then our 8 battalions will be finished. Therefore, what we need to do now is to protect these people. I've already sent people to scout ahead and see what happened to the airship that the family sent us. If the airship is fine, then we'll inform them about the situation here. If something happens to the airship, then I'm afraid that we'll have to stay in this meteorite belt for a while. Taixing looked at the group and said, all right. If we can't do anything about it, then we'll have to stay here for a while. The people in charge of the camps nodded. As soon as the battle ended, the core members of the family took some mages and warriors back to the airship in order to receive them. Therefore, they weren't here right now. Therefore, the people in charge of this operation became the people in charge of the 8 camps. Seeing the people in charge nod, Taixing said, I suggest that we send people to scout the surroundings first. We'll clean up the traces we left behind. After our scouts return, we'll decide what to do next. The people in charge nodded. Then one of the mages said, Taixing, who did you send to scout this time? Can he do it? Taixing looked at the person who spoke. This person was the person in charge of the Ghost Symbol Camps operation. He was also the person in charge of the Bone Symbol Camps missions, Charles. Taixing looked at Charles and said, absolutely. This time, Zhao Hai will be the one to scout. If he can't do it, then I'm afraid no one else can. When Charles heard Taixing, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, right, Zhao Hai is very strong. He should be fine. Taixing nodded and said, all right, everyone, send people to do it. Pay attention to the direction we came from. There might be pursuers there. Don't let anyone act alone. When the people in the camps heard Taixing, they couldn't help but stare. Charles looked at Taixing and said, don't act alone? What do you mean? Taixing nodded and said, perhaps there are people from the Zhang family among these people. Therefore, it's best not to let them act alone. Otherwise, someone might send a letter to the Zhang family. Leo, the person in charge of the camp, looked at Taixing and said, that's impossible. Don't accuse people wrongly. My people won't betray the family. Taixing looked at him and said, don't talk about those useless things. The family's operation was very secretive, but the Zhang family still found out about it. Moreover, they set up a trap here. This means that there are people from the Zhang family in the camp. How can you guarantee that there aren't people from the Zhang family among these people? Leo didn't say anything. Charles nodded and said, Taixing is right. Let's do it like this. 50 people in a team. Spread out and scout. No one is allowed to act alone. The group nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai led the people from the Bone Symbol camp to fly forward. In the universe, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was also suppressed. Therefore, he only noticed the Zhang family's fleet after they surrounded the passage. However, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was still the strongest in the Ashley family's camp. Therefore, he proposed to go out and scout. The people behind Zhao Hai were veterans of the Bone Symbol camp. However, they weren't dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. The strength that Zhao Hai displayed in this operation made them very surprised. It was Zhao Hai who pushed the largest meteorite towards the Zhang family's ship. Moreover, the strength that Zhao Hai displayed in the battleship also shocked them. Because of this, they silently followed behind Zhao Hai, following his lead. Suddenly, Zhao Hai stopped flying. Then he waved his hand, causing the people behind him to stop as well. One of them went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Little Zhao Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at him. He knew this person, he was one of Taixing's helpers. He had some prestige in the camp. He was a 5th-rank warrior with 2 swords in his hands. His fighting strength was very good. His name was Richard. Zhao Hai said, "Brother Richard, there's no need to go. Let's go back. The Zhang family has already taken control of the battleship. They're waiting for us there. If we go, we'll die." Richard stared, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How do you know?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My spiritual force isn't a joke. Although I'm still some distance away from the battleship, I'm already very clear about its situation. Let's go back and report to Brother Taixing. We need to make other plans." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go back and report to Brother Taixing." Richard didn't doubt Zhao Hai, he just whispered, "Is the core member of the family all right? If anything happens to that core member, we'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's go back." Then he turned around and flew back. "Today is the last day of the month. Please support us." "Thank you very much." Zhao and the others slowly moved forward. In the asteroid belt, danger was everywhere. They didn't dare to fly too fast. If they flew too fast, they might not be able to avoid the meteorite fragments that were suddenly shot at them. One must know that in the universe, meteorite fragments were much more lethal than bullets. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered some people in front of him. These people were in groups of 50, scouting around. Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Ashley family. He wasn't surprised as he led the group to greet them. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. But since the people from the Ashley family were wearing masks, they were easy to recognize. Zhao Hai nodded to these people and said, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Bone Symbol camp. May I ask where Captain Taixing is?" Naturally, the other party wasn't from the Bone Symbol camp. When they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but curiously size him up. Zhao Hai was currently very famous in the Ashley family's outer court. Then the person pointed behind them and said, "The captains of the battalions are there, waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his gratitude. Then he led the others to fly towards the direction that the person pointed. Before long, Zhao Hai sensed Taixing and the others. Zhao Hai immediately flew over and bowed to Taixing as he said, "Brother Taixing. We're back. Greetings to the captains." The captains naturally knew that this was Zhao Hai. They curiously sized up Zhao Hai. But since Zhao Hai was wearing a mask, they couldn't see anything. Taixing nodded and said, "What's the situation? Did you find the ship?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We found the ship. But the situation isn't good. The ship has been controlled by the Zhang family. Moreover, there's a trap waiting for us." The expressions of Taixing and the others turned ugly. This was the worst outcome, the one they didn't want to hear the most. However, these people were also people with strong minds. They immediately regained their spirits. Taixing said, "It seems like we can't count on that place." "Right, how are the core members of the family on the ship?" Zhao Hai replied, "The people on this ship are fine, but they're currently being controlled. They might want to capture us as well as the people on the ship. Then they can use us as evidence to start a war with the family." Taixing nodded and said, "If they can't capture us, then there won't be enough evidence. Therefore, we can't have an accident. Everyone, what should we do next?" The captains looked at each other, they didn't know what to do. Taixing turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, do you have any ideas?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I think it's best if we don't leave the meteorite belt. This time, the Zhang family has dispatched a large number of troops to capture us. If we leave the meteorite belt without a ship, it would be easy for them to catch up to us. If we stay in the meteorite belt, the Zhang family wouldn't be able to send a battleship to attack us. Even if they send mages, warriors, or mecha fighters, we don't need to be afraid. The meteorite belt is very big, it would be impossible for them to conduct a comprehensive search. The meteorite belt can be a natural shield for us. Although the Zhang family's strength isn't bad, they can't surround the meteorite belt for a long time. Therefore, we just need to lurk in the meteorite belt for a period of time and wait for the Zhang family to withdraw." Taixing looked at the other captains and said, "What do you think?" Charles nodded and said, I think what Zhao Hai said is right. If we leave the meteorite belt now, then we would be sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. It's better to stay in the meteorite belt for a while. Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, Zhao Hai. Leo opened his mouth and said, You're saying it lightly, but have you thought about a problem? We didn't bring a lot of food with us this time. In the past 10 days, we also consumed a lot of food. Now, we don't have much left. If we don't go out, the Zhang family can starve us to death as long as they surround us outside. Upon hearing Leo, Charles, and Taixing immediately thought of this problem. Although their cultivation wasn't low, they still needed to eat to maintain their energy consumption. And because they usually eat on the ship, they didn't bring a lot of food this time. If they don't solve this problem, then they would starve to death. If they don't want to starve to death, then they can only leave the asteroid field. But the Zhang family was waiting for them outside. If they go out, then they would die. For a while, Taixing and the others were in a dilemma. Margaret was standing beside Taixing. When she heard Leo, her eyes couldn't help but shine. She turned her head to Zhao Hai and admired Zhao Hai. While the others were scouring the ship for valuables, Zhao Hai was scouring the ship for food. And now, food became the most important thing to them. Seeing Margaret looking at him, Zhao Hai understood what she meant. He smiled faintly and nodded. Margaret turned to Taixing and the others and smiled, Brother Taixing, you don't need to worry about food. Taixing nodded. Taixing and the others stared, they looked at Margaret with a puzzled expression. They didn't know why Margaret said this. Margaret looked at them and smiled, when we left the ship and entered the asteroid field, Big Brother Hai already took out all the compressed food on the ship. It should be enough for us to eat for a while. Taixing and the others stared, then they became happy. Taixing turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, really? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's true. All the food on the ship was taken out by me. It should be enough for us to use for a long time. Moreover, when I left the family, I also brought a lot of food. Don't worry, even if we stay here for a few months, we wouldn't need to worry about food. Taixing laughed and said, All right, we have people. Now the biggest problem has been solved. Right, Little Hai, why did you bring so much food? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, This can't be helped. When I was in the lower realm, I had the same experience. I was chased by people and could only hide. But because I didn't have anything to eat, I could only go out and fight. Because of this, no matter where I go, I would always bring a lot of food with me in case of emergencies. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taixing and the others couldn't help but laugh. At this time, they felt relieved. As long as there was food, there was nothing wrong with staying in the asteroid belt. At this time, an explosion was suddenly heard in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. Naturally, the scouts had discovered the enemy and were now fighting with them. Taixing looked at the captains and said, Immediately call all the scouts back. Little Hai, you'll have to work hard. Go and see the situation first. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and flew towards the place where the explosion occurred. Richard and the others were still following behind Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to Taixing and said, Why did you send Zhao Hai? He's the treasure of your bone symbol camp. Aren't you afraid that he might have an accident? Taixing smiled bitterly and said, I wanted to send someone else, but Little Hai's spiritual force is the strongest. He can go there without being discovered, but the others can't. In this case, if I don't send him, then who else can go? Charles smiled bitterly as well. They had some understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Although some people in the family believed that Zhao Hai's current strength wasn't enough to fight against the veteran experts of the 8 camps, they knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't that simple. Even if he fought against them, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai led Richard and the others to fly forward. Before long, Zhao Hai found the place where the explosion occurred. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that there were no enemies there. There was a battle going on at the place where the explosion occurred. However, the two sides weren't the Zhang family's people, but the Ashley family's scouts. At this time, the scouts were divided into 2 groups and were constantly fighting. Zhao Hai frowned, then he sped up and flew forward. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the scene of the battle and shouted, Stop! When the two sides saw that someone had arrived, one side couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression, while the other side's expression changed. The joyful side only had about 15 people, while the other side had about 35 people. The side with fewer people immediately said, "Brother, hurry up. These guys are the Zhang family spies. They wanted to kill us just now, so they're going to inform the Zhang family." "Nonsense." Just as this person's voice fell, the other side opened their mouth and said, "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. They are the Zhang family's spies. They were discovered by us, so they started to fight with us in order to attract the Zhang family's attention. They also said that they have people in the camp who will help them. If brother isn't from the Zhang family, then please help them." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown. What both sides said seemed to be reasonable. However, now wasn't the time to fight. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I don't care who is the Zhang family's spy. Stop right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The two groups didn't stop and continued to attack each other. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Then with a wave of his hand, 100 superimposed magic formations suddenly appeared. Then Zhao Hai said, "Dark binding." Along with his voice, the 100-layered magic formation suddenly turned into a sky full of black whips, entangling both sides of the battle. Although those people struggled hard, it didn't have any effect. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Behave yourselves. I'll take you back to see the captains. If you continue to struggle, then it means that you're a spy of the Zhang family. At that time I won't be polite." His words were really effective. The people stopped struggling. Zhao looked at them and smiled coldly. Among these people, there must be a group of spies. The spies were very smart and wanted to fish in troubled waters. But this time, they were wrong. Zhao Hai turned to Richard and said, "Let's go back and see Brother Tai Xing." Richard nodded, then his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the people who were captured by Zhao Hai. "It's the last day. Brothers, give us some subscriptions." Richard was very clear about their current situation. Just now, the two groups of people were fighting here, causing a huge commotion. He was afraid that the Zhang family would have already discovered them. If the Zhang family were to block them here, then they would be done for. Richard was very clear about their current situation. Because of this, Richard couldn't help but want to kill these people. However, he also knew that this wasn't the time. He needed to capture these people and ask them if they had any accomplices. This was the most important thing. Before long, Zhao Hai and Richard returned to Tai Xing's group. At this time, the scouts had already returned. Everyone was nervously looking at them. Zhao Hai quickly arrived at Tai Xing's side, then he bowed and said, "Brother Tai Xing, these guys were the ones who fought. They were divided into two groups. They said that the other party was a spy of the Zhang family. They wanted to attract the Zhang family's attention, so they fought with the other party. I caught them all." When Tai Xing and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then the expressions of the captains turned ugly. They turned their heads and coldly looked at these people, as if they wanted to eat them alive. When Zhao Hai saw this, he turned to Tai Xing and said, "Brother Tai Xing, the commotion caused by their fight wasn't small. I think the Zhang family might have heard it. We should leave immediately and wait until we reach a relatively safe place before dealing with them." Tai Xing nodded, then he turned to the captains and said, "Zhao Hai is right. The commotion just now wasn't small. We need to leave this place quickly." Then he took the lead and flew towards the asteroid field. At this time, they were already in formation. The bone symbol camp was at the front, followed by the others. The life symbol camp was at the back. Not only were they at the back, they also had to clean up the traces they left behind. This time, the group didn't continue in their original direction. They would be staying in the asteroid field for some time. Because of this, they decided to take the risk and go deeper into the asteroid field. This was because the deeper they went, the safer it would be. Less than an hour after Tai Xing's group left, the pursuers of the Zhang family arrived. They arrived at the place where the previous group of people fought. After looking around, one of the magicians said, "It seems like they want to go to their spaceship. But why did they fight here?" The warrior smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, the the family has placed a lot of spies in the Ashley family. It should be the family's spies who did this. The mage nodded and said, that's very possible. But if we do that, then we'll expose our spies. It's not worth it. The warrior shook his head and said, as long as we can capture the Ashley family's people, it would be worth it. Not only can the family use these people to threaten the Ashley family, we can also use this opportunity to eliminate a genius of the Ashley family. The magician stared blankly for a moment before continuing, you mean that guy called Zhao Hai? He's also in this group? The warrior nodded and said, right, that Zhao Hai is also in this group. I heard that the family just received information recently. Although Zhao Hai ascended 4 months ago, he's still very strong. In the Ashley family's internal competition, he defeated all the opponents and became the number 1. This time, he's going to participate in the machine fields competition. If such an expert were to participate in the competition, then it would be very disadvantageous for the family. Therefore, we must eliminate him. The mage nodded and said, that's for the best. Let's go. The warrior nodded, then the two led an army of more than 5,000 mages and warriors towards the Ashley family's spaceship. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were already very deep into the asteroid belt. They circled around the asteroid belt a few times before heading back to the place where they fought the Zhang family's fleet. However, they were now in the depths of the asteroid belt, making it difficult for ordinary people to find them. Zhao Hai and the others were very close to each other. Everyone arrived at a huge meteorite as a temporary resting place. The magicians used magic to open up a huge cave in front of the meteorite. After everyone entered the cave, they let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Tai Xing and the others also turned their attention to the scouting team that was fighting. Tai Xing and the others looked at this group of people with ashen faces. They had lost quite a few people along the way, and it was all because of these people. Along the way, these people were controlled by Zhao Hai's magic. Because of this, they couldn't move. Tai Xing looked at them and said, who wants to go first? One of the magicians in the team immediately shouted, Captain Tai Xing, I'll say it first. Our team was originally going there to scout. I don't know why, but as soon as we got there, they began to attack us. If it wasn't for the fact that I specifically wore an inner armor for this operation, I would have fallen into their trap. Fart. One of the mages in the other group shouted, you were obviously the ones who attacked first. How dare you blame us? Tai Xing looked at the two groups and said, take off their masks. Let's see which camp they belong to. Zhao Hai nodded, then with a wave of his hand, the masks of these people were taken off. When the masks were taken off, the captains of the Ghost Battalion and the Li Battalion couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This was because these 50 people were made up of men from their 2 battalions. Moreover, whether it was the smaller side or the larger side, they were both made up of men from 2 battalions. There wasn't a single battalion on either side. The 2 captains' expressions weren't good. This meant that no matter which of the 2 groups were spies of the Zhang family, it was still related to their 2 camps. Tai Xing looked at Charles and Leo and said, gentlemen, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Leo coldly snorted and said, in my opinion, we should just kill them all. As soon as he said this, the 2 groups immediately began to blame each other. They even began to curse each other. Charles looked at these people and coldly said, killing them all is also good. But I still want to let them see my methods first. I want them to spit out a bit more information. Tai Xing looked at the 2, then he frowned and said, Charles, are you confident? Charles coldly snorted and said, I think you all know a bit about my methods. I believe that under my methods, no one would be able to hide the truth. Tai Xing and the others didn't say anything. What Charles said was correct. In the 8 camps of the Ashley family, Charles was known for his savagery. This guy liked to use all kinds of torture to torture his enemies. Therefore, he was an expert in using torture. However, as long as someone was tortured by him, then they would be considered crippled. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, I've also heard about Captain Charles's methods. But these people were sent by the Zhang family. Moreover, they were willing to reveal their identities. I'm afraid that once Captain Charles starts to torture them, they would start to talk nonsense. That wouldn't be good. I have a method, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Along the way, Zhao Hai's strength had earned him the qualifications to be on equal footing with the captains. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, the captains nodded. Taixing said, "Tell us, what method do you have?" Zhao Hai looked at the captains, then he smiled faintly and said, "You might know that when I was in the lower realm, although I was an all-round mage, I was still best at using dark magic. I can turn people into undead and have them tell me everything they know. Moreover, undead don't lie, they completely listen to my orders. Once they become undead, even if I order them to kill their wives, children, and parents, they would still do it, not to mention their accomplices. As long as we choose one person from each team and turn them into undead, they would naturally tell us everything." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You might know that when I was in the lower realm, although I was an all-round mage, I can turn people into undead." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taixing and the others couldn't help but show a surprised expression. They thought that Zhao Hai would have a gentler method. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's method to be even more sinister than Charles's method. Turning people into undead, in their opinion, was truly evil. Not to mention the captains, even the people inside the cave who heard Zhao Hai's words felt a chill. They now discovered that Zhao Hai was a person who couldn't be provoked. On the other hand, the two groups of people lying on the ground had their complexions change. This was because Zhao Hai said that he would choose one person from each group. Everyone was praying that Zhao Hai wouldn't choose them. Margaret was also shocked as she looked at Zhao Hai. But when she thought about how Zhao Hai might be a butcher in the lower realms, she felt relieved. In the machine field, killing a few people wasn't a big deal. In order to cultivate and become stronger, not to mention killing a few people, they would do even worse things. Taixing and the others took a deep breath and calmed their emotions. Then Taixing looked at the group and said, "What do you think?" The group nodded. Then Taixing turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, we're counting on you. Let's move." Zhao Hai nodded, then turned his head to look at the two groups of people. His eyes swept across the two groups of people, making them feel as if they had become pigs in a slaughterhouse, and Zhao Hai was the butcher. Looking at their bodies, it would be easy for him to cut them. At this time, one of the people in the group with fewer people suddenly said, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you. As long as you let me live, I'll tell you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sure enough, I forced you to come out. But it's impossible for me to let you live. I don't believe you." After saying that, he moved his hand and a mass of black qi wrapped around that person. That person let out a blood-curdling scream but immediately stopped breathing. Before long, the black gas disappeared and a pale white skeleton crawled up from the ground. Obviously, that person had turned into an undead creature. Everyone who saw this scene could still feel the screams echoing in their minds. Everyone felt a chill on their backs. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said, "Point out your accomplices." The skeleton pointed at the people in the group with fewer people. Then it pointed at the people in the group with more people. Seeing this, Taixing and the others couldn't help but stare. Taixing and the others were stunned when they saw that the mage who had been fighting against the team with fewer people was among the few people in the team that the skeleton was pointing at. Before long, Taixing and the others reacted. Leo angrily cursed, "Good thief, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, we would have fallen for your trick. Die." Then he waved his hand, sending out a wave of energy that directly killed the mage who couldn't move. Taixing and the others didn't stop him. They also wanted to kill all of these people. It was clear that this was a trap set by the Zhang clan. They wanted to expose some of their people and leave some of them behind. One couldn't help but admit that this method was very effective. Moreover, they almost succeeded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and placed the people that the skeleton pointed out to the side. As for the people that the skeleton didn't point out, Zhao Hai released them. After doing this, Zhao turned to Taixing and said, "Brother Taixing, do you want to turn these people into undead as well? Have them identify the spies in the team." Taixing nodded. Taixing nodded. Taixing turned his head to the others and said, "What do you think? If you agree, then let Zhao Hai do it. The sooner we get rid of the spies, the sooner we can feel relieved." Charles's face was gloomy as he said, "I agree, let Zhao Hai do it. If we don't get rid of the spies, then we'll be in danger." The others also agreed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he released a black gas to surround the people. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand. The black gas in his hand flashed as it flew towards the crowd like a whip and tied up a person. Taixing and the others stared. But when they saw what the person was holding, their expressions changed. The person was actually holding a miniature nuclear bomb. This miniature nuclear bomb was a huge killing machine. Generally, it would be used to defend the Starland. As long as this bomb explodes, everyone here would be wiped out. If you aren't from the Zhang family, then you don't have to be afraid. If you are from the Zhang family, then I might spare your life. After all, this time we are going against the Zhang family. If you stand up now, then I can guarantee that you won't die. After all, the undead alone won't be able to prove that you are from the Zhang family. If you don't stand up, then I'm sorry, but you'll have to accompany the undead in the afterlife. Taixing nodded, then said, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you aren't from the Zhang family, then you don't have to be afraid. If you are from the Zhang family, then I'll spare your life. If you don't stand up now, then I'm sorry, but you'll have to accompany the undead. Taixing's face was covered in cold sweat as he received the miniature nuclear bomb. After carefully receiving it into the space, he nodded and said, Right, if you stand up now, then I'll spare your life. The crowd was in an uproar. Then several people stood up and bowed to Taixing and Zhao Hai. I hope you can keep your word. Zhao Hai looked at the people and said, Of course I'll keep my word. But I'll have to restrain you, otherwise it'll be too dangerous. After he said that, he waved his hand and several black clouds wrapped around those people. Those people discovered that although they could still move, they couldn't use any of their magic power. After restraining the people, Zhao Hai said, Stand to the side. The people couldn't help but walk to the side. At this time, the undead were finished. Zhao Hai didn't immediately have the undead identify the people. He looked at the crowd and said, This is your last chance, stand up now. Otherwise, if you're identified, then I won't be polite. Nobody moved. Zhao Hai was too lazy to say anything else. He pointed at the undead and had them identify the people. At the same time, he focused his attention to prevent people from making a move. The undead were walking in the crowd. Everyone was nervously looking at the undead. Suddenly, an undead pointed at a person. That person let out a strange cry as he turned around and flew away. However, he was stopped by the people around him. After being besieged, he was captured in the blink of an eye. Now that the undead were moving in the crowd, everyone was preparing their strength to guard against the people around them. They were afraid that the people around them were spies. Therefore, when the spies were pointed out, they would immediately be besieged. Then the undead pointed at several people. After these people were pointed out, they wanted to run away. However, they were all captured. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. After these people came out, Zhao Hai directly turned them into undead and had them identify the spies. But this time, they couldn't identify anyone. After a few rounds of identification, Zhao put away the undead. Everyone in the cave let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai turned to Taixing and said, Brother Taixing, we should be safe now. Taixing nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good job. Everyone, let's go and rest. Let's discuss our next step. The group nodded. At this time, Margaret suddenly said, Brother Taixing, we need to find a way to return to the family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Hai wouldn't be able to make it to the 6 Realms beginner competition. Upon hearing Margaret, Taixing and the others stared. Then their expressions changed as they turned to look at Zhao Hai. If Margaret didn't mention it, then they would have forgotten that Zhao Hai was going to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition. And now, there was only a month left before the competition. If they don't return early, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to participate. Zhao Hai was the Ashley family's #1 newcomer. If he couldn't participate in the competition, then not only the 8 camps, but the entire Ashley family would suffer a huge loss. When that time comes, even if they return to the family, the patriarch wouldn't let them off. The reason why Margaret was thinking about this was because of the bet between Zhao Hai and Thunder. If Zhao Hai couldn't participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition, then it would be impossible for him to reach the top 10. At that time, Thunder wouldn't agree with her being with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Margaret told Taixing and the others to quickly think of a solution. Taixing and the others were also aware of the seriousness of this matter. Their expressions changed greatly. For a family, the outer camp was used to fight for benefits. Everyone had seen Zhao Hai's strength. With Zhao Hai's strength, not only would he be able to obtain great benefits for the family during the competition, but he would also be able to enter the top 100 in the 6 rounds beginner competition. How much benefits would he be able to obtain for the Ashley family? If Zhao Hai couldn't return, then they would all be out of luck. Thinking of this, Taixing and the others couldn't help but have heavy expressions. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Don't worry, there's still a month left. I'll think of a solution. As soon as Margaret heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai was a space mage. Maybe he could use a spatial passage to return to the Dark Demon planet. When Taixing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, what method? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm also a space divergent ability user. However, my current ability isn't enough, so I can't directly return to the Dark Demon planet. But as long as I train for a while, I'll be able to return. When Taixing heard Zhao Hai say train for a while, he immediately understood that Zhao Hai wanted to train liquid silver. When he thought of this, Taixing immediately nodded and said, all right, tell me, what should we do? In any case, we mustn't delay your participation in the competition. At this time, Charles suddenly said, Zhao Hai, when you said that you'll return to the Dark Demon planet, do you mean that you'll return alone or all of us? Charles's question wasn't just for Zhao Hai, he was asking on behalf of everyone. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Hai. Taixing's expression changed. He couldn't help but curse Charles in his heart. To send so many people back to the Dark Demon planet with space magic would require a lot of power. Wasn't this the same as roasting Zhao Hai on a fire? If Zhao Hai says no, then everyone here would treat Zhao Hai as an enemy. Even the Bone Symbol camp would be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. This guy's intentions were truly sinister. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course it's everyone. We came out together, so of course we'll return together. Captain Charles can rest assured. Charles's expression relaxed. However, his eyes flashed with dread. To be honest, he also thought that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to send everyone back. Therefore, he deliberately asked this question. He wanted these people to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. In this mission, the most outstanding one was Zhao Hai. Everyone who participated in this mission admired Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's status in the outer court camp was constantly rising. In the future, Zhao Hai's status in the outer court camp would also increase. This wasn't a good thing for the Ghost Symbol camp. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be strong enough to send everyone back to Dark Demon planet. With Zhao Hai's strength, he would certainly be able to suppress all the outer court camps in the future. This wasn't a good thing for the Ghost Symbol camp. However, when Zhao Hai's words came out, everyone cheered. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Naturally, he knew what Charles was thinking. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He can send everyone back to Dark Demon planet at any time. The reason why he stayed here was because he didn't want to expose his strength too early. Moreover, the Zhang family could be regarded as his enemy. Naturally, he wouldn't let the Zhang family have an easy time. Since the Zhang family was still looking for him in the asteroid field, Zhao Hai could use this opportunity to clean up the Zhang family. Because of Zhao Hai's words, the atmosphere in the temporary base became better. Everyone could see hope. The boulder weighing down their hearts had been removed. Naturally, everyone's mood became more relaxed. Taixing went to Zhao Hai's side and said, Zhao Hai, can you really send everyone back to Dark Demon planet? There are more than 1,000 people here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Taixing, you can rest assured. If I say I can, then I can. There won't be any problems. Let's wait for a while. I'll be using the Zhang family to practice. I'll let them know how powerful I am. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the space to send these people back to Dark Demon planet. This would only expose his cards. However, with Margaret's words, he had no choice but to send them back. Moreover, he also wanted to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition. He wanted to see the level of the cultivation realm. This was a good opportunity to get in touch with the world of cultivation. When Taixing heard Ji Hai, he nodded and said, "Alright, the Zhang family can't send too many troops in this meteorite belt. Let's teach them a lesson and show them our strength." Ji Hai nodded and said, "Alright, the Zhang family can't send too many troops in this meteorite belt." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he looked at Charles, who was talking to Leo and the others. Then he whispered, "Brother Taixing, pay attention to Charles. That guy isn't easy to deal with." Taixing looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "You can see that as well? Don't worry, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Also, they wouldn't dare act recklessly in this place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright. Brother Taixing, I'll go take a rest. Once everyone has rested, we'll go and settle accounts with the Zhang family." Taixing nodded, then he said, "Go, but be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, the camp lord wouldn't let me off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand. Then he went to the cave that he opened with his magic and sat down. After flying in space for a long time, as well as the matter of the traitor, most people were tired. But when they heard that Zhao Hai could send them back to the Dark Demon Planet, they were too excited to be tired. After a while, they calmed down and returned to their own caves to rest. After resting for a few hours, everyone woke up. They still had some dry rations on them, so they took them out and ate a mouthful. Then they gathered in the largest cave and discussed how they would spend the next few days. Zhao Hai also came out of his cave. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come out, everyone greeted him. Zhao Hai also greeted them with a smile. Then he went to look for Taixing. Taixing was with Charles and the others to discuss their next move. Seeing Zhao Hai come, Taixing called him over and sat down. Then he said, "Little Zhao Hai, what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Zhang family should still be looking for us in the asteroid belt. Let's find them first and give them a taste of our strength." Charles frowned and said, "In order to deal with us, the Zhang family must have sent a lot of people. If we deal with them rashly, I'm afraid we won't get any benefits." Leo nodded and said, "Right. Although the asteroid belt isn't conducive to their actions, it's also not conducive to our actions. It's fine if we don't let them find us, but if we really face them, I'm afraid we might not be their opponent." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Numbers don't mean everything. As long as we have a plan, we can deal with them. But before that, we should send more people to scout the surrounding terrain. This way, we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Zhang family. A new month has begun. Family, please support Mingming." "Thank you very much." Seeing Zhao Hai insisting on fighting, Charles and Leo's complexion couldn't be good. They really didn't want to provoke the Zhang family at this time. Doing so would only increase their casualties. Most importantly, Charles and the others were afraid that Zhao Hai would use this opportunity to weaken the strength of their battalions. To be honest, they didn't have such thoughts before this operation. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't that different from theirs. If they were to fight, they wouldn't necessarily be afraid of Zhao Hai. Therefore, they weren't worried. Taixing looked at the two. He was also a shrewd person, so he naturally knew what Charles was thinking. Taixing said, "Gentlemen, it's not that Zhao Hai likes to fight, he has no choice but to fight. Zhao Hai has a newly forged weapon in his hand. He wants to increase the power of this weapon in order to send everyone back to the Dark Demon Planet. But because it's a new weapon, Zhao Hai isn't very familiar with it. He needs to go through a lot of battles in order to familiarize himself with the weapon. Therefore, he has no choice but to fight." Upon hearing Taixing, Charles and Leo didn't speak. Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, if they don't agree with Taixing and Zhao Hai, then it would be tantamount to preventing everyone from returning to the Dark Demon Planet. They would be making an enemy out of everyone. Naturally, they wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing that they were silent, Zhao Hai turned to Taixing and said, "Brother Taixing, I'll go scout the Zhang family and see where they are. You can arrange people to scout the surrounding terrain. After all, the Zhang family has more people than us. It would be more advantageous for us to be familiar with the terrain." Taixing nodded and said, "Go, leave this matter to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the meteorite cave. After Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to Taixing and said, Taixing, isn't your bone symbol camp spoiling Zhao Hai too much? Do you agree with everything he says? Taixing looked at Charles, then he coldly snorted and said, if your ghost symbol camp had someone like Zhao Hai, then you would certainly spoil him. Moreover, don't be unconvinced. Zhao Hai really didn't benefit from the Gate of War. From the time he entered the camp until now, he hasn't even drunk a single bottle of potion from the camp. Although the camp gave him some rewards, those things were exchanged with Zhao Hai's own merits. To be honest, the camp has treated him unfairly. Naturally, Charles didn't really care about the bone symbol camp. To be exact, he was trying to sow discord between Taixing and Zhao Hai. However, he didn't think about how important Zhao Hai was to the bone symbol camp. Because of this, his instigation was in vain. Leo saw that Taixing didn't seem to be joking. He couldn't help but be curious as he said, what did Zhao Hai do for the bone symbol camp? Taixing smiled and said, I can't say that. To be exact, not only did Zhao Hai help the bone symbol camp, but he also contributed to the family. Do you think that the patriarch would receive Zhao Hai so easily? Moreover, Margaret was following Zhao Hai, yet the patriarch didn't respond. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Charles and Leo stared for a moment, then their expressions changed. They had been so focused on Zhao that they had forgotten about Margaret's existence. People like Charles and Leo naturally didn't know about the matters of the outer court, and Margaret's matter was one of them. They had also heard about the matter between Zhao Hai and Margaret. At that time, they were still thinking that Zhao Hai was a lucky kid. He actually managed to get the family's little princess. But now, they actually forgot about this matter. However, when they thought about this matter, Charles and the others no longer felt jealous. This was because if Zhao Hai really got together with Margaret, then he wouldn't be a member of the bone symbol camp. Sooner or later, Zhao Hai would become a core member of the Ashley family. Although he might take care of the bone symbol camp, he would at most reach the level of Desbarres. At this time, Zhao Hai had already left their temporary base. This time, nobody was following him, so he could do whatever he wanted. Zhao Hai's body flashed as he returned to the space. Laura and the others were currently looking at the scenery outside the space. To be honest, although the meteorite area was very dangerous, the scenery was still very good. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai hadn't returned for more than 10 days. During this time, Zhao Hai had been lurking in the meteorite area with everyone. Because of this, he didn't have time to return to the space. Zhao Hai gave Laura and the others a hug. Although they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, they still missed each other very much. After the group sat down, Meg immediately gave Zhao Hai a cup of tea. Zhao Hai took a sip of the tea and let out a long breath. It's better to be inside the space. Laura and the others laughed, then Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, Laura, look at the people from the Zhang clan. Although Zhao Hai hadn't entered the space in the past few days, he still gave Laura and the others a task. This task was to take a map of the meteorite area into the space. This wasn't a difficult task for Laura and the others. They divided the liquid silver into several parts and then played a game. They directed the separated parts to move around the meteorite area. Now that the entire rainbow meteorite area had been taken into the space, Zhao Hai didn't need to investigate it himself. He just needed to sit comfortably inside the space and look at the screen. It didn't take long for Laura and the others to bring up a map of the entire asteroid belt. The asteroid belt was very big. On the screen, the asteroids could only be seen as small dots. And in the middle of these dots, there was a passage that wasn't very wide. In this passage, there was a row of red dots. Laura pointed at the red dots and said, Big Brother Hai, look. This time, in order to deal with you, the Zhang family sent a total of 50 medium-sized warships to patrol back and forth in the passage. Moreover, they're also responsible for receiving the warriors, mages, and mecha warriors. This time, the number of warriors, mages, and mecha warriors that they sent was about 20,000. And this is just the number of warriors in the passage. At this time, these 20,000 people were divided into 5 combat squads. They fanned out to search the meteorite belt. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. While speaking, Laura gestured on the screen. On the screen, a large area of the meteorite area turned red. These red areas indicated that the Zhang family's troops were patrolling the area. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and nodded. It seems like the Zhang family really put a lot of effort into this. Hee. But this is also good. It's time to clean them up. Lizzie, among these 4 squads, which one do you think is the best to deal with? Lizzie looked at the screen and then pointed at the squad furthest away from Zhao Hai's base and said, this squad should be the best. Among the 4 squads, this squad has the most mecha warriors. Although mecha warriors are the strongest, in a place like the meteorite area, they aren't as flexible as mages and warriors. And with their weakness of not being able to fight for a long time, I think they're the best to deal with. Zhao Hai nodded. Although the meteorites in the asteroid belt couldn't be too close to each other, one shouldn't forget that the asteroid belt didn't only have meteorites. There were also other things in the asteroid belt. Mecha warriors were strong, but they weren't strong in single combat. If a mecha warrior and a mage were to fight, then the mage would likely defeat the mecha warrior. After all, mages in the machine field weren't easy to deal with. The reason why people always thought that mecha warriors were stronger than mages or warriors was because the overall combat strength of mecha warriors was very strong. If 100 mages and 100 mecha warriors were to fight, then the mages would lose. If 1,000 mages and warriors were to fight against a mecha warrior, then the mages and warriors would lose. If one were to use the situation in China as an analogy, magicians and warriors were like martial arts masters, and mecha warriors were the army. In a one-on-one situation, a martial arts master could easily kill a soldier, but when 100 martial arts masters fought against 100 soldiers, the martial arts masters were likely to be the ones to lose. And in a place like the meteorite area, it wasn't suitable for mecha warriors to charge in large numbers. In this case, mages and warriors were more advantageous. Because of this, Lizzie made this analysis. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and said, show me the details of this squad. Lizzie nodded, then the screen changed to show the situation of the area where the group was. It was a group of 4 people. Among them, there were about 2,000 mages and warriors, and about 2,000 mech warriors. This ratio wasn't small. However, it was clear that the attackers weren't fools. The reason why they had a large number of mecha warriors in this squad was because there weren't a lot of meteorites in this area. The distance between the meteorites was also larger compared to other areas. Because of this, they placed a large number of mecha warriors in this area. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. The meteorites in this area were very big, so they were quite far from each other. But as long as they collided with each other, a large number of smaller meteorites would appear. The mages and warriors could use their small bodies as well as their flexibility to avoid these meteorites. However, the same couldn't be said for the mecha warriors. The information that Laura and the others collected wasn't limited to this. The information that Laura and the others collected was connected to the machine field's network through the space. This allowed them to collect even more information. For example, in the squad that Zhao Hai noticed, Laura and the others had already collected information about the mages and warriors. These mages and warriors were from the Zhang family's outer court camp. Their identities weren't confidential, so it was easy to check their information through the network. Happy April Fool's Day, please vote. Dear friends, please help me. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't return to the temporary base so quickly. He also didn't stay inside the space. After resting for a while, Zhao Hai came out of the space. He wanted to investigate the area that he had chosen. Although he could see everything in the area while sitting on the sofa, Zhao Hai still wanted to investigate it himself. Only by doing so would he be able to be familiar with the area. The area wasn't small, and the other side had only sent 4,000 troops. This number of troops was nothing compared to the area. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He knew that he shouldn't underestimate the Zhang family. Most of them were mages. Although the spiritual force of mages would be suppressed in space, nobody could guarantee that there wouldn't be a monster with a strong spiritual force. If Zhao Hai was discovered, then he would be in trouble. Although he could escape, he would still alert the enemy. Because of this, Zhao Hai first used the monitor to observe the position of the Zhang family. Although he and the Zhang family were in the same area, Zhao Hai believed that the Zhang family wouldn't be able to find him. This was because he couldn't find the Zhang family with his spiritual force. He didn't believe that there would be someone more abnormal than him in the Zhang family. Zhao Hai wandered around the meteorite area for a while before he returned to the space. To be honest, there wasn't much to see in the meteorite area. However, it was a good place to set up an ambush. There were strong magnetic storms everywhere in the meteorite area, as well as various magnetic fields. All of these would have a certain effect on mechas and people, especially those huge meteorites. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, then his spiritual force wouldn't be able to pass through those meteorites. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought that this was the best place to set up an ambush. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai rested for a while. Then he looked at the temporary base. The situation was very good. Tai Xing and the others had already arranged people to scout the area outside the temporary base. After staying in the space for a few hours, Zhao Hai came out of the space and went to a place not far from the base. Then he directly returned to the base. When Zhao Hai came back, Tai Xing and the others immediately received him. Tai Xing, Charles, and the other captains were all present. Even their assistants and Margaret were present. Upon seeing Tai Xing immediately said, "How is it, little Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The passage is now completely under the Zhang family's control. The Zhang family has a total of 50 battleships patrolling the meteorite passage. Moreover, they seem to have dispatched a lot of troops, more than 10,000 people. I don't know the specific number, but they have divided them into 4 or 5 groups. They used the battleships as bases to search the meteorite belt. Each group should have between 3,000 and 4,000 people. Inferring from this number, the Zhang family should have sent at least 16,000 people this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Zhang family has already sent a total of 16,000 people." Tai Xing and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai. They didn't think that the situation outside would be like this. Their expressions weren't very good. Tai Xing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what are you going to do? Are you going to make a move against them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm going to make a move. This time, I found a good place. If we do well, then we can certainly annihilate a group of people." Tai Xing stared. "Annihilate a group? How many people?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "About 4,000 people. 2,000 of them should be mages and warriors. The other 2,000 should be mech warriors." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Xing's expression changed. He shook his head and said, "No, Zhao Hai, it's too dangerous. The other side outnumber us by half. Moreover, half of them are mechs." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, we can't do that." Charles and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's precisely because they are mechs that I said that we have the possibility of annihilating them. If we were outside, then we certainly wouldn't be their opponents. But inside the asteroid belt, those mechs wouldn't be our opponents. As long as we ambush them in advance, then we would certainly be able to annihilate them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Tai Xing didn't know where Zhao Hai's confidence came from. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell us about your plan." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he drew a map of the meteorite belt on the table. Then he explained his plan. Tai Xing and the others listened to Zhao Hai's plan. The more they listened, the brighter their eyes became. To be honest, after being schemed against by the Zhang family, everyone's heart was stifled. However, they also knew that it wasn't worth it to go against the Zhang family. Because of this, for the sake of their lives, they decided to swallow their anger. However, this didn't mean that they didn't want to take revenge. Now that Zhao Hai proposed this plan, they didn't have any flaws. In other words, this plan was likely to succeed. As long as this plan succeeds, then they would be able to deal with 4,000 people from the Zhang family. This would be enough for them to vent their anger. After listening to Zhao Hai's plan, Liu didn't wait for Tai Xing to speak before he slammed the stone table and said, "This plan is likely to succeed. Let's clean up the Zhang family's grandsons and vent the anger in my heart." Liu didn't wait for Tai Xing to speak before he slammed the table. Charles smiled and said, "Those fellows from the Zhang family must think that we're hiding there. Let's deal with them and let them know how powerful we are." Seeing that the two agreed, Tai Xing knew that he had a chance. Sure enough, the other captains also agreed to Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Let's not delay. I think that the other party has already returned to the warship to rest. Let's set up an ambush there and wait for them to patrol the ground. Then we can set up an ambush there. Maybe we can take some time to rest." Taixing nodded, then he turned to the captains and said, "Everyone, let's call everyone back. We'll rest for an hour and eat something. After that, we'll set off immediately." The captains didn't object. In fact, each of them acted faster than the other. Before long, all of Zhao Hai's scouts were called back. Then Zhao Hai took out a large amount of delicious food and gave it to them. At the same time, the captains told them about Zhao Hai's plan. Everyone was excited. Each of these people in the outer court camp of the clan was doing the work of a mercenary. In these people's characters, they were a bit unruly. During this period of time, they were forced into such a difficult situation by the Zhang family. Naturally, they were stifled with anger in their hearts. Now that they heard that they were going to take revenge, they were naturally incomparably excited. After eating and resting, everyone was ready to go. This time, even Margaret was brought along. This was because everyone was going to act together. If Margaret didn't go, then she would be left alone in the base. This would be even more dangerous. If Taixing didn't want anything to happen to Margaret, then he could only leave some people in the base to accompany him. However, they didn't have enough manpower to begin with. If they leave more people behind, then they would be finished. Because of this, Taixing decided to bring Margaret along. Under Zhao's lead, the group circled around the meteorite belt several times. After a few hours, they arrived at the area that Zhao wanted to talk about. Zhao carried out a reconnaissance of the area and found that the Zhang family had really gone back to rest. This made Zhao feel completely relieved. He immediately ordered the group to proceed to the ambush area that he had planned in advance, preparing to ambush the Zhang family. They didn't choose large meteorites for their ambush, and they didn't choose large meteorites to hide on. Instead, they split into smaller meteorites to ambush, forming a pocket shape. The reason why Zhao Hai was confident that the Zhang family would enter this pocket was because he had Laura and the others analyze the Zhang family's movements. If the Zhang family wanted to conduct a carpet search in this area, they would first divide the area into smaller pieces and then search them one by one. This way, it would be easy to find out the other party's pattern. And now, the place where they were ambushing was the place where the other party would most likely search. According to Laura and the others' analysis, there was a 90% chance that the Zhang family would come here next time. In this case, Zhao Hai would certainly ambush them here. Zhao Hai and Margaret led 100 people from the bone symbol camp to ambush a small meteorite. This small meteorite wasn't very big. With their strength, as long as they discover the other party, they can immediately push the small meteorite towards the other party. After arriving at the asteroid, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for them to rest and restore themselves to their best condition. At the same time, Zhao Hai sat cross-legged and restored his energy. At the same time, he communicated with Laura and the others to see when the other party would come out again. Laura and the others had already figured out the other party's pattern of movements. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the temporary base, the Zhang family had yet to withdraw from the area. When Zhao Hai and the others were halfway through, the Zhang family returned to their own fleet to rest. This way, Zhao Hai and the others would have enough time to rest and restore their energy. According to Laura and the others' calculations, the Zhang family should have around 3 to 4 hours before they come out of the fleet. And from the passage to the ambush site, Zhao Hai and the others would need another 2 to 3 hours. In other words, Zhao Hai and the others had at least 5 to 6 hours of rest. Regardless of whether it was a mage or a warrior, 5 to 6 hours of rest was not considered short. Even if they had just gone through a high-intensity battle, 5 to 6 hours of rest would be enough for them to recover, not to mention that they had not gone through any battle before, and had only been on the road. After learning about this, Zhao Hai immediately set out to deliver food to the ambush sites. Zhao Hai had a lot of delicious food inside the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't take them all out. What he took out right now was the food he got from the warships. Li led his group as they slowly flew forward. To be honest, he didn't approve of the family's actions this time. In order to deal with the mages and warriors outside the Ashley family, they actually dispatched a lot of people and battleships. This was making a big fuss over a minor issue. Moreover, the family also ordered a strict search of the first area. Xiaoli didn't think it was necessary. The Ashley family had already been scared out of their wits. It was already good that they were able to escape last time, so how could they still stay in the periphery of the meteorite belt? Maybe they were even thinking of a way to get out of the meteorite belt. Xiaoli believed that if he was an Ashley family member, he would certainly do this. Leaving the meteorite belt from another place was much better than staying inside and waiting for death. However, Xiaoli didn't dare disobey the family's orders. Although he ascended more than 10 years ago and can be considered as an elder of the Zhang family, he still didn't dare say anything about the family's decision. Additionally, the people from the camp weren't alone this time. There were also mech warriors following them. Because of this, they didn't dare neglect this task. Because of this, when they began their reconnaissance of the fifth area, they divided the area into many small areas. Every time they would search a small area, they would carefully search a small area in order to avoid exposing the enemy. Not only would they do such a search, but they would also install a powerful anti-interference alarm in the places they had searched. As long as someone entered the area they had searched, the alarm would sound. Of course, it was impossible for them to install alarms everywhere. Their method of searching was to slowly move forward in a flat plane. They would only install alarms on the line they were moving forward. Xiaoli and the others slowly moved forward and entered the area they were searching today. The first to enter were the mech warriors. In the machine field, mech warriors had a higher status than mages and warriors. Moreover, most of the mech warriors were natives of the machine field. They didn't think highly of mages and warriors who ascended from the lower realms. Because of this, although the mech warriors belonged to Xiaoli's group, they weren't under Xiaoli's command. On the contrary, Xiaoli had to listen to the leader of the mech warriors. As Xiaoli and the others moved forward, they carefully observed their surroundings. They hadn't been to this area before, but they could see that it wasn't any different from the areas they searched before. There were magnetic stones everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing else. Xiaoli contacted the other teams and knew that the terrain of the other teams was much more complicated than theirs. For this, Xiaoli rejoiced. In his opinion, the less complicated the terrain, the more likely it was to encounter danger. While moving forward, Xiaoli suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation. Xiaoli stared and immediately stopped. Just as he was about to carefully sense it, he discovered that the surrounding meteorites were heading straight towards them. Xiaoli was startled. He immediately shouted, "Ambush! Prepare for battle!" However, his shout was too late. The meteorites weren't aimed at them, but the mech warriors. Although the mech warriors were very strong, they were still inferior to mages and warriors in terms of agility. The meteorites were like huge stone bullets as they flew towards the mech warriors. Although the mech warriors tried to dodge, there were still a lot of them who couldn't. Moreover, there were quite a number of these meteorites attacking them. There were more than 10 of them in total. Although they were not large in size, they were at least a few sizes larger than the mecha. In addition, their speed was very fast. The mecha team was at a great disadvantage. However, it wasn't over yet. Those meteorites didn't come from a single direction. Instead, they came from all directions towards the middle of the mecha team. Then, they collided with each other in the middle of the mecha team. In an instant, debris flew everywhere. The mecha team received an unprecedented blow. Out of 2,000 mechas, more than 1,000 of them were taken down by this wave of attacks. The other mechas were also injured. Their combat power was less than 70% of their usual. Just as Xiaoli and the others were panicking, a few hundred sword auras suddenly shot out from all around them. These sword auras were aimed at the mechas whose shields were broken by the meteors. The mechas without shields were instantly pierced through by the sword auras. After this, the mecha team was completely annihilated. As soon as the sword energies disappeared, a variety of magic attacks were launched towards Xiaoli and the others. These magic attacks had at least 10 layers of magic. There were even some that had 50 layers of magic. It was obvious that they had been preparing for this attack for a long time. Although Xiaoli and the others put up shields, in the face of such magic attacks, their shields couldn't withstand a single blow. A large number of casualties occurred. What Qiu Chan noticed was that these magic attacks weren't randomly released. Their targets were the warriors of the mech warriors. This time, more than 300 of them were eliminated. This time, the target of the sword energies was changed to the warriors of the mech warriors. The other party's attacks came one after another, giving Qiuli and the others no time to react. At this time, Qiuli and the others were completely scattered. Everyone was fleeing in all directions. But this was also good, at least Zhao Hai's last attack didn't injure many people. From the time Qiuli discovered the ambush until now, it had only been 4 rounds of attacks, but Qiuli and the others were already crippled. The mecha squad was completely annihilated, and the warriors suffered heavy casualties. Even the magicians suffered heavy casualties. Now, they only had a little more than 1,000 soldiers left. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others rushed out of the ambush point and directly rushed towards the Zhang family. One side's morale was high while the other side was panicking. Naturally, the result of the battle was obvious. Zhao Hai stared at Qiuli. This was because he discovered that Qiuli was the leader of the mages. Moreover, he was also the first to react. This showed that Qiuli's spiritual force was stronger than ordinary mages. Zhao Hai wanted to see how strong Qiuli was. Qiuli also noticed Zhao Hai rushing towards him. He stared for a moment, but then he revealed a grim smile. He knew that it was impossible for him to catch up with Zhao Hai at this distance, so he decided to meet him head-on. Qiuli himself was a 5th rank mage. What people didn't know was that Qiuli had 3 magic staffs in his hands. One was a 10-layer magic staff, the other was a 50-layer magic staff, and the last one was a 100-layer magic staff. Qiuli usually used the 50-layer magic staff. These magic staffs were his secret warriors. Moreover, he also had a large amount of mana recovery potions in his hands. He believed that he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face a 6th rank mage. Qiuli was an ambitious person. In the years since he ascended, all of the money he earned was spent on equipment. He didn't buy a villa or anything else to enjoy because all of his money was spent on equipment. Because of this, Qiuli's equipment could be said to be the best in the Zhang family. Not only did he have 3 magic staffs, he also had a tight inner armor. His magic robe was also a high-grade item that could provide some defense. But what people didn't know was that he also had a miniature magic formation made of special metal that could restore his mana. Moreover, he also had a defensive magic formation on his body. It can be said that these equipment gave him the confidence to fight 6th rank mages. Because of this, when he saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he thought that this was an opportunity. He wanted to capture Zhao Hai alive and use Zhao Hai as a hostage in exchange for the Ashley family to let him go. Therefore, when Qiuli saw Zhao Hai rushing towards him, he immediately cast a 10 formation spell towards Zhao Hai. This spell was cast with a 10 formation magic staff. At the same time, he also activated the defensive magic formation on his body. When Zhao Hai saw how quickly the other party released a spell, he knew that the other party was using equipment. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He waved his hand as a 10-layer defensive formation appeared in front of him, blocking the other party's spell. At this time, Qiuli took out his 50 formation magic staff and cast another spell towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he quickly retreated. At the same time, another 10 formation magic formation appeared in front of him. However, this magic formation was unable to block Qiuli's attack. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's retreating speed was very fast. He once again arranged a 10 formation magic formation in front of him. After arranging this magic formation, Zhao Hai immediately arranged another one. With 3 magic formations on each side, Zhao Hai was able to block Qiuli's attack. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to do this. He just wanted to test the power of the 50 formation magic formation. To be honest, Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed. Qiuli didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block a 50 formation magic formation. This made Qiuli pay more attention to Zhao Hai. Qiuli changed his magic staff and took out his 100 formation magic staff. In the machine field, 100 formation magic staff weren't common. This was because it was very difficult to make. The more formations that were added to a magic staff, the higher the requirements for the materials used to make it. For example, a 100 formation magic staff was generally made of metal. Mithril and other metals were used to engrave the magic formation inside. This way, the weight of the magic staff would increase. Moreover, the cost would also increase. Making a mage fight with a 100-gene magic staff would be a torture. Moreover, because this kind of magic staff required a variety of magic formations, the materials used to engrave the magic formations were also very high. Because of this, these magic formations were very expensive. As soon as Choli took out the magic array, he immediately activated it with his spiritual force. Although it took a lot of spiritual force to activate a magic staff, this magic array was still successfully activated. Moreover, this magic array was a metal-type magic array with the highest attack power. This magic formation was called Metal Storm. As soon as the 100 formation magic formation appeared, it madly absorbed the surrounding metal element. The magic formation slowly grew in size before it exploded into fragments. The fragments of the magic formation turned into double-edged metal boomerangs. As soon as these boomerangs were released, they formed a huge metal storm that attacked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, 100 formation magic formation, good, this is interesting. After he said that, Xiao Hai's fingers moved as a 100 formation magic formation appeared in front of him. However, this 100 formation magic formation was somewhat different. Half of the magic formation was red while the other half was cyan. After the magic formation was formed, Xiao Hai immediately shouted, wind and fire, wind helps fire, fire borrows wind's might, explode. Along with Xiao Hai's voice, the 100 formation magic formation in front of him exploded. A sea of flames rushed towards Qiao Li's metal storm. Qiao Li sneered, he was very confident in his 100 formation magic formation. His magic formation was the strongest metal element magic formation. He didn't believe that Xiao Hai's magic formation would be able to block it. But to his surprise, the two magic formations collided. Qiao Li had high hopes for his magic formation, but when it met Xiao Hai's magic formation, it was as if the boomerangs were melted by fire. In an instant, the boomerangs turned into liquid metal before they evaporated. Qiao Li stood there blankly, he didn't think that the magic staff that he spent a lot of money to buy would be useless. At this time, he heard Xiao Hai's deep voice, fire feathers, golden arrows, fire feather 10,000 arrows formation, shoot. Just as his voice fell, 10,000 fiery red magic swords with golden light shot towards Qiao Li. The magic swords were very fast. Fortunately, Qiao Li had a defensive magic formation on his body. But even so, the defensive magic formation was still shaken by Xiao Hai's fire feather 10,000 arrows formation. It seems like it would break at any time. Qiao Li was taken aback, he immediately poured his mana into his defensive magic formation. At the same time, he took out the 50 stacked magic formation. He didn't dare to use the 100 stacked magic staff for a long time because it was too heavy. At the same time, the amount of mana required to fire the magic formation was too much. He didn't have the ability to use the magic staff for a long time. Just as Qiao Li was about to fire the magic staff, he heard Xiao Hai's deep voice, silent arrow, dark arrow, sniper arrow, shoot. Following his words, a 50-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. All of the magic formations in this magic formation were black in color, but at the end of the arrow, there was a cyan color. The arrow's speed was incomparably fast, but it didn't make any sound as it flew towards Qiao Li. At this time, Qiao Li took out a bottle of magic potion and drank it. Although he still had mana, the consumption was very high. Moreover, this magic potion can quickly restore a person's mana and spiritual force, but it can't be restored immediately. Because of this, even if Qiao Li didn't run out of mana, he still had to drink the potion. At this time, Xiao Hai's dark arrow arrived. Qiao Li was also an experienced warrior. While he was pouring the potion into his mouth, he was also pouring his mana into his defensive formation. He knew that his opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with. The fact that his opponent was able to break his 100-layer formation was enough to prove his strength. Because of this, Qiao Li decided to drink the potion. He was already prepared for a long battle. But at this time, Zhao's dark sniper arrow flew over. The dark sniper arrow was specially prepared for sniping. It was a combination of wind element, dark element, and a small amount of metal element. It was a 3-element, 50-element superposition formation. Its attack power was self-evident. While Qiao Li was pouring the potion into his mouth, he suddenly felt his defensive formation shake twice. Just when he thought that it was strange, his defensive formation suddenly broke. Xiao Li panicked and wanted to retreat, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his body. He was still holding the potion in his hand, but he couldn't help but look down. He discovered that there were several holes in his body. Black blood was spurting out from the holes. It was obvious that he was poisoned. I should have drank the antidote. This was Xiao Li's last thought. He was already dead. Dark Sniper Arrow was a magic attack that was comparable to 100 stacked magic spell. This was because he had concentrated the power of 50 stacked magic spells into 5 arrows. These 5 arrows weren't shot at the same time, instead, they were shot in a straight line, almost simultaneously hitting the same spot on Xiao Li's defensive magic barrier. Only 2 arrows were needed to break Xiao Li's magic barrier, while the remaining 3 arrows almost simultaneously hit Xiao Li's body. Moreover, the arrows were poisoned, so Xiao Li didn't have any hope of surviving under these multiple attacks. Naturally, Zhao wouldn't be polite. He directly took Xiao Li's body into the space and turned it into an undead. Then he turned around and rushed towards another person. They had to finish this battle as soon as possible so that they could retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be blocked by the Zhang family and would be in trouble. In fact, the battle was nearing its end. Of the remaining members of the Zhang clan, those who could escape had already escaped. Those who couldn't escape had already been wiped out. In this battle, the Zhang clan had only 4,000 members. In the end, less than 500 people had escaped. Almost all of them had been wiped out. Zhao Hai acted and killed those who resisted in the shortest time possible. Then he immediately led everyone away. But when he left, Zhao Hai also took away all the mecha fragments and corpses. It can be said that if it weren't for the fragments and meteorites that were still floating around, it wouldn't look like a battle had taken place. Naturally, after everyone left, Zhao Hai had Kai'er clean up the battlefield. He didn't want others to know about this matter. These new undead weren't weak. In the past, the undead in the space were at most 9th rank. But this time, these undead were at least 3rd rank. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a small force. Zhao Hai and the others circled around a few times before they returned to the temporary base. Everyone was excited. This time, they were able to vent their anger. They were able to clean up more than 3,000 people in one go. However, Tai Xing and the others didn't get carried away by this victory. They arranged a lot of sentries around the temporary base. Then they ordered everyone to rest and maintain their peak condition. Nobody objected. This was because they knew that they weren't out of danger yet. Once they returned to Dark Demon Planet, they would be able to relax. In the following time, Zhao Hai didn't go out and attack the Zhang family. The Zhang family also responded. Naturally, they thought that Zhao Hai's temporary base wasn't too far from the battlefield. Therefore, they carried out a strict inspection of the area. In the end, they didn't find anything. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay in the temporary base for too long. They went further into the asteroid belt. At this time, their position was very dangerous. Tai Xing and the others also knew that the most dangerous people in the asteroid belt weren't the Zhang family. It wouldn't be easy for the Zhang family to find them. The asteroid belt was too big, and they were few in number. They could just find a large asteroid to shelter themselves. At the same time, the Zhang family couldn't send a lot of people out. It was almost impossible to find them in such a large asteroid belt. The most dangerous things in the asteroid belt were natural disasters such as meteorites, magnetic storms, and cosmic rays. These things wouldn't be polite to people. Moreover, because the asteroids in the asteroid belt would collide from time to time, these collisions might cause a chain reaction that would make the originally safe place even more dangerous. Because of this, Tai Xing and the others were very careful when choosing a base. They chose large asteroids with a higher safety factor in order to ensure their safety. Although Zhao Hai didn't leave the newly built camp, he was still paying attention to the Zhang family's situation. He discovered that the Zhang family had changed their approach. They no longer searched the outer court camps separately. Instead, they began to concentrate their attention on the passage where they built some temporary camps. At the same time, their battleships were sent out from the passage to cruise between the meteorite field and the dark demon star. It was clear that they intended to use this method to stop Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhao Hai finally understood. It seems like the Zhang family didn't really want to fall out with the Ashley family. Otherwise, they could have just used their battleships to make a fuss and start a war with the Ashley family. But now, the Dark Demon Star was very calm, there were no signs of war. It seems like the Zhang family wanted to obtain some benefits from the Ashley family or prevent Zhao Hai from participating in the Six Realms beginner competition. The latter point wasn't just Zhao Hai's baseless guess. He inferred this from the conversations between the mages and warriors of the Zhang family. The Zhang family had indeed placed a high-level spy in the Ashley family. Because of this, they were very clear about the Ashley family's matters. It was precisely because of this that they knew about Zhao Hai's strength and wanted to stop him from participating in the Six Realms beginner competition. In the past, Zhao Hai wasn't very clear about what the Six Realms beginner competition meant to a family. But after coming to this conclusion, Zhao Hai understood that the Six Realms beginner competition was very important to a medium-sized force like the Ashley family. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't want to cause trouble for the Zhang family. This was because it was impossible. The Zhang family had built several temporary bases around the meteorite passage. If Zhao Hai attacked now, then no matter which of the Zhang family's temporary bases they attacked, the Zhang family would be able to use the meteorite passage to provide support. In that case, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to attack the Zhang family's army. He planned to stay in the temporary base for a while before returning to the Dark Demon Star. When Taixing and the others saw that Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with the Zhang family, they didn't mention it. In fact, even Taixing didn't want to deal with the Zhang family at this time. This was because Taixing knew that dealing with the Zhang family right now was too risky. A single mistake would result in heavy losses. At this point, almost all of the Ashley family's 8 battalions were elites. If their losses were too heavy, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Since Zhao Hai didn't mention it, they were happy to relax. In any case, Zhao Hai still had food to eat, so they didn't need to worry about food and drink. They just needed to stay in the temporary base and cultivate. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai was still in seclusion. However, no one in the base was dissatisfied. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai was in a hurry to cultivate so that everyone could return home early. Naturally, no one was dissatisfied. Margaret looked somewhat haggard these days. She had never suffered like this before. However, when she saw Zhao Hai's carefree appearance, Margaret couldn't help but feel her heart ache. People who haven't suffered like this wouldn't be as carefree as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's performance showed that he had suffered like this before. This was what made Margaret's heart ache. This time, coming out with Zhao Hai allowed Margaret to see another side of Zhao Hai. He was decisive in killing, he could be described as ruthless and merciless. However, at the same time, he was steady in his actions. He was able to predict the enemy's movements and come up with many schemes. All of these made her fascinated. Margaret discovered that Zhao Hai was like a bottomless pool of water, this made people want to understand him more. Margaret and Zhao Hai were close. This was something that everyone knew. Most of them also knew about Margaret's identity. Because of this, most of them were envious of Zhao Hai's future son-in-law. There was no other way, Zhao Hai's strength was too high. Even if they weren't convinced, they couldn't do anything about it. Time passed by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this point, there were only 10 days left until the Machine Field's qualifiers for the Six Realms beginner competition. While Zhao Hai was still in seclusion, Taixing and the others couldn't sit still. Every day, Taixing and the others would go to Zhao Hai's cave to see when Zhao Hai would come out. They were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make it in time for the qualifiers. Actually, they didn't know that Zhao Hai was just doing normal training these days. There was nothing special about him. He was just stalling for time. He didn't want people to know that he could easily send so many people to Dark Demon Planet. This wouldn't be good for him in the future. 10 days before the qualifiers, Zhao Hai finally came out. He thought that it was about time to return to Dark Demon Planet. Desbarres had lost a lot of weight recently. Those who knew the inside story knew why he lost weight. It was a flawless plan, but in the end, it turned into a trap. And most importantly, they were the ones who fell into the trap. The one who suffered the heaviest loss this time was the Bone Symbol Camp. This was because not only was the Bone Symbol Camp's #1 general, Tai Xing, the #1 newcomer, Zhao Hai, as well as Margaret, who had a close relationship with the Bone Symbol Camp. It can be said that the Bone Symbol Camp suffered heavy losses this time. Although Margaret was the one who insisted on going, Dillard and the others knew that if something happened to Margaret, then Desbarres would be responsible for it. The Desbarres family wasn't a very reasonable group of people. But the only good news was that the Zhang family hadn't sent any news about the capture of the Ashley family's outer court members. Previously, the Zhang family had sent the core members and some outer court members who were responsible for this operation back. Moreover, they had already warned the family. Moreover, the Zhang family had sent word that if they captured a large number of the Ashley family's outer court members, then the Zhang family would publicly sever their relationship with the Ashley family. Naturally, the Zhang family wouldn't acknowledge this. However, this matter was like a huge stone that was pressing down on everyone's heart. This was especially true for Desbarres. During this period of time, Desbarres had lost a lot of weight. Although the family didn't look for trouble with Desbarres days weren't good. Zhao Hai was the hope of the Bone Symbol Camp's revival. But now, he didn't know if Zhao Hai would be able to come back. This gave Desbarres a headache. Moreover, Zhao Hai would represent the family in the Six Realms beginner competition. If Zhao Hai couldn't come back, then the family's loss would be huge. This would also become an excuse for the patriarch to look for trouble with Desbarres. In this situation, Desbarres couldn't help but lose weight. As the day of the qualifiers approached, Desbarres' expression became more and more haggard. This caused the other battalion commanders of the 8 camps to feel a sense of sympathy for Desbarres. The situation of these camp commanders was similar to Desbarres. Although they had some authority, it wasn't that much. Among them, Desbarres had more authority than them. After all, Desbarres grew up with the patriarch and was deeply trusted by him. Moreover, Desbarres had the authority to control the 8 camps. Although they were in a competitive relationship with Desbarres, they were still a small alliance. This was because the outer court was a weak group in the family. If they didn't unite, then they wouldn't have any right to speak. Now that Desbarres was about to run out of luck, their mood naturally wouldn't be good. Even Dia, who had always been against Desbarres, didn't hit him when he was down. In fact, it wasn't just Desbarres, the entire Bone Symbol Camp wasn't having a good time. There was a time when Zhao Hai appeared and defeated everyone from the other camps to become the champion of the family's qualifier. They thought that the Bone Symbol Camp had hope of reviving. However, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. This made the Bone Symbol Camp feel an unprecedented disappointment. People were like this. If something didn't happen in the beginning, then they wouldn't have any hope. But if they were given hope, then their hope would be shattered. This would magnify their disappointment infinitely. The mood of the Bone Symbol Camp had reached its lowest point. Although Tao Wang saw this situation, he couldn't do anything. He also felt powerless. In the past few days, Tao Wang had lost more weight than Desbarres. He wasn't fat to begin with, but now, he looked like a bag of bones. Seeing that there were only 10 days left before the qualifier, Desbarres and Tao Wang were already in despair. They knew that even if Zhao Hai and the others came back, it would be after the qualifier. The two sat in silence in Desbarres' office. They had lost interest in talking for a while. At this time, someone suddenly ran in from outside. The person looked at Desbarres and said, "Camp Lord, come and take a look." Something happened. Desbarres stared and said, "Something happened? What happened?" The person excitedly said, Captain Ironborn is back." Upon hearing this, Desbarres and Tao Wang stared. The two looked at the person and didn't react for a while. After some time, the two stood up and said, "What happened? Where is Ironborn?" The person excitedly replied, "He should be in the camp." "Camp Lord, come out and take a look." Desbarres and Tao Wang didn't wait for the person to finish speaking before they ran out. When the two arrived at the Bone Symbol Camp Square, they discovered that the place was already filled with people. A huge spatial rift had appeared in the square. People were constantly coming out of the rift. These people were covered in dust and looked somewhat distressed. However, none of them were injured. Moreover, they were in good spirits. Among these people, one person was standing in front of the rift, directing people to come out. This person was Ironborn. Desbaras took a deep breath before his figure moved and flew to Ironborn's side. He looked at Ironborn and said, "Ironborn, what happened?" When Ironborn saw Desbaras, he quickly gave him a salute and said, "Camp Lord, we're back. We came back safely. It was Zhao Hai. He used his spatial ability to send us back." Desbaras looked at the people coming out of the spatial rift. He kept looking for Zhao Hai, but he couldn't find him. Ironborn saw Desbaras' actions, so he smiled and said, "Camp Lord, there's no need to worry. Zhao Hai is behind us. He's fine." Desbaras nodded. He calmed himself down before he helped the people who came out. The people who came out of the spatial rift didn't leave the bone symbol camp. Instead, they were divided into groups. Desbaras could see that these people were divided according to their camps. At this time, almost all of the people who went to the bone symbol camp had returned. These people were excitedly talking to their acquaintances. From time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard. Seeing this situation, Desbaras felt relieved. Moreover, he estimated that the losses of the 8 battalions weren't very heavy. In less than an hour, everyone came out of the spatial rift. The last ones to come out were Zhao Hai and Margaret. Zhao Hai's expression was calm while Margaret's face was full of joy. However, she still followed Zhao Hai, just like a wife following her husband. When Zhao Hai came out, the spatial rift immediately closed. Desbaras immediately went to greet him. When Zhao Hai saw Desbaras, he immediately gave a salute and said, "Camp Lord, I'm back." Desbaras hugged Zhao Hai and laughed, "Good. It's good that you're back. You've worked hard this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Camp Lord doesn't need to take it to heart." Desbaras nodded, then he turned to the other camps and laughed, "Today is a happy day. You don't need to leave. Stay in the bone symbol camp and have a meal. Tao Wang, arrange for the other camp lords and inform them of the situation. Tai Xing, arrange for everyone to freshen up. I'm going to see the patriarch." Tao Wang also arrived in front of Zhao Hai and gave Zhao Hai a hug. Then he nodded and turned around to leave. Tai Xing nodded and then arranged for everyone to rest in the bone symbol camp's building. Desbaras immediately flew towards Sublime Demon Island. Margaret also had her own house in the bone symbol camp's building. Moreover, it wasn't far from Zhao Hai. The two of them also returned to their own rooms to freshen up. In the meteorite area, they simply didn't have the conditions to take a bath. Although everyone can use water magic to make water, there was no place for them to take a bath. Because of this, everyone was covered in dirt. Originally, Charles and the others were preparing to return to their own camps. However, Desbaras had already informed the other camp lords. They couldn't help but give Desbaras face. At this time, Desbaras had already arrived at Sublime Demon Island. This time, he didn't take a flying carriage and directly flew over. After arriving at the island, Desbaras immediately went to Thunder's study. This was also where Thunder's office was located. In the Ashley family, there weren't many people who could directly go to Thunder's study like Desbaras did. This was also a display of Desbaras' status. Kajo wasn't in Thunder's study. Kajo was the great patriarch of the Ashley family. It was impossible for him to follow Thunder like a secretary. Naturally, Thunder's study was attended to by his secretary. After arriving outside the study, Desbaras immediately turned to Thunder's secretary and said, "Report to the patriarch, I have something important to tell him." Naturally, the beautiful secretary knew about the relationship between Wood and Desbaras. She didn't dare to be negligent, so she immediately took the communication device and pressed a button. Then she used her sweet voice to say, "Patriarch, Desbaras wants to see you. He said that he has something important to discuss." Thunder's voice was heard, "Have him deliver it." The secretary nodded and then invited Desbaras in. However, Desbaras couldn't wait to enter Thunder's study. Thunder was currently sitting there looking at a document. Although computers were running rampant in the machine field, some documents were still presented on paper. Desbaras bowed to Thunder and said, "I've seen the young master. Thunder looked at Desparas, then he nodded and said, "Have a seat, fatty Desparas. You've lost a lot of weight recently." Desparas smiled and said, "Young master, rest assured. I'll be fat soon. All of the people who went out for the mission have already returned, including Zhao Hai and Miss Margaret." Upon hearing Desparas, Thunder couldn't help but stare. Then he put down the document in his hand and looked at Desparas as he said, "What happened?" "What happened?" Desparas quickly replied, "I heard from Taixing that they were sent back by Zhao Hai's space magic. They're now in the bone symbol camp. I've already arranged for them to freshen up. When they return, I'll treat them to a big meal. They must have suffered a lot." Upon hearing Desparas, Thunder couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Space magic? That's very rare. If Zhao Hai can use space magic to send them back, then why did he wait until now?" Desparas stared. He didn't think that Thunder would ask such a question at this time. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I don't know about this matter. Young master, I'll go back and ask before reporting to you." Thunder waved his hand and said, "No need, I think the reason why Zhao Hai came back this time might be related to that thing. You can ask him, but don't worry too much. Right, make sure that Zhao Hai has a good rest for the next few days. If he needs any potions, give him as much as you can. Make sure that he stays in his best condition. The qualifiers are about to begin, and this time, our Ashley family cannot lose." Thunder waved his hand and said. Desparas nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured." Thunder nodded and said, "Tell the Zhang family that our Ashley family didn't make a move against them. At this time, the people who went out for a mission have returned. If the Zhang family dares to cause trouble, then we will break off relations with them. Also, tell them that I'm very dissatisfied with their actions this time. Margaret and Zhang Mingyue's marriage contract has been annulled." Desparas stared, then he immediately understood what Thunder meant. This time, the Zhang family was saying that the Ashley family's people weren't in the camp. Additionally, the Ashley family's airship was there. Because of this, the Zhang family insisted that the Ashley family attacked them. Actually, the two families were well aware of this matter. However, the Zhang family didn't have any evidence that would benefit the Ashley family. Because of this, they only put pressure on the Ashley family and didn't directly turn hostile. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were back, the only evidence they had was gone. Naturally, the Ashley family would have more confidence in their words. But now, Margaret's thoughts were clearly on Zhao Hai. However, Margaret was engaged to Zhang Mingyue, which might affect the relationship between Zhao Hai and Margaret. Therefore, Thunder made such a decision. Desparas immediately nodded. However, he still said, "Young master, the Zhang family has been getting more and more rampant. It seems like they will break with us sooner or later. Young master, we have to be on guard." Wuka nodded, then he sighed and said, "It seems like the Zhang family was already prepared to deal with us. We were one step behind them, but the Zhang family wasn't fully prepared, so they didn't dare to fight with us. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of us. But they didn't expect that this time, not only did they fail to take advantage of us, they even gave us a warning." "Humph, the Zhang family wants to touch the foundation of the Ashley family? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Wuka's voice was as cold as ice. Desparas quietly listened. In fact, Desparas had already felt the Zhang family's matter. He had warned Wuka many times. However, Wuka didn't care. He always thought that the Zhang family and the Ashley family were strong allies. The reason why Wuka agreed to attack the Zhang family this time was because of the attack on Margaret. After Desparas investigated, he concluded that the Zhang family was the culprit. Because of this, Wuku agreed to attack. He wanted to beat the Zhang family and at the same time test their reaction. If the Zhang family wasn't the culprit, then they wouldn't know about this matter. Naturally, they wouldn't have such a big reaction. However, the Zhang family's reaction was fierce. They even set up a trap to bite the Ashley family. This made Wuku understand that the Zhang family really wanted to deal with the Ashley family. The Zhang family's plan was good. They wanted to capture Zhao Hai and the others. Even if they couldn't capture Zhao Hai, they couldn't allow Zhao Hai to participate in the Six Realms beginner competition. This way, the Ashley family wouldn't be able to obtain a lot of resources. At the same time, their prestige would be affected. This would make it easier for them to deal with the Ashley family in the future. However, the Zhang family didn't expect a variable like Zhao Hai to appear. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had returned to Dark Demon Planet, the Zhang family's plan had failed. Moreover, they had exposed their ambitions. This made Wu Ke vigilant. It can be said that the Zhang family tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. But this time, the Ashley family didn't gain any advantage. They wanted to knock the Zhang family down, but instead, the Zhang family used this opportunity to knock them down. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family's losses would have been even greater. They might have to pay a big price to settle this matter. Desbarres looked at Wu Ke and said, "Young master, this time, we have a conflict with the Zhang family. This time, the Six Realms beginner competition is very important for us. As long as we can get the best results in the Six Realms beginner competition, we would be able to obtain more resources. With these resources, we wouldn't be afraid of not having allies." This time, the Zhang family made a big fuss in the Rainbow Meteorite Belt because they wanted to stop Zhao Hai from participating in the Six Realms beginner competition. Because of this, we can be sure that there are spies in the higher-ups of the family. They should know about Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, the most important thing for us is to find these spies. Wu Ke wasn't stupid. Wu Ke wasn't an idiot. Although he was stubborn, he was also very smart. Therefore, he knew what Desbarres said. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've already started investigating. There aren't many people who know about this matter. I believe that there will be results soon. Fatty Da, go and take a look. Little Hai is very important to the family right now. Take care of him." Desbarres nodded before he turned around and left. When Desbarres returned to the Bone Symbol camp, the other camp lords had already arrived. They were currently talking to the captains in charge of this operation. Desbarres didn't go to them, instead, he called Taixing to his office. Desbarres looked at Taixing and said, "Taixing, tell me everything that happened." Taixing nodded, then he told Desbarres everything that happened. After listening, Desbarres nodded and said, "It seems like Zhao Hai's use of liquid silver has improved. Moreover, Zhao Hai's strength is much simpler than what we expected. It seems like he wasn't just talking nonsense when he said that he could enter the top 10 of the Six Realms newcomer competition." Taixing nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is very strong. He will certainly shine in the Six Realms newcomer competition. I'm afraid that the Ashley family won't be able to keep him." Desbarres smiled bitterly and said, "With the Ashley family's strength, it's impossible for them to keep Zhao Hai. He will become a famous expert. But even if the Ashley family can't keep him, as long as he's a member of the Ashley family, then those who have ulterior motives wouldn't be able to do anything to the Ashley family." Taixing nodded. Then Desbarres said, "All right, let's go to the dining hall. The other family should be done by now. They owe us a big favor this time." Taixing smiled faintly as he followed Desbarres to the dining hall. The dining hall was already full. All the people from the Bone Symbol camp were present. Besides the people from the Bone Symbol camp, there were also people from the other camps. The dining hall was very lively. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. It could be said that this operation had affected the hearts of the entire Outer Sect camp. This was because the people who participated in this operation were the elites of the Ashley family's Outer Sect camp. These people had very high status in the Ashley family's Outer Sect camp. They were the backbone of the Ashley family's Outer Sect camp. No matter which camp lost these people, it would be a big loss for them. Moreover, these people had ascended to the machine field for some time. Each of them had good friends in the camp as well as their own families. It can be said that they were involved in a lot of things. In this case, it was very important for them to come back alive. As for the Zhang family's spies that were captured by Zhao Hai, they had already been handed over to the Ashley family to be dealt with. Zhao Hai and Taixing guaranteed their safety, but this was only to ensure that they could safely return to Dark Demon Planet. As for how they would be treated after returning to Dark Demon Planet, Zhao Hai couldn't control them. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately went to the space and took a bath in Wen air. After that, he came out of the space and headed towards the dining hall. Zhao Hai was still wearing his black magic robe. Although he wasn't ugly, he couldn't see anything. And with his ordinary appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't find him in a crowd. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai deliberately restrained himself. He didn't show any special temperament. Because of this, he looked very ordinary. Just as he came out of his room, he saw Tao Wang walking towards him. When Tao Wang saw Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted him and said, "Come with me. The brothers want to see a hero like you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Come on, I'm not a hero. Let's go." "Right, where's Margaret? Did she go?" Tao Wang smiled faintly and said, "Not yet. You should know that women always need to dress up. I've already told her to tell her robot. Her robot will tell her." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Tao Wang to the dining hall. When Zhao Hai arrived at the dining hall, Desbarres and Taixing were also there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Desbarres smiled and waved his hand. Zhao Hai and Tao Wang immediately went over. After Desbarres sat down with Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you did a good job this time. Now those fellows owe our bone symbol camp a big favor. I want to see how they repay this favor in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Does the camp lord want to extort them?" Desbarres smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. In any case, there will be benefits for you. This time, you came back just in time for the qualifiers. The Patriarch attaches great importance to the qualifiers. I'll tell you the details later." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Camp Lord, don't worry. I know what to do." Desbarres nodded and said, "Did you get hurt this time? Or did you feel uncomfortable? The Patriarch said that he would fully support you. You must be in your best condition at all times." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord can rest assured. I'm fine right now." Desbarres nodded and said, "That's good. I'll go and deal with those fellows. We'll talk about it after the meal." Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't object. Desbarres stood up and walked towards Dia and the others. The arrival of Dia and the other camp lords caused the atmosphere in the dining hall to become strange. The people of the Bone Symbol camp knew that under normal circumstances, these camp lords wouldn't come to the Bone Symbol camp. Moreover, because of the decline of the Bone Symbol camp, these camp lords looked down on the people of the Bone Symbol camp. But this time, they actually came to the Bone Symbol camp to express their gratitude. This made the people of the Bone Symbol camp feel proud and elated. Desbarres didn't go too far this time. After chatting with the group for a while, he invited them to sit down. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also sitting at the same table. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he stood up and gave a salute. Dia and the others also gave a salute to Zhao Hai. At the same time, they expressed their gratitude towards Zhao Hai. However, their eyes were still filled with envy and jealousy. After everyone sat down, Desbarres went to the small table in the middle of the dining hall. Then he reached out his hand and pressed it down. The scene immediately quieted down. Desbarres looked at everyone and said, "This operation was a huge test for the Ashley family's outer sect camp. Fortunately, everyone came back safely. I want to say, warriors, you did well. You didn't lose the Ashley family's face, you didn't lose the face of the outer sect camp." His words caused the crowd to cheer. Desbarres reached out his hand and pressed it down again. After that, everyone calmed down. Then Desbarres continued, "Everyone has suffered a lot during this time. Now, I want to say that you are safe. I just talked with the camp lords. You completed the mission beautifully. In addition to the rewards that were promised, each camp will be given an additional reward. Brothers, you are going to be rich." These words caused another round of laughter and whistles. The people of the outer sect camp cared a lot about the rewards. Desbarres' words were also very good for them. There wasn't too much official talk about it. This made the people of the outer sect camp very happy. Desbarres waited for everyone to calm down before he said, "Everyone, I know that you haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. So, I won't nag you. Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. Brothers, you're home." Everyone cheered. Then the robots delivered the food and drinks. the banquet officially began. During the entire banquet, Desbarres didn't mention Zhao Hai's contribution. This was where he was wise. Zhao Hai saved everyone. If Desbarres kept talking about this matter, then he would be too petty. Desbarres still had this kind of tolerance. When Desbarres arrived at their table, Dillard and the others looked at Desbarres with an unnatural expression. This was because they had never talked to anyone in their camp. From this point, they could feel the gap between them and Desbarres. The atmosphere of the meal was very warm. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that Margaret didn't appear in the dining hall. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. Margaret didn't have a reason for not coming, so he didn't need to think too much about it. After drinking with everyone, Zhao Hai returned to his room. This time, he didn't drink with Desbarres and the others. When he drank, he used the spatial water to dissolve the alcohol. Therefore, even if he drank a lot, he wouldn't get drunk. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he could clearly feel that someone was in his room. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel any danger. After scanning Zhao Hai with his spiritual force, he discovered that the person in his room was Margaret. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he still entered the room. Margaret was sitting in the living room. When Zhao Hai saw Margaret, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that Margaret was different from before. In the past, Margaret was a mage. Although she would take care of her hair, it was a very simple hairstyle. She also didn't have any makeup on her face. She was very old-fashioned. But today, Margaret was different. She was wearing a modified mage's robe. Although it was still black, she looked much more beautiful. Her hair was also taken care of, making it very beautiful. Most importantly, she had makeup on. Although it was light makeup, it complemented Margaret's quiet temperament. Margaret's temperament was different from Laura and the others. Laura had the aura of a strong woman. Needless to say, Lizzie and Megan were princesses, so their princess-like auras were naturally very strong. On the other hand, Megan didn't have this kind of temperament. This was because she was a maid, her whole world revolved around Zhao Hai. Ruyan's temperament was similar to Lizzie's, but her aura wasn't as strong as Lizzie's. After all, she was only a princess of a small duchy. Moreover, she had a disgraceful reputation. This made her feel inferior in front of Lizzie and the others. Barry's temperament was different from the others. Barry was a succubus. Her temperament was absolutely charming. However, Barry's major was assassination. Because of this, she had a cold murderous aura, which made her even more charming. Margaret, on the other hand, was different. She had been concentrating on magic formations since she was a child. When she grew up, she became a teacher. She had a gentle, quiet, and dignified temperament. This temperament was different from the other women in Zhao Hai's life. When Margaret saw Zhao Hai looking at her, her face couldn't help but turn red. But she still gently stood up and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Do you like me like this?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Margaret and smiled. Zhao Hai recovered, then he looked at Margaret and said, I like you very much. You're really beautiful." Margaret gently walked in front of Zhao Hai, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, since the day you saved me on Harmony Star, I've already fallen in love with you. Although you're a butcher and have killed a lot of people, I still like you. After this matter, I like you even more. I want to marry you, no matter if you have a wife or not, and no matter if that person is against it or not, I want to marry you. Will you marry me?" Zhao Hai didn't think that Margaret would be brave enough to say such a thing. Margaret's face was very thin. Normally, when they met, she wouldn't show any signs of intimacy. For her to say such words today was beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that Margaret had already experienced 2 life-and-death situations with Zhao Hai. When they were in the meteorite belt, it was very easy for people to feel pessimistic and desperate. Margaret was no exception. She was just a flower that bloomed in a greenhouse, she didn't experience any hardships. At that time, Margaret thought that they would be trapped in the meteorite belt or be captured by the Zhang family. It was also at that time that Margaret thought it through. She discovered that life was really unpredictable. If they died in the meteorite belt, then she wouldn't even have the chance to confess to Zhao Hai. Although this feeling disappeared when she knew that she could return to Dark Demon Planet, the thought of confessing to Zhao Hai didn't disappear. On the contrary, this thought became even more intense. Margaret was afraid that she would encounter an accident and lose the chance to confess to Zhao Hai. Therefore, when she returned to her room, she made a decision to make things clear to Zhao Hai today. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and sighed, "Margaret, how can I not understand your thoughts? I'm not a fool. But you should know that I have a wife, and not just one. If you want to marry me, then you have to share me with them. Are you willing?" Margaret didn't think about it and said, "I'm willing." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. Margaret. You don't understand. You think that my wife is in the lower realm and that the so-called sharing is only in spirit. Actually, that's not the case. My wife is right beside me. If you really marry me, then you wouldn't just be sharing me spiritually with them. Do you understand?" Margaret nodded and said, "All right." Margaret looked puzzled, then she gently shook her head. She understood the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. However, she didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant by her body being by his side. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and sighed, "I hope that you can remain calm. No matter what happens, you don't have to be afraid. Also, if you decide not to marry me, I hope that you can keep what happened today a secret. Don't tell anyone about it." Margaret nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared beside him. Zhao Hai extended his hand towards Margaret and said, "Margaret, go in and take a look. This is my biggest secret." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. However, she believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't harm her. Therefore, she went into the spatial rift. When Margaret entered the spatial rift, she couldn't help but stare. This was because she found herself in an infinitely large space. She was currently standing on a meadow. Not far from her, there was an old-looking villa that was covered with colorful flowers. Next to the villa was a towering tree. This tree was very big, very big. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that in front of her were 6 different beauties. These 6 beauties weren't any worse than her, after all, they were much more beautiful than her. While Margaret was in a daze, the blonde leader of the 6 beauties smiled faintly and said, "Miss Margaret, hello. We are Zhao Hai's wives. My name is Laura. You might not know us, but we've known each other for a long time." Upon hearing Laura, Margaret recovered. However, she still didn't understand the situation, so she replied mechanically, "Hello, I'm Margaret." Lizzie and the others also ran over and introduced themselves to Margaret. Margaret stared blankly as she kept repeating the phrase, "I'm Margaret." She was really stunned. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Margaret, this is my biggest secret. Follow Laura and the others, they will explain everything to you." "Laura, tell Margaret, I'm tired, I want to take a rest." Laura nodded and then pulled Margaret towards the villa. Margaret was dragged by Laura and the others into the villa. On the other hand, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the Bone Symbol camp. Because he was afraid that Desbarres would come looking for him, he could only wait here. At this time, Laura and Margaret were already inside the villa. Meg gave Margaret a cup of tea while Margaret looked at the monitor. This was because the monitor was showing Zhao Hai's room in the Bone Symbol camp. Laura looked at Margaret and smiled faintly, "We can see you through this monitor. It can be said that when you met Brother Hai for the first time, we were able to see you through this monitor. Every time you meet Brother Hai, we were able to see you through this monitor." Margaret nodded and said, "All right." Upon hearing Laura, Margaret's face couldn't help but turn pale. She suddenly felt like she was having an affair with a married man and was caught red-handed by his wife. Laura looked at Margaret's expression and immediately understood what Margaret was thinking. Laura smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be nervous. In fact, we aren't disgusted with Brother Hai's pursuit of you. We even support him. Without our support, I'm afraid that you and Brother Hai wouldn't have developed this quickly." Margaret turned her head and looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. Laura looked at Margaret and smiled faintly. "Let's tell you everything about Brother Hai. I believe that once you hear about him, you'll understand how outstanding this man is." Then Laura began to tell Margaret everything about Zhao Hai. Margaret listened quietly. She listened to the legendary life of this man that she was optimistic about. She listened to everything about the space. Zhao Hai's matter wasn't something that could be explained in just a few sentences. Laura didn't want Margaret to leave. When she got tired of talking, she would switch to someone else and slowly tell Margaret everything that they had experienced. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting quietly in his room. Desbarres didn't come. However, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He needed to take some time to think about the future. Next, he would definitely participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. He just didn't know if he would encounter Lu Chuan or the Wind Ghost Emperor. If he did, then would the two of them take revenge on him? He also didn't know if he would be their opponent. However, after obtaining liquid silver, Zhao Hai was no longer as fearful of Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor. To be exact, Zhao Hai now wanted to challenge these two people. This was because these two were his biggest enemies, and also his most direct enemies. He needed to defeat these two, or even kill them, in order to prevent his identity from being exposed. The main reason why Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal his identity was because besides Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor, he had another enemy. Moreover, this enemy was much more formidable than Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor. This enemy was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Hai already knew about Lu Wei's background. He was an elder of the Five Extremes sect. However, this elder didn't necessarily have a lot of authority. This was because after arriving in the machine field, Zhao Hai knew that great sects would have a lot of elders. Lu Wei might just be an ordinary elder of the Five Extremes sect. As for why Lu Wei might be an ordinary elder without any real power, but he had the ability to collect faith power in the lower realm, this was also very easy to explain. It was because almost everyone who could do this would hide this secret, even to the people closest to them. In order to collect faith power from the lower realms, one would need some special equipment. These equipment had to have a certain connection with the lower realms. And such equipment wasn't necessarily something that could be obtained by one's strength. Sometimes, it also depended on one's luck. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't find Lu Wei's name even after investigating the Five Extremes sect in the machine field. This allowed Zhao Hai to confirm that Lu Wei was just an ordinary elder of the Five Extremes sect. Moreover, he didn't have any real authority. As for the Wind Ghost Emperor, there was no need to mention him. The Wind Ghost Emperor was just like his name. He was a powerful ghost without any foundation. Perhaps it was because of his luck that he was able to obtain something that led to the underworld. Because of this, although he was powerful, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. After all, a person's ability was limited. Moreover, the Wind Ghost Emperor had offended a very powerful person in the past. He was being chased by that person, so he found a place to hide. Now, he didn't dare to appear. In this case, he might not have the time to chase after Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the Wanbao Pavilion was different. The Wanbao Pavilion was a large trading company in the cultivation realm. It can be said that it was a major force in the cultivation realm. Because of their large business, they were very rich. This also allowed them to hire a lot of experts to work for them. It can be said that offending such a force wasn't a wise decision. Zhao Hai also found some other information on the internet. The main reason why this Wanbao Pavilion could develop so quickly was that they were famous for selling some rare attribute items in the cultivation world. As soon as he saw this, Zhao Hai knew that he was in big trouble. For a businessman, cutting off their source of income was tantamount to forming an unresolvable hatred. And Zhao Hai was precisely cutting off the Wanbao Pavilion's source of income. Because he cut off the Wanbao Pavilion's source of income, his enmity with the Wanbao Pavilion could be said to be the deepest. But the Wanbao Pavilion and Lu Wei's Wind Ghost Emperor were different. Zhao Hai didn't offend anyone in the Wanbao Pavilion, but the entire Wanbao Pavilion. If the Wanbao Pavilion knew his identity, then he would be in big trouble. Although Zhao Hai had offended the Wanbao Pavilion still didn't know what Zhao Hai looked like. After all, they only installed a transmission formation in the underworld. It was impossible for them to see Zhao Hai through the transmission formation. On the other hand, Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor were different. Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor's remnant soul had seen Zhao Hai's appearance. If they knew about the matter between Zhao Hai and the Wanbao Pavilion, then the Wanbao Pavilion might join forces to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't want that. Because of this, he wanted to fight with Lu Wei and the Wind Ghost Emperor. It would be best if he could kill them, then he would be safe. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, Laura and the others had already finished telling Margaret about Zhao Hai's deeds in the lower realm. They didn't just talk about it with their mouths, they also used the screen to show it to make it more convincing. Besides Zhao Hai's deeds, Laura and the others also told Margaret about the space. They also told Margaret about the space's various mysteries. Margaret was stunned when she heard this. After she finished speaking, Laura turned her head to Margaret and said, "Margaret, you're interested in Brother Hai, we've seen this for a long time. We've been encouraging Brother Hai to pursue you because he needs your status to integrate himself into the Ashley family. However, Brother Hai doesn't want to pursue you because of this. Because of this, he's always kept his distance from you. If you didn't confess today, then I'm afraid he would never have let you know about this place. This is Brother Hai's foundation, the foundation for him to move unhindered in the world. Do you understand?" Margaret nodded, then Lizzie looked at Margaret and said, "It's precisely because of the space's mysteriousness that Big Brother Hai wouldn't easily let others know about its existence. For him to let you enter the space today means that he has feelings for you. At the same time, you also have feelings for Big Brother Hai. If you don't want to share Big Brother Hai with us and want to leave him, then Margaret, I hope that you can forget what happened today. Otherwise, Big Brother Hai wouldn't have a place to stay in this world." Margaret looked at Laura and the others, then she smiled and said, "I've already decided to follow Zhao Hai, so I won't regret it. Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to approach me because of you. If I become his wife, then he wouldn't easily betray me. Towards such a man, there's nothing for me to worry about." Laura and the others nodded and said, "I've already decided to follow Zhao Hai." When they heard Margaret, Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. Then Laura pulled Margaret's hand and said, "That's great. Megan, go help Margaret with her makeup. Today, we'll have Margaret and Brother Hai consummate their marriage." Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. When Margaret heard Laura, her face couldn't help but turn red. But she was still pulled away by the smiling Megan. At this time, Laura called out, Brother Hai, come in quickly." Zhao Hai recovered from his thoughts and entered the space. When he saw Laura smiling at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled, "Brother Hai, Margaret has already agreed to marry you. Hurry up and prepare. Today, the two of you will consummate your marriage. Let's cook the rice first." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he smiled bitterly and said, "Margaret just learned about the space. Isn't it too rushed to consummate her marriage?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're really stupid. Margaret already confessed to you today. What are you worried about? Rest assured, go and prepare." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "What's there to prepare? Forget it, let's just do it like this." Laura didn't agree, she made Zhao Hai change his clothes into formal attire. Then she made Zhao Hai sit down and take care of Zhao Hai's hair. They wanted Zhao Hai to give Margaret a formal greeting before going to consummate their marriage. Zhao Hai wasn't a woman, so it was impossible for him to understand how important a wedding was to a woman. This was especially true for the man they love. If Zhao Hai was too casual, then Margaret would regret it for the rest of her life. Before long, Margaret was escorted out by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai was also dressed up. Laura and the others held a simple Chinese wedding ceremony for Zhao Hai and Margaret before sending them to the bridal chamber. Looking at Zhao Hai and Margaret entering the bridal chamber, Laura and the others let out a long breath. After tidying up their things, Laura said, "All right, Margaret's matter has finally been solved. I believe that Brother Hai's position in the Ashley family will be more solid. With Margaret's help, our identity problem will be solved quickly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Margaret's matter has been solved. I believe that Brother Hai's position in the Ashley family will be more stable." Lizzie and the others nodded. To be honest, they weren't jealous of Margaret. This was because Zhao Hai already had them as his wives. Having one more wasn't a big deal. After tidying up, the group went to rest. Naturally, Zhao Hai and Margaret didn't talk about the bridal chamber. The next day, after eating breakfast, they said goodbye to Laura and the others before leaving the space. After coming out of the space, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, although we are now officially husband and wife, I think it's better if we don't let that person know about this. Otherwise, who knows what he would do. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Margaret, you underestimate the family's strength too much. You stayed here all night without returning, how could the patriarch not know about it? Forget it, you can just stay here. Margaret smiled bitterly and said, All right, you can stay here. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be startled. She quickly said, Then what should we do? What if he doesn't agree? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he hugged Margaret and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Sit down, I think the camp lord and the others will be here soon. Yesterday, I saw the camp lord looking for me for something. Margaret nodded, but her face still blushed as she sat down. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a pot of tea appeared on the table. This tea wasn't from the machine field, but from the space. The tea in the space was much better compared to the tea in the machine field. Just as the two drank the tea, Desparas and the others arrived. When the three saw Margaret, they didn't care. Margaret often came to Zhao Hai's place, so they were already used to it. After asking the three to sit down, Zhao Hai poured tea for them. This tea wasn't from the space, he had already received the tea from the space. After drinking the tea, Desparas turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, prepare yourself. We'll be going out to participate in the qualifiers. Zhao Hai didn't oppose, he just nodded and said, All right, I don't have anything to pack. I can go at any time. Desparas nodded, then with a solemn expression he said, Little Hai, this year's qualifier is very important for the Ashley family. You must obtain good results, otherwise, the family would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Camp Lord, you can rest assured. The Zhang family only surrounded us in the end, they didn't do anything else. First, they were afraid that there would be too many casualties. Second, I'm afraid that they want to trap us in the meteorite belt and prevent us from participating in the selection. Am I right? When Desparas heard this, he stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, Right, the Zhang family does indeed have this intention. There is a mole in the family, the Zhang family must know about your matter. They don't want you to participate in the competition because they are afraid that you would gain too much benefits for the family. If you gain a lot of benefits for the family, then countless people would want to form an alliance with the family. When the time comes, they simply wouldn't have any way to deal with us. It's good that you can think of this. Because of this reason, you must win and get a good ranking. The better your ranking, the safer the family will be. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, Camp Lord can rest assured. I understand. Desparas nodded, then he turned to Margaret and said, Margaret, do you want to go this time? Margaret nodded and said, Of course I want to go. Let's go. In any case, I don't have anything to pack. Desparas smiled bitterly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Let's go. Let's go to Demon Island first. The Patriarch won't be going this time. Kajo and I will be leading a total of 5 intermediate warships. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Then let's go. The family's matter is important. We can't afford to be late. Desparas nodded, then he led Margaret and Zhao Hai out. However, Desparas looked at Margaret with a strange gaze. Desparas was also an experienced person. Naturally, he could see that Margaret was different compared to yesterday. He immediately understood what the two were doing. Desparas couldn't help but worry. Although Thunder had agreed to the matter between Zhao Hai and Margaret, Desparas couldn't guarantee that the two of them wouldn't anger Thunder. After the group came out of the building, they boarded a flying carriage and went straight to Demon Island. Desparas looked at Zhao Hai and said, Originally, there was no need to be in such a hurry. However, the Patriarch had already warned the Zhang family after you returned. The Zhang family already knew about your return. Moreover, the Patriarch had already cancelled Margaret's marriage. This is a slap to the Zhang family's face. The Patriarch was afraid that the Zhang family would take drastic action, so he ordered us to leave immediately. When Margaret heard Desparas, she couldn't help but stare. Then she happily said, Uncle Desparas, did the Patriarch really cancel my marriage? Desparas nodded, then he smiled and said, Of course it's true. I retired yesterday. I wanted to tell you about this matter, but because I drank too much yesterday, I didn't say anything. I didn't expect you to develop to this point. Xiao Hai nodded and smiled. When Margaret heard Desbarres, she knew that Desbarres already knew about the matter between her and Xiao Hai. Her face couldn't help but turn red as she lowered her head and didn't speak. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, the Patriarch wouldn't blame me for this matter, right?" Desbarres sighed and said, "I can only hope that the Patriarch doesn't blame you. After all, the family needs you. Moreover, the Patriarch didn't oppose your marriage with Margaret." "I hope so." Xiao Hai didn't look too worried. He believed that Margaret had stayed in his room last night and didn't go back. Thunder should have already known about it. So he didn't send people to capture her last night, so he wouldn't make a move today. While they were talking, Desbarres and the others arrived at High Demon Island. High Demon Island was very big and bustling. However, Xiao Hai and the others didn't stop there as they flew towards the family's airfield. There were already several flying carriages there as well as a small ship waiting for them. Kajo and the other camp lords were already there. Only the bone symbol camp was left. After the flying carriage stopped, Desbarres immediately got off. Then he laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I drank too much yesterday. I woke up late today and made everyone wait for a long time." Kajo stared at Desbarres, then he turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, "All right, I'll let this butcher be proud for a while. Hurry up, the Patriarch said that he wouldn't be sending us off today. When we return in triumph, the Patriarch will personally come and pick us up. Let's get on the ship." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll let this butcher be proud for a while." Everyone nodded before they followed Kajo to the ship. Desbarres went to Dillard and the others and gave them a slight bow before he said, "Everyone, please take care of the outer sect. I'll take care of these little fellows." Dillard and the others nodded and didn't say anything. They owed Desbarres and Xiao Hai a big favor this time. Naturally, they wouldn't act like before. Desbarres didn't say anything as well. He nodded to the others before he turned around and boarded the ship. Because the ship was heading directly to the airfield, it wouldn't take a long time. Because of this, Kajo didn't assign a room to the group. Instead, the group went to the command center. The ship took off smoothly and before long, it passed through the atmosphere and entered space before flying towards the airfield. Kajo looked at the scenery outside the ship and said, "This time, the family will send 5 mid-level battleships along with 10,000 mechas. This should be enough to ensure our safety. Our destination is the machine field's machine formation planet. That's the central planet of the machine field. The qualifiers will be held there." Xiao Hai and the others nodded. Then Kajo said, "From Dark Demon Planet to the Machine Formation Planet, it would take about 8 days at full speed. There should be plenty of time. However, there might be some accidents along the way. You don't need to worry, the family has already made arrangements. Nothing will happen." While they were talking, the ship arrived at the airfield. When the group entered the airfield, they didn't stay for long. They immediately boarded the ship that the family had prepared for them and left the airfield. This time, the mid-sized ship that they were riding was much bigger than the ship that Xiao Hai made last time. Not only can the ship carry several thousand mechas, it also has several small lifeboats. It was much better than the ship that Xiao Hai made last time. Xiao Hai's ship was much bigger than the one that he made last time. After getting on the ship and assigning their rooms, Kajo called the group to a conference room. This medium-sized ship was actually a bit smaller than a large ship. However, the facilities inside were very complete. There were several conference rooms on the ship. They were currently in a small conference room. Inside the room were Kajo, Desbarres, Xiao Hai, Margaret, and the other winners of the family's qualifiers. After everyone sat down, Kajo said, "I called you here to tell you about the opponents you might encounter in the qualifiers. These people are all very powerful. If you encounter them, you must be careful. Besides Xiao Hai, you should have already received some information about the other forces. Because of Xiao Hai's mission, Xiao Hai hasn't seen it yet. But it doesn't matter. You can use the next few days to look at the information, as long as you know what to expect, then it's fine." Xiao Hai nodded, then Kajo continued, "What I'm going to tell you this time are some people that you need to pay attention to. These people are the strongest among the contestants. Kajo nodded and said, I'm going to tell you about some people that you need to pay attention to. After he said that, Kajo moved to the side. The wall behind him immediately turned into a monitor. On the monitor, a person's image appeared. This person was a mage. He wore light blue robes, had light blue hair, a handsome face, and a faint smile on his face. This person made people want to get close to him. Next to this person's image was a brief introduction. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the introduction. Name, Streep. Nickname, Ice Saint. Origin, Water Temple. Ascension time, 4 years ago. Strength, 4th rank mage. Combat strength estimated. Extremely dangerous. Reports say that she can fight against a small battleship and destroy it in the end. Then there was a detailed introduction. Zhao Hai carefully looked at it. This Streep was really strong. For years after she ascended, she had already reached the level of a 4th rank mage. From the time she ascended until now, she had fought hundreds of battles without losing a single one. From this point alone, one could see how strong she was. Zhao Hai nodded. After the introduction, there were also some images of Streep's battles. Some of these images were very clear, while some were very blurry. The clear images were from the arena. It seems like they were from the preliminaries. The blurry images were from other people's battles. From these images, one could see that Streep could easily use a 10-layered magic formation. Even a 50-layered magic formation didn't need much time to chant and make hand seals. From this, one could see that his spiritual force was very strong. In addition to Zhao, some of the other contestants had ugly expressions on their faces. If they wanted to cast a 10-layer spell, they would need the help of a magic staff, but the other side didn't need it at all. Such an opponent was too strong. They also knew that only Zhao Hai could fight against an opponent like Streep. Others wouldn't have a chance to fight against him. Although their equipment was provided by their families and could be considered the best, the major forces attached great importance to this competition. It was impossible for someone like Streep to not have a few pieces of top-quality equipment. It was impossible for them to win with equipment. At this time, the image changed and another person appeared. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he saw this person. This was because this person was too strong. He didn't look like a human at all, instead, he looked like a giant. However, his height was much shorter than a giant's, so he didn't exceed the limit of the number of giants. The man was about 2.5 meters tall. He was bald and had bronze-colored skin that looked like it was cast from iron. Coupled with his extremely developed muscles, he looked like an ancient giant that had been pieced together from the wilderness. He was wearing a suit of armor, which made him look even more formidable. But what caught Zhao Hai's attention the most was the 2 millstone-sized sledgehammers hanging from the person's waist. It looked very awkward. One must know that in the machine field, spatial equipment wasn't a rare thing. Almost every cultivator had one. Even ordinary people might use spatial equipment. Because of this, whether it was warriors or mages, as long as they didn't want to reveal their identity, they would keep their weapons inside their spatial equipment. Naturally, it was impossible for this person to not have spatial equipment. But the fact that he had these 2 sledgehammers on him was a bit strange. Zhao Hai looked at this person's information. This person's name was Xianxia, also known as Violent Bear. He was an ascended warrior from the Wu clan. He ascended 3 years ago, but he was already a 4th rank warrior. Moreover, the sword chi he emitted was shot through his sledgehammers. His attack power was very strong. He had copper skin and iron bones, as well as an amazing defense. After his debut, he had fought nearly 1,000 battles without losing a single one. Zhao Hai knew about the Wu clan. They were a warrior family. They were one of the biggest forces in the dojo. Moreover, the Wu clan's people were famous for their strength. Xianxia being able to ascend to the Wu clan was really his luck. Then there was the 3rd expert, Lone Wolf Xianxia. Xianxia was a death warrior. He was dark and thin, wearing black clothes. His face was ordinary, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. He was also a 4th rank warrior. The weapon in his hand was a pitch-black sword that didn't reflect any light. Every time he attacked, he would kill his opponent without mercy. In the 4 years since his ascension, he had attacked thousands of times. The Tian family that Yan Zhinshan came from was a very special existence. Their family wasn't like the Ashley family or the Wu family, who were only famous for their magic or martial skills. Half of the Tian family's people practiced magic while the other half practiced martial skills. The Tian family's people practiced black magic while the other half practiced martial skills. The Tian family's people practiced black magic while the other half practiced black magic. The Tian family was now considered a force of the Dark Shrine. Because the people from the Warriors Association looked down on them and thought that the people from the Tian family didn't learn martial arts at all, the Tian family was also one of the forces in the Church Alliance that opposed the Warriors Association the most. The fourth expert was Breeze and Rain Lei Xiaotian. He was a wind and rain mage. He was born in the Wind Shrine's Lei family. His surname wasn't Lei, but after his ascension, he showed extraordinary talent. Therefore, the Lei family recruited him and gave him the surname Lei. He was a fourth-rank mage. Because he was a dual-attribute mage, he was very powerful. He had ascended for 3.5 years and had fought hundreds of battles without losing a single one. The fifth expert was Fire Dragon Godly Sword Dongfang Yu. He had ascended for 3 years and was born in the Yen family of the Warrior Union. He was a fourth-rank warrior. With the Fire Dragon Sword technique and the Fire Dragon Godly Sword in his hand, he was invincible in the Dongfang family. He had participated in more than 300 family missions and completed them perfectly every time. However, his first mission was very destructive. The sixth expert was Wild Wind Li Kuangren. He wasn't tall, but he was very muscular. He had 2 axes in his hands and a wild wind axe technique. He was invincible. He was a fourth-rank warrior and was born in the Song family of the Warrior Union. The seventh expert was Meteor Zhu Chen. He was born in the Earth Shrine and had ascended for 3 years. His earth magic was superb. He could use 10 overlapping magic formations as easily as drinking water. He was a fourth-rank mage and was known to have unparalleled defense. The eighth expert was Army Destroyer Lu Dingtian. He was born in the Dong family of the Warrior Union. He had a long spear in his hand and was a fourth-rank warrior. The ninth expert was Holy Emissary Sun Fei. This person came from the Fire Temple's Zhang family, the same Zhang family that Zhao Hai had a grudge with. He ascended 4 years ago and was a fourth-rank mage. His fire magic was very powerful, and he was able to use a 10-layer formation with ease. He was very good at it. The last expert was Golden Egg Zhang Qinghe. This person ascended less than 3 years ago, but when he was in the lower realms, there wasn't a single metal element divergent ability. After ascending, he was fancied by the Lia family of the Metal Shrine and was brought into the family. This person's study of magic formations was also very good. In just 3 years, he had already become a fourth-rank mage. In addition to the fact that he was a metal element magician, whether it was in terms of attack or defense, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the information of the 10 great experts. None of these people were mediocre, they were all geniuses among geniuses. Zhao Hai's heart wasn't as calm as his face. His heart was beating wildly for these opponents. Zhao Hai knew that these people would be his first stumbling block in the world of cultivation. Only by kicking them away would he be able to walk on the right path. Zhao Hai believed that he could defeat these people. He knew that these people weren't as simple as they looked. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid because he had a lot more cards in his hand compared to these people. But aside from Zhao, the other contestants' expressions changed. Compared to these geniuses, the other contestants' strength was too far apart. Kajo looked at everyone and saw their expressions. He was an old man, so naturally, he could see the fighting spirit in Zhao Hai's eyes. Kajo couldn't help but nod. Only with this kind of fighting spirit would one be able to defeat these people. It seems like they can only rely on Zhao Hai for this qualifier. After thinking about this, Kajo said, "I know your situation. Although the family hopes that you can achieve good results, you are also very precious to the family. The family doesn't want you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, if you meet these people and think that you can't defeat them, then the family will allow you to surrender." As soon as Kajo said this, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. What these people were most afraid of was their families asking them to go all out. To be honest, when they saw the strength of these people, they had already lost the courage to fight. After thinking about this, these people couldn't help but turn their gaze to Zhao Hai. At the same time, they thought, I'm afraid only this freak can compete with these freaks. They are freaks, and we are just ordinary people. Surrendering isn't a big deal. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people were thinking, he just said, General Manager, aside from them, are there any other people worth paying attention to? Kazhou nodded and said, you can rest assured about this. The family has already organized everything. You can check it when you return to your room. I called you here today because besides this matter, there's another thing I need to tell you. The patriarch just sent me a letter saying that the Zhang family is planning to intercept us. Because of this, I want to tell you that if the Zhang family really wants to fight us, then I will order the other 4 ships to resist. If they can't stop us, then Desbarres will take you with him. I'll stay behind with the ships and delay the Zhang family's fleet. When Zhao Hai heard Kazhou, he couldn't help but stare. The Zhang family wants to attack us? General Manager, do you know where they want to attack us? How many people do they have? As soon as Kazhou heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, I know. They will make their move in the Quicksand Star Field. They have a total of 20 battleships. Quicksand Star Field? Upon hearing this, Desbarres couldn't help but exclaim. There was no other way, the Quicksand Star Field was too famous in the machine field. The Quicksand Star Field was one of the most famous death zones in the machine field. If the Rainbow Asteroid Belt was a dangerous zone, then the Quicksand Star Field was a death zone. If you enter the Rainbow Asteroid Belt, then you would have a 90% chance of survival. But if you enter the Quicksand Star Field, then you would have no chance of survival. Even powerful experts wouldn't dare to enter the Quicksand Star Field. The Quicksand Star Field was a very large star field. Outside of this star field was a meteorite belt. This meteorite belt wasn't any smaller than the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. In fact, it was much larger than the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. The danger level of this meteorite belt was much higher than that of the Rainbow Meteorite. However, compared to the entire Quicksand Star Field, this meteorite belt was considered a safe place. In the interior of the Quicksand Star Field, there was a boundless sea of sand. For unknown reasons, the interior of the Quicksand Star Field was a sea of sand. Moreover, it was a sea of sand that was constantly flowing. The speed of the sand was very fast, and it was unknown how many years it had been there. Every grain of sand was as hard as steel and as heavy as a rock. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the sea of sand, they would be torn to pieces by the sand and be destroyed in both body and soul. Fortunately, the sand in the Quicksand Star Field only flowed in a fixed direction and didn't expand outwards. Otherwise, the entire machine field would be turned into a sea of sand sooner or later. Although the Quicksand Star Field was dangerous, the outside wasn't. Because of this, there were still several routes outside the Quicksand Star Field. And from Dark Demon Star to the machine field, one would need to take the route outside the Quicksand Star Field. Coincidentally, the Quicksand Star Field was located between Dark Demon Star and the machine field. Of course, the Quicksand Star Field was also the place with the most pirates. These interstellar pirates would run to the meteorite belt of the Quicksand Star Field to hide and then rob the passing merchant ships. After robbing the ships, if they wanted to destroy the corpses, then they would directly throw the corpses into the Quicksand Star Field. No one would be able to find them. Therefore, even for a great family like the Ashley family, if they wanted to take this route, they would need a fleet to escort them. And the reason why the Zhang family chose to make a move here was probably because of this. Zhao Hai also heard about the Quicksand Star Field. However, he wasn't worried. He looked at Kazhou and said, General Manager, do you know what type of ships they use? Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai asked this. However, he still replied, they have 20 medium-sized ships. I estimate that they're a grade lower than the Dark Demon Star Field. However, 20 of them should be enough for us to fight. Zhao Hai said, if we destroy their fleet in the Quicksand Star Field, what would the consequences be? When Kazhou heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, how is that possible? Although we have 5 battleships that are more advanced than theirs, we might be able to defend ourselves, but it's impossible to destroy them. Kazhou smiled bitterly and said, how could we do that? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, of course it's impossible to rely on the family's 5 ships. But if I'm included, then it's possible. Everyone in the room stared. Mages can't defeat battleships, this was common sense in the machine field. But now, Zhao Hai wants to fight with the other party's ships? This was beyond their expectations. After being startled, Desbarres immediately calmed down. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If they come, then we'll make sure that they don't return. Maybe we can even seize a few ships." Desbarres looked at Kazhou. Naturally, Kazhou was also thinking about liquid silver. He didn't oppose, instead, he hesitated for a moment and said, "How do you need the fleet to cooperate?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, our fleet doesn't need to face the enemy's fleet head-on. I want to scout the enemy's fleet first. Then we can form an encirclement around the enemy's fleet. After the encirclement is formed, our fleet would need to perform electronic interference on their fleet. We don't need to use too strong of an electronic interference. This way, their fleet would be able to communicate with each other, but not with their clans. Can the general manager do this?" Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This isn't difficult. But do you mean that you'll be able to deal with the enemy's fleet by yourself?" "Little Hai, this isn't a joke. The other party has 20 mid-level battleships." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Even if they have more battleships, what's the use? I'm only one person. If they can't hit me, then wouldn't their efforts be in vain?" Kazhou nodded gently. To be honest, it wasn't unheard of for a person to destroy an entire fleet in the world of cultivation. In fact, it happened many times. However, those people who could destroy fleets were all experts of the world of cultivation. Kazhou hadn't heard of anyone from the machine field who could do this. Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou, then he turned to Desbarres and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord, I want to talk to the two of you alone. This matter is of great importance." When Kazhou and Desbarres heard Zhao Hai, they stared. But they nodded at the same time and had the others withdraw. Only the 3 of them and Margaret remained in the small conference room. After everyone left, Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have anything to say?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this is a good thing. Camp Lord, General Manager, you should be able to see my relationship with Margaret. Although Margaret's relationship with the Patriarch isn't good, they are still father and daughter. Moreover, Margaret is destined to be a member of the Ashley family for the rest of her life. Therefore, I can't ignore the Ashley family's matters. Originally, I didn't want to talk about this matter, but now that Margaret is one of my people, I have no choice but to talk about it." Desbarres and Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I've asked Margaret to help me analyze the refining method and materials of liquid silver. If she can analyze it, then we can refine liquid silver as well. Although it might not be as strong as my liquid silver, it's still possible for those who are weaker. If she can do it, then it would be a good thing for the family." Kazhou and Desbarres were stunned. They didn't expect this to happen. Refining liquid silver was the dream of many generations of the machine field. However, nobody knew how liquid silver was refined. The materials used were also unknown. Although the machine field's technology was much more advanced than before, nobody was able to analyze liquid silver's materials and refining method. Too many failures had caused people to lose interest in studying liquid silver. Because of this, liquid silver was a chicken rib in the eyes of the people of the machine field. At most, people would treat it as an antique with a special meaning. They wouldn't use it as a weapon. After some time, Kazhou and Desbarres sobered up. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, "Little Hai, is what you said true? Can you really make imitations of liquid silver?" One couldn't blame Kazhou for being excited. Zhao Hai wasn't from the world of cultivation, so he didn't understand the situation here. What he didn't know was that imitations were very useful in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, the most powerful place was the cultivation realm. And in the cultivation realm, almost all great sects would have their own treasures. These treasures were very powerful, capable of overturning the heavens and overturning the seas. Naturally, these treasures couldn't be used lightly. In addition to these treasures, there were also many imitations. These imitations were made by imitating those treasures. Although they were imitations, their power couldn't be underestimated. The reason why those treasures were so famous was not unrelated to these imitations. Just think about it, if imitations were so powerful, then how powerful would the real treasures be? It was precisely because of this idea that there was a market for imitations in the world of cultivation. And in the machine field, liquid silver was similar to the cultivation realm's treasures. Because of this, Kazhou became excited. Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou, then he nodded and said, yes, I can certainly make an imitation. Liquid silver has been subdued by me, so I have my spiritual imprint on it. Because of this, I can study liquid silver better. If I give it to the family, then it would be useless. Therefore, after some time, I should be able to understand the composition of liquid silver. The refining method might take some time. When the time comes, I'll have to ask the family to prepare more materials for refining liquid silver. Kazhou nodded, then he looked at Kazhou. Kazhou happily replied, that's not a problem. As long as you can make liquid silver, the family will give you anything you want. Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and said, why didn't you tell me about this before? Zhao Hai looked at Desbarres, then he smiled bitterly and said, Camp Lord, if Margaret didn't become my woman, do you think I would dare to tell her? If I did, then I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to keep my life. As soon as Desbarres heard Zhao Hai and thought about Wuka's temper, he couldn't help but sigh and no longer speak. Zhao Hai looked at Desbarres and said, Camp Lord, Zhao Hai, remember how you treated me. But now that liquid silver is mine, it's not like I didn't pay a price for it. If the patriarch wants to punish me for this, then I won't wait for my death. When the time comes, I will leave the Ashley family. Naturally, I won't take the initiative to deal with the Ashley family. After all, Camp Lord has a good relationship with them. But I won't report this matter to the patriarch. If the patriarch gets stronger, then wouldn't it be easier for him to kill me? But now it's different. Margaret is my woman, and I can be considered as a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, I have to think about the Ashley family. Because of this, I hope that Camp Lord and General Manager can forgive me for hiding this matter. Kazhou nodded and said, this matter is over. Little Hai, you have done a good deed for the family. You don't need to think too much about it. After some time, I'll have to call you son-in-law. Kazhou was indeed worthy of being the General Manager. His words were very good. Naturally, there weren't many people in the Ashley family who had the authority to speak like this. When Margaret heard Kazhou, she couldn't help but blush. Then she pouted and said, Uncle Kazhou, you're making fun of me again. Kazhou laughed and said, little girl, you've done a lot for the family, yet you didn't tell me about it. It seems like a grown girl can't be kept at home. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai didn't tell me that it was liquid silver. He just said that it was a new metal and that he wanted me to study it. Zhao Hai and Margaret reached a tacit understanding at this moment. There was no need to study the metal. It was just that Laura and the others had already told Margaret about the space. Naturally, Margaret also asked about liquid silver. Laura and the others didn't hide it from her. Therefore, even though she knew that Zhao Hai was lying, in order to not expose the space, Margaret still helped Zhao Hai cover up his lie. Kazhou teased Margaret for a while before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Are you confident? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can bring more than 1,000 people back from the meteorite belt. This means that I can deal with their fleet. But in order to not let the Zhang family know about the destruction of their fleet, I'll have to ask Mr. to make sure that they don't send this information to the Zhang family. Otherwise, not only would it be disadvantageous to the Six Realms newcomer competition, it would also be detrimental to the Ashley family. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Kazhou was an old man, moreover, he had been the Ashley family's head steward for several decades. Naturally, he understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he immediately nodded and said, Little Hai, you can rest assured that this matter won't be spread. The people who came with us this time are all core members of the family. Their loyalty wouldn't be a problem. What you need to do is to beat them ruthlessly. Beat the Zhang family until it hurts. Help the Ashley family vent out our resentment. Kazhou nodded and said, Little Hai, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Chief Steward, you should send a letter to the family right now. Tell them to go to the Quicksand Star Field and receive the warships. Kajo laughed and said, "Alright, I'll send the letter. You can go and rest." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I can't rest right now. I need to investigate. Chief Steward, I'll be taking my leave first." Then his figure disappeared from the warship. Seeing Zhao Hai disappear, Kajo couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Margaret and said, "Little Hai, what's going on?" Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Big Brother Hai has already left." "Uncle Kajo, you forgot that Big Brother Hai is a space mage. If he wants to leave the warship, then he doesn't need to open the hatch." Kajo stared, then he immediately understood that Zhao Hai was showing his strength to him. Kajo wasn't a fool. Although Zhao Hai said that he had Margaret's help in researching liquid silver, Kajo knew that liquid silver was very important. Before Margaret became Zhao Hai's woman, it was impossible for her to participate in the research. Therefore, this was just an excuse that Zhao Hai used. Kajo believed that Zhao Hai didn't tell the family about liquid silver because he had a backup plan. Desbarres treated Zhao Hai very well. This was something that the entire Ashley family knew. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai was also a person who valued relationships. Therefore, Zhao Hai shouldn't take the initiative to betray the Ashley family. If the Ashley family wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then the matter wouldn't be easy to handle. Zhao Hai was a space divergent ability user. With liquid silver's help, he could send more than 1,000 people back to the family from the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. Such strength couldn't be underestimated. If he wanted to leave, then nobody in the family would be able to stop him. The reason why Zhao Hai used his space divergent ability in front of Kajo was to tell him that the Ashley family didn't have the ability to stop him. If they wanted to deal with him, then he would just leave. Not only would they gain nothing, they would also gain a powerful enemy. This wasn't worth it, so it would be better to treat him better. Kajo couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Zhao Hai's methods. Although Zhao Hai was weaker compared to the Ashley family, Zhao Hai was able to use all kinds of conditions to make him stand on equal footing with the Ashley family. At this point, the Ashley family wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Kajo turned to Margaret and said, "Little Grey, go and rest. I'll send a letter to the family. I believe that it won't be long before they send a warship over." Margaret nodded, then she turned around and left. There wasn't a trace of worry on her face. After seeing the magic of the space, Margaret was no longer worried about Zhao Hai. After Margaret left, Kajo sighed, then he turned his head to Desbarres and said, "Fatty Desbarres, this Zhao Hai is really a character. I hope that Miss Margaret can tie him down. This would be very beneficial to our Ashley family." Desbarres nodded and said, "Desbarres, this Zhao Hai is really a character." Desbarres smiled faintly and said, "I believe that it will. As long as the family doesn't deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't deal with the family. Even if he leaves the family in the future, with Margaret's relationship, he would still take care of the Ashley family. If he becomes a famous expert, then the family would be able to rest easy." Kajo looked at Desbarres, then he smiled and said, "Fatty Desbarres, did you already think about this? Are you really that confident in Zhao Hai?" Desbarres smiled faintly and said, "Do you really believe that someone who can activate liquid silver is an ordinary person? Perhaps the turning point of the machine field lies in Zhao Hai." Kajo didn't talk about this topic. This was because he also believed Desbarres' words. When Margaret returned to her room, a spatial rift appeared in her room. Margaret stared for a moment before she immediately went inside. Upon entering the spatial rift, she saw Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others. Zhao Hai and the others were all there. Margaret stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, didn't you go out to scout? Why are you still here?" Laura looked at Margaret and smiled, "My silly sister, with the space, why would Brother Hai need to scout by himself? Unless it's a special place, then there's no need for Brother Hai to scout. Come, let's go in. I'll let you have some fun today." After saying that, Margaret entered the room. Upon entering the room, Margaret was immediately attracted by the scenery on the screen. There wasn't anything special on the screen, it was just space, but space that was moving very fast. Margaret knew that it wasn't space that was moving, it was something that was moving outside, and the scenery outside was being transmitted back to the space. This attracted her attention. Laura and the others were in front of the screen, playing with the needles as if they were playing with a toy. Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been to Quicksand Star Field before, the space still had a star chart of the machine field. This star chart wasn't a secret in the machine field. Although Zhao Hai hadn't received this star chart into the space, it was still good to use it as an ordinary map. 3 days later, Zhao Hai returned to the warship. What surprised Kajo and Despares was that while Zhao Hai was away, Margaret didn't go out at all. Aside from having her meals delivered to her room, she didn't show her face. This made Kajo and Despares very surprised. When Zhao Hai returned to the command hall, Margaret also appeared. When Kajo and Despares saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai went to the main control computer in the command hall and opened the map of Quicksand Planet. Then he said, "There are 20 Zhang family warships here. Their positions are very well hidden. Moreover, there's no magnetic field interference there, so electronic devices shouldn't be able to detect them. Moreover, their positions are outside of the route. If we aren't prepared, then we might let our guard down. This is the best place to launch a sneak attack." Kajo wasn't someone who didn't understand anything. He was very clear that the Zhang family's position was the best one. It seems like the Zhang family really wanted to destroy them. Kajo nodded and said, "Then what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Detour, we'll deviate from the original route. Although we might encounter people sent by the Zhang family, you don't need to worry about them. I'll deal with them. Take the fleet to these places and then use electronic interference. Leave the rest to me." Kajo nodded and said, "Rest assured, this won't be a problem." "When do we move?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "General Manager can rest assured. You just need to follow the plan. Once you arrive at the designated place and do what you need to do, the battle will begin immediately. I'll take my leave first." After he said that, his figure disappeared from the warship. Kajo looked at Despares and smiled bitterly. "Good, this kid is commanding us. Alright, let's do it. Little Lei, what have you been doing these past few days? Why didn't you come out?" Margaret yawned and said, "Why would I come out? Sailing is boring enough. I don't want to face so many men. I'm just playing games in my room. Uncle Kajo, I'll be going." Then she turned around and left, making Kajo and Despares puzzled. Despares called out to Margaret and said, "Little Lei, are you really not worried about Zhao Hai's safety? Is he going to face an entire fleet by himself?" Margaret turned her head to Despares and smiled faintly as she said, "I'm not worried. Nobody in this world can kill Brother Hai. I'll be taking my leave." Then she waved her hand and returned to her room. Despares and Kajo looked at Margaret and couldn't help but be speechless. They didn't think that Margaret would have this much confidence in Zhao Hai. How could they know that Margaret had been with Zhao Hai for the past few days? The two were together every day, so what was there to be worried about? At this time, Zhao Hai returned to the space, and Margaret followed shortly after. Upon entering the space, the group immediately stared at the monitor. However, they weren't playing games at this time. Instead, they were preparing to attack the Zhang family's fleet. The Zhang family's fleet was now under their surveillance. Zhao Hai even turned liquid silver into flying needles and placed them on the ships. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to escape. The problem was how to deal with the Zhang family's fleet. Lizzie carefully looked at the map and said, "The Zhang family has a total of 20 ships. They also have about 40,000 mechas. This isn't a small number, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. What I mean is that we should send the undead army and have Big Brother Hai use liquid silver to break the shields of their ships. Then we can send the undead to the ships and kill them in close range." Zhao Hai nodded. This plan was very good. This time, the Zhang family didn't bring any mages or warriors with them. As long as Zhao Hai breaks the shields of their ships, then they would be able to send the undead inside. When the time comes, the people inside the ships would be slaughtered by the Zhang family. This was something that Zhao Hai discovered recently. He discovered that if the enemy's ships had their shields open, then the silver needles wouldn't be able to touch them. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to see the situation inside the ships. However, as long as the shields are broken, then not only would the needles be able to touch the ships, they would also be able to enter the ships. In the past few days, the Zhang family's fleet had been in a lurking state. Therefore, they would only open their shields when a meteorite approached. Zhao Hai took advantage of this opportunity to do some experiments. Zhao Hai knew that there would be a lot of opportunities for him to fight with battleships in the future. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to understand more about battleships. At the same time, he wanted to know more about the advantages and disadvantages of the space. The results of the experiment were very good. To be honest, when Zhao Hai discovered that he could directly send the undead inside the ships, Zhao Hai was reluctant to give the Ashley family the ships. Zhao Hai was very clear that it wasn't easy to train a qualified battleship operator. As long as he destroys the Zhang family's ships, then the ships would be his. As for the soldiers on the ships, they could be turned into undead and operate the ships. However, since he already agreed, it wouldn't be good if he didn't give the ships to the Ashley family. In the end, Zhao Hai hardened his heart and gave the ships to the Ashley family. However, the soldiers on the ships would have to stay. Megan looked at the battleships and said, "The operators on the ships are easy to deal with, but I'm afraid that the mech soldiers would run out. If they do, then it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If the mech soldiers run out, then I'll deal with them. The space doesn't have the materials to make liquid silver, so it can't be made in large quantities. Because of this, the space's current fighting strength isn't enough to deal with the mech soldiers. Because of this, the best way to deal with the mech soldiers would be for me to personally deal with them. In fact, as long as we take control of the ships and turn them into undead, then we can use the Zhang family's ships to deal with the mech soldiers. There's nothing to worry about." Megan and the others nodded, then they discussed the matter of the attack. Actually, at this point, things had become very simple. They just need to wait for the battle to start before they can deal with the Zhang family's fleet. After discussing, Laura turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, how about it? Do you want to command a team?" When Margaret heard Laura, she couldn't help but stare. Then she pointed at herself and said, "Me? You want me to command a team?" Laura smiled and said, "Yes, it's over. Command your undead to enter the battleship and kill everyone inside." Margaret stared, then her heart turned cold. This was the first time that she heard about people killing people. She wasn't used to it. Laura looked at Margaret and knew what she was thinking. Laura smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't think too much about it. Since Brother Hai's debut, I don't know how many people he has killed. However, he only killed his enemies. Enemies must be eliminated, otherwise, they would come back to kill us in the future." Margaret nodded. She was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, so she didn't think about this. However, she also knew that since she was now following Zhao Hai, she was now one of Zhao Hai's people. Therefore, she had to adapt to this. Margaret can be said to be an idealist in the past. She had always lived in a safe environment. At most, she saw the cruelty and ruthlessness of her family's struggles. She didn't see the bloody storms of the outside world. But after following Zhao Hai for a few days, Margaret was able to see the true face of the machine field. Although the machine field was controlled by the three major forces, there were also countless smaller forces that had grudges. If one wanted to survive, then they could only kill their enemies and strengthen themselves. It was because of this that Margaret agreed to command a team of undead. This was because she loved Zhao Hai. She wanted to help Zhao Hai. After the discussion, Laura and the others turned the monitor to Quicksand Star Field. On the monitor, there were several green dots that were heading towards Quicksand Star Field. There were also some red dots in Quicksand Star Field. These red dots were the Zhang family's fleet. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and then turned to Laura and said, "Calculate when the general manager and the others will arrive at the Zhang family's security zone. Before the general manager and the others arrive, eliminate the people monitoring them." Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, you can rest assured that there won't be any problems. The general manager and the others will arrive at the Zhang family's security zone in about a day. After that, they'll arrive at the designated location in about 4 hours. After that, they'll complete the electronic suppression within 2 hours. When the time comes, we can make our move. Brother Hai, you should go rest. After all, we still need your help when the time comes." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You should go rest as well. I'll leave this place to Kai and Silver Child. don't wait until the battle starts. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and returned to his room. Kazhou and Desbarres didn't have the same mood. The two stayed in the command room the whole time. The two didn't think about not letting Zhao Hai make a move. They would wait for the family's reinforcements and then ask the family to send a fleet to eliminate the other party. However, they believed that once the family makes a move, the Zhang family would certainly know about it. When the time comes, the Zhang family would also dispatch troops. This would be tantamount to an open war between the two families. This would be very disadvantageous for the Ashley family. Moreover, the Zhang family would certainly do everything in their power to prevent Zhao Hai from participating in the competition. Since Zhao Hai was confident that he could eliminate the other party, then they would do as Zhao Hai said. They would send a letter to the family and have them send people to receive the warships. What they needed to do was to rush to Machine Formation Planet as soon as possible. At this point, the conflict between the Ashley family and the Zhang family had been put on the table. There was only a fig leaf to cover it. However, this fig leaf made the two families have scruples. They didn't want to tear this fig leaf down, otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the two families. With this fig leaf, it was impossible for the two families to engage in a large-scale war. And if they didn't engage in a large-scale war, then they would only have small conflicts. A war between 20 warships and 5 warships couldn't be considered a large-scale war. After all, both sides didn't send large warships. Moreover, the number of warships they sent wasn't a lot. The most important thing was that the families of both sides were still allies in name. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, even if they knew who the other side was, they would still pretend not to know. You be your pirate, and I'll be my soldier. It was normal for pirates and soldiers to fight. No one could say anything about it. In fact, in Zhao Hai's view, this was a farce. If this continues, then it would be disadvantageous for both families. However, the two families wanted to wait until the Six Realms Hegemony competition before making a final showdown. The appearance of the top 10 experts in the Six Realms Hegemony competition gave the people of the machine field hope. Because of this, the higher-ups of the machine field attached great importance to the competition. If the two families dared to cause trouble at this time and prevent the competition from going smoothly, then the three great leaders wouldn't agree. Whether it was the Zhang family or the Ashley family, both of them had good strength. But if they offended the three giants, then the two families wouldn't have a good time. After all, the three giants were the ones who called the shots in the machine field. Because of these considerations, Kazhou and Desbarres only asked their families to send ships to receive the warships. They didn't ask their families to send a fleet to support them. This was because they trusted Zhao Hai. To be exact, the two believed in liquid silver in Zhao Hai's hands. This was because liquid silver was very powerful in the machine field. Therefore, the two were very confident in liquid silver. The two stared at the computer screen. After some time, Kazhou turned to Desbarres and said, "Fatty Desbarres, what if Zhao Hai doesn't remove the surveillance device? When the time comes, we'll have to face them head-on." Desbarres coldly snorted and said, "Face them head-on? Who's afraid of who? Before Zhao Hai proposed this operation, didn't we already plan to face them head-on? Why think so much? What we need to do now is to trust Zhao Hai." Kazhou sighed and said, "We can only hope that Zhao Hai succeeds. If Zhao Hai succeeds, then I dare say that Zhao Hai's position in the top 10 of the Six Realms Hegemony competition would certainly be there." Desbarres looked at Kazhou and said, "You're looking down on Zhao Hai too much. You're also overestimating those fellows from the Cultivation realm. How many newcomers from the Cultivation realm would dare to fight against 20 battleships? Not a single one. If Zhao Hai succeeds, then I think Zhao Hai would have the strength to compete for first place." Kazhou looked at Desbarres and said, "Fatty Desbarres, don't brag. I'm talking about the Six Realms Newcomer Tournament." Desbarres rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't say that it's the qualifiers. How about we make a bet?" Kazhou looked at Desbarres, then he waved his hand and said, "I don't want to bet. You look like you're digging a hole for me to fall in. I won't be fooled." Hearing this, Desbarres couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the monitor. On the monitor, the Ashley family's fleet had already arrived at the designated location. However, they were 1 hour late compared to Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai knew that this was because Kazhou and the others didn't fully believe in his strength. Therefore, he didn't say anything and didn't go to see Kazhou. What he needed to do now was to maintain a sense of mystery. He needed to make sure that Kazhou and the others would never be able to see through him. Maintaining a sense of mystery can sometimes save a lot of trouble. This was because if people didn't know about you, then they wouldn't dare to make a move on you. Zhao Hai was like this. He can do a lot of things for the Ashley family, but he wouldn't reveal all of his cards to them. Besides his women, he wouldn't easily trust anyone else. After seeing that Kazhou had arrived at the designated location, Zhao Hai turned his head to the Zhang family's fleet. Because the Zhang family's electronic system was affected, they didn't know about the situation of the Ashley family's fleet. They were still counting on the monitoring points outside to send them information. However, they didn't expect that the monitoring points had already been removed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, they weren't prepared for battle. This gave Zhao Hai the best opportunity. Zhao Hai saw that Kazhou was almost done with his preparations, so he was ready to make his move. However, he didn't immediately make his move. He wanted to wait for Kazhou's electronic suppression before making his move. You can ask how Zhao Hai knew that Kazhou would complete the electronic suppression. Please, Zhao Hai and Kazhou had been living on the same ship for a long time. If Zhao Hai wanted to, then he would know that Kazhou had shit in his intestines. Just as Kazhou completed the electronic suppression, Zhao Hai also made his move. In an instant, a large number of undead appeared on the Zhang family's warships. However, these undead weren't under Zhao Hai's command. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the space and arrived outside the Zhang family's fleet. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the warship operators of the Zhang family's fleet had no way to resist these formidable undead. On the other hand, the mecha soldiers were waiting for battle. Therefore, when the undead attacked them, a lot of them entered their mecha and began to fight the undead. Some of them were killed by the undead inside the warship, while others ran out. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the mecha soldiers. These mecha soldiers were elites. If they didn't have mechas, then their fighting strength would be far worse than warriors and mages. However, as long as they have mechas, then they can contend with warriors and mages. The training that these people received since childhood wasn't any less than warriors and mages. In the major forces, their status was higher than mages and warriors. From the fact that these people were able to come out of the warship in such a short time, it can be seen that they were very strong. At this time, the warship was full of undead. The mechas were too big, making it difficult for them to move inside the warship. Moreover, these people must have guessed that the other parts of the warship were under attack. Therefore, they ran out of the warship, escaped into the asteroid field, or went to other warships to take a look. These were the choices that these mecha soldiers made after being attacked. One has to say that their choice was correct. From this point, one can see that they were elite soldiers. However, it was a pity that they met Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them. These mecha soldiers were already in a panic during the attack. Since Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them, he directly killed them. This caused the panic to spread. Then something happened that made the mecha soldiers completely collapse. The warships actually started to fire at them. The mecha soldiers who were still resisting completely collapsed. They now knew that it was impossible for them to leave this place alive. However, it was already too late for them to think about this. The battle ended quickly. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the Zhang family's fleet tried to report the situation back to the Zhang family. However, Kazhou's electronic suppression destroyed their last hope. They didn't have the chance to report the situation to the Zhang family. There were 20 battleships, but the process of the battle was surprisingly simple. In less than 5 hours, all the battleships and mechas were destroyed. Other than the 20 battleships that had been completely destroyed, there were some mecha fragments, but there was nothing else. Besides some bloodstains on the warships, there was nothing else. Not a single living person could be seen. However, the warships and mechas were still intact. After Zhao Hai cleaned up the battlefield, he looked at the warships with envy. In the end, he returned to the space. At this time, Laura and the others had already finished their work. They were now looking at the warships and pointing at them. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Laura immediately asked, "Brother Hai, is everything settled?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, let's go back." Margaret's complexion wasn't good. She had just commanded a group of undead to kill the people on the warships. Although she was only commanding in front of the monitor, her complexion wasn't very good. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "All right, Margaret, don't think too much about it. They are enemies." Margaret nodded with a pale face. Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore, so he changed the topic and said, "Right, Margaret, I wanted to ask you something. Is the jamming device that you made effective? Is it really possible to make the black box in the warship unable to remember what happened inside the warship?" The black box was a machine that was used to record what happened inside the warship. This machine was connected to the warship's mainframe computer, but it was also independent of the mainframe computer. Moreover, it was made of a high-strength alloy, so it couldn't be easily destroyed. Sometimes, even if the entire warship was destroyed, the black box would still be fine. Although the black box was connected to the mainframe computer, it was also independent of the mainframe computer. As long as someone entered the warship without the permission of the ship, the black box would immediately record everything that happened inside the warship. Zhao Hai knew about this before he attacked the warship. This was what he was most worried about. This was because whether it was the Ashley family or the Zhang family, they would be able to know what happened inside the warship. This was very disadvantageous for Zhao Hai. But this problem was solved by Margaret. Besides being a mage, Margaret was also very interested in magic formations and electronic products. In the machine field, there was an inseparable relationship between mages and electronic products. The technology of the machine field was different from that of Earth. Earth's technology was only related to electronic machinery. On the other hand, the technology of the machine field was related to magic. Most of the electronic products here had magic formations on them. Even battleships and mechas had magic formations on them, not to mention others. The magic formations used in the mechas and electronic products weren't ordinary magic formations. Instead, they were specialized in electronic products. These magic formations were mainly used as support, not for fighting. Generally, mages wouldn't research these magic formations. In the machine field, each family had their own research institute for these magic formations. There were only a few mages in these institutes. Because these mages didn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities, most mages wouldn't put them in their eyes. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these mages in the beginning. Even when he was refining the magic formations inside the space, he didn't pay attention to these formations. But before the battle with the Zhang family's fleet, Zhao Hai noticed the black box. If the black box's problem wasn't solved, then it would leave a hidden danger for him. At this time, Margaret came up with an idea. She had Zhao Hai make a jammer. This jammer wasn't big, but it was very powerful. As long as this jammer appeared on the warship, then the black box would be useless. Through this matter, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to support magic formations. This was because he discovered that support magic formations were more useful than offensive or defensive magic formations. Zhao Hai asked Margaret this question in order to divert her attention, and he succeeded. Margaret immediately replied, "Brother Hai, rest assured. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "That's good. My strength isn't at its peak yet. Let's go back. Later on, when you enter the space, you can study the magic formations. Perhaps it would be of great use to us." Margaret nodded, then she turned to Margaret and said, "All right." Margaret's mind had already turned to the magic formations. Her complexion was a lot better as she nodded again and again. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. Margaret's appearance was similar to Karen's. They were both people who studied magic formations. If one were to say that the two of them were father and daughter, then some people would believe it. After sending Margaret back to her room, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he appeared on Kajo's warship. Kajo and Despares were currently on the warship, looking at the Zhang family's fleet. In their minds, if Zhao Hai wanted to fight the Zhang family's fleet, then it would be a fight that would cause the sun and moon to dim. But now, there was no movement. This made them very confused. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly returned. When Kazhou saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately said, "Little Zhao Hai, how is it? Do you need support from the family? If that's the case, then I'll immediately send a letter to the family. However, we can't stay here any longer. We need to go to the machine formation planet immediately." Kazhou thought that Zhao Hai hadn't started a war with the Zhang family, so he said this. Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou and smiled faintly. "General Manager, we can go now. The Zhang family's fleet has been dealt with. I'll have to ask the family to send someone to receive it." Kazhou and Despares were taken aback. They looked at each other and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. The enemy's 20 battleships had been dealt with so silently? How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou and Despares, then he smiled faintly and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord, don't worry. Since I said that it's done, then it's done. How about we go take a look first and then leave? In any case, it won't take long." Kazhou and Despares naturally agreed. Then the fleet set off towards the Zhang family's location. When they arrived, they couldn't help but stare. This was because aside from a small number of mecha fragments, all of the ships were still intact. There wasn't a single damage. If it weren't for the fact that the ships didn't have shields and didn't attack them, then they might have thought that the Zhang family's people were still inside. Kazhou and Despares looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, General Manager, how about we go take a look at the ships?" The two looked at each other. At this time, Margaret came out of the room and smiled. "All right, Brother Hai. Let's go take a look. I want to see how different the Zhang family's ships are compared to ours." When Kazhou and Despares heard Margaret, they didn't say anything. So they just nodded and brought the ship closer to the bridge. Then the group boarded the Zhang family's ship. If one wants to use the bridge to enter the other party's ship, then they would need the other party's permission. If the other party's ship was empty, then using the bridge would be impossible. When Kazhou and Despares saw Zhao Hai use the bridge to enter the other party's ship, they couldn't help but be suspicious. If it wasn't for Margaret, then the two wouldn't have followed Zhao Hai into the other party's ship. Upon entering the ship's decompression room, Kazhou and Despares couldn't help but stare. This was because there were people inside the room. No, it shouldn't be called people, it should be called undead. There were 2 undead creatures in this decompression room. These 2 undead creatures were wearing the uniform of the Zhang family's fleet operators. Seeing them come in, they saluted them and stepped aside. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he led the 3 into the ship. Upon entering the ship, Kazhou and Despares finally believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because there were bloodstains everywhere inside the ship. But aside from these bloodstains, there wasn't a single person inside. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Chief Officer, Camp Lord, I've already turned everyone in the Zhang family's fleet into undead. Now, the ships are completely preserved. As long as the family sends people to familiarize themselves with the operation of the ships, then the ships would be ready for battle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Great Elder, Camp Lord, I've turned everyone in the Zhang family's fleet into undead." Kazhou stood inside the ship and laughed. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, good job little Hai. Good job, good job. I'll immediately inform the family about this. After returning to the ship, I'll leave one ship here to watch the battle. At the same time, I'll leave some people behind to make sure that the shields and the warriors are effective. In this meteorite field, the ships can be hit by meteorites at any time. We can't let these ships be destroyed by the meteorites. Kazhou nodded and said, "Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'll immediately report this to the family. After returning to the ship, I'll leave one ship here to watch the battle." Despares and the others also laughed as they quickly returned to the Ashley family's ship. Then they transferred some of the ship's crew and left one ship behind before they set off. Kazhou also gave a detailed report to the family about Zhao Hai's actions. When Thunder heard about this matter, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do such a good job. What made him even more puzzled was how Zhao Hai managed to do this. How did he manage to sneak into the battleship without anyone noticing? However, Thunder also showed the demeanor of a patriarch. He didn't ask anything and just ordered the family's fleet to hurry up. Naturally, the people on Zhao Hai's ship also knew what Zhao Hai did. At this point, these people couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai to the extreme. The people from the other battalions also completely eliminated the last bit of unwillingness in their hearts. When a person's strength is higher than you, then you might not be convinced. But when the person's strength is higher than you, then there's no reason for them to be unconvinced. 2 days after Kazhou and the others left the Quicksand Star Field, the Ashley family's fleet arrived and smoothly took over the 20 battleships. This allowed the Ashley family to make a fortune out of nothing. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space, looking at the scenery of the Quicksand Star Field. Naturally, he wasn't looking at the meteorite belt outside the Quicksand Star Field. Instead, he was looking at the boundless sea of sand inside the star field. Laura and the others were also looking at the sea of sand. After some time, Megan said, "Big brother Hai, you're looking at the sea of sand. Are you thinking of going there again?" After being with Zhao Hai for a long time, Megan and the others had a good understanding of Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai looking at the sea of sand, they knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. The only one who didn't know was Margaret. Now that Margaret heard Megan, her expression couldn't help but change. "Big brother Hai? Do you really want to do this?" "No, you can't do this. It's too dangerous." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's expression and smiled faintly. "All right, it's fine. I'm just going to take a look and collect some sand into the space. I want to see if the sand is good." Margaret still didn't agree. At this time, Laura smiled and said, "All right, Margaret, don't worry about Big Brother Hai. He'll be fine. Big Brother Hai, you can go, but don't go inside the sea of sand. Just collect some sand from the periphery of the sea." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the space. In the next moment, he appeared on the monitor. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai with a nervous expression. Laura and the others looked at Margaret and couldn't help but smile. They were no longer worried about Zhao Hai. This was because they believed that Zhao Hai would be fine. Zhao Hai stood on a meteorite on the edge of the sea of sand. Looking at the boundless sand, he couldn't help but sigh. This boundless sea of sand was too big. Under the illumination of the surrounding stars, it flashed with a 7-colored radiance. Such a scene couldn't be seen in the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to go inside. He didn't want Laura and the others to worry too much. He just stood there and waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared 10 kilometers in front of him. As soon as the rift appeared, the sand in the sea of sand rushed in. But what happened next made Zhao Hai even more surprised. The strength of the sand was extraordinary, it actually corroded the spatial rift and made it bigger. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately closed the spatial rift. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space, "Eternal sand discovered. This sand is of the earth attribute. It can be used as a weapon or material. It can be added to weapons. It is heavier than black iron and harder than magic artifacts. It can corrode all things and eliminate all spiritual force." When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the sand would be this strong. It can corrode all things and even eliminate spiritual force. This was too inconceivable. Corroding all things wasn't a big deal, but eliminating spiritual force was something else. Just like magic artifacts in the cultivation realm, the last step was spiritual attachment. Spiritual attachment was to make the magic artifact recognize a master and place a trace of the master's spiritual force into the magic artifact. Later on, when someone obtains the magic artifact and wants to use it, they would need to erase the original master's spiritual force in order to use it. Magic artifacts like flying swords were easy to deal with. As long as the original master was killed, the spiritual force in the sword would be erased. But if the person you killed was a descendant of a great person, and the person used a magic artifact with a trace of the person's spiritual force, then it wouldn't be easy to erase it. This was because the spiritual force of those people was very formidable. Even if it was just a trace, it wouldn't be easy to erase it. On the contrary, those people could use their spiritual force to find you and kill you. In the cultivation realm, there were a lot of people who killed people every day for their treasures. And because they provoked someone they shouldn't provoke, they were killed. But if someone obtained the eternal sands, then this wouldn't happen. They could use the eternal sands to erase the spiritual force. This way, no matter how powerful those people were, they wouldn't be able to find them. In addition to this, there was another point. In the machine field, spatial equipment were like money bags. They didn't have spiritual force seals on them. If a spatial equipment was lost, then it wouldn't be able to be recovered. But this wasn't the case in the cultivation realm. Spatial equipment in the cultivation realm were like magic artifacts. If you can't erase the spiritual force that was placed on the spatial equipment, then you wouldn't be able to take it. If you forcefully break the spiritual force seal on the spatial equipment, then it would cause the subspace inside the equipment to vibrate. This would destroy everything inside the equipment, which would be tantamount to nothing. And if you want to erase the spiritual force seal on the spatial equipment, then you would have to grind it out bit by bit. Only after the spiritual force that was placed on the spatial equipment would you be able to use it. This process would take a lot of time. But if you have the eternal sands, then this problem would be solved. It can be said that the eternal sands were very useful. If the cultivation realm were to get their hands on it, then they would certainly be happy. Zhao Hai entered the space and took out a handful of eternal sands. The eternal sands were very small, even smaller than ordinary grains of sand. However, it was very heavy. Zhao Hai held it in his hand and felt that it weighed about 1,000 jin. This weight was very surprising. The sand was golden, as if it was cast in gold. It was very beautiful. Laura and the others also came over and curiously looked at the sand. After looking at it for a while, Zhao Hai received the sand and returned to the villa with the others. At this time, the scene on the screen had changed to their battleship. After looking at the battleship and seeing that everything was normal, nobody came to disturb them. Zhao Hai turned his head to Margaret and said, "Margaret, how many days until we arrive at the machine field?" Margaret smiled and said, "Soon, about 2 days. We should be able to meet other fleets in these 2 days." Sure enough, just as Margaret said, they encountered a lot of fleets in the past 2 days. However, these fleets weren't a lot. At most, they were composed of 10 warships. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled by this situation. After asking Margaret, he learned that in the qualifiers of the Six Realms tournament, the Six Realms wouldn't send too many warships. This was because the machine formation planet couldn't accommodate them. Think about it, the machine field had large and small forces. There were no less than 10,000 people who were participating in the qualifiers. If these people arrived with a large number of warships, then where would they stop? Because of this, a convention was formed. During the qualifiers, the Six Realms wouldn't send too many warships. Zhao Hai could also see that Kajo and Desparas were busy these days. They would greet the fleets they encountered from time to time. Some of them would directly talk to each other while others would use signal lights to greet them. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai stayed inside the space. He rarely returned to the warship, but his daily practice didn't stop. He was getting more and more proficient in the star body forging technique. His spiritual force had increased a lot, and his body's strength was also increasing little by little. Although it was very slow, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Moreover, Zhao Hai began to condense formations again. However, the formations he condensed this time were auxiliary formations. Upon understanding these formations, Zhao Hai discovered that these auxiliary formations weren't any less than the offensive and defensive formations. In fact, they might even be more numerous. It wasn't easy to create a new offensive and defensive magic array. If the experiment failed, it could be dangerous. On the other hand, the support magic array wouldn't have such a situation. Some of these magic arrays were used to increase the strength of the metal, some were used to better dissipate the heat, and some were used to better transmit signals. There were all kinds of magic arrays. Most importantly, there wouldn't be any accidents when experimenting with these magic arrays. Even if the experiment failed, at most, 1 or 2 items would be destroyed. Nothing serious would happen. Hence, there were more auxiliary magic arrays than offensive and defensive magic arrays. Zhao Hai didn't know if these formations would be useful for his formation. In any case, he condensed them. If they were useful, then it would be great. If they weren't, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, something that Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. After these auxiliary formations were condensed, they were analyzed by the Universal Analyzer. Now, Zhao Hai could rely on his spiritual force to use 3,000 stacked formations. And among these 3,000 stacked formations, many of them were auxiliary formations. After these formations were added to the formation, not only did it not decrease the strength of the formation, on the contrary, it also decreased the amount of spiritual force used by the user. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. As for those small stacking formations like the 5 stacking formations and the 10 stacking formations, needless to say, their power was increased by a lot, and there were also more variations. When using them, spiritual force would be used less. This was definitely good news. Zhao Hai didn't expect these auxiliary formations to have this kind of effect. This made him very surprised. But compared to Zhao Hai, Margaret was even more surprised. In the machine field, people have always thought that auxiliary formations were different from offensive formations. The two shouldn't be used together. Otherwise, it would decrease the strength of the formation. But now, Zhao Hai's formation completely subverted her previous understanding. This made Margaret very curious. She wanted to figure out what was going on. Margaret was very clear that if she could figure out why the combination of auxiliary formations and offensive formations had this kind of effect, then it would be a good thing for the mages of the machine field. This would make the machine field's magic formations have a qualitative leap in strength. After carefully analyzing the formations, Margaret looked at the machine field's research on how auxiliary formations couldn't be mixed with combat formations. Finally, she came to a conclusion, and that was the problem of combination. In the machine field, there were a lot of support formations and combat formations. Combining these formations into a powerful formation wasn't an easy matter. Not to mention the addition of support formations, there would be more combinations and more variations. Finding the most suitable combination was easier said than done. But Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do, but he knew that the machine field didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. In the past, people in the machine field wanted to add auxiliary formations to their formations. But after experimenting for a period of time, they couldn't find the most suitable combination. As a result, the strength of the formations decreased. This was the conclusion that they came to. On the other hand, the Space's Universal Analyzer was able to arrange formations into the best combination. Because of this, auxiliary formations were able to play a big role. In Margaret's opinion, Zhao Hai's biggest treasure wasn't the Universal Analyzer. If people knew that Zhao Hai had the Universal Analyzer, then they would certainly try to snatch it. The temptation of the Universal Analyzer was definitely greater than liquid silver. Liquid silver was a powerful weapon that could shock people. But in the end, there was only one piece of liquid silver. Moreover, the spiritual force required to use liquid silver was huge. Not everyone could use it. However, it was different for the Universal Analyzer. The Universal Analyzer could calculate the most suitable magic array for different people. This was simply too powerful. Think about it, if a family had an all-purpose analyzer, all the magic arrays in the outer sect of the family could be used to suit them, and the most powerful magic arrays could be used. Their combat strength would definitely increase by more than one level. For a family, it was good to have a powerful warrior as a deterrent. But if there was something that could greatly increase the combat strength of the outer sect, then it would be even better. While they were busy, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the machine field planet. Just as they were about to arrive, Zhao Hai and Margaret appeared in the command hall of the battleship. They looked at the central planet of the machine field. The machine field planet was called the capital planet by the people of the machine field. It was the place where the three major forces worked together. There were 3 fleets stationed here. They were the Devil Spirit Fleet, the Samurai Hammer Fleet, and the Glory Fleet. These 3 fleets were under the command of the 3 major forces. Besides these 3 fleets, there were also 50,000 magic formations, 100,000 warriors, and 50,000 mechas stationed on the planet. From space, the entire machine field planet could be seen in 3 colors: green, blue, and silver. Green was the forest, blue was the ocean and rivers, and silver was the buildings of the machine field planet. On the machine field planet, almost all of the buildings were made of metal. They flashed with a silver light. This was the most technologically advanced place in the machine field. It also had the most talented person in the machine field, the Machine Field Comprehensive Academy. The Machine Field Comprehensive Academy was a comprehensive academy that integrated magic, martial arts, magic formation research, mecha research, battleship research, military command, and so on. The academy had the best teachers, the best learning environment, and the best laboratories in the machine field. Many patriarchs of great clans graduated from this academy. Zhao Hai was a student of the machine field. Zhao Hai was also a student of the academy. Besides these things, the machine field planet also had a special place. It was Leng Wuyang's tomb. Leng Wuyang had a special status in the machine field. It can be said that without him, the machine field wouldn't exist. Because of this, every year when Leng Wuyang passed away, a lot of people would come here to pay their respects. This had become a tradition in the machine field. Looking at the beautiful planet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited. He was about to compete with the geniuses of the major forces. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Kazhou looked at the machine field planet and then turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's face was calm, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Kazhou couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "There will be a few days of rest in the machine field. You won't be able to wander around. In the next few days, I'll take you to visit the families that have a good relationship with the Ashley family. We'll also visit Bishop Goth of the Dark Temple. After the competition, you can go anywhere you want. But before the competition, you're not allowed to wander around." The group nodded. At this time, the captain sent a signal to the docks. Under the guidance of the docks, the ship was docked at the docks. After the ship was docked, Kazhou led Zhao Hai and the others out of the ship. The docks couldn't be considered a space base. It was just a place for foreign ships to dock. However, the general design was similar to a space base. As soon as Kazhou and the others came down from the ship, a person wearing a black robe immediately walked over. He bowed to Kazhou and said, "I've seen General Manager and Manager Despares. The carriage is ready." Kazhou smiled and said, "Luke, you're too polite. Little Hai, let me introduce you. This is the head of the family's machine field office, Luke. Luke, this is the Bone Symbol Camp's Zhao Hai. He's the main force of the qualifiers." Luke looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up as he said, "Zhao Hai, I've heard of your name. You're a newly ascended genius. I'll be counting on you in the qualifiers." Zhao Hai also looked at Luke. He was about 1.8 meters tall, his hair was neatly combed, and his magic robe didn't have a single wrinkle. One could see at a glance that he was a very old-fashioned person. Zhao Hai gave Luke a salute and said, "Head Luke is too kind. Zhao Hai will certainly do his best." Luke nodded, then he turned to Kazhou and said, "Let's go. Everything has been arranged. You don't need to worry about the people on the other ships." Then he led everyone to a small ship on the side. After the group boarded the ship immediately took off and flew towards the machine field. Zhao Hai noticed that the machine field was much more prosperous compared to the Dark Demon planet. There were all kinds of small ships shuttling back and forth in the atmosphere. It was a very busy scene. Before long, the ship entered the atmosphere of the machine field and slowly flew towards the planet. Before long, the ship stopped in front of a building. The building wasn't very tall, it had about 30 floors. In the machine field, there were more than 100 floors. This building was very short. However, there was a huge crest on the building. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that it was the Ashley family's crest. After the airship stopped, Lu Ku led everyone down. Along the way, Lu Ku was whispering to Kazhou. Looking at Kazhou's appearance, it seems like he was very casual with Lu Ku, he didn't put on any airs. It can be seen that he was very familiar with Lu Ku and trusted him a lot. After everyone got down from the ship, Luke led the group into the building and assigned them to their rooms. Then he called Kazhou and Despares over and had them enter his room. Not long after the three entered, a robot arrived outside Zhao Hai's room and knocked on Zhao Hai's door. After Zhao Hai opened the door, the robot immediately said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, Director Luke has invited you in. Please come with me." Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he closed the door and followed the robot towards Luke's room. When he arrived at Luke's room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He thought that Luke had called everyone to his room. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Besides Luke, only Kajo and Despares were present. Nobody else was present, even Margaret wasn't present. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he immediately understood. He didn't say anything as he saluted the three and sat down. After Kajo waited for Zhao Hai to sit down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I called you over this time to let Luke tell you about the situation on the machine formation planet. I want you to be prepared. At the same time, I also want to convey an order from the family." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he still nodded and said, "What order?" A cold light flashed in Kajo's eyes as he said, "The Patriarch wants you to cripple Sun Fei." Zhao Hai wasn't surprised as he nodded and said, "Alright, as long as I face Sun Fei, I will definitely cripple him. Don't worry, General Manager. Even if the Patriarch didn't give this order, I would still cripple him and get some interest from the Zhang family." Luke looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree this quickly. One must know that Sun Fei wasn't easy to deal with. He was known as the #1 genius of the Zhang family in recent years, and this title wasn't for nothing. In addition, he used powerful fire elemental magic. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to say that they could win against him. How come Zhao Hai said it so casually as if it was a trivial matter? What surprised Luke the most was the attitude of Kajo and Despares. It seemed like they didn't think that there was anything wrong with what Zhao Hai said. Kajo nodded and said, "Don't go out for the next few days. Aside from knowing your strength, there aren't many people who have seen you fight. If you go out, I'm sure that there will be people who will test you. Just bear with it." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Despares sneered and said, "If it weren't for the fact that we don't want to expose Little Hai's strength, then we would have Little Hai go out and challenge those bastards. Let's see what they do on the day of the competition." Kajo smiled and said, "This time, the first place belongs to Little Hai. Damn, we've been bullied by those fellows for so many years. It's time for us to vent our anger." Seeing the confidence of Kajo and Despares, Luke couldn't help but be curious. He looked at the two and said, "Is Little Hai really that strong?" Kajo smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's very strong. Luke, if you meet Little Hai, then I can guarantee that you'll be the one to die. Alright, Little Hai, you can go back first. Take note of all the information you've gathered." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Luke turned to Kajo and Despares and said, "Are you sure about this, Zhao Hai? But this time, the two of you were in the limelight. You destroyed 20 of the Zhang family's battleships and even preserved them. The young master is very happy. When you two go back, the young master will surely reward you." Kajo and Despares looked at each other before they smiled. Then Kajo said, "Luke, you're still not convinced. Do you know how those 20 battleships were taken down? Let me tell you, those 20 battleships were taken down by Little Hai. How about it? Are you convinced?" When Luke heard Kajo, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "He took them down by himself? Is that true? Don't lie to me." Kajo rolled his eyes and said, "Fart, Luke, when did you see me deceiving you? Let me tell you, Little Hai is now with Margaret. It wouldn't be long before he becomes the son-in-law of our Ashley family. Do you think he needs to take credit for something like this?" Kajo looked at Luke and said, "That's right." Luke muttered, "Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. This time, it's time for us to hold our heads high." It must be said that Luke was the one who felt the most suffocated in the past few years. This was because he had been staying on the machine formation planet. It wasn't only the Ashley family that had an office on the machine formation planet, all the other families had their own offices here. If the relationship between the two families was good, then it would be fine as they would help each other. However, if the two families were not on good terms, then it would be inevitable for them to compete. On the machine formation planet, these people didn't dare to mess around. After all, this was the office of the three giants. Moreover, it was also where Leng Wuyang's tomb was. If they dared to mess around, then the three giants wouldn't let them off. However, it was unavoidable for them to compete with each other and make sarcastic remarks. In the past few years, the Ashley family had never been able to gain the upper hand in any of the Outer Sanctum's competitions. Those families who were at odds with the Ashley family naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The sarcastic Luke wanted to kill someone. Because of this, Luke had been looking forward to having a strong person in the family to suppress the other families. Now that Zhao Hai appeared, he saw hope. Naturally, he was happy. While the three were talking, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Then a voice was heard, "Chief, the Zhang family's young master Zhang Mingyue has arrived. He wants to see Miss Margaret." Upon hearing this voice, Luke immediately opened the door. Seeing that it was his assistant, Luke quickly asked, "What's going on?" The assistant replied, "Chief, the Zhang family's young master Zhang Mingyue brought several people to see Miss Margaret. They are currently in the lobby." Luke frowned, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave." The assistant nodded before he turned around and left. Luke turned his head to Kajo and Desparas and said, "What do you two think?" Luke also knew about the dirty matters between the Zhang family and the Zhang family, so he asked this question. Kajo sneered and said, "Let's tell Miss Margaret about this matter first. We'll see what she says first." Luke nodded and said, "All right, you sit down first. I'll be right back." Kajo and Desparas stood up and said, "Let's go together." Then the three walked out and arrived at Margaret's door. Kajo reached out and knocked on the door. Margaret's voice was heard, "Who is it?" Kajo replied, "Little Margaret, it's me." When Margaret opened the door, she stared. She didn't think that Kajo and the other two would come to see her. She looked at the three of them and said, "Uncle Kajo, what's the matter?" Kajo replied, "Miss, Zhang Mingyue came and wants to see you." "What do you think?" Margaret's face sank, then she coldly said, "Zhang Mingyue wants to see me? Why would I want to see him? I don't have any relationship with him right now. Didn't that person cancel our engagement?" Kajo nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Then he turned around and headed towards the elevator. He wanted to meet this young master Zhang Mingyue. Seeing the three leave, Margaret didn't return to her room. Instead, she headed towards Zhao Hai's room. She felt that she should talk to Zhao Hai about this matter. After all, she had an engagement with Zhang Mingyue. Now that Zhang Mingyue came to see her, even if she didn't have any feelings for him, she didn't want Zhao Hai to misunderstand. Margaret knocked on Zhao Hai's door. Then she heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Come in." Margaret opened the door and went in. She saw Zhao Hai sitting there looking at the information that Kajo gave him. This information was about the people sent by the various forces to participate in the competition. Naturally, it was impossible for all of them to be recorded. Kajo only recorded some of the stronger ones, but even so, there were still several thousand people. When Zhao Hai saw Margaret, he quickly said, "Little Margaret, why did you come? Have a seat." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, Zhang Mingyue came and said that he wanted to see me. I didn't see him, so I let Uncle Kajo deal with him." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Zhang Mingyue? Who is that?" "Ah, I remember, it's the Zhang family's third young master, the one who has an engagement with you. He actually came. Doesn't he know about our relationship with the Zhang family?" Margaret thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about this. I only know that we haven't seen each other many times. His arrival this time is a bit strange." Zhao Hai frowned, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. This Zhang Mingyue coming to see you is just a pretense. He wants to challenge me. Hee, it seems like the Zhang family hasn't given up yet." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she felt relieved. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, Zhang Mingyue didn't bring Sun Fei. He wants his family's experts to cripple me, eliminating a strong opponent for Sun Fei. I don't want to face him, so let's hide inside the space." Margaret nodded, then the two entered the space. Upon entering the space, the two saw Laura and the others sitting in the living room looking at a screen. On the screen, Kajo and the others were confronting a group of people. There weren't many people on the other side, only 10 people. The leader was a young man. This young man was also wearing a magic robe, but it was fiery red in color. The style was very novel. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he had the aura of a teacher. However, this person's face was full of arrogance. His eyes were emitting a cold light, making people feel very uncomfortable just by looking at him. Behind him were 5 warriors and 4 mages. The 5 warriors didn't seem to be young, the youngest one was about 30 years old. Each of them had a sword on their back. Their swords were two-handed, they were longer and wider than ordinary swords. The hilt of their swords was in the shape of a cross, looking very gorgeous. As for the 4 magicians, they were wearing red robes, and they didn't look young. They were holding magic staffs in their hands. The magic staffs were completely red, and it was unknown what material they were made of, but one could tell that they were high-quality goods at a glance. Zhang Mingyue stood there, he squinted his eyes at Kazhou and said, "Kazhou, don't be so shameless. Get out of the way, I want to see my fiancé, it's none of your business." Kazhou still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were narrowed. People who were familiar with him would know that he was angry. Kazhou chuckled twice and said, "Young Master Zhang is joking, your fiancé isn't here. My family has already cancelled the engagement with the Zhang family. Could it be that young Master Zhang doesn't know about this?" Zhang Mingyue coldly snorted and said, "You want to cancel the engagement? Who gave you the authority? Did this young master agree?" Kazhou still smiled and said, "I think young Master Zhang must have misheard. It wasn't me who cancelled the engagement, it was my family's patriarch and your family's patriarch. Both sides have already agreed to it. Does young Master Zhang think that your patriarch's words don't count? Or does young Master Zhang think that your family's patriarch can't control you?" Zhang Mingyue's expression changed. He knew that if he dared to speak nonsense, then his father wouldn't let him off. Although they were father and son, in the face of power, the relationship between father and son has become very thin. Zhang Mingyue sneered and said, "Of course I know that. But our families have been friends for generations. I just want to see Margaret. Isn't this too much?" Kazhou smiled and said, "So young Master Zhang wants to do this. But I'm sorry, our young miss isn't here. She went out and I don't know when she'll be back. Young Master Zhang, please go back." When Zhang Mingyue heard Kazhou, his expression changed again. But this time, he was angry. Naturally, he knew that Kazhou was lying to him. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just go up and look for Margaret, right? If that's the case, then Kazhou might make a move. If this matter becomes big, then the Zhang family wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After all, this was the machine formation planet, it wasn't their Zhang family's territory. Zhang Mingyue was a cultivation genius. She was already a 6th-level magus at a young age, but when it came to slyness, she couldn't compare to Kazhou and the others, who had been cooked dozens of times. Now that she was trapped here by Kazhou, she didn't know what to do. At this time a mage beside Zhang Mingyue came out and smiled faintly at Kazhou. "I've seen Manager Kazhou. So it turns out that Miss Margaret went out. Then we apologize for being presumptuous. This time our young master came to see the new genius of the Ashley family. He seems to be called Zhao Hai, right? I heard that Zhao Hai is very strong. Although he has only ascended for a few months, he can already stand on his own. Our patriarch was very happy when he heard about this. He even ordered people to prepare a gift for Zhao Hai. I wonder if Manager Kazhou can have Zhao Hai come out and meet us." Hearing this, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Here comes the highlight of the show. When Kazhou heard what the mage said, he immediately understood the mage's intention. They wanted to lure Zhao Hai out and then challenge him to a duel. Then they would kill Zhao Hai. To be honest, Kazhou wasn't afraid of these people challenging Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai could eliminate them. However, this would also expose Zhao Hai's true strength. This wasn't a good thing for Zhao Hai. Kazhou smiled faintly and said, "Unfortunately, Zhao Hai has been in seclusion recently. He didn't come with us to the office and is still on the ship. Therefore, he can't come out to see young Master Zhang. If young Master Zhang has something to give to Zhao Hai, then I can pass it on for you." Shameless, Zhang Mingyue and the others had this thought in their minds. They've seen shameless people before, but they've never seen someone this shameless. Lying in front of them without even blushing. However, Zhang Mingyue and the others didn't have any good ideas. This was the Ashley family's office. If they caused trouble here, then they would be exposed. Zhang Mingyue rolled his eyes as he thought of an idea. He looked at Kazhou and burst out laughing. I didn't think that the so-called genius of the Ashley family would be a coward. He doesn't dare to show his face. I heard that Margaret has a good relationship with him. What about it? Does he want to be a gigolo and eat white rice every day? Ha ha ha, a person who only knows how to hide under women's skirts is worthy of being called a genius. What a joke. How can such a person deserve a gift from me? Let's go. Zhang Mingyue's words were full of energy. He even used his magic power to make it so that everyone in the building could hear him clearly. Zhang Mingyue was trying to provoke him. He had seen Zhao Hai's information. When he ascended to the machine field a few months ago, Zhao Hai was only 20 years old. Now that Zhang Mingyue said this, Zhao Hai wouldn't hesitate to jump out. As long as Zhao Hai came out, then things would be easy. Although Zhang Mingyue said that they should go, he didn't have any intention of leaving. He was still standing there with an arrogant expression on his face. Awkward silence. Kazhou, Despares, and the others looked at the proud Zhang Mingyue. Nobody spoke. Zhang Mingyue was still standing there, waiting for Kazhou to say something. 5 minutes passed. Zhang Mingyue's face turned dark. After 10 minutes, Zhang Mingyue's face had turned ashen. 10 minutes, Kazhou didn't speak, Despares didn't speak, Luke didn't speak, and even Zhao Hai didn't speak. Zhang Mingyue felt like a monkey that was jumping up and down, trying to attract people's attention. However, people didn't pay attention to him, making him look like a monkey in a circus. Naturally, Kazhou and Despares understood Zhang Mingyue's thoughts. They knew that Zhang Mingyue was trying to provoke him. To be honest, they were afraid that Zhao Hai would rush out and fall into Zhang Mingyue's trap. Originally, Kazhou wanted to say something. For example, he wanted to reprimand Zhang Mingyue and help Zhao Hai out. However, when he saw Zhang Mingyue's proud expression, Kazhou held back. At this time, he really wanted Zhao Hai to come out and teach Zhang Mingyue a lesson. However, Kazhou didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't appear and would just leave Zhang Mingyue hanging there. In the first few minutes, Kazhou wanted to say something. However, when he saw that Zhao Hai didn't appear and Zhang Mingyue's face was getting darker and darker, Kazhou suddenly stopped talking. He just stood there and watched the show. He suddenly discovered that completely ignoring the situation was a way to deal with provocation. Not only was it a way to deal with provocation, it was also the best way. This was because if you don't take the provocation, the other party would be angry and embarrassed. Kazhou looked at Zhang Mingyue's pale face and couldn't help but laugh. He was afraid that Zhang Mingyue would get sick from anger. If she really vomited blood, then it would be even more fun. Despares was happy to watch the show from the side. As for Lu Ku, his face was distorted. He was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his intestines almost broke. If not for the fact that he didn't want to fall out with the Zhang family, then he would have already laughed out loud. Seeing that Zhang Mingyue was about to vomit blood, Kazhou couldn't help but cough twice and said, "Young Master Zhang, Zhao Hai really isn't here. If young Master Zhang has something to give to Zhao Hai, then I'll pass it on. If you don't, then please leave." When Zhang Mingyue heard Kazhou, she couldn't help but let out a breath. Although Kazhou's words weren't good, at least he didn't leave her hanging. Zhang Mingyue couldn't help but coldly snort before she turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was already laughing inside the space. It wasn't only him, Laura and the others were also laughing. Seeing Zhang Mingyue being teased by Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. After seeing Zhang Mingyue leave, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Little Gray, don't laugh. Let's go, we need to head back." Margaret held her stomach and nodded. Then she took a deep breath and calmed down. But just as she calmed down, she laughed again. After some time, Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to Zhao Hai's room. When Kazhou and the others saw Zhang Mingyue leave, they couldn't help but laugh. They had been holding back for a long time. Now that they had the opportunity, they couldn't help but laugh. After the group calmed down, they returned to the building and went to Margaret's room. But when they found that there was no one inside, they immediately understood what was going on. Then they immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. Sure enough, when they knocked twice, Margaret opened the door. When the three entered the room, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in front of a computer looking at the information of the candidates. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Zhao Hai, did you hear Zhang Mingyue's voice? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I heard it. That person is quite interesting, he actually came here to provoke me. Ha ha ha. Did he leave? When Kazhou thought about Zhang Mingyue's dark face when he left, he couldn't help but laugh again. As he laughed, he told Zhao Hai about what happened, causing Zhao Hai and Margaret to laugh again. After he finished talking, Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you did the right thing. If you were provoked by them and went out, then even if you dealt with them, you would have exposed your strength. Also, now isn't the time for the family to go to war with the Zhang family. Therefore, we can't do anything to Zhang Mingyue. If you made a move, Zhang Yu would be prepared, and that wouldn't be good for our next move. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I didn't plan to go down. If I knew that they were trying to provoke me, then wouldn't I be a fool? This time, don't let me meet Sun Fei. If I don't, then he's dead. Kazhou smiled faintly, then he stood up and said, all right, then you should rest well. Don't go out for the next few days. The Zhang family will certainly monitor you. As soon as someone appears, they would immediately attack you. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, General Manager can rest assured. I promise that I won't go out for the next few days. Kazhou nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai waited for them to leave before he returned to the space with Margaret. Zhao Hai sat on the side and looked at the data on the computer. Margaret and the others were commanding Liquid Silver's silver clocks to scout the machine formation planet. Laura and the others had already developed this habit. Every time they went to a place, they would send out silver needles to scout. They wanted to familiarize themselves with the terrain as soon as possible and monitor possible enemies. This had become their main task. The silver needles were small. And with the silver needles that Laura and the others used, if they weren't flying in the air, then they would be moving underground. It was simply impossible for them to be discovered. Because of this, the group was very relaxed. While Zhao Hai was looking at the data, not everyone paid attention to it. Those who weren't a threat to him simply didn't need to pay attention to them. Doing so would only waste his energy. Because of this, Zhao Hai only skimmed through the data and didn't pay attention to it. The newcomers of the machine formation realm weren't very good. The strongest among them were 4th rank mages while the weakest were 1st rank mages. The strength of the magicians and warriors sent out by the small forces was quite impressive, some of them even had the strength of 3rd or 4th rank. It seems like these small forces wanted to use this competition to fight for some benefits for their family. Zhao didn't care. Looking at the information was just a habit. With his current strength, none of these newcomers were his opponents. But Zhao didn't care. Looking at the information was just a habit. Besides looking at the data of the newcomers, Zhao Hai also looked up the situation of the newcomers from other realms. Unfortunately, the machine formation realm's network wasn't connected to the other realms. Therefore, he couldn't find much useful information. At this time, while Zhao Hai was looking at the data, he suddenly heard Laura and the others shout, "They're fighting! They're fighting! Brother Hai, look! They're fighting!" Zhao Hai put down his computer and went to the living room to take a look. Indeed, there was a fight going on. Moreover, among the people, Zhao Hai saw a person who left a deep impression on him. It was Gale Li Kuangren. Li Kuangren was one of the 10 great experts that Kazhou thought highly of. He was very strong. Seeing this person in the conflict, Zhao Hai became even more curious. He immediately sat down. Li Kuangren looked to be only about 1.8 meters tall. He had a head of messy yellow hair, a yellow beard, and a pair of cold eyes. He was only wearing a seemingly ordinary cloth robe and was holding a pair of wheelbarrows in his hands. Although he wasn't very tall compared to the other warriors, he was very strong. His whole body had a fierce face, dark skin, and a different kind of luster. Seeing this, Zhao's eyes couldn't help but shine. It seems like this Li Kuangren practiced some kind of martial arts. His body's defense was very strong, otherwise, his skin wouldn't look like this. Zhao Hai curiously looked at Li Kuangren's opponent. Upon seeing Li Kuangren's opponent, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he knew Li Kuangren's opponents. They were from the Zhang family. Moreover, they were the 5 sword-wielding warriors that came with Zhang Mingyue. At that time, Zhao noticed that the 5 of them all used cross-shaped heavy swords. Moreover, their temperament was very similar, and they seemed to cooperate with each other. Looking at these people, Zhao suspected that they might be able to use a joint attack. Now that he had seen it, Zhao suspected that they might be able to use a joint attack. However, Zhao Hai still turned to Laura and said, "Laura, can you find out how these families got into conflict with Li Kuangren? Weren't they with Zhang Mingyue just now?" Laura turned her head and looked at Kai'er. Kai'er waved her hand, causing the scene to change. After Zhang Mingyue left, she was very angry. Then she went to a hotel to drink. Because she was in a bad mood, she scolded the hotel staff. Li Kuangren was also drinking in the hotel. When he saw Zhang Mingyue's appearance, he couldn't help but coldly snort. This snort was bad. Zhang Mingyue was already angry with Zhao Hai and the others. Now that he was scolded, he immediately stood up and pointed at Li Kuangren and said, "Lowly person, why are you snorting? Are you dissatisfied?" Li Kuangren wasn't a person with a good temper. He stared at Zhao Hai as he stood up and said, "Pretty boy, who are you scolding?" Zhang Mingyue just scolded Zhao Hai as a pretty boy. Now that someone else was scolding him, Zhang Mingyue became even angrier. He immediately snorted and said, "You? Aren't you a lowly person? You ran all the way from the lower realms to the machine field. Lowly thing." There were a lot of people in the machine field who had the same idea as Zhang Mingyue. However, very few people would say it out loud. This was because doing so would offend all the people who ascended from the lower realms. One must know that there were a lot of people in the machine field who ascended from the lower realms. Offending all of them wouldn't bring any benefits. Zhang Mingyue was also dizzy with anger. Therefore, he said this. As soon as he said this, not only did Li Kuangren's expression change, even the warriors and mages behind him had ugly expressions. Li Kuangren looked at Zhang Mingyue's appearance and suddenly laughed. "Pretty boy, you've got guts. You actually dared to scold me. Come, Grandpa will teach you how to behave." After saying that, his figure moved and directly rushed towards Zhang Mingyue. Although Zhang Mingyue looked handsome and weak, his strength was there for all to see. With a wave of his hand, a 5-layered defensive formation appeared in front of him. At the same time, his figure fiercely retreated. The warriors behind him pulled out their heavy swords and rushed forward. Sure enough, the 5 of them knew how to attack together. The 5 of them moved in an orderly manner, blocking all of Li Kuangren's paths of attack with their swords. Li Kuangren was also an expert. When he saw this situation, he immediately retreated. Then he flashed out of the hotel with 2 axes in his hands. Li Kuangren shouted, "Pretty boy, if you have the guts, then come out and fight with this grandpa for 300 rounds. Before his voice fell, the 5 sword-wielding warriors had already jumped out of the hotel and stood in front of Li Kuangren. This was the entire process of what just happened. Then the scene jumped, as if it was fast-forwarded. It returned to the scene of Li Kuangren and the 5 warriors confronting each other. Li Kuangren held his axe as he looked at the 5 sword-wielding warriors. Then he coldly said, "5 elemental tigers of the Golden Camp, you're famous in the Zhang family's outer court. This Li Kuangren has been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But I didn't expect you to be such slaves. That Zhang Mingyue called you lowly commoners, yet you're still working for him." Because Zhao Hai's ascension was too short and he spent most of his time cultivating, he didn't know much about the famous people in the machine field. On the other hand, Li Kuangren had ascended for 4 years and had done a lot of missions. Therefore, Li Kuangren knew some of the famous people in the machine field. Li Kuangren also knew about the 5 sword-wielding people. They were the 5 element tigers of the Zhang family's Golden Sword Camp. The Zhang family's outer court was different from the Ashley family's. The Zhang family's outer court was divided into 8 camps named after metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, and dark. The Golden Sword Camp was the Zhang family's Golden Camp. All the ascenders received by the Zhang family would be assigned to the 8 camps according to their attributes. Whether it was mages or warriors, it was the same. The 5 elemental tigers of the Golden Sword Camp were metal-attributed warriors. The reason why they were called the 5 elemental tigers was because they were proficient in a combination technique called the 5 elemental golden formation. The 5 of them relied on this formation to become famous in the machine field's outer court. One of the 5 elemental tigers coldly snorted and said, "Li Kuangren, I think you don't want to participate in the competition. Alright, let us teach you a lesson. We'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Who can't I offend? This pretty boy? Ha ha ha, he's just a useless pretty boy. Even his marriage was cancelled. What ability does he have?" Upon hearing Li Kuangren, Zhang Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" The 5 elemental tigers' body moved and pounced towards Li Kuangren. As the 5 of them rushed towards Li Kuangren, they turned around and surrounded him. Li Kuangren laughed wildly and said, "Grandpa wants to see how powerful your 5 elemental golden formation is." Then he turned his wrist and used his axe, causing a gust of wind to blow. Zhao Hai now knew why Li Kuangren's nickname was Gale. His axe technique was very unique. When attacking, he would rotate his body and use the rotational force to use the axe. This way, the axe would not only contain his own strength, but also the huge inertia of the rotation, greatly increasing the attack power. Zhao Hai knew that Li Kuangren's 2 axes must be very heavy. Moreover, he must have used some special methods when using the axes. Otherwise, as long as he spun a few times, he wouldn't be able to control the axes. Instead, he would be driven by the axes to attack. In that case, he would expose his flaws and be attacked by others. At this time, the wind with Li Kuangren as the center was getting stronger and stronger. Slowly, it formed a whirlwind, wrapping the 5 elemental tigers inside. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Zhao Hai watched for a while and couldn't help but nod secretly. Not only was he impressed by Li Kuangren's axe technique, he was also impressed by the 5 elemental tigers' 5 elemental golden formation. This formation was used by 5 people, making it very powerful. If it weren't for Li Kuangren's exquisite axe technique, then Zhao Hai might have already lost. However, if the battle continued, then Li Kuangren would be defeated sooner or later. To be honest, Zhao Hai appreciated Li Kuangren's character. However, he wasn't prepared to help Li Kuangren. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the battle wouldn't last long. This was the machine formation planet, not some other place. If people here could fight as they pleased, then the machine formation realm's 3 great powers would lose face. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai expected, not long after the 2 sides started fighting, several flying cars flew over. Then the flying cars stopped outside the battlefield. A voice was heard from the flying car, "People in front, listen up. If you don't stop, then don't blame us for being impolite." Li Kuangren and the 5 elemental tiger slowly stopped. Both sides jumped out of the battlefield. At this time, another voice was heard from the flying car, "Fighting is prohibited on the machine formation planet. If you want to challenge, then go to the Machine Formation Police Bureau to register. If you do this again, then you will be arrested." Then the flying car turned and flew away. However, the 2 sides didn't dare to clash again. Although Zhang Mingyue was the Zhang family's young master, he was nothing in the machine formation planet. If he really dared to mess around, then the Machine Formation Police Bureau wouldn't be polite. Because of the 6 Realms Beginner Competitions qualifiers, a lot of big figures had arrived on the machine formation planet. Some small clans had also arrived. It can be said that the machine formation planet was now filled with patriarchs and young masters. In this case, if Zhang Mingyue dared to cause trouble, then the other party would certainly arrest him. If Zhang Mingyue was really arrested, then he would become a joke in the machine formation realm. Because of this, Zhang Mingyue didn't dare to make a move. The same was true for Li Kuangren. Although Li Kuangren looked reckless, he wasn't stupid. He came here to participate in the 6 Realms Beginner competition. If he was really arrested, then he might lose his qualifications to participate. When he returns to his family, his status would be in jeopardy. Because of this, he didn't dare to make a move. Since both sides didn't dare to make a move, then naturally there was no way to fight. Li Kuangren put away his double axes and looked at Zhang Mingyue as he said, "Pretty boy, I'll remember your Zhang family. You better pray that I don't meet anyone from your family in the competition. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Then he coldly snorted and turned around to leave. Zhang Mingyue's face paled as he looked at Li Kuangren and said, You better pray that you can survive this competition. I will personally kill you. Li Kuangren laughed as he strode away. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuangren's performance and smiled faintly. This is good, the Zhang family has offended another person. Hee. I hope that Li Kuangren doesn't meet Sun Fei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the opportunity to make a move. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, this Li Kuangren is interesting. You should make friends with him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I also think that he's interesting. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to make friends with him. Hee. This person looks reckless, but he's actually quite meticulous. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, he also has a chivalrous heart. He's worth making friends with. At this time, Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, come and take a look. I found someone. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the screen. A person appeared on the screen. This person was wearing a blue magic robe and had light black hair. He looked very handsome. It was the number 1 of the 10 great experts, Streep. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I Saint Streep. This person dared to come out and walk around. It seems like the water temple has already made arrangements. He wouldn't be easily challenged. Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, who do you think will be more powerful among the 10 great experts? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, It's hard to say. However, I'm optimistic about Zhang Qinghe, Xiongli, Dong Fangyu, and Lei Xiaotian. These people have good fighting strength. Megan stared, then she adjusted the information of these people and looked at it. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why are you optimistic about these people? On the other hand, Dong Fangyu is an interesting person. He has the Fire Dragon Sword technique and the Fire Dragon Divine Sword. Although on the surface, it seems like he relied on his divine artifact to achieve what he has today, you should know that divine artifacts also depend on the person who wields them. Being able to use the Fire Dragon Divine Sword shows that his strength isn't bad. On the other hand, Lei Xiaotian is an elemental mage. As long as he reaches a certain level, his fighting strength would be much higher than other mages of the same level. Naturally, the other top 10 experts shouldn't be underestimated. Take Li Kuangren for example, I dare say that he didn't use his full strength today. He wouldn't reveal his cards until the competition starts. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Li Kuangren is an elemental mage. As long as he reaches a certain level, his fighting strength would be much higher than other mages of the same level. Naturally, the other top 10 experts shouldn't be underestimated. Take Li Kuangren for example, I dare say that Li Kuangren didn't use his full strength today. Before the competition starts, he wouldn't reveal his cards. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Li Kuangren is an elemental mage. Margaret nodded and said, the reason why the 10 great experts are difficult to deal with is because of the trump cards in their hands. They were carefully cultivated by the great clans. For such talents, the great clans wouldn't be stingy. The great clans wouldn't be any weaker than our Ashley family. Therefore, these people should have a lot of good things in their hands. It's just that they wouldn't take them out until the time of the competition. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it's like that. Not to mention other things, just the Bone Symbol Camp's armory already has a lot of good things. There's no need to mention the 10 great experts of the Bone Symbol Camp. All of them were nurtured by their respective forces. How could they not have enough good things? Because of this, the qualifiers aren't just about strength, equipment is also a big factor. Zhao Hai nodded. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai sighed and said, just by looking at the machine field's 10 great experts, you can imagine how strong the other great realms are. The machine field doesn't specialize in individual battles. Their strength is also at the bottom of the world of cultivation. Even so, they're still this strong. One can imagine how strong the other great realms would be. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their hearts became heavy. Zhao Hai looked at them and then suddenly laughed and said, but this is good. I want to see the other great clans. If they're too weak, then it wouldn't be fun. Ha 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 ha. Laura and the others also felt Zhao Hai's heroic spirit. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with infatuation. Although Zhao Hai's appearance was ordinary, Zhao Hai's body seemed to be glowing. This radiance was firmly attracting them. Time flew by, and the day of the qualifiers was about to arrive. Planet Tianji had not been peaceful these days. The police station alone had received hundreds of challenges. Fortunately, the police station was prepared. If you wanted a challenge, you could. As long as both sides agreed, signed the documents, and paid the rent for the venue, they would not care even if you two killed each other. Of course, it had to be at the venue designated by the police station. In the past few days, Zhao Hai didn't appear in the machine planet. However, the space had already collected a map of the planet. At the same time, the people outside also had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Don't doubt the reconnaissance ability of the people of this world. These families have been in the machine formation realm for countless years. They were intertwined with each other. Today, you can plant a nail in their house, and tomorrow, they can plant a bomb in your house. These families have done many things. Therefore, for the people of the machine formation realm, there was no absolute secret. Naturally, the core secrets of these families couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, the family would be finished. Because of this, the other families didn't know that Zhao Hai had liquid silver. They only knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. As for how strong he was, they could only see some vague battle scenes. But even so, it was already known that Zhao Hai was the 11th grade expert after the 10 grade experts. Moreover, Zhao Hai's information had already been placed on the desks of the great clans. To be honest, when the great clans saw Zhao Hai's information, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't think that there would be a monster like Zhao Hai. After ascending to the machine field for a few months, Zhao Hai was already a 4th rank mage. Moreover, in the qualifiers, Zhao Hai actually took first place. Zhao Hai had already attracted the attention of all the powers in the machine formation realm. His information from the moment he ascended was also dug out. Regarding Zhao Hai's monstrous growth, all the powers in the machine formation realm were shocked. At this point, a lot of contestants in the machine formation realm had already listed Zhao Hai as the most dangerous person. Although Zhao Hai knew about this, he didn't care. His goal wasn't the machine formation realm, but the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai, Margaret, and the others were sitting inside the space while drinking tea and chatting. Suddenly, Kaier turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, go back to your room. Despares is looking for you." Zhao Hai nodded and then returned to his room. Sure enough, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw Despares, Kazhou, and Luke. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he immediately invited them in. After the three sat down, Zhao Hai poured tea for them before he sat down as well. Then he looked at Kazhou and said, "General Manager, is there something you need me for?" Kazhou nodded and said, "The competition is tomorrow. How do you feel?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't feel anything. As long as I perform at my usual level, I'll be fine." Kazhou nodded and said, "Then I'll tell you about the competition schedule. Since this competition has the highest number of participants, the organizing committee decided to change the format. Unlike before, the competition will be held in the arena. Instead, it will be an elimination round." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Elimination round? What's the difference?" Kazhou nodded and said, "There's a big difference. This time's elimination round isn't like the previous one where it's held in the arena. This time, it's a survival round." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Survival round? You can kill people?" Kazhou nodded and said, "Right, you can kill people. Zhao Hai, you should have heard of Yellow Sand Beast Planet, right? This time, the elimination round will be held there." Naturally, Zhao Hai had heard of Yellow Sand Beast Planet. This was because the planet was very famous. Yellow Sand Beast Planet was a very special existence. It was located in the machine field, but it can be said that it was the only planet that wasn't conquered by the machine field. This was because its environment was too bad. Yellow Sand Beast Planet was located at the edge of the machine field. It wasn't far from the cultivation realm, but it was closer to the machine field. However, very few people from the machine field would go there. On the other hand, a lot of people from the cultivation realm would go there. Yellow Sand Beast Planet, as its name suggested, 70% of the planet's surface area was land, 30% was ocean, and 70% of the land area was desert, and 30% was mountain range. Out of the 12 months of the year, 10 months would be windy, and the remaining 2 months would be rainy. The wind that blew on the yellow sand beast star wasn't ordinary wind. It was astral wind. The wind speed was fast and the wind was fierce. Moreover, this kind of wind was very harmful to the human body. Even an expert wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of wind for a long time even if he had a protective shield. Eventually, he would die due to exhaustion of blood and qi. In a bad environment, there shouldn't be any life. But on the contrary, there were a lot of life on Yellow Sand Beast Planet. Whether it was plants or animals, there were many of them. There was no need to talk about plants. Plants that could survive in such a harsh environment, even the most ordinary grass would have strong medicinal effects. Yellow Sand Beast Planet's most famous animals were the astral wind beasts. It was unknown how these astral wind beasts grew, but they were able to live freely on a planet full of astral winds. Even in such a bad environment, they were still able to live a carefree life. However, because the environment was too harsh, the strength of those animals was also very strong. Even the weakest one was at least as strong as a level 1 magician. The strongest demon beast there was said to be able to compete with the Almighty of the Cultivation world. But what was strange was that the astral wind beasts on Yellow Sand Beast Planet rarely left. Even if they had the strength, they still wouldn't leave. Because of these reasons, Yellow Sand Beast Planet was very famous. Not only in the machine field, but also in the world of cultivation. Every year, a lot of people would go there to catch astral wind beasts and collect herbs. This was because the herbs on Yellow Sand Beast Planet were unique to the world of cultivation. Therefore, they were very expensive. When Zhao Hai heard Kajo say that the elimination tournament would be held on Yellow Sand Beast Planet, he couldn't help but stare. Yellow Sand Beast Planet was a very dangerous place in the world of cultivation. Every year, countless people would go there for an adventure. But only a few would come out. And among those who went there were a lot of famous experts in the world of cultivation. But without exception, none of them came back. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Why are they suddenly going to Yellow Sand Beast Planet? What good will come out of it? Do they want everyone to die there?" Kajo smiled bitterly and said, "The number of people participating in the tournament is more than 100,000. Can you imagine that? Of these 100,000 people, only 150 would be able to participate in the Six Realms tournament. Among them, 100 would be official participants and 50 would be reserves. How high was the elimination rate? It was precisely because there were too many people that the organizing committee finally decided to hold the elimination round on the Yellow Sand Beast Planet. However, you don't have to worry too much. The location chosen by the organizing committee is relatively safe on the Yellow Sand Beast Planet. If there are too many casualties among these people, then it wouldn't be good for the machine field. Also, this elimination round is very unfair. Besides our opponents, we also have to face the astral wind beasts of Yellow Sand Beast Star. Even the 10 great experts wouldn't be able to deal with those astral wind beasts. If one of the 10 great experts gets killed, then it would be even more difficult for us to compete with the other realms. I really don't know what those idiots in the organizing committee were thinking. They actually came up with such a broken idea." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not worried about myself. To be honest, I don't have anything to worry about. I'm worried about other things. Almost all of the people participating in the competition are elites of the machine field's major forces. If there are too many casualties among these people, then it wouldn't be good for the machine field." Kajo smiled bitterly. To be honest, he also didn't agree with this idea. However, his words carried little weight. Who would listen to him? Naturally, he also objected to this idea. But the organizing committee's words stopped him. Luck was also a part of strength. Kajo felt that these words were complete nonsense. However, he didn't have any way to change it. He could only accept it unless they give up on the tournament. Damar sighed and said, "Forget it. If that happens, then it can only be considered their bad luck. Those idiots in the organizing committee won't listen to us. This time, the elimination round will only last for 3 days. You will be sent to Yellow Sand Beast Planet for 3 days. After 3 days, you will be picked up. During this process, if you feel that you can't take it anymore, you can send out a signal and someone will go and ask for help. However, everyone who is rescued will be eliminated. But if you're rescued, then you'll be eliminated. Kajo continued, although 3 days isn't a long time, it's also not short. After all, Yellow Sand Beast Planet is still there. After 3 days, those who are still alive will be able to participate in the tournament. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll be fine anyway. However, it's hard to say about the other members of the family. How about we form a team? That way, we'll have a better chance of surviving. Kajo's expression changed as he said, that won't do. Little Hai, you should know that you are the family's greatest hope. If we end up dragging you down by forming a team, then it would be a great loss for us. That's why you need to focus on protecting yourself, understood? Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and knew that it would be useless to say anything. However, he still said, I know. But General Manager, I think that it would be better for them to go in as a team. I'll do my best to help them. Kajo nodded and said, alright. Kajo smiled bitterly and said, that's impossible. This time, you're not allowed to bring any electronic products to Yellow Sand Beast Planet. Also, the participants of the same force will be placed in different places. You won't be able to find each other in a short time. Therefore, there's no need to form a team. When Zhao Hai heard Kajo, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like the organizing committee really wanted to kill them. They even blocked their path of retreat. Zhao Hai calmly sat in his room inside the ship. The room wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters. Moreover, he wasn't the only person inside the room, there were 4 people in total. Their beds looked like bunk beds that were connected to the walls. Zhao Hai didn't know the people inside the room. Although he saw their information, it was obvious that they weren't on Zhao Hai's list. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Laura and the others reminded Zhao Hai about them. This made Zhao Hai have some impression of these people. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he gave a friendly greeting to the group. However, when the group looked at him, it was clear that they were hostile. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't use his warm face to greet their cold butts. Zhao Hai was very clear about why they were acting like this. Although they were staying in the same room today, they would be opponents tomorrow. In this case, there was no need to maintain a friendly attitude. This time, Kajo and Margaret didn't come along. Instead, the machine planet dispatched 100 ships to transport Zhao Hai and the others to Yellow Sand Beast Planet. Then Zhao Hai and the others would enter the planet themselves. Although the machine planet wasn't close to Yellow Sand Beast Planet, the journey was still very peaceful. After all, these ships were sent by the machine planet. If anyone dared to have any ideas about these ships, then they wouldn't be able to stay on the planet. It took the ship 10 days to reach Yellow Sand Beast Planet. And in these 10 days, Zhao Hai's silver needle flew faster than the ship. He was already 1 step ahead of the ship in order to observe the planet's terrain. When the ship reached the atmosphere of Yellow Sand Beast Planet, it stopped. Zhao Hai and the others were gathered by the ship's staff into a decompression cabin. Zhao Hai's ship had more than 1,000 people, but most of them were people that Zhao Hai didn't know. None of them were from the 10 great experts. Then a mage came in, he looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, in a moment, you will be flying into Yellow Sand Beast Planet. After 3 days, you will come out. These are your signal devices, you must carry them with you. You cannot put them in your spatial equipment. During these 3 days, not only must you survive, you must also ensure the safety of your signal devices. If your signal device breaks down, or if you lose contact with the warship for more than an hour, you will be eliminated. There is a rescue device on your signal device. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, you can use this device and we will send people to rescue you. But as long as you use this device, you will be eliminated. Is that clear? Is that clear? Zhao Hai and the others nodded. The mage nodded and said, everyone, come here and get your signal device. Remember, you cannot put your signal device in your spatial equipment. Once you put it in your spatial equipment, then the signal won't be able to be transmitted to the ship. If the ship can't receive your signal within an hour, then you will be eliminated. Then the mage took out a bunch of signal devices. These signal devices looked like small badges, they didn't look like signal devices at all. However, nobody dared to look down on these things. This was because these things were related to their future. Zhao Hai also received a signal device. Then the mage said, "Activate the signal device." Just as his voice fell, everyone's signal devices flashed. Then they returned to their original state. The magician looked at everyone and said, "You don't have to worry about the signal device being tampered with. If the signal device malfunctions on its own, then you pass. Alright, get ready. We're about to open the decompression chamber." After saying that, the magician exited the decompression chamber. Xiao Hai looked at the people around him and smiled. Then he pinned the signal device on his robe and stood there, waiting for the decompression chamber to open. Before long, the decompression chamber opened. Xiao Hai and the others flew out and immediately saw Yellow Beast Planet not far away. This planet was bigger than the Machine Formation Planet and the Shadow Demon Planet. Moreover, it wasn't just a little bit bigger. It was at least 10 times bigger than the Shadow Demon Planet. This made Xiao Hai very surprised. However, what made Xiao Hai even more surprised was the scenery of Yellow Zem Planet. Yellow Zem Planet was only yellow, there were no other colors. Xiao Hai knew that the color of Yellow Zem Planet wasn't just the color of sand, it was also the color of sandstorms. And right now, sandstorms were at their peak. At this time, Xiao Hai noticed that a row of signal devices had been placed in front of Yellow Zem Planet. The signal devices were flashing red. Xiao Hai and the others had already been informed that the signal devices were in the vicinity of Yellow Zem Planet. This was a relatively safe place. If they went out of this range, then the organizing committee wouldn't be responsible for any casualties. At this time, Xiao Hai also noticed that the people on the other ships had also come down. Everyone was quietly observing Yellow Beast Planet. Xiao Hai didn't care about this. His figure moved and flew towards Yellow Beast Planet. The space already had a map of the planet, so naturally, he didn't need to observe it. When the people who were observing the planet saw Xiao Hai flying towards the planet, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would move this quickly. However, Xiao Hai's movement caused a chain reaction. Everyone started to move as well. Xiao Hai's movement caused a chain reaction. Xiao Hai didn't care about them. His figure quickly entered Yellow Zem Planet's atmosphere. Upon entering Yellow Zem Planet's atmosphere, a 5-layered formation appeared on his body. This formation was yellow in color. When it appeared, it immediately formed a shield around Xiao Hai, protecting him inside. After passing through Yellow Zem Planet's atmosphere, Xiao Hai immediately felt a gust of wind coming from all around. This wind was very strange, it carried a heavy feeling. Although his shield blocked the wind, there was still a slight chill that was transmitted to his body. Xiao Hai knew that this was the effect of the astral winds. He didn't care about it, but someone else did. The space issued a prompt, detecting a large amount of negative energy that is harmful to the host's body. Extracting and analyzing the negative energy. This negative energy contains radioactive substances, causing great harm to the blood of the host. Making an antidote to the negative energy. Xiao Hai stared, he didn't think that the space would attach this much importance to the astral winds. Xiao Hai looked around and discovered that although the other people had also entered Yellow Zem Planet, they were still quite far away from him. It seems like they were afraid of being attacked. Xiao Hai didn't care about it and just flew towards Yellow Zem Planet. It was strange to say that the lower one went, the stronger the wind was. When they were about to reach the ground, the wind was already strong enough to send sand and stones flying. When Xiao Hai saw that it was about time, he immediately opened the space and took in some of the sand that was blown by the astral winds. When the astral winds and sand entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: negative energy storm and yellow sand contaminated by negative energy have been detected. This energy can be used to attack enemies while the yellow sand can be used to refine items. Prompt: adding storm element to wind bead. Addition successful. The negative energy storm is now ineffective to the host. Upon hearing the prompt, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he thought of leaving, he still had a wind bead in his space. It seems like this time, it was because of the wind bead that he wasn't affected by the storm. Sure enough, along with the space's prompt, Xiao Hai couldn't feel any wind around him. Even if there was wind, it was just like the space. It was a very comfortable breeze. Moreover, the cold wind that was seeping into his body had completely disappeared. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. It seems like I'll have to take more of this sand into the space." After saying that, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and sucked in the astral wind as well as the sand into the space. After a while, a prompt came from the space. Because the host has absorbed a large amount of negative energy storms and negative energy sand, the host can designate a sandstorm area in his own space. This sandstorm area can automatically generate negative energy storms and negative energy sand and automatically store them in the warehouse. When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. Then he became happy and immediately closed the spatial rift. He didn't need to take in these things anymore. Zhao Hai looked around, then he smiled faintly and said, I heard that the astral winds here are very strong. I'll take a few of them into the space. Then his figure moved as he flew towards the distance. In Yellow Sun planet, eyesight was almost superfluous. The astral winds here were so strong that it made the sky dark. Yellow sand was flying all around, and visibility was less than 5 meters. In this case, it was almost impossible to find an enemy with one's eyes. One could only rely on one's spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the astral wind suppression on his spiritual force was stronger than the dark energy. It was impossible for his spiritual force to reach tens of thousands of miles away like before. But now, Zhao Hai's spiritual force could cover 10 miles, which was enough for him to use. While Zhao Hai was flying forward, he suddenly stopped. Then his body flashed to the side. Just as his figure flashed, a huge silhouette came up from below. If Zhao Hai didn't dodge, then he would have been swallowed by this thing. Just as Zhao dodged, he saw that the thing that was rushing towards him was a black gold meatworm. But this thing was much bigger than a meatworm. On its head, there was something that looked like a small flower. When it opened its mouth, it was even bigger than its body. Most importantly, its teeth were divided into 18 layers. They were slowly wriggling and rotating, like a huge meat grinder. The teeth were yellow in color, but they were shining with a luster. At first glance, one could see that they were incomparably sharp. Moreover, Zhao Hai was currently about 100 meters above the ground. Yet this meatworm was able to reach him without revealing its tail. It was obvious that its length was more than 100 meters. It seemed like it was really big. Zhao Hai frowned. He discovered that this meatworm wasn't simple. This was because his spiritual force didn't detect it until it drilled out of the sand. How could this thing's hidden energy be so strong? Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the meatworm turned around and opened its mouth to bite Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 5-layered formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then a huge fireball flew out of the formation and went straight towards the meatworm's mouth. Zhao Hai paid attention to the meatworm, but he didn't find its eyes. When the fireball was sent out, the meatworm swallowed it and then closed its mouth. When Zhao Hai saw the meatworm swallow the fireball, he couldn't help but sneer. His fireball wasn't that easy to swallow. After the meatworm swallowed the fireball, Zhao Hai discovered that the meatworm didn't have any bones in its body. Moreover, its skin was transparent. Zhao Hai could clearly see the fireball going from the meatworm's mouth to its stomach. The meatworm seemed to be satisfied after eating the fireball. It closed its mouth and slowly shrank back into the sand. At this time, the fireball suddenly exploded. Zhao Hai thought that this explosion would kill the meatworm. However, the meatworm's stomach only swelled up for a moment before it shrank back. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Then it shrank back into the sand. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the meatworm that went back into the sand. This meatworm was too greedy, it ate everything. Zhao Hai's fireball was actually eaten by the meatworm. Wasn't this thing too strong? At this time, Laura's voice was heard in Zhao Hai's mind. Brother Hai, this thing is called a yellow sandworm. It's very famous in Yellow Sand Beast Planet. It's a unique beast of Yellow Sand Beast Planet. This beast's defensive ability is very strong, but its attack method is very simple. However, it doesn't attack people under normal circumstances. It eats everything. If it can't find anything to eat, then it can survive by eating sand. Moreover, it's very hard to kill. Even if it's cut into pieces, it can still survive. Zhao Hai stared and said, there's such a thing? So that's how it is. Do you think it would be better if we capture it to the space? Kair, find it and bring it to the space. Kair nodded and said, young master, it's about 200 meters underground. But young master, this yellow sandworm is more than 1,000 meters long. Do you really want to bring it to the space? When Zhao Hai heard Kai he couldn't help but stare. More than 1,000 meters long? Really? Good, this thing is really interesting. I saw that it's about 10 meters thick, but it's actually more than 1,000 meters long. Interesting, I must bring it to the space. Then his figure moved and drilled into the yellow sand. Zhao Hai discovered that although the yellow sand looked like ordinary sand, he could feel that it was different from ordinary sand. This yellow sand actually contained a faint energy. However, this energy wasn't necessarily good for the body. Zhao Hai knew that this energy was what the space called negative energy. It was radioactive. If an average person were to stay here for a long time, then they would certainly be affected. Before long, Zhao Hai had drilled about 200 meters underground. He saw the giant sandworm lying there, motionless. Moreover, the energy coming from its body was exactly the same as the sand around it. No wonder Zhao Hai couldn't sense it with his spiritual force. This thing also felt Zhao Hai's presence. It wriggled its body, but it didn't attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai circled around the yellow sandworm. This thing was really long, about 1,500 meters long. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the worm. Then he opened a spatial rift and placed it over the worm's head. Then he pushed the spatial rift back, and before long, the worm was sucked into the space. As soon as the yellow sandworm was put into the space, a prompt came from the space. Discovered negative energy pollution, resulting in genetic mutation. Because of the genetic mutation, the body of the sandworm has become extremely tough. At the same time, it can absorb any energy into its body. The host can put it anywhere in the space to cultivate. The mutated sandworm is now placed in the space store. The host can purchase it from the space store. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he had Kai find a place in the space and create a sandstorm area. Astral winds and yellow sand were all sucked into the sandstorm area. At the same time, the sandworm was also placed inside the sandstorm area. After receiving the yellow sandworm, Zhao Hai immediately flew out of the yellow sand. He swept the surroundings with his spiritual force and didn't find anything nearby. Then he immediately flew away. After flying for about 10 li, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. This was because he found something in front of him. This thing looked familiar. It was a yellow twig, and on this twig, there was a small flower. When Zhao Hai saw this thing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said to Kai, look, is there a sandworm in front of us? Kai nodded, then she used the space to check. Then she nodded and said, young master, there really is a sandworm in front of us. That small flower is growing on its head. It seems like it uses it to attract prey. We didn't notice it before. Young master, do you want to take this sandworm into the space as well? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need for that. I want to see if someone will come here. If someone does, how will they deal with this sandworm? Right, what rank is this yellow sandworm? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, this yellow sandworm's information on the machine fields network isn't very detailed. It's only rated as a rank 1 beast. Zhao Hai stared, rank 1 beast? That's impossible, right? Laura smiled and said, why wouldn't it be possible? It really is a class 1 beast, but it's still growing. As long as it doesn't receive any treatment, it can continue to live. Eventually, it can even grow up to 10,000 meters long. At that time, nobody on Yellow Zen planet would be its opponent. According to the internet, there was once a 10,000 meter long yellow sandworm. In the end, the cultivation realm gathered more than 100 nascent soul experts to eliminate it. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the yellow sandworm to be this strong. More than 100 nascent soul experts, how strong would they be? They could easily destroy the Ashley family. And yet, they were able to eliminate the yellow sandworm. How strong was this yellow sandworm? It was truly frightening. One must know that the cultivation world was divided into body tempering, chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transcending tribulation, severed soul, eternal life, and so on. But even in the cultivation world, there weren't many who had reached the severed soul stage, let alone eternal life. Ordinary sects would have a few transcending tribulation experts. Nascent soul experts were already considered experts in the cultivation world and could establish their own sections. Although Zhao's current strength was very strong, he estimated that even if he used all of his means, he would at most be able to compete with core formation experts. Compared to nascent soul experts, he was still far from being able to compete with them. However, the strongest yellow sandworm was much stronger than Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. But after thinking about it, he became happy. In the future, when the yellow sandworm matures, he would have a few helpers. At this time, Laura's voice was heard, but according to the internet, sandworms are considered to be harmless beasts on Yellow Star. This is because unless they're hungry, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "These yellow sandworms are quite interesting. Alright, let's just stay here and watch the fun. In any case, Yellow Zen planet is already in our map. Moreover, we can't afford to provoke the beasts on this planet. It seems like this is the territory of the yellow sandworms. Let's stay here for a few days. Once we're strong enough, we'll come back to Yellow Zen planet to catch some beasts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Laura nodded and said, "I think so too. Brother Hai, I think that the reason why the organizing committee allowed you to participate in the competition is because this place is the territory of the yellow sandworms. These yellow sandworms wouldn't attack people easily. Because of this, there would be fewer casualties." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll stay here for 3 days. But since I can't enter the space right now, I can only stay here for a few days. It's a pity that you can't accompany me." Laura and the others chuckled, then Megan said, "Big Brother Hai, you came here to participate in the elimination round, not to take a vacation. If we go out and accompany you, then wouldn't you be taking a vacation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he took out a table and a chair from the space and sat down. Then he took out a pot of hot tea and sat there, leisurely drinking it. If the other participants were to see him like this, then they would certainly be angered to death. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about that. Yellow Zen planet was full of dangers. He didn't know how much effort he had to put in to deal with the yellow sandworm. If he were to encounter a formidable beast that he couldn't deal with, then he would have to hide in the space. At that time, he would be eliminated. There was no need to take a risk and ruin the competition. While Zhao Hai was leisurely enjoying his time in the competition, the other participants had encountered a lot of trouble. They didn't have things like wind beads, nor did they have the space to cheat. Because of this, they were having a hard time in Yellow Zen planet. Yellow Zen star's astral winds mixed with yellow sand were the most advantageous weapons. Generally speaking, mages and warriors with low strength wouldn't be able to withstand it for a long time. Even powerful mages and warriors would have to constantly maintain a protective shield to prevent the astral winds from entering their bodies. It should be known that the astral winds would cause great damage to a person's body. Although the machine field's method of cultivation was different from that of the cultivation realm, they still knew about the cultivation realm's powerful offensive methods. In the cultivation realm, the most powerful offensive methods were either astral or evil spirits. These two words weren't added for no reason. In fact, these two words were the most brilliant part of the attack method. For example, Yin energy was a very powerful attack method in the cultivation realm. Many great sects had this attack method, but the name was different. Some sects called it Yin energy while some called it dark energy. But no matter what the name was, there was only one reason why this attack method was so powerful, and that was to integrate evil chi into one's own attack method. Ordinary chi energy was transformed into evil chi. Because of this, this attack method was very powerful. The opposite of evil chi was astral chi. Astral chi and evil chi were actually similar. They were both means to enhance one's attack power. If evil chi was integrated into one's attack, it would be evil chi. If astral chi was integrated into one's attack, it would be astral chi. If one wanted to integrate evil spirits or astral chi into an attack, there was only one way. First, one needed to find a place where evil spirits or astral chi were abundant. Then one could slowly condense the evil spirits or astral chi into one's own chi. However, condensing the aura body and evil chi was a very dangerous thing. Out of 10 people who condensed the aura body into their body, only 4 of them could succeed. The rest of the people were already dead. From this point, one could see how dangerous the evil chi and aura body were. The machine field wasn't like the cultivation realm. There was no way to integrate astral chi into one's chi. Because of this, the mages and warriors who participated in the elimination round could only rely on their shields. This wasn't an easy matter. Astral chi was like a blade, it could kill without spilling blood. Xianxia felt that he wasn't very lucky. He was a third-rank warrior and it has been 3 years since he ascended. This wasn't a long time. Being able to reach third rank in such a short time was enough to show that he was a genius. However, he wasn't valued by his family. This was because his family was too strong. They had several third-rank warriors like him. The strongest person that the family sent to participate in the competition was a fourth-rank warrior. Xianxia was very lucky to be able to participate in the competition. If he could get a good result, then his status in the family would rise. This was definitely a good thing for him. Xianxia originally thought that he was very lucky. But when he arrived at Yellow Zem planet, he discovered that he wasn't that lucky. Not long after he flew into Yellow Zem planet, he was attacked by a yellow sandworm. In the end, it took him a Herculean effort to escape, which wasted a lot of his do chi. Although he drank a potion that could quickly restore his do chi, he had to maintain a shield at all times. The consumption of do chi was almost the same as replenishing his do chi. Now, he only had about 70% of his do chi. Xianxia sighed as he carefully moved forward. In any case, he had to survive for 3 days. Otherwise, he would be eliminated. If he was eliminated in the first round, then he wouldn't be able to receive special care from his family in the future. While moving forward, Xianxia released his spiritual force and carefully observed his surroundings. Although a warrior's spiritual force was much worse than a mage's, he was still someone who ascended. His spiritual force wasn't a problem for him to travel through Yellow Zem planet. While moving forward, Xianxia suddenly noticed something. Upon seeing this, his expression couldn't help but change. It was a small branch, a withered yellow branch. In fact, all the plants on the yellow sand beast planet were of this color. There was nothing special about it. On this withered yellow branch, there was a withered yellow flower. The flower was swaying in the wind, as if it could be blown away at any time. However, Xianxia was very clear that the flower couldn't be blown away. This was because the flower was the yellow sandworm's bait. Don't underestimate the bait of the yellow sandworms. The little flower they made had a very unique fragrance. As long as the beasts smelled this fragrance, they would usually run over. In the end, they would naturally become food for the yellow sandworms. In the beginning, people didn't know that the yellow sandworm's bait had this ability. Later on, someone made an ornament out of the yellow sandworm's flower. However, he didn't expect that this thing would attract a large number of beasts to attack him. Later on, people slowly came to know the use of this flower. Now, almost everyone knew that it was best to avoid this flower because it was the yellow sandworm's territory. The yellow sandworm was definitely an existence that people didn't want to provoke on the yellow sand beast planet. Yellow sandworms wouldn't easily attack people, and people generally wouldn't provoke them either. This was because they were too difficult to kill. Yellow sandworms didn't have any obvious weaknesses, and their skin was very tough. It wasn't easy to kill a yellow sandworm. Yellow sandworms were very hard to find. As long as they burrowed into the sand, they would immediately become one with it. Under normal circumstances, nobody would be able to find them, not even mages with strong spiritual force. One of the main reasons was the yellow sandworm's ability to move under the sand. The yellow sandworm's speed under the sand wasn't any faster than a human's flying speed. Their body structure was very strange. They could swallow the sand in front of them and then spit it out from behind. When the sand was spat out, it would become a force that pushed them forward, increasing their speed. They relied on this method to move forward, and their speed was very fast. Another reason why no one was willing to provoke a yellow sandworm was that you didn't know if the yellow sandworm you were provoking was a 1-meter-long worm or a 10,000-meter-long worm. They would bury themselves in the sand and blend in with the sand around them. No one would be able to discover them. It was precisely because of this that when Xianxia saw that little flower, it was as if he had seen a scourge. He turned around and walked in a big circle, staying far away from that little flower before slowly moving forward. While walking forward, Xianxia suddenly stopped. Then he gently shook his head, as if he had discovered something incredible. He couldn't believe it. However, he immediately revealed a look of surprise because he was very clear that he did not see wrongly. There was indeed a person in front of him, and he was drinking tea there. There was nothing strange about drinking tea alone. The strange thing was where he appeared. He was now on the Yellow Sand Beast planet, and it was the astral wind season on the Yellow Sand Beast planet. Astral winds were blowing almost all the time. Drinking tea in such an environment? Eat sand. However, the person was indeed drinking tea. Moreover, the person was sitting and drinking tea. This was too surprising. Xianxia used his spiritual force to look at the person. He didn't know what to do. Xianxia knew that the man had already discovered him. He wasn't a magician who specialized in spiritual force, and he was a magician. If Xianxia could discover him, there was no way that the man couldn't discover him. But now, Xianxia was facing a difficult problem, and that was how to deal with this man. Now that he was on Yellow Sand planet, all the people from the machine field were his competitors. In this case, Zhao Hai should immediately rush over and have a fight with the machine field. However, Xianxia couldn't make up his mind. The mage was sitting there leisurely with a fearless appearance. If Xianxia rushed over, then it would be hard to say if he could beat the other party. Before coming here, Xianxia already had an understanding of the powerful geniuses. Naturally, everyone knew about the 10 great geniuses. As for the Ashley family's Zhao Hai, he was known as the most talented person in history. Naturally, he knew about him. Zhao Hai's matter had already spread throughout the machine field. After ascending for a few months, he had the strength of a 4th-rank mage. This was unprecedented. Because of this, Zhao Hai was known as the most talented person in the machine field. Such a genius wasn't someone that Xianxia could afford to provoke. However, it was precisely because Zhao Hai was a god that a lot of people didn't believe in Zhao Hai's true strength. How could a person who ascended for a few months have such strength? How could he be a monster to this degree? At the same time, Xianxia also didn't believe that Zhao Hai was that strong. In his opinion, Zhao Hai might have some kind of treasure on him that allowed him to be this strong. Now that he saw Zhao Hai, Xianxia was even more certain of his thoughts. This was Yellow Sand planet, it was the season of astral winds. And yet, Zhao Hai was sitting there drinking tea. There wasn't even a trace of wind around him. Wasn't this strange? It seems like he really has a treasure on him. Xianxia became more and more certain of his thoughts. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but become greedy. His figure moved and flew towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, his sword was already in his hand. Naturally, Zhao Hai had already discovered Xianxia. Moreover, as soon as he saw Xianxia, Laura and the others gave him detailed information. It must be said that Xianxia's identity wasn't simple. He was a member of the Water Divine Realm's Shui family. The Shui family was the most powerful family in the Water Divine Temple. It was unknown how much stronger they were compared to the Ashley family. This time, the Shui family sent 15 people to participate in the qualifiers. Of these 15 people, 14 were 3rd-rank experts while the strongest was a 4th rank. Although they weren't in the top 10, they were still very popular. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this to heart. So what if the Shui family was strong? This was the elimination round. It was already good that Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to provoke Xianxia. If Xianxia took the initiative to provoke Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would be sorry. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill Xianxia. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this elimination round was very unfair. Everyone had their own abilities. Fighting against the astral winds and sandstorms of Yellow Sand planet wasn't easy. Then there were also the unpredictable beasts. If they were to kill each other, then it would be hard to say how many of them would survive. However, even if a person doesn't want to hurt a tiger, the tiger would still want to hurt him. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with Xianxia, but Xianxia wanted to deal with him. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia take out his sword, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He was still sitting there with a teacup in his hand as he looked at the sand flying in the sky. To be honest, this scene was quite spectacular. At this time, Jin Wanxiang waved his sword, sending sword qi towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sighed, then he waved his hand as a 5-layered magic formation appeared beside him. This 5-layered magic formation immediately turned into a huge shield in front of him. When the sword qi hit the shield, it only created a few sparks, but there wasn't even a scratch on the shield. When Wanxiang saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Although he only launched one attack, he already knew about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength wasn't something he could afford to provoke. Wanxiang had fought with the Shui family's #1 genius, Li Kuan. Li Kuan was also a mage. Although Li Kuan was a water-type mage, his ice shield wasn't any worse than a metal-type shield. However, Wanxiang's sword qi almost broke Li Kuan's ice shield. Li Kuan also said that Wanxiang's attack was very powerful, and that he was a rare offensive genius. But now, when he faced Zhao Hai, the attack that he was so proud of was completely useless. It didn't even leave a scratch on Zhao Hai's shield. This was absolutely amazing. What Wanxiang didn't know was that Zhao was also very surprised. This was because the 5-layered magic formation wasn't an ordinary 5-layered magic formation. It was a 5-layered magic formation with auxiliary magic formations. According to Zhao's estimation, a 5-layered magic formation should be able to block the sword qi of a 3rd-level warrior. But it wouldn't be that easy. The shield should have been able to take the sword qi of a 3rd-level warrior down with it, but it shouldn't have been able to do so easily. It should have been able to take the sword qi of a 3rd-level warrior down with it. But now, this auxiliary formation was able to easily block Wanxiang's attack. It didn't even look like it was broken. Moreover, the amount of spiritual force used to launch this formation was only a third of the spiritual force used by the other 5-layered formations. This was simply too amazing. The superposition of a magic formation was a very big subject. How to choose the most suitable 5 from thousands of magic formations and superposition them together. Moreover, one also had to pay attention to the order of the magic formation. Only when the order was correct would the magic formation be able to display its greatest power. The 5-layered formation that Zhao Hai just released was composed of a metal-type energy supply formation, a metal-type reinforcement formation, an auxiliary reinforcement formation, an auxiliary buff formation, and a metal-type shield formation. This wasn't the case in the past. In the past, there were no auxiliary formations. Instead, there were 2 metal-type reinforcement formations. Their effect was much worse than before. Moreover, the spiritual force requirement was also greatly increased. Through this formation, Zhao Hai understood how powerful the auxiliary formations were. However, this also made him happy. With these formations, his combat ability would increase by 2 levels. He would be more confident in dealing with his enemy. When Wanxiang saw the result of his attack, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before he turned around and ran. Seeing Wanxiang running away, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted as he waved his hand, sending a sword qi towards Wanxiang. After arriving in the machine field, this was the first time Zhao Hai used sword qi. Sword qi needed to be sent out through a magic formation. However, the magic formation that supported the sword qi wasn't the same as the ones used by ordinary weapons. The formation that Zhao Hai used to send out sword qi wasn't the same as the ones used by ordinary weapons. The formation that Zhao Hai used to send out sword qi was also a support formation. Moreover, it accounted for a large portion of the sword qi. Wanxiang knew that it was impossible for him to be Zhao Hai's opponent. He was a very tactful person. He wouldn't risk his life just to save face. Therefore, he turned around and ran. Just as he turned around, he felt the hairs on his back stand up. Wanxiang knew that something was attacking him from behind. As a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, his body had a certain premonition of danger. Therefore, he had this feeling. Wanxiang didn't even turn his head. He waved the sword in his hand behind him. Sword qi shot out behind him. At the same time, he stole a glance behind him. Seeing this, Wanxiang couldn't help but stare blankly. Wanxiang had assumed that the thing flying towards him was a magic spell. Unexpectedly, what was flying towards him wasn't a magic spell, but a sword energy, an incomparably solid sword energy. Wanxiang checked, But the sword chi had already broken through the 3 sword chis he had sent out and was flying straight towards him. Xiang was shocked. Out of instinct, he put his sword behind his back to protect himself. Dang! The sound of 2 swords colliding came from Xiang's sword. Then, Xiang's figure rushed forward. This was definitely not because he wanted to accelerate, but because he was shocked by the huge power of the sword chi and flew straight forward. Xiang felt his blood and chi churning. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. However, he immediately operated his internal energy to suppress his blood and chi, and flew straight ahead. Xiang had already decided that he must fly to a safe place as soon as possible. The further away he was from Zhao Hai, the better. Then he would find a place to hide for 3 days. After that, he would tell the family that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. Perhaps he would be rewarded by the family. Any force would attach great importance to intelligence. This was especially true when a genius appeared in a family. The family would pay more attention to the situation of the genius. If you can get information about the genius, then the family would generally reward you. Zhao Hai could be considered a genius. He ascended to the machine field for a few months and he was already a 4th-rank mage. If one were to say that he wasn't a genius, then nobody would believe it. And now, Xiang discovered that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. His martial skills weren't any worse than his magic. This information was very important for the Shui family. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to let him go. Zhao Hai wanted to use Xiang to test his martial skills. Now, it seemed that he was doing well. Zhao Hai had the same idea as Xiang. If he let Xiang go, then the entire machine field would know that he was a dual cultivator. This wasn't a good thing. There weren't many people who knew that he was a dual cultivator. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of Xiang. Then he sent out a punch. He didn't use liquid silver as a weapon. Instead, he used the body tempering fist. The body forging fist could be used as a set of offensive fist techniques. Only when the stellar body forging technique was used would it have the effect of forging the body. If it was just a fist technique, then it would be an ordinary set of offensive fist techniques. The body tempering fist's attack was different from battle chi. The body tempering fist's attack had its own set of methods. This set of methods was much more complex than battle chi. This method of operation went through the meridians of the body several times. From one acupoint to another, these acupoints weren't directly connected. Instead, they formed a small turning cycle. During this process, the body tempering fist chi would be used to achieve the strongest effect. In the machine field, using weapons to enhance one's strength could be considered as borrowing external force. The body tempering fist's method of operation was to enhance one's strength within the body. Then through the meridians of the hand, the body tempering fist chi would be sent out to injure the enemy in one fell swoop. When Xiang saw Zhao Hai appear in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. With his eyesight as a 3rd-rank warrior, he actually couldn't see how Zhao Hai appeared. At this moment, Xiang saw Zhao Hai's fist coming towards him. Xiang stared. In the machine field, warriors rarely used their fists to attack. Even those who were good at using their fists would wear gloves when fighting. But Zhao Hai's fist actually came towards him. This made Xiang feel very surprised. Zhao Hai's attack seemed like a joke to Xiang. This was because he only saw Zhao Hai's fist, but he didn't feel any chi from it. Just as Xiang was about to speak, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful chi pressing down on him. This chi wasn't as sharp as sword chi, but it was as strong as a mountain. It was as deep as the sea. As it pressed down on him, Xiang felt that it was difficult to breathe. Xiang was startled. He gathered all of his battle chi and poured it into the sword in his hand. Then he waved his sword, sending a huge sword chi towards Zhao Hai's chi. The sword chi was like a knife splitting water. It split Zhao Hai's chi in half. But before Xiang could relax, Zhao Hai's chi condensed again and rushed towards Xiang from all directions. This time, the speed was faster and fiercer. Xiang discovered that he made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have used a sword to split the sea. His sword chi couldn't completely break Zhao Hai's chi. Xiang immediately gathered the remaining battle chi in his body to make a final resistance. Unfortunately, he found that he was like a fly caught in a spider's web. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Zhao Hai's qi. This qi was like the waves of the sea, wave after wave rushed towards him, he simply had no way to resist. Finally, his doqi shield couldn't hold on any longer, and with a bang, it shattered, and the qi rushed into his body. Wanxiang instantly felt that his flesh, blood, bones and meridians were completely torn apart by this qi, and after a burst of pain, he finally lost consciousness. Zhao Hai looked at Wanxiang, who was lying on the sand like a pile of mud. He let out a long breath. This was the first time he used the body-tempering fist against an enemy. He didn't think that the qi from the body-tempering fist would be this tyrannical. It actually shattered Wanxiang's flesh and bones. It can be said that although Wanxiang's skin was still fine, everything inside his body had been shattered and turned into blood. Zhao Hai sighed. He waved his hand and received Wanxiang's sword and storage ring. Although Wanxiang was still wearing a chain armor, it had already been shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. It couldn't be used anymore. Then Zhao Hai used earth element magic to bury Wanxiang. He decided to use the body-tempering fist less in the future. This fist technique was too tyrannical. After killing someone, he couldn't even turn them into undead. It was too wasteful. After dealing with Wanxiang's body, Zhao Hai looked at Wanxiang's storage ring. What he saw aroused Zhao Hai's interest. This was because Wanxiang's storage ring was like the storage equipment of the cultivation realm. It had a spiritual seal on it. Storage equipment with spiritual seals were very rare in the machine field. Could there be something good inside? While thinking about this, Zhao Hai took out a handful of ancient sand and wiped it on the storage ring. Suddenly, black smoke came out of the storage ring before the spiritual seal on it disappeared. Zhao used his spiritual force to check Wanxiang's storage ring. He couldn't help but be surprised. Inside Wanxiang's storage ring, there were a variety of potions. Some of these potions were for restoring battle qi, some were antidotes, and some were for treating injuries. In any case, they were all necessities for traveling. Wanxiang had a lot of them. Besides the potions, there were also several pieces of equipment. There were weapons and armor, but none of them caught Zhao Hai's eye. Finally, there was one thing that attracted Zhao Hai's attention. It was a jade slip. It looked old and didn't have any energy fluctuations on it. But this thing attracted Zhao Hai's attention. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if it was an ordinary jade slip, then Wanxiang wouldn't have sent it to the space. Moreover, in the machine field, jade slips were rare items that rarely appeared. Jade slips were generally used to record important information in the cultivation realm. They were rarely used in the machine field. This was because the people in the machine field didn't know how to make jade slips. It must be said that jade slips were very convenient to use. As long as you use your spiritual force, you can check the contents. It was much more convenient than reading a book. Zhao Hai took out the jade slip. Then he flipped his hand and threw it into the space. Then he used his spiritual force to check the contents of the jade slip. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a spiritual seal on the jade slip. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised this time. Most of the things in the cultivation realm had spiritual seals. This was especially true for important things. If you forcefully break the seal, then you would destroy the item and turn it into scrap. Because of this, Zhao Hai became more interested after discovering the spiritual seal. He immediately took out the ancient sand and wiped it on the jade slip. Bursts of black smoke rose from the jade slip. However, the spiritual seal on the jade slip didn't disappear. This made Zhao Hai even more interested. The stronger the spiritual seal on the jade slip, the more precious the contents were. Zhao Hai couldn't wait to see what was recorded in the jade slip. While wiping the jade slip, Zhao Hai discovered that although the ancient sand could break the spiritual seal, it wasn't without consumption. The bursts of black smoke didn't only dissipate his spiritual force, but also the ancient sand in his hand. When the ancient sand in Zhao Hai's hand disappeared, the black smoke on the jade slip also disappeared. At the same time, a layer of lustrous light appeared on the jade slip. It looked very beautiful. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that the seal had been broken. He immediately sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. Just as his spiritual force entered the jade slip, he felt an explosion in his head. Then he discovered that his spiritual force was blocked by the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was blocked by the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what was going on. The 5 elements killing formation blocked all spiritual force that entered his mind. The contents of the jade slip were also spiritual force. Naturally, it would be blocked by the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai immediately removed the 5 elements killing formation. Then he sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. A paragraph of text appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. When Zhao Hai saw the text, he couldn't help but stare. At the very beginning of the text was written, Astral Qi, Evil Qi, Art. Heaven and earth have righteous Qi, evil Qi, and astral Qi. When Qi and divine Qi combine, one's mind will belong to. Zhao Hai stared at the text. He finally understood what was recorded in the jade slip. The jade slip contained a method to condense astral Qi or evil Qi into one's own Qi. At the end, Zhao Hai also found a method to use astral Qi or evil Qi to nourish one's own life source treasure. This was very important. In the cultivation world, there were not only ordinary magic weapons, but also magic weapons that had been refined by evil spirit or gang Qi. These magic weapons were generally people's natal magic weapons. Magic weapons that had been refined by evil spirit or gang Qi were much stronger than ordinary magic weapons in terms of attack power and defense power. It can be said that this method was exactly what Zhao Fei needed. Whether it was in the yellow sand beast planet or the space, astral Qi wouldn't stop flowing. If astral Qi was used to temper one's body, it would make one's body tougher. If astral Qi was added to one's own Qi, it would make one's Qi more aggressive. If astral Qi was added to one's own Qi, then the grade of the Qi would increase. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this method. Therefore, he wanted to obtain this method so that he could fully utilize the space's astral Qi. Zhao Hai thought that he would have to go to the cultivation realm and snatch such a method. He didn't think that such a method would be delivered to his doorstep. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the method. This method wasn't very complicated. Using the acupoints on one's body, one would introduce astral Qi into one's body. Then one would use one's own Qi to dissolve the astral Qi into one's body, turning the Qi into astral Qi. However, this process was very painful. It was precisely because this pain was unbearable that a lot of people who wanted to refine astral Qi or evil Qi into their body failed. In the end, they died due to Qi deviation. However, this matter didn't affect Zhao Hai. This was because when he was refining the stellar body forging technique, he already knew what it felt like. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care about refining astral Qi into his body. After looking at the astral Qi condensation technique, Zhao Hai didn't decide to practice it immediately. This was because this method was very dangerous. If someone were to suddenly disturb him while he was practicing, it wouldn't be good. However, although he couldn't use the astral Qi condensation technique to refine his own Qi, he could use it to refine his weapons. Zhao Hai's weapon was liquid silver. Strictly speaking, liquid silver was also a weapon. Zhao Hai could use astral Qi to refine liquid silver. This way, liquid silver's attack power would be even stronger. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately sat down and took out liquid silver. Then he used his spiritual force to refine liquid silver with the surrounding astral Qi. As soon as Zhao Hai's spiritual force came into contact with the astral Qi, he felt an incomparably powerful Qi rushing towards his spiritual force. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was immediately crushed by this Qi. However, Zhao Hai didn't suffer too much damage. After all, he was already mentally prepared. Although he felt a pain in his head, this pain wasn't unbearable. Zhao Hai calmed down and then used his spiritual force to guide the astral Qi. However, the result was the same. Zhao Hai slowly learned from his failures. What he didn't notice was that his spiritual force had also become more solid. If his spiritual force was like a thread before, then his current spiritual force was like a steel wire. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao finally channeled a trace of astral Qi into the liquid silver. The liquid silver suddenly emitted bursts of lustrous light, and then a prompt came from the space. Developed negative energy is tempering the host's magic staff. The space has determined that this tempering is beneficial to the host, and will not eliminate it. At the same time, the process of the host using spiritual force to guide the negative energy will be replaced by the space guiding the negative energy. After the prompt was heard, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't need to guide the astral qi around him as it entered liquid silver on its own. Moreover, the effect was even better than using spiritual force to guide it. Zhao Hai was also happy and relaxed. He sat there and slowly restored his spiritual force. After restoring his spiritual force, Zhao Hai discovered that his spiritual force capacity seemed to have increased a lot compared to before. Moreover, his spiritual force had also become more solid. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It wasn't until his spiritual force was fully restored that Zhao discovered that his spiritual force seemed to have increased. Originally, if he only used his spiritual force and didn't use any magic formations, then he could use up to 1,000 stacked magic formations. But now, he could easily use up to 3,000 stacked magic formations. Even if he used the 5 virtues formation, it wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. If he used auxiliary formations, then he could easily use 10,000 stacked formations. And this was under the condition that he didn't use liquid silver. If he used liquid silver, then Zhao Hai would be able to use 30,000 stacked formations. His strength had increased by more than one level. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He had been worrying about his body getting stronger, but his spiritual force cultivation had been very slow. Now, it seems like his spiritual force cultivation speed has increased. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. After restoring his spiritual force, Zhao Hai looked at the time. It has been almost a day since he entered Yellow Zen Beast Star. This made Zhao Hai surprised. In a day's time, he actually only met one Xiang alone. Wasn't this a little unreasonable? One must know that there were more than 100,000 people participating in the elimination round. Moreover, the area they entered wasn't very big. It was very easy for 2 people to meet each other. But now that a day has passed, Zhao Hai only met one Xiang. This wasn't right. At this time, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, when you were cultivating, there were more than 50 spiritual forces that swept your body. However, they weren't dangerous, so I didn't wake you up." When Zhao Hai heard Kai he finally understood what happened. He immediately said, "You said more than 50 spiritual forces? Who are they?" Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a list flashed in Zhao Hai's mind. There were more than 50 people on the list. Each person had a detailed record of how long they had been observing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the list and said, "Good. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. If they do, then you don't have to be polite." Kai nodded and said, "Young master doesn't need to worry. We're already prepared. If they dare to make a move, then I, Ma Rang, will immediately release the undead you made in Titan Star and the Rainbow Meteorite Belt." Zhao Hai nodded, then he laughed and said, "You're right. If they really do make a move, then you can use the undead to destroy them." The undead that were made in Titan Star and the Rainbow Meteorite Belt were still in their original fighting strength. In other words, there were a lot of 4th and 5th ranks among the undead. If someone really dares to attack Zhao Hai, then these undead would be enough to destroy them. At this time, Laura said, "Brother Hai, don't you want to go to other places?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not easy to participate in the elimination round. Even if I don't encounter other beasts, I'll still encounter other participants. When that time comes, I'll give them a chance. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke me, then I won't make a move on them." Laura thought for a moment and said, "That's good. In this case, it would be good if we meet other contestants. If we meet a strong monster beast, then we can only run. There's no need to give up our peaceful days and let the monster beasts chase after us. We'll just wait here for a few days." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I'm thinking. If we don't expose our strength, then it would be impossible for us to capture those beasts. But once we expose our strength, then our future days would be even more difficult. Don't forget, the people from the machine formation planet are still in outer space. Nobody can guarantee that they aren't monitoring us. If they do, then as long as we expose our strength, then they would know about it. Then we would be in even more trouble in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, the machine formation planet is still in outer space." Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, you're very thoughtful. Brother Hai, how about you build a sandhouse? When the time comes, we'll go out and accompany you. Hearing what Laura said, Zhao smiled bitterly and said, forget it. If we do it now, it will certainly attract their attention. Let's do it like this. Laura smiled and said, all right, then let's do it like this. But Brother Hai, do you want to take out a sun umbrella and a lounge chair so that you can sit comfortably? Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he said, all right, that's a good idea. I'll take out a sun umbrella and a lounge chair. Right, give me a glass of frozen fruit juice. I'll treat this place as a vacation. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Zhao Hai's things were prepared. Zhao Hai comfortably reclined on the lounge chair and drank the frozen fruit juice. It was simply more relaxing than a vacation. During this process, several spiritual forces swept towards Zhao Hai. However, they didn't come over. It was clear that they knew that they weren't Zhao Hai's opponent, so they didn't make a move. The day passed quickly, and when night came, Zhao didn't enter the Space's city. Instead, he laid down on a recliner and fell asleep. At this time, a subtle sound was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai opened his eyes. This was because he noticed that 9 li away, a group of huge spiders were rushing towards him. This group of spiders was very large, each one was more than 5 meters long. They had 8 spear-like legs that were covered in fine hair. Just looking at them would make people feel scared. There were more than 40 spiders in this group, some were big and some were small. It seems like they were a family. Zhao Hai stood up. He knew that these spiders were able to pass through the sandworm's bait because the sandworm was already full. With the sandworm's habits, as long as it was full, it wouldn't come out to hunt for a long time. This was the reason why these spiders were placed here without worry. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these spiders. Let them come, he can just take them to the space. This way, the space would have more creatures. Soon, the spiders were not far away from Zhao. Zhao used a 3,000 stacked magic formation to stop the spiders from making a ruckus. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used a 3,000 superimposed magic formation in a battle. To be honest, the 3,000 superimposed magic formation was very strong. It was strong beyond his imagination. Zhao Hai noticed that the strength of these spiders was around 4th rank. In this case, the 3,000 superimposed magic formation was able to easily take them down. This wasn't easy. Naturally, Zhao Hai believed that other people's 3,000 superimposed magic formation wouldn't be able to do this. One must know that his 3,000 superimposed magic formation also included a large number of auxiliary magic formations. The magic formations that Zhao had were divided into 5 categories. The first category was defensive magic formations, which were mainly used for defense. The second category was offensive magic formations, which were very powerful. As long as you were hit by these formations, you would either die or be injured. The third category was trapping magic formations, which were also offensive magic formations, but they weren't meant to kill the enemy. The fourth category was auxiliary magic formations, which couldn't be used in battle, but could only be used on mecha or battleships. The fifth category was weapon magic formations, which could be used on weapons. They could also be used on defensive equipment, but Zhao didn't want to use them right away. The fourth category was auxiliary magic formations, which couldn't be used in battle. They could only be used on mecha or battleships. The fifth category was weapon magic formations, which could be used on weapons. They could also be used on defensive equipment, but right now Zhao didn't want to use them right away. These 5 types of formations included almost all aspects of the machine field. Moreover, they were gradually being perfected. However, this process would take a long time. After taking the spiders into the space didn't have much of a reaction. However, the answer it gave was that they were genetically mutated spiders that were contaminated by negative energy. Although the space didn't level up, the strength of these spiders wasn't weak. The prerequisite was to keep them in this state. The space's prompt gave Zhao Hai the answer. If the spiders were to live in the space's environment, then they would slowly turn into ordinary beasts. Although they would be stronger than ordinary beasts, compared to the original astral wind spiders, they would still fall short. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of degradation. Because the environment was good, animals didn't have to fight against nature. Therefore, they would slowly degenerate. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Although the living environment of the hellspace was very bad, it was completely different compared to Yellow Xianxia. Therefore, if he wanted the spiders and the other beasts of Yellow Xianxia to maintain their strength, then he wouldn't be able to change their living environment. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately ordered Kai to transform an ordinary space inside the space into something similar to the one in Yellow Xian planet. This way, he could use it later. Changing the space this time didn't cost Zhao Hai too much. This was because the space already gave him a hint that Zhao Hai could create an environment similar to Yellow Xian planet's background. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't even need to spend money like the previous times. This time, Zhao Hai didn't even need to spend any money. Naturally, the space's Yellow Xian border was different from Yellow Xianxia. At the very least, the beasts in Yellow Xianxia weren't that many in the yellow sand border. As for the plants, there was almost no need for Zhao Hai to perfect the environment. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time to perfect the yellow sand border. In any case, Yellow Xianxia had already been absorbed into the space. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It must be said that the space has the ability to improve genes. As long as Zhao Hai improves the genes of some ordinary plants, then they would be able to survive in the yellow sand border. Then it wouldn't matter if he absorbed the plants in Yellow Xianxia or not. After instructing Kai, Zhao Hai didn't plan on leaving. He was still lying on the lounge chair with a parasol on his head. Since it was already dark, Zhao Hai could only sleep. Just as he laid down, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, someone is coming. It's a death warrior. He's hiding himself very well. He's only about 5 li away from you. Looking at his strength, he should be around 3rd rank." Zhao froze for a moment. He really didn't think that the night would be so lively. First it was the spider, and now it was a death warrior. Although he heard Kai's reminder, Zhao Hai still didn't move. Zhao Hai believed that the death warrior had already discovered him. He wanted to see what the death warrior would do. Before long, the death warrior was only about 2 li away from Zhao Hai. He stopped and carefully looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai seemed to be asleep. He was lying motionless on the lounge chair. The death warrior couldn't make up his mind. The wind was still blowing in Yellow Xianxia. It was the first time that he saw someone sleeping in such a state. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't the first person that the death warrior encountered on Yellow Xian planet. He had also encountered several participants before, but all of them seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Their bodies were covered with a layer of magic shield, a layer of battle chi shield, or defensive magic equipment. In short, everyone was very careful. They were wary of the other participants, and at the same time, they were also wary of the beasts on Yellow Xian planet. None of them were able to sleep, and Zhao Hai was probably the only one on Yellow Xian planet who was in such a state. It was precisely because of this that the death warrior couldn't make up his mind. If Zhao Hai was like the other participants, then he would have already made a move. However, Zhao Hai wasn't. This made the death warrior not know what to do for a while. The death warrior was about 2 li away from Zhao Hai. He had been there for more than an hour. During this time, Zhao Hai was still lying on the lounge chair, pretending to be asleep. He would even turn over from time to time, making it seem as if he was really asleep. When it comes to pretending to be asleep, Zhao Hai had to admit that he was second in this world. He had been practicing this technique since he was on Earth. He had already reached the point of perfection. He could pretend to be asleep for a few hours, making it impossible for people to see through him. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai would use when he was on Earth. In fact, he was only practicing this kind of thing because he was bored. But now, it just so happened that he could use it. The death warrior had been observing Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to be really asleep. This made his heart move. Just like Wan Xiang, he thought that the reason why Zhao Hai wasn't affected by the astral winds in Yellow Xian planet was because of some kind of treasure. And it was precisely this treasure that made the death warrior's heart move. Because Yellow Xian planet was currently in the astral winds season, everyone who came to participate in the competition had to stay in the astral winds for 3 days. These 3 days weren't easy to pass. The 4th ranks were a bit better, but the third ranks wouldn't be able to fight. The mana in their bodies could only be used to maintain their shields. Even if they drank a magic potion, it would still have a huge impact on their fighting strength. However, if they could be like Zhao Hai and not be affected by the astral winds, then they would be able to relax a lot. At the very least, they wouldn't have to maintain their shields all the time. This way, they would be able to maintain their best condition at all times. They wouldn't be eliminated. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Since ancient times, people have died because of greed. And this death warrior was no exception. After he discovered that Zhao Hai was really asleep, he began to move. He took out his rapier and slowly approached Zhao Hai. Perhaps this was the habit of assassins. When assassins kill, they would always want to kill in one blow. Because of this, they would generally stick close to their enemies. This habit didn't change even in the machine field. The death warrior was like this as he slowly approached Zhao Hai. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to approach Zhao Hai like he did in the lower realms. Because of this, he stopped when he was about 1 li away from Zhao Hai. Then he swung his rapier forward and a dark sword chi flew towards Zhao Hai's back. If this attack hit, then Zhao Hai's heart would certainly be crushed. But at this time, a sigh was heard. Upon hearing this sigh, the hair on the death warrior's body stood up. He stared at Zhao Hai as he tightened his grip on his rapier. But what happened next made the death warrior feel strange. The sword chi went straight towards Zhao Hai's back. The death warrior was happy, but then he was stunned. The sword chi pierced Zhao Hai's back, but it only issued a dang sound before it disappeared. It didn't have any effect. Zhao slowly sat up from the recliner and turned to look at the assassin. I gave you a chance, but you still attacked me. I really didn't want to attack you, but since you attacked me, you will have to bear the consequences. The assassin looked at Zhao Hai and said, I've already given you a chance, but you still attacked me. The death warrior didn't make a sound, he just stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the death warrior and smiled faintly, not bad, you look like a qualified death warrior. But the most important thing for a death warrior is to be calm. You need to understand that you can't kill your target. If the target is too strong, then even if the target is important, you still can't make a move. Unfortunately, you're not good enough. But it doesn't matter, I believe that you'll learn in the future. The death warrior didn't relax because of Zhao Hai's words. He was still staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. Then his figure disappeared from the chair. The death warrior's eyes couldn't help but shrink. His body moved and immediately dodged to the side. But just as he dodged, a figure suddenly appeared at the place where he was standing. This figure was holding a large sword. The sword was raised, but the death warrior didn't expect this. By the time the death warrior discovered the sword, it was already too late. It was too late for him to change his move. The sword pierced through his heart, just like how he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. The death warrior turned his head to look at the owner of the sword. But what he saw was a dark green skeleton. I actually died in the hands of a skeleton. With a trace of unwillingness and the last thought in his life, this death warrior left this world forever. Zhao Hai looked at the death warrior. Then he waved his hand and threw him into the space, turning him into an undead. Zhao Hai had already investigated this death warrior. He was a contestant from a great clan. However, he wasn't very important to his clan. He didn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Even if his clan knew that Zhao Hai killed him, they wouldn't say anything. After all, this was a cruel elimination round. What's so great about a person dying? Moreover, the one who died was an outer sect disciple. In the eyes of the great clans, outer sect disciples were only tools used by the clan to compete for benefits. If they died, then they died. They weren't worthy of their attention. After dealing with the death warrior, Zhao Hai once again laid down on the chair. This time, there was nothing to disturb him. He slept until dawn. After dawn, Zhao Hai ate a bit of Meg's breakfast. Then he sat down on the chair and basked in the sun. He knew that the first day was over. In 2 days, the elimination round would be over and he would be able to leave this place. While drinking Bingzhen's juice, Zhao Hai looked at the yellow sand dancing in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the universe. There was a planet like the yellow sand beast star in the middle of the universe. And on such a planet, there were actually so many living things. This was a miracle of the universe. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a very violent aura coming towards him. Although the person hadn't entered the range of Zhao Hai's spiritual force, the aura was like that of a bear. It was enough to let Zhao Hai know who it was. Raging bear force, only raging bear force could have this kind of momentum. Although Zhao Hai hadn't met Xianxia yet, he had seen Xianxia fight. Xianxia's berserk momentum was still fresh in Zhao Hai's mind. Raging bear force was just like his name. Once the battle started, he would turn into a wild beast, a berserk beast. Therefore, any enemy in front of him would be torn to pieces by him. Xianxia's weapons were 2 sledgehammers. Moreover, the sledgehammers were connected by iron chains. The sledgehammers weren't stored in the space, they were just hanging on his waist. Zhao Hai thought that this person was the most threatening expert, and this wasn't just nonsense. This guy's fighting strength was super strong. Zhao Hai even thought that if they really went all out, Streep wouldn't necessarily be able to win against Xianxia. Generally, a mage's body had always been their weak point. If 2 evenly matched opponents were to go all out, then the body would play a big role. Xianxia rushed towards Zhao Hai and quickly entered the range of his spiritual force. Xianxia was still wearing his armor, his sledgehammers were hanging on his waist. His expression looked very leisurely. However, it was clear that spiritual force wasn't Xianxia's specialty. Therefore, he still hadn't discovered Zhao Hai. Slowly, the distance between the two was only 5 li. Xianxia suddenly stopped. Zhao Hai knew that Xianxia had discovered him. Zhao Hai still sat there without moving. He wanted to see Xianxia's reaction. Xianxia only stopped for a moment before he continued to fly forward. His speed was very fast. Zhao Hai didn't care, he was still sitting there. Before long, Xianxia arrived less than 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Although they couldn't see each other due to the sandstorm, both of them knew that the other was watching them. After all, with their strength, spiritual force was no different than their eyes. Xianxia didn't speak, he just stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly smiled and said, "Xianxia, come, sit down and have a drink." Then Zhao Hai took out a recliner from the space. Xianxia stared blankly at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed. His figure flashed and appeared beside Zhao Hai. He sat down on the recliner and said, "Interesting, Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you were such an interesting person. Why are you carrying these things? If I didn't know, I would have thought that you were on a beach." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I heard that we're going to Yellow Zen Planet for the elimination round, so I prepared these things. There's no rule that states that we have to kill each other. There's also no rule that states that we can't advance if we don't kill each other. Why would I bother to do that? Isn't lying here for 3 days good enough?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Yes, you're right. This time, there's no rule that states that we must kill each other. 3 days like this is pretty good. Ha 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 ha, but you have to be careful. I heard that Zhuchen is looking for trouble everywhere." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Meteor Zhuchen? That's possible. He's an earth mage, and although astral winds are everywhere in Yellow Zen Planet, because there's a lot of yellow sand, the earth element is very dense. If he fights here, he can display 120% of his fighting strength. He wants to use these few days to clean up more opponents." "Why? Did he look for you?" Xianxia snorted and said, "If he dared to look for me, then he would have already withdrawn. I heard that a lot of third ranks have fallen under his hands. This guy is very ruthless. Almost all of the people that he looks for have died." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, interesting. Hee, I hope that he doesn't look for trouble with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would withdraw from the competition." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai. His understanding of Zhuchen was much deeper than Zhao Hai's understanding of Zhuchen. Although Zhuchen was ranked among the 10 great experts, his strength wasn't weak at all. In fact, all of the 10 great experts had a weak opponent. They had gained their fame through battles. Actually, Zhuchen could be said to be one of the more difficult ones to deal with. This was because his defense was abnormal. This Zhuchen seems to have a preference for defense. He has several defensive magic formations on his body. In addition, he cultivates earth magic, which has a relatively strong defensive power. Therefore, Zhu Chen can be said to be the one with the strongest defense among the top 10 experts. Naturally, you shouldn't think that he wouldn't attack just because of his strong defense. That was impossible. Zhu Chen's offensive ability was equally amazing. However, compared to his defensive ability, his offensive ability was a lot worse. Because of this, people would only pay attention to his defense. Generally, people who were good at defense were people who had long meridians. Such people were like a turtle shell, very difficult to break. Because of this, most people wouldn't want to fight against such people. Although Xiong Li's words were very imposing, he was very clear that if he changed his environment, then he would be able to deal with Zhu Chen. However, he had to be careful in Yellow Zen Planet. Yellow Zen Planet's situation was special. The astral winds were fierce, and the earth element energy was dense. Xiong Li's fighting strength was only around 80% of his peak. Although Zhu Chen was also affected, because he majored in earth element magic, his strength was still strengthened. Therefore, Zhu Chen could still display 100% of his strength. Using 80% of his strength to deal with 100% of his opponent's strength, even if Xiong Li was very confident in himself, he still couldn't guarantee that he would win. However, Zhao Hai said that if Zhu Chen wanted to deal with him, then he would eliminate Zhu Chen. Naturally, he would have to defeat Zhu Chen. Moreover, he was very confident in his words. This made Xiong Li even more curious about Zhao Hai. Although Xiong Li's character was violent, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. This was also the reason why he didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai. But at the same time, Xiong Li had some misgivings about Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai's information was the least among the contestants, it could still be seen that Zhao Hai wasn't weak. Xiong Li wasn't an idiot to think that Zhao Hai's results were obtained by cheating. This was because Xiong Li knew that in the machine field, no family would joke about the six-change competition. This was because it was directly related to the family's interests. In the competition, the better the results, the more benefits the family would receive. Even the three giants would be tempted by such benefits, let alone the Ashley family. Zhao Hai was the most important person in the Ashley family. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai had real skills. Because of this, Xiong Li didn't underestimate Zhao Hai just because he ascended. Because of this, when he saw Zhao Hai sitting here, he didn't make a move. Instead, he sat down and drank juice with Zhao Hai. Although he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't weak, Xiong Li didn't know how strong he was. After all, Zhao Hai would be his competitor in the future. Because of this, Xiong Li wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai was. However, Xiong Li didn't want to take the initiative to attack Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai might misunderstand. One must know that this was Yellow Zen Planet. They were still participating in the elimination round. Xiong Li and Zhao Hai didn't have any relationship. If Xiong Li suddenly attacked Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might misunderstand. If the two really fought, then it wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai was strong, but Xiong Li wasn't weak either. If the two of them fought, then both of them would suffer. This wasn't what Xiong Li wanted to see. If he was really injured, then he wouldn't even have the opportunity to resist. Therefore, he might as well make friends with Zhao Hai and safely pass the 3 days. As long as he can get on the stage, Xiong Li believed that with his ability, obtaining a good result wouldn't be a problem. Although Xiong Li had a rough appearance and a violent temper, he was very clear about his situation. Although he was called one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation, Xiong Li knew that he couldn't be regarded as a core member of the Wu clan. If he wanted to become a core member of the Wu clan, then he must obtain a good result in the competition. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xiong Li didn't attack Zhao Hai. Xiong Li didn't respond to Zhao Hai's words. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "You've been staying here since you arrived at Yellow Zen Planet? Why didn't anyone come? Didn't you encounter any beasts?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "How could I not? When I first arrived here, I encountered a yellow sandworm. This thing is really difficult to deal with. I threw a spell at it and it actually ate it. Fortunately, after eating the spell, it retreated. Last night, I encountered a few spiders, but I killed them all." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "How could I not? I encountered a yellow sandworm as soon as I arrived here. Although Zhao Hai spoke calmly, Xiongli understood that the yellow sandworms and the astral wind spiders weren't easy to deal with. When Zhao Hai said that he didn't deal with the yellow sandworms, Xiongli believed him. Yellow sandworms were very difficult to kill. Moreover, Zhao Hai also brought 2 people with him. Zhao Hai said that he sent them away. But if he sent them away, then it would be hard to say whether he killed them or defeated them. However, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like the chances of him killing them were higher. When Xiongli heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Yellow sandworms and astral wind spiders weren't easy to deal with, but Zhao Hai was able to deal with them easily. This was enough to prove his strength. Most importantly, the way he dealt with the 2 people who came was to directly kill them. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. Even if he didn't kill, he still killed a lot of people in the past. People who don't take killing seriously were the most dangerous. A person's combat strength wasn't just dependent on their level, their combat experience was also very important. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, one could see that he had a lot of combat experience. Such a person shouldn't be provoked. Xiong mind raced, he had already classified Zhao Hai as someone that he couldn't easily provoke. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he was still sitting there, drinking his fruit and chatting with Xiongli from time to time. Xiongli also discovered that Zhao Hai didn't have any malice towards him, so he slowly relaxed. The 2 of them reclined on the rocking chair and chatted, they didn't feel bored. Xiongli didn't expect that the more he talked, the more he got along. Although Xiongli had a violent temper and was somewhat scheming, he wasn't a bad person. He didn't have the heart to harm others, he was very similar to Zhao Hai's temperament. Unconsciously, the 2 of them began to feel a sense of mutual appreciation. While the 2 were chatting, some spiritual force swept over them. However, it was only for a moment before it shifted to another place. Naturally, when these people discovered that Xiongli and Zhao Hai were sitting there, nobody dared to make a sound. These 2 weren't easy to provoke, not to mention the 2 of them were sitting there talking and laughing. Naturally, other people didn't dare to come over. Time flew by, a day passed in a blink of an eye. In the evening, Zhao Hai took out some food and wine from the space and sat down with Xiongli to drink for a while. They drank until the middle of the night before the 2 of them lay down on the rocking chair and fell asleep. While the 2 were drinking, several spiritual force swept over them. When these people saw the 2 of them, they naturally didn't dare to come over and stayed far away. Not long after the 2 of them laid down, a roar was heard. The 2 of them sat up and vigilantly looked towards the direction of the roar. Before long, a group of creatures entered Zhao Hai's line of sight. They were a group of orangutan-like beasts, but their heads were actually wolf heads. They were tall and looked very majestic. When Zhao Hai saw these beasts, he immediately knew what they were. These were the famous beasts of Yellow Star, they were called Aardwolf apes. The Aardwolf ape was an earth-type demon beast. It had extraordinary strength and astonishing defensive power. Although it couldn't fly, the sand that was swept up by the astral winds could become its weapon. It was one of the more difficult demon beasts to deal with on Yellow Star. Zhao Hai looked at these Aardwolf apes, then turned to Xiongli and said, "It's actually a group of Aardwolf apes, interesting. Hey, they seem to be chasing someone?" Zhao also found out that in front of the Aardwolf apes, there was a person running for his life. He wasn't flying, he was just running, and he was running slower and slower. Apparently, he had reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Zhao Hai paid attention to that person and discovered that he actually knew that person. That person didn't have a name, he was one of the members of the Ashley family who had come to participate in the knockout round. Zhao Hai slightly frowned. In the end, he decided to help him. No matter what, that person was still a member of the Ashley family. He couldn't just leave him to die. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned to Xiongli and said, "Brother Xiongli, there's a person in front of us who is being chased by Aardwolf apes. That person is a member of my Ashley family, I can't just ignore him. You sit here, I'll be right back." Then his figure disappeared. When Xiongli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. His spiritual force could only reach up to 3 li. But Zhao Hai's spiritual force was clearly much stronger than his. After all, Zhao Hai was a mage. However, Xiongli knew that his spiritual force wasn't much worse than an average mage. In other words, an average 4th rank mage would have spiritual force similar to Xiongli. They would only be able to reach up to 5 li. But Zhao Hai's spiritual force was clearly much stronger than most 4th rank mages. Through this small matter, Xiongli knew that Zhao Hai was indeed worthy of being called a genius. He was indeed much stronger than an average mage. However, Xiongli didn't intend to go over. He sat down and let out a long breath. He muttered, "It seems that the winner of this qualifier is still unknown." Actually, before meeting Zhao Hai, Xiongli still had some confidence in his own strength. But after meeting Zhao Hai, Xiongli's confidence was shaken. This was because Xiongli discovered that Zhao Hai's strength was like a pool of water. He couldn't see the depth of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. He paid attention and found that Xiongli wasn't in front of him. Only then did he feel relieved. His figure moved and appeared beside that person. Zhao Hai saw that this person was from the Li battalion. The person also noticed Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but be happy as he said, "Zhao Hai, save me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You go ahead. I'll deal with these Ardwolf apes." The person nodded before he turned around and ran. Zhao Hai stood there and immediately cast a 5 formation spell. When the Ardwolf apes saw that Zhao Hai was attacking them, they immediately roared and attacked. Unfortunately, although these Ardwolf apes were difficult to deal with, they weren't high-level beasts in Yellow Zen Planet. They weren't a threat to Zhao Hai. In just a few rounds, they were caught by Zhao Hai and sent to the space. After the Ardwolf apes were sent to the space, Zhao Hai relaxed. He knew that the casualties of the people participating in the elimination round wouldn't be small. Yellow Zen Planet's beasts weren't weak. Additionally, the astral winds were everywhere. This was a test for the participants. However, Zhao Hai could also see that the people in the organizing committee had also thought of this point. This place seemed to be the territory of the sandworms. There weren't any powerful beasts here. Because of this, the organizing committee decided to have them participate in the elimination round. Moreover, the time limit was only 3 days. Because of this, the people participating in the elimination round would encounter some dangers and casualties, but they wouldn't be completely wiped out. Although Zhao Hai didn't like the way the organizing committee handled things, he didn't say anything. He wasn't qualified to say anything. Not to mention that Zhao Hai was only a person who ascended a few months ago. Even the Ashley family didn't have any say in this matter. Therefore, he could only endure. Zhao Hai sighed as he walked back. On the way back, he met the person who set up the camp. The person was obviously unable to run and was slowly walking forward. When he saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he quickly said, "Taoli of the establishing camp has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Thank you for saving my life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, we're all people of the Ashley family. There's no need to be polite. Let's go." Then after he said that, the person flew forward. Before long, they arrived at the table. Xiongli was still sitting there without moving. He was holding a jug of wine in his hand as he gently drank. When Taoli saw Xiongli, he couldn't help but be surprised. Naturally, he remembered Xiongli's background. Now that he saw Xiongli sitting there, it was hard for him not to be surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Taoli and knew what he was thinking. However, he didn't care, he just smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiongli, this is our Ashley family's establishing camp's Taoli. Taoli, this is Brother Xiongli. I think you should know him. Come, sit down and eat something." Although Taoli didn't understand what was going on, he still carefully gave Xiongli a salute. Then he sat on a chair that Zhao Hai took out and ate. To be honest, he was really hungry. He had been chased by the Ardwolf apes for the entire afternoon and night. If he didn't meet Zhao Hai, then he would have already turned into ape dung. Zhao Hai sat there and drank with Xiongli. As he drank, he said, "It's been 2 days. After tomorrow, we can go back. To be honest, I don't want to participate in the elimination round. This is because the competition is too unfair for us. Unfortunately, for the family, I have to participate. After tomorrow, Brother Xiongli and I will be opponents again. Hehe, it's really boring." Hearing Zhao Hai, Xiongli smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much about it. Ascended people like us can only rely on ourselves if we want to live a good life in the machine field. If we're matched up against each other, then we'll have a good fight." Xiongli smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much about it." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, let's have a good fight. Come, let's drink." The two picked up their glasses and drank in big mouthfuls. However, the taste of the wine was somewhat bitter. Since Tao Li was here, it was naturally impossible for him to leave. The three of them drank for a while before lying down to rest. This time, there was nothing to disturb them. The three of them slept until around noon the next day before waking up. After eating, the three sat down and chatted. At this point, Tao Li couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. Other people who came to Sand Planet would be trembling in fear and be very careful. But Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was drinking fruit juice and sitting on a deck chair, looking like a big boss. While the three were chatting, Zhao Hai discovered that two people had entered the 10 li radius around him. Zhao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force and frowned. This was because he knew these two people. One of them was a member of the Ashley family's ghost symbol camp while the other was Sun Fei, the fire holy emissary. Sun Fei was the person Zhao Hai was planning to deal with. Zhao Hai didn't expect him to be chasing after someone from the Ashley family. It seemed like Sun Fei was also instructed by the Ashley family. Zhao Hai turned around and said to Xiongli and Tao Li, "You too, someone else is here. I have to go and take a look. This time, it's someone from our Ashley family's ghost symbol camp, and he is being chased by Sun Fei. I have to go and ask him to come back. You guys sit here for a while." After saying that, he flew to the east. When Tao Li heard what Zhao Hai said, his expression changed. Then, he sighed and didn't say anything. Xiongli looked at Tao Li and said, "What? You're not going to help?" Tao Li smiled bitterly and said, "Help? With my strength, it's already good if I don't drag Zhao Hai down. What can I do? If I go, I will distract Zhao Hai. So, I'm not going." Xiongli looked at Tao Li and smiled. "It seems like the rumors about the conflict between the Ashley family and the Zhang family are true. If you aren't here, Sun Fei won't chase after the people of the Ashley family." Tao Li snorted and said, "The Zhang family, I want to see how long they can be arrogant. That Sun Fei is unlucky today. He actually encountered Zhao Hai. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin." Xiongli realized that Tao Li seemed to be very confident in Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "You seem to be very confident in Zhao Hai. Is he very strong?" Tao Li smiled faintly and said, "Of course we're confident. Zhao Hai's fame has already spread throughout the Ashley family's outer court. His strength is even stronger than some veteran fourth-rank experts. We're very confident in him." Xiongli nodded. He also knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Tao Li, so he didn't ask any more. However, his mood became even heavier. Xiongli originally thought that he would have a chance to win this time, but now it seems that this hope wasn't big. As for Zhao Hai, he dashed in front of Sun Fei and that person from the ghost symbol camp and shouted, "Stop." After he said that, he threw out a magic spell and blocked Sun Fei's magic. When that person from the ghost symbol camp saw that it was Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Zhao Hai, you are here. Great. This guy has already killed 3 people of the Ashley family. Now he is chasing after me and won't let me go. He also said that he will kill all the people of the Ashley family." Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Sun Fei. He lightly smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. Sun Fei, are you really going to kill all of us?" As soon as Sun Fei saw Zhao Hai, his expression froze. As a member of the Zhang family, there was no way that Sun Fei didn't know about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already listed as the most dangerous person in the Zhang family. Sun Fei really didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai here. However, after hearing what Zhao Hai said, Sun Fei still snorted and said, "That's right. As long as you are a member of the Ashley family, I will kill you if I see you." Zhao Hai looked at Sun Fei and didn't get angry. He only smiled and said, "Does our Ashley family have a grudge with Mr. Sun Fei? Why do you have to be so ruthless?" Sun Fei coldly snorted and said, "Offending our Zhang family is an irreconcilable grudge. Zhao Hai, don't waste your breath. It is my luck to meet you today. Prepare to die. After saying that, he was about to attack. Zhao quickly waved his hand and said, Mr. Sun, please wait. This is the knockout stage, but if you and I fight, it will be inevitable that there will be injuries. I'm not afraid to tell you that Xianxia is nearby. If the two of us are injured, it will only benefit Xianxia. I think we should leave this fight to the ring. Zhao shook his head. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Sun Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Then, his expression changed. He released his spirit energy and quickly noticed Xianxia, who was not far away. Sun Fei's expression changed. He turned around and looked at Zhao Hai and said, You are lucky today. Let's meet on the stage. After saying that, he turned around and flew away. Sun Fei wasn't stupid. When he saw that Xianxia was drinking juice with a member of the Ashley family, he knew that he couldn't attack Zhao Hai today. If Xianxia really took advantage of him, the Ashley family wouldn't let him go. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't attack Sun Fei was because he was guarding against Xianxia. Although he had a good chat with Xianxia, as Xianxia said, they were only outer disciples of the big families. If they wanted to change their living environment, they could only rely on themselves. Sun Fei wasn't an ordinary person. If he didn't reveal his true strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Sun Fei. With Xianxia watching from the side, how could Zhao Hai use his full strength to kill Sun Fei? Wouldn't that be the same as exposing himself? Therefore, Zhao Hai endured it and used Xianxia to scare Sun Fei away. Before participating in the Six Realms New Generation competition, Zhao Hai wouldn't expose his strength. It was good for him to keep a few more trump cards. This was the first time he used timed release, he didn't know if it would work. A day passed by in a blink of an eye. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had gathered with 4 people. Such strength couldn't be underestimated. Naturally, no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, there were no more magic beasts around. Zhao Hai and the others had a quiet day. The night was also very quiet. It seems like the magic beasts knew that they were leaving and didn't come out to cause trouble. Zhao Hai and the others rested for the night. The next morning, the group ate breakfast while counting the time. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others didn't immediately leave. Instead, they sat down and drank juice for a while. When noon arrived, Zhao Hai sighed and turned to Xianxia and said, Brother Xiong, it's almost time. We should go back. Being able to meet Brother Xiong in Yellow Zem Planet makes our trip worthwhile. Unfortunately, once we leave, we'll be rivals again. Xianxia laughed and said, Brother Zhao Hai, you're thinking too much. Once we leave, we'll be rivals. But don't forget, as long as we pass the 6 Realms beginner competition, we won't be rivals anymore. Our Wu family and the Ashley family don't have any enmity. In the future, we'll still be brothers. Hearing Xianxia, Zhao Hai also laughed and said, Brother Xiong is right. As long as we pass the 6 Realms beginner competition, we'll still be friends and brothers. Tao Li and the other 2 looked at Zhao Hai and Xianxia with envy. The 2 of them didn't say anything because they knew that they couldn't interrupt what Zhao Hai and Tao Li were talking about. They weren't qualified to talk about friendship with Xianxia and Zhao Hai. Who were Zhao Hai and Xianxia? They were talented geniuses, famous geniuses in the machine field. Although Xianxia ascended around the same time as them, Xianxia was no longer on the same level as them. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Xianxia nodded and said, That's right. Brother, it's getting late. Let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the tables and chairs. Then he led Tao Li and the others as they followed Xianxia out of Yellow Zem Planet. Flying out was much more difficult than flying in. Fortunately, their strength wasn't weak, so they easily flew out of the atmosphere. As soon as they left the atmosphere, they discovered that there were people coming out of the atmosphere and flying towards the spaceship. Zhao Hai greeted the others before flying towards the spaceship. After arriving at the ship immediately opened its decompression cabin. After Zhao Hai went inside, the pressure inside the decompression cabin slowly returned to normal. Only then did Zhao Hai enter the ship's main cabin. Just as Zhao Hai entered the main cabin, the mage who let them out came over. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Leave your signal device here. You can go in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out his signal device and handed it over to the mage. The mage looked at the device and said, "The signal device is in good condition. You've passed the elimination round. Go in and rest. You can also go to other places in the ship." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room and discovered that besides him, the other three hadn't returned. He didn't know if they would be able to come back. Zhao Hai sighed as he entered the space. After taking a bath, he ran out and went to the ship's cafeteria to eat lunch before returning to his room to rest. It wasn't until the evening that another person came back to his room. However, this person was also injured. His face was covered in dust. It was obvious that he wasn't in a good state. The person looked at Zhao Hai and nodded slightly. After greeting him, he turned around and went to the bathroom. After washing himself, he didn't eat and just went to sleep. It was clear that he hadn't closed his eyes in the past 3 days. After the night passed, the other 2 people still hadn't returned. Zhao Hai knew that the 2 people wouldn't be able to come back. Although Zhao Hai didn't have any friendship with them, he couldn't help but feel sad for them. Another day passed and the 2 people still hadn't returned. Moreover, the ship had already made a decision to wait for the next day. If they didn't come back, then the ship would return and not wait for them. The person who shared a room with Zhao Hai didn't know if it was because of the life and death situation, but he became familiar with Zhao Hai. He also began to chat with Zhao Hai. Although he didn't talk much, it still made Zhao Hai feel less bored. The 3rd day after Zhao Hai returned to the ship was the last day to wait for the contestants. If the contestants didn't come back, then the ship wouldn't wait for them. At this time, Zhao Hai was chatting with his roommate when suddenly, an ear-piercing buzzing sound was heard from the ship. Zhao Hai and his roommate stared for a moment before their complexion changed. This was because the 2 knew that this was the ship's alarm. This meant that an enemy was approaching the ship. The ship had entered a state of alert and all the crew members were on standby. Now that they were on the machine planet's ship, who would dare to attack a ship from the planet? Were they interstellar pirates? While he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded from Zhao Hai's room. "Attention all contestants, attention all contestants. Please stay in your rooms and don't walk around. Thank you for your cooperation." Then the voice went silent. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised, but he didn't say anything else. At this time, Zhao Hai already knew from Laura and the others that the ship wasn't attacked. The ship was just on alert. This was because a group of people had arrived at Yellow Zem planet. These people were none other than cultivators from the Cultivation realm. When Zhao Hai heard that the person who came was a cultivator from the Cultivation realm, he couldn't help but feel curious. He wanted to immediately enter the space to take a look. However, there was someone else in his room, so he couldn't enter the space right now. On the other hand, Laura and the others were very excited. This was their first time seeing people from the Cultivation realm. Therefore, all of them were very excited. From their words, Zhao Hai understood that the Cultivation realm's people were from a great sect. They came to Yellow Zem planet to undergo trials. Their ship was a large ship. However, the Cultivation realm's ship wasn't the same as Zhao Hai's ship. The ship looked like an ancient wooden ship. Moreover, the ship wasn't very big. Compared to the huge battleship, the ship was like a soybean placed next to a watermelon. It was very inconspicuous. However, the appearance of this ship made the machine field's fleet nervous. They even sounded their alarms. At the same time, the ship didn't seem to put the fleet in its eyes. It swaggered past the fleet and entered Yellow Zem planet. When the fleet entered Yellow Zem planet, the fleet's alarm was lifted. Then the fleet didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately set off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but sigh. From this point, one could see how overbearing the Cultivation realm was. They didn't put the machine field in their eyes at all. Zhao Hai's roommate also heard Zhao Hai's sigh. He thought that Zhao Hai sighed because the alarm was lifted, so he didn't find it strange. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, who do you think attacked the fleet? In the machine field, nobody would dare to attack the fleet that came out of the planet, right? Is it the space pirates that don't have eyes?" Although Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Cultivation realm, he couldn't say that. So he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Unless these pirates don't want to stay in the machine field, they wouldn't dare to attack a ship from Formation Planet. This is Yellow Zen Planet. Although Yellow Zen Planet is in the machine field, there are still people from other realms who come here to gain experience every year. I think it might be people from other realms. Otherwise, the fleet wouldn't be so nervous. When the other person heard Zhao Hai, he felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "It makes sense. Our machine field is the weakest among the realms. Therefore, we're nervous." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't speak. Then the other person said, "In the past few days after I ascended, I've met people from other realms. When they see people from the machine field, their nostrils would rise to the sky. They would look at us as if we're great. I can't wait to fight them." Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly. "Have you fought with people from other realms?" The other person shook his head and said, "No. But I saw a sword cultivator from the cultivation realm. One person, one sword. He defeated a pirate group made up of 30 medium-sized battleships. With a single slash of his sword, the huge battleships were cut in half. It was terrifying." After he said this, he still had a lingering fear. When Zhao Hai heard this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink as he said, "Are people from the cultivation realm really that strong? Why did he come to the machine field?" The other person shook his head and said, "I heard that the space pirates robbed something from his sect. His sect sent him a mission and he accepted it. Therefore, he came here. Speaking of which, the space pirates were wronged. I heard that they traded for an ordinary-looking caravan. But they didn't expect the caravan to have something special. Moreover, that thing was an important item that their sect wanted to trade with the machine field. Because of this, they sent people to hunt down the space pirates." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "If there's an opportunity in the future, I must go to the cultivation realm. I believe that it's more wonderful than the machine field." The other person smiled bitterly and said, "There are a lot of people who have the same idea as you. However, there are a lot of people who went to the cultivation realm and never came back. I don't know if they died there or if they joined a sect. There are also some people who came back. But after they came back, they didn't mention anything about the cultivation realm. It seems like something happened that they didn't want to talk about." Zhao Hai nodded. "No matter what, we're still living in the world of cultivation. If we encounter people from the world of cultivation in the future, we should at least understand them. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely go to the world of cultivation. I want to see if the people from the world of cultivation are really that strong." Zhao Hai nodded, "All right." When the other person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai anymore. End of chapter 1176. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.